You have regenerated an immune cell in the human body. But your first decision is to evolve towards cancer cells, because you know deeply that only cancer cells have the ability to divide infinitely and live forever. You are unwilling to be just an immune cell with a short lifespan of only a few days. You yearn to use the infinite division of cancer cells to ultimately control the host's brain and achieve a different kind of rebirth in another sense. At this moment, you are inside the stomach wall, continuously sending strong hunger signals to the body. Soon, red blood cells, as if receiving instructions, will continuously transport nutrients to you. As more and more red blood cells bring you nutrients, your volume is also increasing. Having collected enough biomass, will you transform into cancer cells? The system prompt sounds. You make the choice without hesitation, transform immediately. In a short time, sharp thorns began to grow on your originally smooth and tender tissue. This change scared several surrounding cells, and they hurriedly ran away. Intending to report your abnormal situation to the immune system, you quickly rushed to them, and viciously stabbed your tentacles into the bodies of those cells, crazily absorbing the nutrients inside them. Afterwards, you used these nutrients to divide, and in no time, you went from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and finally split into 16 little brothers. At this point, you are leading these little brothers that have split off, ready to go out and expand the team. But before you have gone far, a group of white blood cells surrounded you. In your heart, you curse silently, "Damn it, I haven't even gone out to grab territory yet. How come the white blood cell army came to attack first?" A white blood cell immediately took out a megaphone and shouted loudly, "Stop! Cancer cells ahead! According to public reports, your identity has been confirmed. So why don't you surrender now?" Upon hearing this, you trembled with anger and roared, "Want to kill me? No way!" You swiftly whipped out a long tentacle, accurately piercing into that white blood cell. In the blink of an eye, the nutrients inside the white blood cell were completely sucked dry by you. Seeing this, the other white blood cells immediately scattered to find cover to hide. One of the white blood cells called headquarters. Calling headquarters, "This is the stomach wall area. The enemy is tough. Requesting backup." Repeat, "The enemy is tough. Requesting backup." The person here is attacking the white blood cells in the body like crazy, using their nutrients to create several minions. However, the owner of this body is completely unaware of the fierce battle happening inside. This guy who often stays up late is enjoying the videos on his 800 GB hard drive with relish, occasionally commenting, "This teacher is so pretty. This teacher has a great figure. If I had those legs, I could play for a year." He has no idea that you are already bloodthirsty inside him. You gather all the cancer cells together, transforming into a tumor, stubbornly resisting the immune system's fierce attacks like a raging wind. At this moment, the three major legions of the immune system, killer T cells, white blood cells, and macrophages take turns to launch a fierce bombardment against you. Even so, they cannot cause you substantial harm. You hide inside the tumor, refusing to come out. Those cells mistakenly thought you had been eliminated, so they quickly cleaned up the battlefield and retreated. At this moment, the system voice sounded again, "Ding! You have mastered how to transform into a tumor." Rewarded with evolution, enhanced cell activity, cell immunity, and increased drug resistance. The system suggests disguising as a stomach ulcer state in the future, developing sneakily. After 5 days like this, the owner of this body suddenly felt nauseous while eating, and vomited everything he had eaten, including some foul-smelling meat chunks, but he didn't care and thought it was just a normal stomach flu. Later, he lit a cigarette for himself and continued eating. With the intake of cigarettes and junk food, the you inside his body also felt a strange sense of refreshment. You, now, have occupied nearly 2 centimeters of the stomach. At this moment, a little brother ran up to you and reported, "Boss, there are bacteria trying to take over our territory. I didn't go looking for them, but they came to us first. I'll go take care of them." After you finished speaking, your attention instantly shifted to the cancer cells on the front line, a new skill you learned in the past few days. At this moment, cancer cells and Escherichia coli are at a standoff. The leader of the Escherichia coli clan shouted, "Where did these cancer cells come from? This place belongs to us. Get out quickly." Upon hearing this, you slammed your tentacles on the ground and retorted, "Humph, all of you. Why are you staying where you shouldn't be? What are you doing on my turf?" Just as both sides were about to engage in a fight, several white blood cells rushed to the scene. One of the white blood cells stepped forward, pointing at you and said, "I heard you want to fight. Do you not respect me, the chief security officer of this stomach wall area?" Upon hearing this, you immediately raised your tentacles and lashed out at the white blood cell, saying, "You call yourself a chief? Quite arrogant." After the white blood cells were beaten, their momentum instantly withered, saying, "Mr. Cancer Cell, please mind your words." You then whipped him again, saying, You think you have face? Don't you even bother to find out who's in charge here. After that, you whipped the white blood cells in front of the E. coli. Seeing this, the E. coli turned around and fiercely whipped back with the flagella on its back, hitting the white blood cells back. After being taught a lesson by you all, the white blood cells ran away dejectedly. You said to E. coli, this time, your equipment is not bad. Let's do this. We'll count down from 3, 2, 1 and then start fighting. Whoever wins gets the territory. The leader of E. coli responded, no problem. You can count. After hearing this, you raised your tentacles and roared angrily, 3. Brothers, let's kill them. With that command, the cancer cells collectively charged towards the E. coli. After a few back and forths, the E. coli army was defeated by you. In the end, the leader of E. coli unwillingly asked, why did you start the war without finishing the countdown? I don't accept this. You responded, humph, cancer cells never keep their promises. After you absorb the leader of Escherichia coli, the system pops up a prompt, you have absorbed enough biomass of Escherichia coli, cracked the gene lock, and rewarded with 1 mutation evolution. In an instant, a tail grows behind you, looking like a tadpole, giving you a significant boost in speed. 2 days later, you successfully enlarged the tumor from 2 centimeters to 5 centimeters. Little did you know, this behavior almost killed you. You crazily copied Xiao Di without any sense of crisis, thinking about making it big and strong, and creating brilliance again. But the owner of this body noticed that something was wrong. These days, he could clearly feel a slight pain in his stomach, so he went to the hospital for a checkup. The robot doctor told him that there was an oval ulcer with a diameter of 5 centimeters in his stomach, and asked him to reduce the intake of spicy foods these days, and had already injected him with some anti-inflammatory drugs. After hearing this, he rode his floating electric scooter back to his 180-story home. But when he got home, he took out a large bottle of Fat Otaku Happy Water, completely ignoring the doctor's advice. However, the anti-inflammatory drug injected into his body has reached your location. Here, you, who are completely unaware, are embracing the platelets carefree and happy. At this moment, a cancer cell little brother runs up to you and says, big trouble, boss. A strange monster suddenly appeared over there, targeting us cancer cells for slaughter. Upon hearing this, you hurriedly shuttle your consciousness to the frontline battlefield, only to see a group of monsters with 3 eyes each slaughtering your little brothers. Suddenly, the system pops up a message, ding, congratulations on successfully attracting the attention of the human host. As a welcome gift, he sends you a super effective anti-inflammatory drug. While you were in a daze, the army of special medicines had already arrived. Any harmful cells and cancer cells, as long as they are touched even a little bit, will quickly perish. Seeing this, your heart tightened, immediately shifting your awareness to the rear and running away. Behind you, countless cancer cells were being destroyed by the special medicine. Seeing this, you immediately ordered the remaining cells to block the way behind. You firmly believe that as long as you can survive, there is still a chance for a comeback. With the crazy slaughter of the special medicine, now among all the cancer cells, only you have escaped. But those guys are still chasing you relentlessly. A day of frantic fleeing made you run nearly 3 centimeters of an extra long distance in your stomach. But in the end, you were caught up by the special medicine. Just as the special medicine was about to eliminate you, you suddenly discovered a new escape route. Seizing the opportunity, you plunged in headfirst, forcibly entering the cell tissue, infecting other cells frantically, shifting one by one until you hid inside the blood vessel. You pierced your tentacles into the capillary wall, replicating many companions once again. Brothers, let's have a meeting now. Who has a good idea? What should we do next? A new map, new opportunities. In more professional terms, this is called cancer cell metastasis. Pointing to the cancer cell holding the highest hand, tell us your opinion. The cancer cell reported, boss, let's each go our separate ways. You scolded, please stop this crazy idea. Are you trying to take the boss's position again? The cancer cell hurriedly explained, I'm not the boss. I just came out a minute ago. Why do you say again? You cleared your throat, waving your tentacles to signal the cancer cell to continue speaking. It continued, we are scattered throughout the body, growing independently. Even if that place is destroyed, we are not easily wiped out. You excitedly patted the round body and said, I have decided. Now you are my hidden dragon. I didn't misjudge you. The human brain is the safest place. You can invade there through the spinal blood vessels. You couldn't help but feel emotional. The system is the system. Thinking what ordinary people cannot think. Being black-bellied beyond what ordinary people can be. Therefore, you issued orders to your brother's underlings. Some are distributed on the joints. Some are distributed inside the major organs. but do not act too recklessly and kill the host. Everyone followed the orders and started to act on their own. A few days later, Helen found that her body was gradually recovering, with no more symptoms of nausea and vomiting in her stomach, dispelling the thought of being sick. Life's three great joys are promotion, wealth, and recovery from illness. What made her even happier was a message from her goddess: "My boyfriend and I broke up. I feel so bad." In times of joy, Helen wasted no time and replied, "Don't be sad. I'll take you to eat something delicious. How about that?" The goddess replied, "Then take me to the seaside restaurant. I like to drink their silky red wine there. 11 o'clock tonight. Don't be late." Helen's pupils dilated, joy and embarrassment mingling in her heart. Not to mention the restaurant's consumption standards. Just a bottle of silky red wine would cost him half a year's living expenses. However, as a qualified licking dog, he agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside his brain, you began to plan to take over the body, saying to your subordinates, "Hey, come over here," and try invading his nervous system. A cancer cell drifted over slowly, glanced at the cells with nerve currents wandering around, and suddenly felt weak in the heart. "Boss, several brothers have already been shocked by electricity. I dare not touch it," you impatiently said to the cancer cell. "Do you have any backbone? This is bioelectricity. What harm can it do? By the way, the little brother in your colon caught a parasite. Do you choose to eliminate it, devour it, and gain mutation points?" When you heard this, your consciousness disappeared in an instant from your brain and traveled to where your intestines are. Upon arrival, you discovered a huge roundworm. Its size was so large that your perception range couldn't even fully see it. You could only constantly shift your position, using spatial perception, in order to see the whole picture clearly. It was like a giant snake lurking on the intestinal wall, with no visible head or tail. You couldn't help but gasp in shock, and asked the nearby cancer cell brother, who discovered it. The cancer cell brother promptly replied, "No one caught it. We just found it." You felt speechless for a moment, and the system teased you again. System prompt: detected parasitic organism. Please quickly devour it. Obtain biological genes. Reward evolution points and mutation points. You point at a certain position of the tapeworm with your tentacles, helplessly saying, "We really can't handle this at all. We can't beat it." But you still decide to give it a try, infiltrating its body with your little brother from its surface, slowly infecting all its internal organs. The tapeworm has a characteristic: its skin is particularly thick, not afraid of digestive fluids, equivalent to having a layer of armor on its skin. This can make it difficult for you. You have been changing shapes all the way to the side of the tapeworm, infecting the surrounding cell tissue, gathering companions, selecting a point, and constantly using little brothers to attack that area. Back and forth, thousands of little brothers gathered into a cell tissue of nearly 1 millimeter. This process took almost half a day, before finally creating a hole. The tapeworm is ultimately a flesh-eating creature. An instinctive pain causes it to start convulsing. With this, Helen, riding her electric scooter to the seaside restaurant, began to clutch her stomach in pain. It was around 9 p.m. now, and she was more than half an hour early. In order to pay for this meal, she overdrew her credit limit and quietly sold the family's gold jewelry. Only then did she have enough money. Suddenly, her stomach became even more painful, as if a piece of ice had fallen into her intestines. However, this does not affect his speeding. He pushed the throttle to the max, reaching a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour, heading towards the seaside restaurant. Due to the pain, he didn't notice the road ahead, and when he came to his senses, it was already too late. With a bang, the suspended electric scooter fell from the air, and Helen's body rushed into a suspended truck. At midnight, at a seaside hotel, a beautiful girl and her boyfriend are anxiously waiting. They have been waiting for a long time, but no one has come to pay the bill. The table is full of leftovers and an open bottle of red wine. The girl complains, "Are you lying to me? Didn't you say there would be a sucker to foot the bill? Look at the time." The boy is a bit angry and says, "Don't worry, baby, just wait a bit, that fool will be here soon. I'll go to the restroom." The boy never came back after he left. The girl took a deep breath, tidied up her shoulder bag, and prepared to follow to the restroom, when a robot waiter came to the girl's side with the bill, cleverly blocking her way. "Miss, please pay the bill. We are closing soon." The girl impatiently said, "Why are you rushing me? Aren't you open until 3 in the morning? As the girl spoke, she looked at the empty seat where the boy had left, feeling conflicted. After all, she was also someone else's bootlicker. The robot waiter responded, "We have separate evening and late night sessions here. Please pay the bill." The girl said, "Move aside. I need to go to the restroom." The robot waiter called the front desk. "There is a guest at VIP seat 1 who is trying to leave without paying. The emergency department of the central hospital. The attending physician walked out of the ward, looked at Helen's parents and sighed. The surgery went smoothly. We ensured the survival of his body, but his brain has died. We have extracted his previous memories. Sir, you can. Helen's father stepped forward and grabbed the doctor's collar. What do you want to say? My son is dead. He is dead. Are you suggesting a robot or a biohuman to replace my son? The attending physician of the emergency department took a deep breath, his mechanical eye on the left side looking at the middle-aged man's face, respectfully said, to be honest, sir, I am glad you have such understanding. You can understand this point very well. Please accept my condolences. At this moment, the middle-aged man is no longer Helen's father. His son has died. He held back his tears and said, "Give me my son's body." The doctor said calmly, "Don't worry, we will freeze or cremate the child's body and send it to your home." Helen's father has aged a lot, and his mother is quietly wiping away tears on the side. The two walked away from the hospital with heavy steps, supporting each other. After they left, the doctor said to the robot nurse next to him, "Clone the child's body, whether to cremate or freeze it, and then hand the body over to his parents." At the moment, Helen's body was mangled and her mouth and nasal passages were plugged with life support, and his body became a subject of study for doctors, because inside his body, there was a type of cancer that doctors had never seen before. Doctors have named this new discovery Helen cancer. The world outside had changed in ways that Moran had no idea about. He was too small and oblivious to the fact that the host, Helen, was in a state of false death at the moment, in other words a vegetable. Inside his body, Moran led his minions with high morale and a full-on assault on the roundworm's body. The changes inside the intestines were recorded by the doctors, using high-powered dialysis cameras, throughout the process. At the moment, he became a subject of study for the doctors. Under the hospital's large 3D screen, the cancer cells were exposed in all their ferocity. The female doctor in the parasitology department, covering her mouth with excitement, said, "My God, this cancer cell is so horribly aggressive. Was it a virus in its last life?" Just then, an aged man, half his body replaced with machinery, walked in. He was none other than the old dean who had come here on purpose, and seeing the images parsed out on the screen, he rubbed his eyes and said with shock in his tone, "This cancer cell has an extremely high scientific value and cannot be admitted to our hospital and should be given to a more closed biological laboratory at this time." The cancer cell specialist's brows furrowed together as he said, "Dean, you're being paranoid. This is just a cancer cell. It's not a bacteria and it's not a virus. A cancer cell is a cancer cell. It's not infectious in any way." Dean shook his head and signaled the staff to sweep the camera over Helen's body. The only thing that came out of the dialysis was amazing. Whether it's in the brain, in the spinal cord, in the joints, in the internal organs, or even inside the toes, cancer cells are present. The dean said with worry, "I understand your feelings. This cancer cell is too mysterious. It has even lurked into this child's brain. Think about it, folks. Is this cancer cell too smart for its own good? And this kid is young. I looked up his information, and his last physical was a year ago, which means within a year. You all should know what I mean." "But Dean, that proves nothing." The cancer doctor turned red. "My mind is made up to donate this child's body to a biological researcher at no cost to our hospital, which cannot accommodate it." Dr. Cancer sighed, and at the same time, he made a mental decision to go against Dean's wishes. He was going to sneak away a portion of the cancer cells inside Helen's body. In the meantime, Moran waved a flag at his thousands of detached minions, one after the other. "Brothers, step up. The Morlocks fluff." The cancerous cells below replied in unison. "The Molan family cheats. The Moran family cheats." Countless cancer cells rushed into the roundworm, cloning and devouring crazily in its body tissues. In a matter of seconds, a living roundworm swung away and exploded into a pile of Moran cancer cells. The reason it was so quick was because it had long since disintegrated inside. Ding! Roundworm gene detected for sufficient biomass. 1 mutation point delivered, unlocking 2 evolutionary routes. This is awesome. What's the ability that roundworm unlocks? Reproductive ability. Epidermal enhancement. Please choose the following evolutionary direction. It's definitely epidermal enhancement. I'm all cancer cells. Cancer cells can just replicate and divide themselves. So what? What? Cancer cells can still lay eggs? Epidermal enhancement has been selected and is in the process of being enhanced. With that, all the Moran cancer cells began to evolve at the same time. Less than 5 seconds of work. The cell membrane becomes thicker and now possesses a degree of resistance to corrosion in drugs. At least, at the moment, facing the original special effects drugs, is no longer so weak. I'll answer your last question. Your cancer cells are capable of giving birth to small cells that end up growing slowly if you choose the ability to reproduce. Moran was speechless to the core. Cells still lay eggs? It's like opening the door to a new world. So, you can be a mom in the future? Dang, cancer cells can lay eggs. How is this supposed to face the jungle? Doesn't that amount to drawing ridicule from the other bacteria? Just as Moran froze, the doctor observing him exclaimed again. How is this possible? All the cancer cells completed their collective mutation at the same time. The roundworm they attacked was instantly devoured by them all? The female doctor observing the parasites had a look of more horror on her face than if she had seen a ghost when she finished. As soon as the words were spoken, the attending emergency surgical physician took control of the high-powered penetrating camera scanner and quickly sliced the lens toward the cancerous cells in the brain. In an instant, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It's true that the cells mutate at the same time over a short period of time, which means they're more like a decentralized whole. When this was said, the genetic disease specialists in the room said incredulously, "It doesn't make biological common sense. How can mutations be accomplished together at the same time in a short period of time with no DNA exchange? I've told you, they're a decentralized whole. This isn't just any cancer cells. You're kidding. This is a life form, not quantum entanglement. Then how do you explain the simultaneous mutation of these cancer cells? Let's just listen to the dean. Get this kid's body taken care of and get a complete sterilization quarantine. Finally send it to the Institute of Microbiology. Their labs are so much more effective in terms of safety than ours." The only doctors who were silent were those who specialized in cancer cells. In his heart, he remained unconvinced, but he smiled on the surface and nodded, and helping the other doctors along with the sanitizing process. Just moments before the other doctors weren't looking, he took out his pre-prepared scalpel, cut off his big toe, and quietly tucked it into the inside pocket of his shirt. Chapter 7. This kid hasn't opened his mouth in days. Inside the highly secure biochemical research lab. It's a 20m x 20m 5m high cube space. There are no vents and the air is circulated internally, which means that a door that has been opened once will never be opened. There's not even a viewing glass, just high-powered penetrating cameras transmitting what's happening inside to the outside. This lab now has a name. Helen's Cancer Cell Bioresearch Laboratory. Adopts the highest standard of safety, Class 5S, totally closed system, in which those working are semi-intelligent and semi-manual machines. At the moment, on the metal platform in the center of this lab, lay a human body covered in life support tubes. Beside him, 3 robots were conducting precision experiments. To put it bluntly, it's a slice study, and the object of their study, one step at a time. The Moran cancer family is growing bigger and better, and making a name for itself again. Inside the duodenum, countless Helicobacter pylori and cancer cells, both of which look at each other in the eye, have chosen to face off today. Moran, with a bunch of minions, came back to steal the land. Brothers, the guys we're fighting today are the H. pylori clan, for the honor of the Moran family. Get them! As soon as the words hit the ground, countless Moran cancer cells screamed and roared as they rushed towards the H. pylori population. In a flash, the entirety of the H. pylori bacteria with several tails came rushing in. All of this was recorded by scientists watching from the shadows. Bacteria are much smaller than cancer cells. The disparity in strength was too great, and the ferocity of the Molan family had long since traveled from the brain to the toes. Wherever they passed, no one could stop them. But today, there is a family of Helicobacter pylori bacteria that have sworn to guard the duodenum. In the middle of the battlefield, cancer cells wave their tentacles, and as soon as they are attached to the H. pylori bacteria, they instantly suck up all the nutrients from the other side, leaving them to dissolve into dead bacteria. As the fight went on, the Moran family cancer count went up instead of down. The more you fight, the more people there are. H. pylori divides far too fast to keep up. Is there any law? Is there any justice? The morons are now the king's law here. It's a crushing war. In less than half an hour, located in the mid-duodenal position, H. pylori was killed. There were a few more captives, trampled under morons' tentacles. Bacteria can be killed, not humiliated. If you want to kill, kill. Helicobacter pylori shook a few tails behind it and said indignantly. Moran lifted his tentacles and lashed out at H. pylori. Just UTM called Helicobacter pylori UTM really noble You can be killed but not humiliated? Who's the leader of this 12-finger intestine now? The Helicobacter pylori was trembling with anger. You unruly bastards. You're going to kill the human body sooner or later as you go around burning and looting and destroying the ecological balance here. Ding. Has absorbed enough unknown biomass. Cracked genetic lock. Reward 1 evolution point. Forget it. I'm too lazy to ask. I've already helped you evolve. And now your cancer cell activity has increased by another part. Using spatial perception, Moran swept his brothers behind him and felt that nothing had changed. System, you're not right. I see so many tails behind your Helicobacter. Why don't you give it to us? You gripe. There's a difference between evolution and mutation. Mutating in redundant ways will only become a liability. This bacterium says we're upsetting the ecological balance and will kill the human body. He's kidding, right? When the teacher tells you to read more in class, you prefer to avoid rolling marbles. Helicobacter pylori is a harmful bacteria, but also an essential one for the human body. The human body's sense of hunger and satiety depends in large part on them. Moran's round body moved and turned back to the cancerous cells. Brothers, H. pylori, they are greatly benign. Now I'm shifting positions to look inside the colon for any parasitic scourges. The moron's fluff. The moron's fluff. Boss Moron cheats. After Moran had given himself a shot, he shifted and swapped his conscious body to be in the position of being in the large intestine. He saw tens of thousands of cancer cells on this visit and had a cozy little life. Some cancer cell hugged 2 red blood cells and greedily sucked what was inside them. It is the adrenaline delivered by the red blood cells that is sucked in, as well as dopamine. These days, Moran left them alone. They know how to live, forcing red blood cells to carry adrenaline. Every day, brothers in groups of 3 or 5, with nothing else to do, knock out dopamine and adrenaline, like a bunch of junkies. Moran looked at it and saw that it wouldn't work. That's what killed the Qing dynasty. You can't let your men get too loose. A whip chided some cancerous cell. You, old me. I led the other brothers all the way to fight, and then look at you guys. 1 by 2. You're lazy like this? A small life is quite comfortable, and you still dare to drink adrenaline behind my back. The cancerous cells, which had received a whipping, immediately flung aside the red blood cells in their hands. Boss, you finally came. We waited for you to wait so hard. The past few days is tea and rice do not want to. Moran slapped another whip across his mouth. Don't give me that crap. I know what I am. Have you found any parasites lately? The cancer cell wiggled its tentacles and said, No boss. It's been a strange few days. The items that have been coming in inside the gut have been some pretty easy to digest contraptions. Moran seemed to hear something, but was head over heels in confusion and shifted again to the stomach. One that almost didn't piss him off. A bunch of cancer cells soaking inside the digestive juices in the stomach and swatting around with smaller sized bacteria as volleyballs. Look at this, look like it's on vacation and is having a pool party. Bunch of turtles. Don't play around. Haven't there been any parasite eggs in the food that's coming inside your stomach in the last few days? Ouch. The boss is here. Boss Moron cheats. Boss Moron cheats. In the face of the many cancerous minions holding forth, Moran shook his tentacles to signal silence. I'll ask again. Is there anything special about the food that's been flowing in inside the stomach for the past few days? No. Everything that comes in inside the stomach these days is exceptionally easy to digest. Moran's heart stuttered with a premonition of something bad. Once again, it moved into the midst of the oral cancer cells. In contrast to the laziness of cancer cells in other parts of the body, cancer cells in the oral mucosa rule rectangles and cluster around each other. It seems to be frozen. Moran also felt a bone-penetrating coldness that entered the inside of his cellular body from the outside. Brothers, hasn't this kid eaten any meat in the past few days? How come there's no reaction at all in his stomach? No boss. According to our initial predictions, the kid hasn't opened his mouth to eat in days. Chapter 8, the host is dead. Mullen is in charge. Inside the science lab in the dark. Looking at the data report on the screen, the bioscientist frowned and lifted his glass of water to take a shallow sip. He is the principal investigator of Helen's cancer cells and is in charge of this pilot program. He put his glass of water down and turned to the staff member next to him. This cancer has once again evolved en masse. And now we can start testing whether it is infectious or not. Yes sir. Which subject to use? This cancer is highly aggressive towards parasites. Pick a mouse with a parasite inside its brain and see if it can find it. Sir, do you mean you want to use this cancerous cell to deal with the parasites later? Not sure yet. Have to see if it's contagious. If the threat is too high, then it can only be used for military biochemistry, accompanied by a string of command inputs. A robot, located in the lab, removes a mouse from inside a one-way transportation platform. The robot then shot a laser from its brow and shaved the mouse clean of all hair. Immediately afterward, the mice were injected with a sedative to quiet them and placed in the mouths of the study subjects. To put it bluntly, it's a hairless rat shoved into a person's mouth. At the same time, Moran, who was located within the mucous membranes of his mouth, sensed a hint of something wrong. 2 centimeters of spatial perception and suddenly a large pile of unknown flesh? Sting. Rodent organism detected. Are we invading? Moran's mind screamed bad. Rodents, to put it bluntly, were rats and the like. Mullen inquired to the system. No. Why is this person's hobby so weird? Stuffing rats into his mouth? I'm just the system. I'm not a human psychology researcher. In case that's what he's into, what do you care how people play it? Hearing this, Mo Lewin felt it was very reasonable. Meat to not eat. It was simply not heavenly. Moran then followed the infection all the way down the mucous membranes of the mouth until he touched the surface of the mouse's flesh. Without saying a word, it flung out its tentacles and stabbed into the epidermal cells of the flesh. Meanwhile, the scientists at the institute shouted, "Now! Remove the infected object and lock it in a completely confined space." The robot removed the hairless rat and placed it in a small glass box. Moran was unaware of all this. His perceptions were limited. The infection went wild all the way down the epidermal cells, reformed the Molin family in mice. "Brothers, make sure this rat doesn't get killed while occupying all his organs." In an instant, all the cancer cells flowed down the blood vessels into the brain, the internal organs, at the spine, at the joints. It took only 5 minutes to completely take over the flesh of the mice. The eyes that had been spying on the cancer cells in the shadows finally showed a horrified look. He shuddered. For the first time in history, contagious cancer cells are spreading faster than even a cold virus. A drop of cold sweat slid down the scientist's forehead. Clone a human and use the human for the experiment. And, I want this clone to have a perfect brain, with the ability to think and change emotions. The female staff member who had been assisting him bit her lip lightly. "Father, would this be unhumanitarian and immoral?" "Silly girl, immorality now is paving the way for mankind later." On the other hand, Moran, who was inside the body of a mouse, finally found a parasite. He had searched the blood, guts, and intestines beforehand and saw no parasites, but instead saw them inside the brain. This parasite is, strangely enough, hidden in the brain. The overall shape was not large, only half a centimeter in size, and Moran was able to see the parasite's body structure perfectly, white and tender, pointed at the top and rounded at the bottom, much like a grain of rice. Stinging, brain sucker detected. Moran, now's your chance. Haven't you always wanted to invade the nervous system? This brain sucker might just have the power you're looking for. This rat, why are there no parasites inside the internal organs? Instead, it's inside the brain? Why do you think so much? If you have something, just do it. If you kill it, you can collect the genes and get the evolution points. Doesn't it smell good to have the mutation points? My goodness. System, you are so bad. I like it so much. Don't dawdle. Take your minions and get this white maggot. Okay, House Moron on command. Get that maggot. Boss Moron fluffs. A military order was given. Countless cancer cells, infected wildly all the way down the cerebral cortex, until it came to the brain suckers. Moran was in the lead, the first to come to the brain sucker. Without saying a word, a jab went in. The moment was like a drop of water, dropping on the calm water surface, causing ripples. Only, these ripples are cancerous. Brain suckers are much less physically active than roundworms and can only hiss feebly for a bit. A bite inside a nerve cell feeds a segment of electrical signals. This electrical signal can even make mice that have been forcibly passed out by sedation flail their paws and struggle wildly with convulsions. Once again, the scientists watching in the shadows were dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, he pulled the camera in close and stared intently at the cancer cells launching an offensive against the brain suckers, only to see countless cancer cells frantically replicating. A living brain sucker that lasted less than 6 seconds. The body exploded. All that popped out was a bunch of cancer cells. Ding! Enough unknown biomass detected to reward 3 mutation points. Awesome! Awesome! What's the variant route this time? I'm sure I'm not shortchanging you. I'm picking you specifically in the direction of the nerve infection mutation. Evolve now. Oh, your cancer cells KA. Just see. All the cancer cells, at the same time cell membrane covered with a thick black shell. This mutation took a full 30 minutes. When this black shell shattered, the new cancer cells that came out became even more bizarre. Only a translucent cellular tentacle stretched out from within the black shell, and amongst this transparent tentacle, countless more small points of light wandered. It was as dazzling as a band of light. Wait until all the cancer cells have mutated in unison. Moran's spatial perception swept to all the cancerous brothers. He couldn't help but lament that this mutation had raised his family's face value by at least 8 notches. As pretty as crystal poured cancer cells, Molin utilized the mind connection and announced with immense excitement towards all the cancer cells at the same time. Brothers, now our next goal is to infect the brain. Take over the host's body. The host is dead, and Moron is in power. The year is now. That is, life everlasting. The host is dead, and Moron is in power. The year is now, and both live forever. The system mercilessly mocked. You grizzly, make it look like you're a godfather, and use the wrong words. You're fooling yourself, playing with yourself. You're really good at it. Don't be so boring. Our next step is to infect the human brain and then pass it on from person to person. And the whole world will be my Moron family's domain. Chapter 9, Return of the Borrowed Body. Father, look at these cancer cells appearing to change. the female staff member exclaimed as she tapped her finger on the screen. Call me sir while on the job. The scientist in charge of this experiment returned to his seat with a cup of coffee in his hand and today's breakfast bread in his right hand, saw the change on the screen and marveled. What do they want with all these cancer cells gathered in the brains of the dead? In HD screen, a bunch of cancer cells are leaping out of the woodwork. Moran leads his minions in an attempt to take over control of the brain. It was also found that the brain became very unusual. Neurons do not transmit electrical signals to each other. With this doubt, Moran inquired towards the system. System, what's the situation with this person? Why are the neurons inside his brain as good as dead? I don't know. Maybe the man became a vegetable and fell into a state of pseudo-death. Oh, I see. I guess the man was lost in an accident. No wonder there's no food residue inside his body in the meantime. Maybe, he's lying in the hospital right now. As he spoke, Moran began to try to connect the long-ago pseudo-dead nerve cells with his tentacles. The process is very slow. Taking a bunch of minions and communicating electrical signals at the same time only made Helen's fingers touch slightly. Click. Broken cups don't hold flowing coffee. These cancer cells are trying to wake up the brain. Do they want to take over this body? The scientist said dully. The staff member's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes and he said incredulously, Sir, are you saying that these cancer cells have some degree of intelligence? A strange smile slipped across the scientist's lips. Chilling, cruelty, and perversity were all mixed in. The next step in the experiment I know how to do. Turn the clone into a female and inject her with a memory that makes her think she's the subject's girlfriend. Or lover. Father, this has violated the standards of scientific experimentation. Shut up. If these cancer cells have managed to take over the brain and are still intelligent. Son, can you imagine? As long as these cells are controlled, what other diseases under the sky will there be that cannot be overcome? This is God's gift to us humans. Almost half a month had passed. The scientists responsible for this bioexperimental research received a heavenly grant. He used the money to rebuild a more perfect environment for his experiments. During this time, the science lab stopped all interference with the cancer cells and allowed it to take over Helen's body freely. And at this point, the science lab was faked as a hospital room. The area is several times larger, with robotic nurses, forged balconies, and clean white hospital beds. Everything was no different from a normal ward. Only, it's still a 5S rated, fully enclosed lab. Everything is an artificial illusion. It was extremely clever experiment. What the scientist was thinking and what Moran was thinking collided right into each other. That's the sudden revival of consciousness in a vegetable. In this one, the scientists added a variable, a clone girl. Her name is Riel. On a quiet morning, the breeze ruffled the girl's blonde hair, curling it in the air before it slowly fell. Her name is Riel, a 19-year-old girl. Riel sat next to the hospital bed, yawning and playing with the hair in her hand, her clear, penetrating eyes as innocent as a child's. Wake up, baby. I've been waiting for you for 2 years. Why don't you wake up? Her words did not produce a half-hearted response from the patient. In the midst of this tranquility, she recalled fond memories. In her memories, there was a white beach where she walked barefoot on the sand, the waves glistening brightly in the surf, and she had been followed by inseparable figures. Only it all dissipated like a bubble. Her beloved now lies in a hospital bed. At that moment, a mechanical nurse walked in through the ward door. Morning, Riel. Here with the boyfriend again today? Good morning, MS. Nurse. A wry smile crossed the mechanical nurse's iron face as it carried 2 large bags of nutrient solution in both hands. As in the previous days, she was tasked with replacing the nutrient solution. Riel blinked her big watery eyes and said, Miss Nurse, thank you for taking care of him for the past 2 years. I wish he would have woken up today. It's okay, it's what I'm supposed to do. For 3 days in a row, it was the same scene, the same conversation. At the same time, Riel's memories were locked to today, and whenever she left the hospital room, the memories that had arisen in her mind were erased. Everything, as if it had never happened. Until today, Moran had finally learned how to control this body completely. The memories of his time as a human being had not been completely forgotten. Riel sensed a hint of something wrong, and she witnessed Helen's eyelids flutter. The air seemed to be quiet at the moment. Moran opened his eyes. What came into view was a blur, and then the pupils began to focus. The white ceiling began to clear. Moran was inwardly ecstatic. Finally, the brain was completely attacked today. That familiar feeling, the beating of the heart, the presence of the arms, the contraction of the lungs under the rise and fall of each breath. Moran couldn't look up in the air and laugh before he realized that a tube had been inserted in his mouth. That wasn't all. A girl suddenly hugged him and said with hot tears dripping down his neck, Great, you're finally awake. I knew you'd wake up. I knew you'd wake up. Moran struggled to sit up from the bed, and it took a good deal of effort to control grabbing the tube with his right hand. no matter how much effort was exerted. It felt impossible to transfer the force to the arm. "Nurse lady, help!" The mechanical nurse quickly rushed inside the hospital room and removed the tube from Moran's mouth. Ahem. Abba. Abba Abba? Moran's eyes glazed together. And no matter what, he couldn't maneuver his mouth to utter a complete statement. Without looking back, a girl was still clinging to his neck in a death grip. Moran pushed the girl away with one hand. "You're strangling me." Riel naturally couldn't understand what Moran was saying. Hot tears slid down the corners of her eyes, raised her hand to wipe away the tears, looked at Moran and said joyfully, "Great, you're finally awake." Moran was confused and said, "What language are you speaking? Do you speak Chinese?" In the meantime, under a large screen, hundreds of scientists cheered and even hugged each other in excitement. This credit belongs to the person in charge of this biological experiment. With tears in his eyes, he addressed all the scientists. "This is a small discovery, but a great discovery in the entire history of our species. This news will make the inhabitants of the moon and the inhabitants of the Mars colony join in cheering for us." Chapter 10, A Deception Harder to Take Than a Hoax. Riel, I'm afraid I have sad news for you. Your boyfriend accidentally lost all his memories. The mechanical nurse's flat words, but they were a bolt from the blue in Riel's ears. Riel couldn't hold the sadness in his heart and sat down on the floor. The joy he had just felt instantly dimming again. Moran looked at the duo in a headlong daze. "As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw an odd scene. An ironic nurse, and a pretty girl. This is future world?" A slight breeze hit Moran and he craned his head to look out the window. 10,000 feet high, the hovercraft glided through the window. Moran subconsciously gulped. "It's really come to the future world?" Moran took control of his left hand and attempted to lift the covers. When the whole thing went bad. 2 legs gone. "You can't run away even if you want to now." Riel took a deep breath and replied firmly, "It's okay, even if he forgets me, I won't forget him." 5 days had passed in a row, and Moran somewhat missed his days as a cell. The thing that made him most powerless was that this girl was teaching him how to talk every day. "It's like right now." Riel took Moran's hand and placed it on her throat, opening her mouth to teach him to make a simple 2-word sound. Riel. Moran smiled faintly. He had been lazy the last few days, but today he was interested and followed Riel's example and said slowly, "Ray." "Oh." A gleam passed through Riel's eyes and he pointed a finger at Moran. "Helen." Moran shook his head. "Moran. Helen. Moran. Riel smiled gently. "As beautiful as a flower in bloom. Then from now on you will be called Moran." Riel then pointed a finger at himself with a look of anticipation. Emoluan originally did not intend to accompany the silly girl to waste time, but naturally, with his legs gone, he was idle. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Riel." As soon as the words left her mouth, Riel instantly hugged onto Moran, crying tears of joy, and kept rubbing her face against Moran's body. A smile crossed Moran's face as he looked at the girl in his arms. In the meantime, the scientist controlling everything said, "The subject and the subject have bonded and have learned to speak after only 5 days. Now on to the next step of the experiment. Check for mood swings and send an assassin to storm the ward to assassinate Riel." Bang! The door to the hospital room was kicked in. One of the killers took a high-energy particle gun and, without saying a word, shot Riel in the chest, then twisted his head and turned away. Moran stared at the scene in disbelief. A good girl just now, at this moment, died prematurely in his arms, blood staining the white sheets. Riel. Moran kept using his hand to slap Riel's cheek, and the strong effect of the visual impact made it too late for him to think about why this bizarre thing had happened. Just then, outside the door of the hospital room, several nurses suddenly rushed in and left the room with Riel in their arms. Inside the science lab. Very well, the subject has developed a strong sense of disorientation, certain that it has become attached to Riel. The next step in the experiment to test its therapeutic effects is to inject malignant germs and parasites into Riel to see if he can clean them out. After 3 days, Riel was brought back in a wheelchair by a nurse. Moran rubbed his eyes involuntarily. Riel's face was so bad, like that of a dying man, waxy and thin and bony. The mechanical nurse turned away after pushing Riel next to Moran. Now, he was the only 2 left in the room. "Don't be so sad. I'm going to die soon. I'm infected with a very serious disease, and parasite. But you'll live safely," Riel said as he forced a smile on his face. Moran couldn't understand the language he was speaking, and oddness was written all over his face. Ding! "Moran, you got your chance. This girl has a very strong virus inside her body. Are you saying I can save her? It's none of my business if you save her or not. I'll give you a reward for getting her killed. The germs in her body are perfect for cultivation right now. Hurry up and capture them." Moran nodded and raised his right hand, touching it to Riel's cheek. Then, countless Moran cancer cells rushed into Riel's body, frantically destroying all viral bacterial parasites. The pain inside Riel was like 1,000 cuts, but she still smiled faintly. The whole thing went on late into the night. As he wraps up, Moron is ruthless and destroys all Moron cancer cells in Riel's body. Ding! Moron fluff. Even killing yourself. This system is starting to appreciate you. This sweeping activity has gained 65 evolution points and 31 mutation points. This little girl's body is full of treasures. Kill her quickly and you'll get a special first kill reward. I don't want to kill her. I think she's a good girl. A cloned girl. And you praise her for being a good girl? Confused? Does it start to evolve and mutate? She's a clone? You think you can get lucky? Ha! This girl's life cells have been limited in length. It's also strange that it's only one day. I guess it will be gone by tonight. Plus you should have lost it long ago by tossing it around like this. Moran looked at Riel. Bits and pieces of these days lingering in his mind. He reached up and stroked Riel on his gaunt cheek. Riel. Riel smiled. Moran. Moran choked out. I think I get it. It's all a scam, right? Riel nodded, both hands laboriously comparing a heart in front of his chest. Riel. Moron. Riel died. At that moment, several mechanical nurses rushed into the hospital room and dragged Riel's body out like a dead dog. Moran stared at the scene in disbelief. Moran then tumbled out of the hospital bed. And with no legs, he had to crawl with difficulty using his hands, one step at a time, in the direction of Riel. Upon crawling out of the ward, Moran broke down from the bottom of his heart. He regretted that he had grown eyes. In the hallway outside the ward, countless Riels, densely lined up. Moran realized that in these days, every day he came in contact with Riel, he was a different person. It can't even be counted in human terms. Memories are good. Even if they are false memories, they are still something to be celebrated. But after seeing the harsh reality, he had to break down. Just then, the nearest Riel was awakened. She was an intact Riel, and she stepped up next to Moran. Moron. Riel looked confused, and suddenly, a false memory flooded into her brain. Thank you, Moron. You saved me from my disease. Do you know how to say the word like? All you need is. Moran slumped to the ground, and when he looked up, his eyes were empty and blood was pouring from them like a fountain. He gouged out both eyes. Emoluan laughed loudly. Dare to play with old me. You guys actually dare to play with old me. I will destroy all of you. Ding. So you've been tricked. I'm so sad. Hey, 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 hey. Clean up the human vermin. The world belongs to Moron. Chapter 11, 6 Morons. The hospital room is fake. The fully enclosed lab is real. And in the middle of the metal corridors of this lab was a huge pile of mutated flesh. These, all part of the clone Riel's body, were now all turned into sustenance for Moron, broken down, digested and devoured, and reassembled into a giant tumor. And, as lurid as a spider's web compiled of flesh and blood, countless tentacles of flesh and blood clung to the metal walls of the corridor, like a moth waiting to emerge from its cocoon, or a flower bud waiting for the dawn to come. At this moment, quietly hibernating. Ding! Is it consuming all the evolution points as well as the mutation points? Evolve into the most aggressive and fastest moving life form. I'm getting out of here. You'll have to work on that then. I'll add all my evolution points to cellular activity and use all my mutation points on neuron mutation. After spending so many of my evolution and mutation points, are there any special abilities? Let's say it can summon lightning, spit fire, or something like that? You're thinking about fart eating. This current level of yours is completely insufficient. Hurry up and destroy more lifeforms to collect more genes and biomass. I don't want to hurt people. I just want to get out of here. How can you think like that? I am the evolutionary destruction system, and my mission for you is to destroy life. Holy, the system is so dark. I love it. It's good to know. Find your position. Your goal is to destroy his life and give peace to the world. On the other hand, the staff in the lab are no slouches. The lab's defenses were quickly reinforced. This time, they're getting real. The lab hadn't expected the cancer cells to suddenly riot either. In their eyes, it was just one of the more bizarre lifeforms that couldn't possibly be extremely intelligent. Even at this moment, it turned into a huge tumor, looking like it was particularly difficult to deal with, any more than they expected. Everything is in their hands, inside the observation lab. What a funny cancer cell. It wants to become a monster itself? Ugh. It's called very interesting. What is this cell thinking? Why did it kill so many clones? I thought Riel the clone was pretty good to it. What a cold-blooded species. A lowly species that only follows survival instincts. It's certainly cold-blooded enough. But then again, it devours flesh really fast enough to look a little bit beautiful. Ha ha ha. I was thinking the same thing. Look at that big pile of rotting flesh. It's a work of art if you interpret it with alternative eyes. Come on. My family dog poops more artfully than this piece of rotten meat. Let's be serious. The research report on the pathogen Riel has come out. And this Helen's cancer cell is capable of more than we could have ever imagined. All the parasites, as well as germs in Riel's body were eliminated. Could be. So there's a chance for this cancer cell to make it big in medical use later? I think it's better to keep it in a zoo or send it to a haunted house to show it to tourists. Maybe it works quite well. The scientists in the lab, talking in tongues and saying things that are irrelevant to who they are. It's like looking at a non-toxic, non-polluting insect chrysalis and not taking it too seriously. Within a short time, security measures were in place, and with Moran in full view, a large tumor began its preparations to break out of its cocoon, only to see that this flesh and blood tumor began to appear to contract, and as soon as it closed and opened, its speed began to accelerate significantly, beating like a heart. The veins of flesh and blood sucked into the wall gradually dried up. Click, accompanied by the sound of clicking. The nearly 6-meter diameter tumor shattered like an eggshell, and of those dead tumor cells, only the best part remained. It wasn't just the scientists in the lab that were stunned when the monsters that had broken out of their shells all revealed themselves. Even Moran himself looked dumbfounded. Accompanying him to break out of his shell were 5 other good brothers, meaning that a total of 6 monsters came out. The 6 morons looked at each other. At the same time, the 6 monsters said in unison, "I'll go. You're so ugly." These 6 monsters all look the same. Red and white flesh and blood skin. 1 meter 9 tall, with bone spurs coming out all over their bodies, especially the bone spurs on their spine that stretched out like a mountain. It was still scary to look at. Just looking at the structure. 2 legs and 2 arms, a torso and a head. Except there's no mouth. After all, you don't need that feeding system. What's even weirder is that there are 6 eyes growing out of the face. It's like a mahjong 6-pack, neatly arranged. And, with clear bright red pupils, these eyes were as lurid as if they had been dyed in blood. Overall, like a monster crawling out of hell. Moran looked at it for a long time. He himself disliked his own ugly. With ugly to describe it is not too appropriate. Can only say that it is too scary? Look at it for a long time at night. I guess it will also have nightmares. Coughing dryly, he addressed his 5 minions. 1 or 2 of you don't look like human beings. Introduce yourselves. My name is Moron and I'm your boss. Alright boss, we're well aware of that. Now start chanting. Moron. Shout out. Boss Moron Fluffs. Boss Moron Fluffs. The Molan family rises. Rise and shine. House Moron. They all communicated directly through telepathy, the equivalent of talking to themselves in their heads. So, the crowd in the lab couldn't figure out what 6 monsters were doing standing in place and gesticulating blindly. So it was that the scientist in charge of this experiment started the first experiment. Dispatch Mechanical Defender number 1. Equipped with normal electromagnetic bullets. The number of bullets for this experiment is limited to 30 rounds. Forget it, the first time using physical combat. Not equipped with weapon bullets. If Molan had heard this, he would have been furious. This was completely not putting his Molan family in his eyes. At this moment, as per usual, the Moran family met. That's all Moran liked. His own cell-splitting ability, and he was relieved to use it. You don't have to find a minion. You can be your own minion and not have to worry about betrayal. Pressing is not a betrayal either. Only he sells his minions. There is no possibility of his minions selling him. Moran said to the other 5 best buddies, "As you all know very well, your boss, my feelings have been cheated. Now I'm suffocating so much that I can't suppress this fire without killing a few people." On Molan's left-hand side, the little brother closest to him said, "The boss being cheated of his feelings means that it's the same as us not having a sister-in-law." Meaning, the Molan family not having a suppressive wife is the same as the boss asking us to rob the suppressive wife. Snap. Moran serves it up with a straight-up slap. Where the did you learn that crooked reasoning? Now all we have to do is escape and kill those who are playing us on the side. The meeting had not yet ended when clunking footsteps came down the corridor. Moran glanced back and the pupils of all 6 eyes shrank together. This contraption that came, like the Terminator, was bare-handed and not exactly stocky. Moran hesitated. It's a cyborg? The little brother who was beaten just now took the lead and pointed his finger at the cyborg and scolded. "My big brother is asking you, what are you calling yourself? You roar a hammer. Your mouth didn't run. Say it to the grandchildren? Boss, you seem to be cursing yourself." Chapter 12, Escape from the Laboratory. Inside the lab. On the left-hand side are the cyborgs that came and on the right-hand side are the 6 morons. Boss Moron looked at the robot that had come. A man of iron but a tiger. With 2 fists bigger than sandbags. The more he looked, the more he felt wrong, and he unconsciously took a step back and flashed behind his little brother. That one, the one who screamed the loudest. He seems to have come to us for a fight. Go up and get him. No way boss. There's 6 of us in one of it. Let's just swarm it together. Molan slapped his thigh. I know that your kid is good. You know how to call for a group fight, but open your 6 eyes to see. People single-handedly. Our moron family momentum cannot lose. You first go up to single-handedly. Cannot beat. We brothers help you. The leader of the little brother rubbed his fists, looked back at the determined 5 people behind him, and then the momentum was even higher, moving his shoulders without half a moment's hesitation to rush forward. The speed is so fast that it can set a new world record in track and field. The footsteps were firm and as bold as a soldier going to his death. Coming in front of the robot, Moron Jr. raised his right fist and slammed it towards the robot's head. Bang! A head flew high. Moran, including his 4 minions, tapped their heads in unison. It's a damn shame that the Moron family has produced such a thing. The head flying in midair was none other than Moron's little brothers. It drew a graceful arc in midair and finally smashed heavily on the ground. And the robot to his left, with his fist raised in midair, couldn't point to retract it yet. Not only was Moran disappointed, but even the people in the lab were disappointed. Suddenly, the situation reversed, and the body of Moron's little brother, who had his head blown off, did not fall. Instead, he was as angry as if he had been beaten with chicken blood, and at the fist of his left hand, a half-meter-long bone spur suddenly burst out. Bared, the robot's iron body became as unbeatable as papier-mâché, and the bone spikes instantly pierced through its torso, stabbing it right through the gut. Before the battle was over, Moron's little brother pinched the robot's neck with his right hand, only to see the muscles on his arm skyrocket, and his veins were as visible as vines, pull upward hard. Wow! The cyborg's head, along with a large pile of wires below the neck, was ripped out with sparks among the crackling. At the same time, the Morans and the scientists in the lab were applauding positively. Moran turned his head and said to the 5 minions behind him, "See? I told you this kid had it in him. The kind that hits the ground running, subduing a tin pimple in 2 moves." And the cyborg's body, having lost the connection between the circuits, collapsed with a thud. Losing his head, Moron's little brother took a dashing stride, not forgetting to pick up his own head and reinstall it on his way back. The scientist who saw this exclaimed, This is the perfect life form that I have been searching for. As long as we control this kind of cancerous cells, our human organism will be able to get eternal life. Now send out the next experimental robot, equipped with electromagnetic bullets and limited to a 30-round count." As soon as the words left his mouth, Moron's little brother, who had not yet had time to claim credit, froze and heard bam 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 footsteps coming from behind him. Look back. Bang! The head that had just been attached was instantly blown off. Flesh and blood flew, and remnants of meat spattered the ceiling. That wasn't the end of it. The arriving robot pulled the trigger in his hand and the cylindrical electromagnetic bullet gun spewed blue flame. A volley of bullets rained down on the flesh of Moron's little brother. In a flash of effort, a living piece of flesh was broken into pieces. A number of the bullets that came through hit Moran in the chest. Once again, a flurry of blood and flesh turned up. The power of this kind of bullet far exceeded Moran's imagination. In his impression, it was simply a cannon on Earth. It instantly brings a great sense of oppression. This, coupled with the death of his little brother, caused his heart to ache like a knife. Moran covered his chest with his right hand and turned back to his 4 minions. Asterisk 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 these goddamned are using us as experimental subjects. Brothers, this place should not stay for long. Spread out. Think of every way to escape. The remaining 5 rushed inside the ward at the same time, and the battered pieces of flesh squirmed on the ground, trying to coalesce together. Only, the process is incredibly difficult, and the genetic strands of flesh blasted by electromagnetic bullets are shattered by the electromagnetic force. In other words, it would be difficult for any flesh to heal from just one of these shots. In the hospital room, Moran locked his eyes on the window and darted for it, leaping and crashing into it. Bang! Like hitting the hardest iron plate, Moran's body was bounced back, and the glass that was hit was intact. This is not some so-called bulletproof glass. Behind the glass is tens of centimeters thick alloy steel layer. Even the banks with the best security measures don't get this kind of treatment. Moran panicked and began to rummage around the ward. Even if he could find a ventilation duct, if just one finger, even one cell can crawl out, then it can rise again. However, with a 5S rated closed lab, the results are not blown away. It's all the way up to the ceiling and still no sign of any place to get out. A cold glint flashed in Moran's eyes and he did the opposite, rushing toward the door. Oncoming a robot with merciless eyes, clutching an electromagnetic gun in his hand. The moment the robot pulled the trigger, Moran's right hand exploded with bone spikes and clicked. It stabbed into the robot, ripping it along with its head, while his body was blown off by 2 electromagnetic bullets. In a flash, Moran made a shift and his body of consciousness attached itself to another minion. A few steps to the door. Brothers, go this way. The 3 remaining Moron minions quickly followed, while the one who had been cut off would have trouble recovering for a while. Outside the lab corridor, 4 figures came running wildly. Before they could run out a distance of more than 10 meters, two robots suddenly killed out halfway, holding even more terrifying electromagnetic weapons. Bang! Bang! One shot to the soul, two shots to the sky. This time, the robot was holding a charged electromagnetic cannon. Two rounds hit Moran at the same time. In an instant, it tore his body into powdered form. Powder in the true sense of the word, with only blood mist left in place, not even a millimeter-sized chunk of flesh. Complete and utter death. Not a single cell left. Moran had to reattach his conscious body, again, to another minion. Charging electromagnetic cannons required a certain amount of time to recharge. Moran didn't know this, but at this moment, it didn't matter so much anymore. His legs were like taut springs, and he instantly rushed to the location of the two robots, grabbing the heads of the two robots with both hands. Bang! It ripped apart along with the head. Chapter 13, The Death of Moran. The experimental corridor, which appeared to be less than 50 meters, became incredibly long at the moment. Just solved two robots. There's an even more terrifying presence ahead. The one that came, again, was a robot, and no one at the lab would be stupid enough to use a human as a medium to bring out an uncontrollable cellular virus. And the weapon in this robot's hand was as terrifying as it was stylized. The four-square 50-centimeter diameter barrel resembles a rectangular cylinder. The launch is a solid ionic plasma. The robot takes aim and pulls the trigger, only to see this weapon begin to recharge. Shoo! A yellow ball of plasma hits the little brother next to Moran. In less than a millisecond's work, all that was left of that little brother was a pile of black ash falling to the ground. And the robot in front of him dropped the weapon in his hand after the shot and walked towards Moran with an easy pace. Moran's six eyes flashed with a biting cold light as he blasted his fist through the cyborg's body, ripping out all the circuitry parts. One threw it to the ground, like a man about to drown, grasping at the last straw of hope, learning to look like a robot. Picking up a gun and pulling the trigger results in. There was no half-assed response, powerful weapons, and the amount of ammunition was limited. All of it is counted to death. Moran's eyes were red, and a sense of powerlessness haunted him. Reluctantly, he blasted his fist into the ground, making only a shallow dent. Meanwhile, a cyborg reappeared in the hallway. This robot, unlike several others, had a much more sophisticated body structure and was incredibly flexible and natural in every move. In his hand was a bright, shiny, meter-long knife without any patterns. It took one step towards Moran, acting like a master swordsman. Boss Moran Fluffs, and even though I've known the boss for a short time, as a little brother I'm going to get it on. Go boss. The words just fell. The two remaining minions ran wildly towards the cyborg like a bath to death. Only two streaks of cold light were seen, flush with the waist. That wasn't all. The blade kept flipping in the robot's hand, using speeds no human could achieve. Swish swish swish. In 2 seconds, nearly 100 slashes were made. In an instant, the two Moran minions turned into a pile of meat and fell to the ground, finally coalescing and being shredded again. Back and forth a million times, like chopping up a melon. Moran finally couldn't help himself. His eyes were bloodshot and he ran wildly towards the robot. When he came to the robot, he only saw the robot's wrist turn. A cold light flashed, and Moran's head was instantly sliced in half. But he threw that punch and the robot's chest was instantly pierced. The fight seems to be over. A moment of quiet was ushered in as the robot fell. The scientists, secretly watching, cheered and applauded him. Moran turned back and planted his hands on the ground, attaching all the cancerous cells on the ground. Instead of moving forward immediately, he turned back and walked back to the hospital room one step at a time, coalescing all the cancer cells on the floor in the process. For the moment, he looked at the hospital bed, lingered for 3 seconds, then rejoined the corridor. When he returned to his original position, he was covered in a pile of cancer cells as disgusting as the bumps on a toad's back. He picked up the sharp knife on the floor, which was glowing with a cold light, and walked towards the end of the corridor. One step at a time, on either side of the corridor, there were countless rooms, none of which he chose to enter. Every now and then, a few bare-handed robots would be killed in one of these countless rooms. Now, the robot didn't have to wear any weapons, but rather, it was like a doll accompanying him in the playground, letting him kill to vent his anger. This corridor was nothing more than 100 meters long. Every step was hard when coming to the end of the corridor. Moran's body had been crippled by the robot's iron fist. Now, the only thing standing in front of him are 5 nurse robots. Moran limped forward, not half-heartedly, and decapitated 5 robot heads, slash after slash. 5 nurse bots down. Behind them was a light, a bright light, shining in along the glass. Moran finally reached the end of the corridor, his every step feeble, and stood in front of the glass, looking down through the bright light that shone through. Hundreds of scientists gave him thumbs up and clapped and shouted, their smirks looking so ironic. I knew this monster could work. Who made a bet with me just now? Pay up. You lost. It's brilliant. This monster is acting smarter than I thought. It seems to have some human feelings. Don't kid yourself. A monster is a monster. If you push it, it will bite you as usual. A monster like this, even if you don't provoke it, it will still bite you. For the next experiment, we can start trying to manipulate it, control its nutritional source, and if it doesn't behave, starve it for a few days first. If that doesn't work, tame it with high-voltage electricity for 3 days. The record of this experiment is enough for the military to give us a grant. It's not just the military. This can be used medically as well. And once we harness this cell, we're sure to get the latest award for technological advancement. You're happy my ass. It's Chief Simmer's business to take it. What's it got to do with you? Bang! Moran stabbed the glass. Snap! The glass remained untouched, while the sharp blade instantly snapped into two. The broken blade fell on the metal floor, making a bam sound of vibration. Moran raised his head feebly. In the end, I still can't do anything. Can't even choose my fate, just because I'm not human. From the beginning, perhaps from the time I came into the world, I'm all cooped up inside this lab all the time. So this is what it feels like to try your hardest and not be able to change anything. Oof, that's hilarious. I'm going to spend the rest of my time in this lab with a bunch of people, slicing them up for research. Moran blasted his fist against the glass again, and all the scientists turned their attention to him. And in that instant, Moran slashed a large avenue of cuts across his face with a sharp blade, like a mouth. Except that this mouth, bleeding with blood, was cruel to look at. While the scientists froze, Moran compared the half-sharp blade to his neck. All the scientists on the stage frowned as uneasy words rang out. Is this a self-terminating maneuver? Impossible. How did he act like a human being in this instant? This child has been confirmed brain dead. This is indeed cancerous. How could it do that? Don't worry. It's just a matter of mincing it. The robot has just experimented with it. Moran growled out in time with his throat, using his freshly cut mouth, before his self-termination. I'm not human. Click. A head fell. A column of blood spurted out, and the body began to disintegrate, finally turning into a puddle of blood. The scientist in charge of this science experiment panicked and addressed all the staff at the console. Find. This monster can't be dead like this. Scan them all for me. Any cell that can survive will do. Sir, it's been scanned 3 times. There's not even a single sign of bacterial life in here. Chapter 14, Infinite Evolution. King of the Sewers. In an ordinary room, the room was filled with all kinds of research equipment. High-power penetrating electron microscopes, petri dishes, beakers and tweezers. During this time, the off-duty mission of a cancer specialist is to study the cancer cells. He clearly saw the cancer cells undergoing mutation again and again. During this time, he tried to awaken the activity of the cancer cells inside his toes. But, no matter what methods were used, high-voltage electrocution, nutrient attraction, nothing was able to arouse the interest of these cancer cells. Until today, he removed a half-rotted big toe from a small freezer, placed it in his hands, and held his hands tightly over it to try to awaken these cancerous cells with his body heat. What's going on? Why are these cancer cells dormant? And they will be dormant for such a long time. The cancer specialist muttered to himself in disbelief. Suddenly, a slight tingling sensation came from the palm of his hand. He spread out his hand and took a closer look. It was too late. His palms, as if they had been scorched by red-hot iron, had a large chunk of skin rotted off. Is this the invasion? Immediately afterward, his palm began to rapidly mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a layer of translucent cancer cells followed his arm and spread crazily throughout his entire body. In the midst of wailing, his arms fell off and his body collapsed like a landslide, chunks of flesh and blood falling to the ground as his bones crumbled. In just a few seconds of work, a living, breathing person was turned into a pile of broken meat on the ground. Ding! Well done, Moran. Finally killed a full-life intelligent life form. First kill mutation reward delivered. Ha ha. I really can't figure out why I'm still alive. It seems the heavens won't let me die. What's the reward for the first mutation kill? Random mutation enhancements with a chance to unlock special abilities. Definitely mutated. Get it up. Immediately afterward, the pile of broken flesh that had fallen to the ground began to recoalesce. Half an hour later, the blood-red cocoon of flesh began to dry up and shrink together. Click! A little 30-centimeter tall monster burrowed out. Still 2 small arms and legs, and unlike last time, this time a mouth had grown. Still full of fangs, with 2 pairs of small eyes in the center of the brow and 2 pairs of large eyes in the sockets. Ding! This time, the mutation reinforcement remains cellular activity, increasing the elasticity and flexibility of the cells. And now your cells can store powerful kinetic energy that far exceeds all the muscle cells in the world. Hearing this, Molan grinned and moved his body, bending his two calves downward like a spring full of strength in a quick jump. Snap! Hit the ceiling. It slammed back into the ground again. Molan touched his head, which didn't hurt at all, and playfully laughed. Fluff, Tigger isn't even this fluffy. Of course, you don't even think about who your system is? I'm all for assigning you mutation points and evolution points according to the most optimized route. I haven't found any excellent genes yet, so if you absorb some more biomass, I'll be able to reward you with spatial perception within a meter's range. At the mention of spatial perception, Moran was energized. The feeling was even better than sweeping with his eyes. 1 meter is still too small a range. Everything still has to be done steadily and slowly. With that, Moran swept his gaze around, looked out the window, and jumped hard, snapping and shattering the glass. This time it was a mixed blessing, and I finally managed to escape. Only that the rune was situated too high up. Molan roared all the way down, falling rapidly from 100 meters in the air. Snap! It bounced twice as it hit the ground. Moran's brain buzzed. His body strong enough that the 100-meter drop didn't kill him. Look up and see that this is the real future of the city. Neon lights flashed all around. Tall buildings towered. Pedestrians were barely visible on the ground, and most of them were flying in the sky. Molan didn't even know a thing about this strange world. Laboratory, those high-tech weapons he was taught, at present cannot show too much movement. If they are targeted, miserable annihilation is also a normal thing. One step at a time. Gotta send all the moron cells around the world first. Thinking of this, Moran made up his mind, found a drain, and his whole body, like mud, burrowed into the sewer. In the dark, damp sewers, 5 rats were gnawing on a pile of rotten meat floating in the sewer. Suddenly, only that pile of rotten meat instantly ripped up and split into a dozen or so tentacles to wrap around these few rats. Amidst the squeaking of rats, they have suffered invasion and control. Moran said to the 5 rats in front of him, "Brothers, House Moron is about to rise. Now spread out and infect different areas of the sewers. In the meantime, don't let the humans find out. If anyone is found, I will slaughter them. Boss Moron fluffs. The Molan family rises." The words landed in the air, and each of the 5 rats ran towards a different area. Ding! You're scared of a hammer. What's the point of hiding here? Don't be in a hurry. The human weapon we both have learned. Not that I'm timid. It's just that the opposite side is too bullish. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? Leave the job of opening up the frontier to my little brother. As the old saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy is the only way to fight 100 battles. The big one is hidden in the city. The small one is hidden in the forest. Yuck! You grifter. Say something, grifter. Say something, human. What are you doing? Moran grinned. This time, I intend to blend in as a human. Learn their language, understand their level of technology, and subsequently make our family's presence felt all over the world. You're a wimp. You're a wimp. Hey, your little brother is good at his job. He earned 20 evolution points in so little time. I'm going to go and unlock the new genes. Holy, worthy of being a rat turned little brother. After Molan finished speaking, he made a shift to the location where the evolution points were charged the most. At first glance, the rat that was Moran froze in place. On the surface of the water, an object resembling deadwood floated. Hundreds of rats that are frantically launching attacks. It was the deadwood-like creature opening its mouth wide to fight to the death, only to have its mouth open and more rats burrow into it. Moran's pupils slammed. Alligators in the sewers? Ding! I'll automatically add the evolution points for you from now on. The more you evolve, the more evolution points you need. Otherwise the effects produced will become less and less. This time, you got 3 mutation points to strengthen the bite of the rats under you. Asterisk. This kind of development speed is too fierce. Playing the game to open the hanging is not so cool, and now it starts to mutate. Attention all residents. According to the report of the relevant investigation, a rat crisis is now breaking out in our city. Most of the electrical wiring has been chewed up. Let's listen to the advice of the relevant experts. It's time for us to launch a rat eradication campaign. Chapter 15, the rat extermination operation begins. In the dimly lit sewers, in came 3 rat staffers covered in fully sealed mechs. I say the city government is just out of its mind. Why do we need to be the ones to do it when we can just use a little medicine to deal with a little mouse? After the man at the head finished speaking, he took out a can of liquid from behind his back, opened it and threw it into the sewer. Stop complaining. Who asked us to be the vanguard? When the man finished speaking, he took out a jar behind him and waited until the liquid was almost dispersed, and held up a jar of water in front of him and looked at it. The liquid in the cup tested positive for radioactivity. I told you the city council were stupid. There's no pollution here at all. Suddenly, There was a sparse sound in the ears of the three of them. Who's there? The strong light shone away. Empty. And the murky water flowed in dark waves. Don't scare yourself. Catch a few rats and go back to deliver the goods. It's also strange. Have traveled such a big section of the road. Now actually did not even meet a rat. Not to say that the sewers are haunted by rats? Look. That pair of glowing eyes looks like a rat. The duo quickly turned around as a large rat floated on the surface of the water and was staring at the three of them. The man at the head of the group removed the volatile bait from his back. A scented bait that would be difficult for any carbon-based creature and with a long nose to resist. Come here, come here, come here, come here. What's the point of going to all this trouble? Just shoot him and take the body back. You think I don't want to? I've been told from above to bring back at least 5 alive. What a disgrace. When was I reduced to catching rats for others? Suddenly, the body of the rat floating in the water sank and disappeared. Asterisk 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 in hell. Rats can snorkel. The man with the scented bait in his hand spoke in exasperation as he punched the water. Wow. There's something in the water rat. The two men standing in front of them quickly looked back. The man behind him was nowhere to be seen. Lao-san, don't be kidding me? This water isn't even knee-deep in you. How could you possibly be gone? Lao-san? Not long after, a human face floated up in the water, and under the bright light, he spoke horribly. There is a monster. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body sank again. Don't just stand there. Run. The two ran furiously without looking back until they came to an intersection in the sewers. The man at the head of the group spoke into the microphone, eagerly, calling HQ. There's something in the sewers. Scout 3 is confirmed dead. Requesting backup. Our coordinates are at sewer cross K12. Before the words were out of his mouth, his body quickly sank into the water. At this point, there's only one person left. He gasped for air, his mind racing with thoughts, every one of them telling him, death is coming. The water in this sewer was no more than knee-deep, and it was hard to imagine how on earth the remaining two had sunk. Desperate, the remaining man took off his helmet and slammed it on the water, roaring, kidding, what a joke. Is this a magic show? How can it be gone all at once? His voice echoed in the empty sewer. A good deal of time passed, and calm was restored to the sewers. Suddenly, the man realized what was going on, and he took out the powerful light on his chest and shone it down into the water. His eyes coalesced, and when the murky water slowly calmed, he saw something below the surface. It wasn't until then that he realized they weren't stepping on the reinforced concrete surface of the sewer at all. Underfoot, on a living organism. It spreads out flat as the ground and covers the entire sewer network. It's flesh and blood, veins that make up the ground. Call HQ and tell my wife I love her. His entire body rapidly fell downward, as if falling into the middle of an abyss with no visible bottom, slamming heavily on top of the ground. His throat was sweet and he sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. When he awoke from his trance and saw everything around him, his 3 views collapsed. The sewers are divided into several levels in total. At the bottom of the sewer is a huge space to store, in case of a flood, the sewage that is too late to drain. Now and then, he felt like he had fallen into an alien world made of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood, as intricate as a spider's nest, and the web of flesh and blood was covered with all sorts of strange and bizarre creatures, hideous-looking monsters, as if the creator had put the species together at random. And the system of operation is perfect. There are hatcheries, glowing life cell bodies, and even more bizarrely, everything here is as perfect as a city. There was a sound of footsteps in his ears. A monster that was nearly 2 meters tall and covered in bone spikes with 6 eyes lifted him off the ground. Hey uncle, can you understand me? Monster, 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 click. Blood slid down the monster's arm. Moron punched this man through the chest. It was then thrown underneath the body, and instantly the person's corpse became a source of sustenance inside the nest. Waste of time. Looks like I need to find someone else to teach me a foreign language, preferably one with a good mental capacity. Ding. Molan, I have bad news for you. Due to you developing too fast, it's now causing most of the brothers under you to suffer from a famine. There isn't enough food, so hurry up and think of something. Emoluan touched the bone spurs on his head and replied with a bitter smile. You're my system. You don't even think of a solution for me? I miss you. You like meetings, don't you? Why don't you ask your little brother for a meeting? In the middle of the monster lair of the Moron clan, Moran said to the 20 monster minions in front of him. Sorry guys, due to our rapid growth, lack of operational capacity, and inability to keep up with nutrition, the sewers have been swept clean and now we don't even have any fish. So I guess we'll have to reduce the size of the family. Moran has recently found a believer who looks just like him and is a 6-eyed monster. Moran's Minders said to the remaining 19 members of the cadre. Does everyone understand? The boss is telling us to lay off the unhelpful moron members. Good. Boss moron fluffs. Moran waved his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet, then said, Biomass nutrition can't keep up for one thing. And now that the humans are here, I've made sure that they've found us, the morons. So gobble up everything in this facility. Move fast, and in an hour's time, leaving 20 of you behind will be enough for us to remove. Good. Long live House Moron. Suddenly, bang! The top wall was blown through instantly. At the same time, dozens of ropes fell from the air, and dozens or hundreds of mechanical marines descended upon the area. Moran smiled faintly. What's meant to be will always be. Intruders spotted. Take them out. Chapter 16. War is a lie. Monsters science experiment is real. The battle of the sewers is on the line. It's a game of high-end technology versus raw life force. In the middle of this battlefield, there were rapid changes in crises. At first, everything was quiet. 15 mechanical rescuers arrived in the midst of this huge empty sewer. They slid down the rope walk, their feet on the sticky carpet of lifeforms, electromagnetic bullet guns in their hands, aimed at all threatening lifeforms around them. Compared to the weapons in the 5S ranked bioresearch room, they were so inferior. After all, the arriving robots could only be considered urban peacekeepers, not regular military units. In the midst of that shadow, Moran cracked a mouthful of fangs and addressed the 20 minions around him. Once, I was locked up and experimented on by these people, and the past is not to be mentioned. Now, let us test their strength by sending out rats to bite them. As soon as the words fell, the group of rats lurking in the midst of the darkness swarmed up like ants tearing at their prey. Bang! Bang! It was a collision of flesh and blood against electromagnetic bullets, and blood-colored fireworks scattered the air around them. 15 mechanical peacekeepers were gathered back to back, transmitting all intelligence from this place to the ground troops through their mechanical eyeballs. Among the robots' emotionless eyeballs, countless rats paved the way, chewing through the metal armor. The first meeting fight came and went quickly. In the midst of the baptism of fire, these 15 mechanical troop maintainers lasted only 3 minutes before they were chewed up and reduced to mere pieces of iron. And on the other side of town, the commanders of the peacekeeping force on the ground took a deep breath, their brows knitted together. And through this short encounter, they learned that a biochemical crisis was going on in the shadows. The aide sitting next to him said, Director, these rats look normal, but the environment below is too weird, as if there are countless monsters waiting for an opportunity. Should we request an antimatter bomb from the military? Don't alert the military for now. Gag those media outlets. Don't cause too much of a ripple effect. It'll cause the public to panic. Send in the elite troops, equipped with Hellfire napalm, and burn these things. It wasn't long before a new group of troops reappeared at the large hole that had been blown. First, 20 circular metal levitators were lowered, a flaming bullet emanating from their guns. In an instant, the huge underground cavern was as dazzling as a sea of fire. And somewhere in this sea of fire, in an underground pipe, 21 monsters are talking and laughing about this war. Look at these humans. They're just lame. They actually use fire. Are they going to throw us a barbecue celebration? Moran shook his head and said to the crowd, Don't underestimate the enemy. This isn't even a war. We have to understand their response to the crisis first. By the time the wave of flames dispersed, the original monster's lair became scorched black. At that time, 40 armored troopers landed from the sky. As soon as they came down without saying a word, the guns in their hands went around indiscriminately. The sound of gunfire swept across the underground network, accompanying the hissing of the monsters to weave a regal music. Together with the burning of the Hellflame bomb just now, the group of mutant rats was burned 7788, and at this moment, the larger, wild dog-like monsters rushed forward. Just under 5 minutes of work, the armored troopers right in the middle of the battlefield panicked. It was almost like the monsters inside the game. Killing and exterminating them, the horrifying number was enough to make these people chilled. Call for air support for a precision viral missile strike. Everyone close combat armor. The virus is coming. Boss, my armor was bitten through by the monster. Use the virus missile. I'll die. Thank you for your service to humanity. You will be buried wearing the flag. As soon as the words fell, a warhead fell from the sky and quickly exploded in midair. The green liquid stored inside turning into smoke and filling the air. In the midst of this emptiness, the air became scorched. It's a weapon of mass murder, and this virus survives no more than 10 minutes after it's activated, but extremely effective, taking out 6 armored combatants in a flash. At the same time, wrapping up all the biochemical monsters of the moron family. Ding! Virus DNA has been obtained. Rewarded 3 evolution points. Really ing garbage virus. This kind of virus, this system really do not see. In other words, this viral weapon doesn't work at all. Instead, It also made the Moran family's biochemical monsters as cranky as chicken blood, becoming all over the place. It's better than drinking Powerade. Only to see countless biochemical monsters pouncing towards the land battle armor members in the green mist, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering all living beings. Moran finally couldn't hold back his laughter at this and turned his head to the little brother behind him. Don't laugh. All of you. Don't give me that as a joke. Remember, it's just one of the ways humans fight. They can't beat them. They call for outside help. And laugh. Right? Don't laugh. Remember, know how to analyze. And don't mess anything up for me when you lead your own soldiers into battle in the future. After Moran finished speaking, he gave another command to the monster nest below. All converge and let the humans move to show us the real thing. The Molan family is completely experimental about this war. It had all been intended to send a wave of soldiers, and now the humans were sending them to Moran's door to study combat styles. Incidentally, understand the speed of human support. It's simply a gift from heaven. But on the other end, not so much. The commanding officer in charge of this operation squeezed out a Chuan character on his brow, took a deep breath, and turned back to the staff next to him. A creature that doesn't fear the virus. What kind of existence is this? Can't let this monster reach the ground. Meanwhile, drones suspended in midair captured the appalling scene. The broken flesh that had originally been smashed on the ground and the countless hideous-faced, ugly-shaped biochemical monsters coalesced into a single life form. What the is going on here? These monsters are gathering? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the commanding officer. Request a small antimatter bombing from the military. Inside the sewer. Wow! A biochemical monster, 20 meters tall, stood up with a bang. Shaped like a movie King Kong, full of explosive muscles, only to see him beat his chest to the sky. After the roar, toward the direction of Moran's salute a military. Moran stood up straight and raised his hand to return the same military salute toward Vajra. Brothers, open your eyes and take a good look. The humans are about to get real. Only to see that a triangular body bomb a few tens of centimeters in size was suspended in front of the monster. Bang! Flesh and blood didn't even exist. Directly and instantly vaporized and evaporated. The biochemical monster was gone, having just been out for less than 3 minutes. Interpreted through the lens of physics, it's called sublimation. Moran nodded excitedly. Wonderful, wonderful. What are you waiting for? Applaud. Boss, my eyes seem to be blinded. Boss, me too. Molan coughed dryly. You guys need to know how to improvise. I just told you to watch with your eyes open. I didn't stipulate that you don't close your eyes. Chapter 17, the Morans are about to go global. Late night. Inside the luxury villa, Moran emerged from inside the bathroom with a bottle of toilet cleaner in his hand. Having rummaged through it without finding a beer and realizing that red wine didn't taste nearly as strong as this stuff. Inside the living room of this villa etc. A family of 5 is tied together by Moran's cancer cells. All over, was tightly wrapped like a dumpling. An hour ago, the family of 5 was sleeping peacefully, the wife and husband lying in the bedroom. And now suddenly there were 21 monsters. The monster enters, naturally, not to deliver Christmas presents, and ties them up without saying a word. It's worse luck than eating fondue and singing. It's unconscionable. Moran took a big gulp of toilet cleaner, burped, and rocked his little walk to the 5 men. As the 5 of you can see, my brothers and I have been, perhaps, a little less than courteous, and I don't want us to have a minor disagreement. Although we don't speak the same language, I'm going to give you guys a chance. As the words landed, the rest of the monsters that were scurrying up and down inside the mansion surrounded them. One of the Moran minions with pink boxer shorts over his head said, pointing his finger at the family of 5. Our boss is asking you. Don't you dare pretend you didn't hear him. This family of 5 had a million horses in their hearts. There was already a language barrier. Plus the house was full of scary-looking monsters. Not to mention the fact that the eyes of this group of monsters were at least 4 to start with. Can it not be scary? The head of the family is pissed. Moran rubbed his nose with his paw as a fishy odor came into the air. Raising his hand, he called out a slap on the head of the little brother in the trunks. You're scaring people. They're the hosts. We're the guests. Is there a way for you to be a guest? Oh, sorry boss. Moran poured a large gulp of toilet cleaner into his mouth once again. I'm a man of the utmost fairness, so I'm going to come up with a question. You guys answer it, and if you do, you don't have to die. After saying this, Moran took a drink, bent down and squatted in front of the 5 people, and said with his left hand compared to 1 and his right hand compared to 1. This gentleman, let's start with you. 1 + 1 = what? The head of the family was scared silly. He couldn't even understand what he was hearing, and a look of fear was written all over his face. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Moran said in disgust. This person can't even count 1 + 1. That brother has a good appetite and doesn't mind. Not afraid to eat and become stupid brothers come up and eat him. As soon as the words landed, a moron junior quickly rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man's body. The remaining four, a young girl, a young boy, their mother, and the aged housekeeper. Moran made a false gesture at the four, then looked at the young blonde woman. Will you share my bed, ma'am? With the same look of disgust, Moran turned to the minions behind him. This one's a woman. You guys need to be gentle. The remaining three didn't even have the guts to scream. The old housekeeper died of fright directly on the spot. Moran pointed his finger at the old butler's body. If there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. And we have to respect the old and love the young. Treated like an old hen. Who can cook? Stew for the soup. At once two minions rushed up, excitedly picking up the old butler and rushing towards the kitchen. Moran looked at the blonde girl's fearful face. A flash of memories flashed in his eyes, and in his heart, he turned to the minions behind him. That's a good girl. Drag her to the corner and give her a good time. Don't let me see it. I'm a man. Bah! I'm a monster who can't see a girl cry. I get soft. At the word of command, 6 more moron minions came, moving gently, carrying the little girl to her room. Then came the little girl's pig-killing, ghostly screams from inside. Right now, there's only one little boy left. Moran reached out and touched the little boy's face, followed by a left hand then one and a right hand then one and said, how many is 1 plus 1 equal to? Don't worry, Uncle will give you lots of time to think slowly. 3, 2, 1. Only the little boy seemed to understand what was going on, and tremblingly stretched out his left hand, comparing 2 fingers. Moran sucked in a breath of cold air and stroked it tenderly over the little boy's head. I keep my word. I won't kill you. Come on, change to the next brother to ask the question. By then, the little brother with the trunks over his head came with a grin on his face. Kids are so smart. What does 999 times 999 equal? 3. Click. The little boy's head is gone. The most important thing for a family is to be together. It's really a reunion now. Moran sat back on the couch, looking at the very futuristic villa, the emptiness that flooded his heart. He pulled out a piece of broken mirror from behind his back, which he had broken off from the bathroom. Blood-red eyes. Looking at 6 blood-red eyes in the mirror. 12 eye to eye. Moran muttered. Are more eyes really for seeing better? Ding. Why are you wasting your time? Isn't it normal to kill 5 people? Don't kidnap yourself with human moral standards anymore. If you can't even be a monster, how can you stand up to those minions under your command? Molan smiled lightly. Right. Give me an opinion. It's not a good idea to grow too much. Not only will it attract the attention of the humans, but it will also lead to malnourishment of the minions. It's too much of a no-brainer. I'm not here to give you advice. If you have a problem, you can have a meeting. I think you've got a pretty good idea of how to have a meeting. Now you need to collect some of the more magical life forms. I recommend that you look for insects. The genes within them can be absorbed and strengthened drastically. Moran nodded. Inside the living room, the morons opened the meeting. Moran is sitting on the couch. His 20 minions of the heart are disciplined to submit to the ground. Moran said with a deep breath. Tonight, as you all know from the human cleanup operation in the sewers, we're completely outmatched when it comes to a real fight. So, I want you to scatter to the corners of the world, each nurturing the forces of the moron family. As you all know, our abilities and memories are all connected, so you all get off your asses and learn the human language. This will be convenient for all of us later. Make sure to keep one thing in mind, and don't draw too much attention from the humans. Boss, I can't let you go. Boss, I can't let you go either. Moran blasted his fist into the couch. The soft couch was broken in 2 by the punch. The interests of the moron family come before all else. I'll pick 2 to assist me. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix stay, and the rest will each have their own destiny. And if they are captured by humans, they will either choose to end themselves or... I'll do it. Chapter 18. The next day, in the wee hours of last night, 18 minions have gone off to different parts of the world to make their own way. At this moment, Moran, sleepy-eyed, sat up from the couch, looking at the mess. He thought that he might have really gotten high last night. High to the point where it's all over this villa. Crouching Dragon, get me a bottle of toilet cleaner to clear my bowels. Who the hell made the soup last night? It's awful. With a jaunty footstep. Just see. A moron Wolverine with a pantyhose over his head, stockings over his left leg, and a purple undershirt hanging around his neck as a scarf came in. This look is great. Full of energy, like soaking in the water with effervescent tablets. The monkey jumps and jumps. Said, Boss Fluff. Boss cheating. After Moran saw him in this outfit, he said with a helpless face, I asked you to help me find toilet cleaner. See if there's any left in the toilet. If not, you can just find a few households to grab some. Okay, boss. After saying that, Wulong intended to take the door. Mo Luan hurriedly chided. You screwed a plane. You look like this out still have to go. The dark moon and windy night. Kill and set fire to the day. Will not go again at night. Ah. Yes boss. Where's Phoenix? Suddenly there was a sound from upstairs. Boss, I'm here. Moran and Crouching Dragon came upstairs and fixed their eyes on Feng Xiao, who was really a reader. Holding a physical book in his hand, a child's toy robot was murmuring words as he cradled it in his left hand. Moran suddenly felt hundreds of words coming from his mind, which were exactly the terms used in this world. This language is known as Raj, and is currently the world's lingua franca for the common use of mankind. Coincidentally, it's also 26 characters, very similar to the English language. Phoenix did a great job. Wulong and I will go out and find a little insect to use as a test subject for those who want that flavor, and I'll bring it back by hand when I meet it. It's okay boss. I'm not hungry. You and Crouching Dragon go. Moran nodded and Crouching Dragon made their way to the back garden. This one villa. Is Moran last night specially picked? According to the mountains and water, although there is no birds and flowers, at least the face can hit the sun. There weren't many neighbors around. It was very quiet, and there was a 2-meter-high wall in the back garden, just enough to give Moran a temporary hiding place. Moran breathed in the fresh air and looked at a blooming, yet unnamed, red flower, like a rose, but unlike a rose, this flower did not grow on thorns, bloomed so beautifully, as thickly colored as blood in water. At the same time, Moran knew very well in his heart that sooner or later, the disappearance of this family of 5 would attract attention. I'm guessing I'll have to move after a few days, and within that week, have to find a way to integrate into human society. The hidden skills learned can be equally used by the other 18 brothers who can't see each other. Perhaps it won't be long until we meet again, and each moron is a claimant to the throne. Boss, quick, does this thing look like a snail? Moran was interrupted from his thoughts, and with a sweep of his eyes, Wulong crouched down and pointed his finger at a bug on the grass. Taking a few steps forward, he picked up this 1-centimeter-sized bug in both hands and placed it in his hands for a closer look. The mold does resemble a snail and has a shell growing on it. System, quickly help me. Ding. Unknown lifeform detected. Playing with your second master's mollusk worm. You take this to fool your third master? Moran smiled awkwardly. Mo, get angry. Get angry. Get angry. Hurt your feelings. This thing might have a use for a gene. Line blah. Crush and absorb. I'll see if it works. Click. Moran crushed the snail with his hand, and then secreted cells in his fingers that devoured the snail's flesh in a flash. You can't kill enough genes and biomass for a few more. Mullen rubbed a few crushed shells between his fingers and said to Wolverine, catch a few more. In a short time, the small snails inside this backyard garden were as if they had been robbed. In a 10-meter radius, not a single snail managed to escape, and all were struck by the highly endangered organisms as mercilessly. If the snail community had been wise, they would have called this day the Day of Destruction, signifying the judgment brought by God. Not long after, Moran and Wulong were holding a large handful of snails in their hands, and at the same time, the two of them crackled and crushed them all. Cancer cells are secreted from the crevices of the hands while digesting the snails. Ding! Sufficient biomass detected. Criteria met. Analysis in progress. Reward 3 evolution points. The usual, I'll automatically add them for you. And 1 special mutation point. What kind of special mutation points? It increases the specialization of your cells, which means that it allows you to secrete slime like snails. And it comes with an evolution point enhancement. Then mutate now. You'd better ask your little brothers if they're safe now, in case they're caught red-handed now that they've mutated. That would be a big game. Moran then spoke to the 18 minions on the other side of the room through a mental link. Urgent announcement, brothers. Have any of you been exposed to the public eye? I'm going to perform a mutation now. Answer, boss. Now that I'm out in the middle of nowhere overseas, I'm seeing a lot of wildlife. Should I catch some for you? Mullen smiled. That won't be necessary. The system has emphasized to me that earning too many evolution points will produce cellular instability. There's no rush. Take your time. Tinkles, don't you pull the out of your mouth and spew piss? I just said that using too many evolution points at once would make your cells more equipped with uncertainty. I'll help you control it so well that no evolutionary points will be wasted. Let your little brother build blindly. I'll control the cellular trend. Emoluan was disliked by the system and could only smile bitterly. In this world, the only thing that could gripe him was perhaps only this system. Boss, I'm hiding inside the frozen meat of a van right now. I should be able to get to the next city without any problems now that I've mutated. The rest of them have also said that it is not a big problem. Mullen raised an eyebrow and came to his senses. Yes, you can, gentlemen. Devour, evolve, devour, evolve. The Morlan's fluff, the moron's fluff. Boss Moron cheats. Settling down with his little brother, Moran chose to evolve immediately. This time the mutation was a bit odd, secreting a viscous liquid all over his body that enveloped him. The mucus that is secreted is somewhat similar to a vitreous state. At the same time, all members of the Moran family were going through this change, plus the human side. Last night's battle, though, was a small measure of House Moran's downsizing. The government, for its part, has also kept the news well under control. Last night, the public only knew that the government had conducted a sewer rat cleanup campaign. An accident resulted in the loss of 3 citizens, as well as 43 members of the armed forces, but this video recording of the battle caught the attention of the biolab. The man in charge of the biological experiments on Helen's cancer cells smiled a sickly smile. The images on the screen, like information from a bad website, seduced the dumb teenager. It's still alive. Contact the military for me and investigate the entire city for any accidental missing persons. It's smart and it's going to take its anger out on us. Sir, father, are you going back to the army? Chapter 19, Searching for Each Other. Ding dong. The only thing that could be heard was a ring of the doorbell, and the 3 monsters in the room panicked. Community Enforcement Officer, number G2366. This resident, please open your door for inspection. Moran glanced at Wolverine beside him and said, Shoo, stop playing. Someone's coming to the door to check. A voice of wisdom came from the ceiling. There's no need to be alarmed, boss. I called this man in. I was a little hungry so I ordered a takeaway. Phoenix finished closing the book in her hand. Moran saw this and shook his head helplessly with a smile. What else could the takeout ordered be? People chant. And the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix variant skills were played with only half a day's work. This kind of mutation skill, it is the Moran family's newly acquired special ability. The specific effect, Moran is not too clear now. Only know that Crouching Dragon played a new height. After coming to the ground, Phoenix looked at the door and said flatly, Please come in. As soon as the door opened, the law enforcement officer looked up. The 3 monsters grinned at him. Ah, monster. The words were not finished. The fearful pupils of law enforcement officers saw only that a special substance quickly shot up and gagged him, dragging him over like a monkey on a lasso. At that time, the door closes automatically. Moran grouped a language with a few words. Hello, can you understand me? Woohoo. Moran stretched out his index finger, his fingernail like a sharp razor cutting the roof of his mouth open. Oh monster. Snap. The slap on the wrist silenced the law enforcement officer on the spot. Who sent you? The law enforcement officer was flabbergasted. Phoenix's face oddly said, Boss, I have said. I called to report it. So he came. Moran raised an eyebrow and looked back at Phoenix Child. Curious, you still know how to make phone calls? All this high-tech stuff, how did you get it? Feng Xiao laughed bitterly. I'm not like that grizzly Wulong. I'm just meditating and studying while he's playing. Moran and Wulong both had a speechless look on their faces. Since he's a law enforcement officer, he should have a law enforcement recorder on him. Maybe we should be exposed. Moran said seriously. Eat first, I'm starving. Crouching Dragon finished, and on the spot, he removed someone's law enforcement officer's arm. Self-consciously, he retreated to the side with his arms wrapped around himself and nibbled away, only to see this middle-aged male law enforcement officer. His face instantly turned pale and he fainted. Snap. Moran raised his hand and slapped him awake again. Ah, monster. Snap. Another slap. Can you understand me now? The law enforcement officer, tears streaming down his face, nodded. Click. Moran stabbed him through the heart and gave it to him on the spot. After all, killing is not abusive. Phoenix can be. Learning so many new words in just one day. Now I'm almost ready to master this new language. Feng Xiao respectfully said. Boss is polite. This is what I should do as a little brother. Boss Molin fluffs. Moran nodded in relief, having not misjudged these two. Okay, you eat first if you're hungry, and then I'll eat afterward. Moran turned to go up to the second floor alone when he finished and looked out the window. Neon lights flashed in the city in the distance, and points of light danced in the air like tiny bugs, lost among the lights. Just as Moran was lamenting, suddenly his gaze tightened. There was a 6-sided diamond-shaped craft flying towards the villa. Moran's 6 eyes focused together, locking onto the coating marks on the surface of the ship, and saw an inverted triangle pattern. Guys, we've been spotted again. Should we run or fight? The downstairs duo replied impassionately. Get them. Moran shook his head and smiled. We're going to run this time. These ships have the markings of the lab weapons. I recognize the markings. Bang! The gate to the villa was blasted open. First, a few drones flew in, scouting the environment inside to confirm that the threat level was 0, and then a few armed members quickly rushed in. As soon as I entered, I saw the scene of a lifetime. The living room was brightly lit, and in the middle of the cobwebs halfway across the living room was a mutilated male body with broken arms and legs and a severed head. Like a warning, but also like a show-off for the kill. Reporting, sir. It has been determined that this room has been attacked, and there is a high probability that all of the inhabitants are dead. The man in charge said through his helmet radio. Good. Just confirm it and collect the samples. Just as his own group was about to collect the special substance in the air, the corpse that was hanging on the cobweb suddenly spoke. Hello, old friend. You found me and I will find you. A 3D projection suddenly popped up among the soldier's helmet. It was the face of a middle-aged man, with short, mid-browed hair, deep turquoise eyes, and some whiskers on his chin, looking weathered. As soon as his 3D projection appeared, the soldiers behind him respectfully stood up straight and gave him a military salute. You good boy. I'm sorry we met the way we did. It's only been a few days and you've already learned to talk. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. You know what? I'm the equivalent of your father, and I'm proud to watch you grow day by day. From cells turning into tumors, attacking parasites, and finally slowly mutating neurons to take over someone's brain. We can. The corpse's skeletal face twisted together as it roared in anger. Don't give me the emotional card. You're just using me. The middle-aged man smiled. Come home, my son, so we can talk about it. Face to face like a father and a son. I am your grandfather. Remember the name moron? One day I will find you and make you feel what it's like to live under someone else's control. As the words landed, the cancerous cells on the corpse died instantly and burst into a puddle of blood and mist. The middle-aged man sighed. Collecting the residue might detect useful ingredients. Suddenly, the special substance in the room was transformed into liquid and fell in a flash. His grandmother's bear. Report, sir? Can't collect. How about taking some experimental samples back? That's cunning. Bring it back. Don't even want to leave me any scraps. But it won't get away. Carpets search the entire city. Late night as always. In the middle of a busy city, there's an out-of-the-way alley. In the alley, there were piles of trash that hadn't been experienced in a long time. The stench from the carcasses of stray cats and feral dogs is sickening. In the midst of it all is a self-service convenience store run by a robot. Tonight came 3 figures who hid their forms under thick clothing. Boss, give me a bottle of the blue, plastic-bodied, drink it especially on the top kind. Chapter 20. Monsters live in the heart, not in the form. Inside the alley in the darkness, there's an unmanned convenience store open in the middle of the gloom. It's bold because it's big, backed by the no. One plutocrat. There is no fear. The robotic attendant looked at the 3 figures that had come forward and replied in a cold electronic timbre. This is a non-human customer. This is a convenience store owned by Tardo Technologies, which does not provide non-human bio-selling services. Moran's heart stuttered. Which I did you see that I'm not human? The robot vendor raised his left mechanical arm and pointed to his mechanical right eye. I have infrared detection. Snap. Moran stabbed a finger through the cyborg's electronic eyeball and said, which other eye saw it? Sir, you are destroying private property and I am protected by law and have the right to fight back against you in self-defense. Click. As soon as Moran ripped off the robot's head and placed it in front of him, he laughed softly. How do you say welcome? The robot wimped out on the spot. Welcome to the site. Glad to be of service. The robot head tossed aside. Moran twisted his head. Move fast and gather your supplies. Boss Moran fluffs. Immediately after, the 3 rushed into the convenience store, played the $0 big rush. Don't expect monsters to obey the law. The sound of objects colliding during looting is accompanied by the drip 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 alarm of a convenience store. Boss, check out how cool I look with this thing. Moran looked around for the sound, and Wolverine was playing it cool with the dark sunglasses. This look is so imposing that it wears 2 sunglasses at once. After all, it grows 4 eyes. It's important that you do your job for me. This kind of handsome thing should be done by the boss. Moran finished with a smirk and a snicker, his eyes sweeping the environmental pattern around him. Suspended metal shelves, never-ending vacuum plastic bags. Even in the unknown future, plastic packaging is still king. Most of the items, Moran barely recognized. The environment is not much different from a regular convenience store, except for the alarm that keeps ticking, which is too distracting. Boss, I got your favorite toilet cleaner for you, Phoenix said as she held out a bottle of liquid. Emoluan face odd. Normal people did not drink this stuff. If not at that time in the heart of the curiosity of the tight, will not drink addicted. Embarrassed. Don't open your mouth about toilet cleaner. It's awful. This stuff is really good. Try it if you don't believe me. Phoenix heard this. Thunk thunk thunk, a bottle of dry down. Boss good eye. This stuff drinks in the mouth soft. A line of throat. Feel comfortable all over the body. Moran laughed. Then we'll call this thing Birdie Vodka from now on. And at the intersection of the alley, the sirens here are obviously attracting people who want to see what's going on. At a leisurely pace, 5 delinquent teenage boys and girls walked outside the convenience store door. 2 women and 3 men respectively. the more developed the city, the more polarized it is. Obviously, anyone still roaming the roads late at night can't be a child of any good family. They dress boldly and flamboyantly, with colorfully dyed hair and tattered clothes. Let's say this one. No bum on the street would give them a high look. With a gangly demeanor and elbows full of syringe hole pinholes, it's clear that the fall has long since occurred. They are destined at birth to be nothing more than orphans abandoned by the city. A boy pointed his finger at the convenience store in front of him and giggled playfully as if he were watching from across the street. Look guys, there's actually a fool bold enough to rob the property of the Tato Corporation. I think this guy is poor and crazy. He dares to touch the dirt on the head of the Teyukai. Stay away from these people. Don't get us involved. What are you afraid of? You three are still not men. Go and see the fun. The person who spoke was a young girl with long blue cloaked hair. It was already a drunken look, and drinking wasn't enough to bring it on. From his pants pocket, he removed an improvised four, snapped it on his elbow, and the liquid inside was injected. The girl's smile became more indulgent and her demeanor more exaggerated. High on drugs, the bottle of wine fluttered and swayed in his hand to match the movement of his body. Let's go. Say hi to that guy and ask him what part of town he hangs out in. Come to the door of the convenience store and look in. 5 people looked at each other, completely confused as to what was going on with the viscous liquid inside. Just like being crawled over by a snail. In the midst of that slime, there were 3 humanoid figures covered in heavy clothing and nearly 2 meters in size. And amongst that slime were wrapped many cargo commodities, mostly food, alcohol, drinking liquids and the like. 5 people were instantly half sober. It's so weird in there. The girl, who was high on drugs, shuddered. What are you? You guys? As soon as the words fell, the 3 figures turned back in unison, only to see that their faces were wrapped in a layer of thick cloth. And on top of that, there were countless transparent mucus covering them, disgusting to the extreme. Can't see the nose, the eyes, the mouth. Can only vaguely roughly see that it is a human face, and as mummies, the more you look at the more bizarre. The 5 people on the spot guts are weak. Moran casually removed his own visor and stared at the 5 people in front of him with 6 eyes. You, ask what we are and what you are. On the spot, a glass wine bottle went flying. Bang! Glass shards in all directions. It smashed into the talking girl's face. Older brother is asking you. How dare you 5 play deaf and dumb? Crouching Dragon was still so tigerish. Seeing anyone who was not in his favor was served with violence. I'm sorry, we'll roll right away. Before it was too late to escape, the remaining 4 people just turned around, only to feel that their backs were pulled by a huge force, and the world in front of them instantly drifted off. It only felt like the alley wall across the street was getting farther and farther away, and with a thud, a huge force came from behind. When he came back to his senses, he was already pressed against the shelves of the convenience store. Monsters! Monster! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! No! I'm not the one who offended you. It has nothing to do with me. Moran looked at these 4 people flatly, and casually threw out a slime in his hand, sticking to the girl's body outside and instantly ripping it in and pinching it in his hand. You guys are afraid of monsters? This girl should be on good terms with you, so show me with your own eyes that she turns into a monster. I also want to see what kind of expressions you guys have. Only to see Moran arms self-flow down the nails into the girl's body. In an instant, the original appearance of the girl is still said to be the girl. The body suddenly changed. In the witness of the 4 people, it took just under 10 seconds for her to turn into an ugly-looking monster with a pointed face, fangs and asymmetrical eyes. An unspeakable fear lingered in the hearts of the 4, and the only thing their pale lips could do was tremble, unable to utter a single word. Emoluan pointed at a yellow-haired man and said, "You called me a monster just now? Open your eyes and see who is more cruel compared to your friend and me?" Groundnut message: this book hero is a non-human life form. The task is all life removal. Please read the book rationally and don't look at the male lead with human values. Monsters behave differently from humans. Groundhog is here to apologize if it caused any psychological discomfort. Chapter 21, The Artist Who Plays with Life. When fear reaches a certain realm, it can even make the air around it as heavy as water. At least for those 4 people. Their horrified eyes revealed their thoughts. They regret living in this world. They witnessed a few minutes ago that friends with whom they have a laugh, in the hands of a monster, become another monster. A monster with a disfigured face, covered in pus, teeth bared as if it had been soaked in sulfuric acid. Feel that? This despair, this feeling of powerlessness, like a breeze blowing in your ears, always awakens the instincts in your heart. Moran let go of his left hand that was squeezing the monster woman's neck and continued. Once I was a human, once I shared your feelings, once only. Ah, ah, ah. As the yellow-haired man screamed, the monster woman gorged herself on his flesh and blood. Eat them alive. And all of this was witnessed by the three men next to them who had the honor of witnessing it. Blood splattering all three of their faces. Fall into your mouth. Melts on the tongue and dissipates in the saliva. It's a bit sticky and salty with a hint of sweetness. There were cries, interspersed with incoherent wailing. Ah, mommy, I want mommy. Kill me, please kill me. Moran looked at the remaining three, a wry smile slipping across the corners of his mouth. Spreading his hands as if admiring a work of art, he faced the three and said, "Your desperate looks are like oil paintings from a museum collection. Your twisted expressions are like a richly colored brushstroke. And that's called real art. The scariest part of it all is not even that." Moran repositioned his hand on the monster woman's back and with a firm stab, sucked out all the cancerous cells from her body. Now, she's transformed into a regular person again. The blue-haired woman stared blankly in front of her, tears of blood running down the corners of her eyes, the inhumane bodies in front of them, her blood-covered hands, the crushed flesh in her mouth that she hadn't yet had time to swallow, were constant reminders. What just happened was not a dream. It only takes a moment for sanity to break down. The blue-haired woman rubbed her hands through her hair, which, placed half an hour ago, had been her wild feature. Now, as if possessed, she clawed handfuls of her hair down, then turned in horror to look at Moran, hysterically yelling at the top of his lungs, "Monsters! Monster! You cruel monster!" Moran smiled faintly. "Watch your words, beautiful. You think I'm the one manipulating you? I'm not lowly enough to do that. All I did was inject a small bit of magic into you. The madness is your repressed nature, and you simply can't resist in the face of temptation." The blue-haired woman yanked at Moran's shirt, pulling with all her strength, and roared, "Lies! You're lying. You're the one who killed him. I'm glad you're acting even crazier than you were a moment ago. And let's face it, a moment ago you were sane and you know it. You just don't want to admit that your friend is even more delicious and savory than you thought." Moran laughed evilly. Suddenly, a sharp clawed hand slapped at the blue-haired woman's head, and Moran was quick to stop it. "Boss, why don't you let me kill her?" Wulong hesitated. Snap! Fengxiao raised his hand and flung Wulong a big mouth, using great force, even slapping Wulong's head askew. Wulong struggled to turn his head around and looked at Fengxiao as he chided word for word. "You aren't looking for a fight?" Fengxiao's tone did not have half a ripple in it as he calmly looked at Wulong and said, "Do you know who you're questioning? The boss won't let you do it, and you have the nerve to ask the boss why. I think the boss may have indulged you too much, so much so, that this sense of levity has caused you to show a little disrespect for the boss." Phoenix said with a cold light flashing in her eyes, "If I see you disrespecting the boss in any way again, even if you're my brother, even if you're a fellow brother, I won't hesitate to kill you." Upon hearing this, Wulong immediately dropped his head and apologized vigorously towards Fengxiao and Emoluan. The nodding wasn't too strong, and the sunglasses were shaken off his face. Moran involuntarily gulped. He himself didn't think that Wulong had done anything wrong, but he didn't realize that Fengxiao had grasped the details to such a depth. "Alright, Wulong didn't mean to do it. I'm not even in the mood to continue playing after you two have made such a mess. Give them a hard time." Fengxiao spoke respectfully. "Boss, before we do anything, I would like to ask you to listen to one of my opinions. It won't be long before that group of hounds catches up with us." Wulong's eyes glowed as if he had caught a chance, and he raised his hand to fling a slap at Fengxiao's face. "How dare you question the boss's decision? Let's see if I don't whip you to death." Emoluan dryly coughed. "Crouching Dragon. You grizzly. Feng Daisy, don't be angry. Crouching Dragon is just like this. It's more of a criminal, so the two of you should just consider it even." Fengxiao also did not look half angry, and said extremely calmly, "The boss once said that a big hideout is hidden in the city, and a small hideout is hidden in the forest, so we can completely borrow the identity of a human to hide amongst them at the moment. Moreover, it's just the right time to go dark." Moran's heart was in the right place, and he instantly understood what Fengxiao meant. With a renewed squeeze of the blue-haired woman's neck, he injected cancer cells into her body. After about 10 minutes had passed, law enforcement officers from the city quickly arrived at the location. Here come 2 hover police cars. In all, 5 men came armed with small-caliber light electromagnetic bullet pistols. As soon as they arrived in front of the convenience store, the 5 of them were dumbfounded. A blue-haired monster that looked human in appearance was gnawing on a corpse on the ground, and next to them, there were 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, who were struggling while being tied up by the slime. Calling HQ. An unknown creature has been spotted in an unmanned convenience store in the 3rd-class area of the city. Wine Avenue, Alley 23. There are 3 young men whose lives are in danger. Not long afterward, urgent orders came from headquarters. Word from the bosses: "You must keep this monster safe, hostages and all. Don't disturb the monster. Be quiet and wait for the military to arrive." The law enforcement captain gritted his teeth in anger. When had monsters become more influential than humans? Slip of the tongue. One of the younger law enforcement members had already pulled out a gun to aim at the monster. Captain, are we really not going to do anything? Get back in the police car. Drop your pants. Take your dick and shoot those ing dogs. Simply don't take human life seriously. The man finished taking off his top hat, flung it on the ground, stomped on it, spat on it, and returned to sulking inside the hovering police car by himself. The remaining four looked at each other in dismay, and the only thing they could do was to shake their heads and sigh. Obeying orders was the natural duty of law enforcement officers. In just under a minute's work, the military was on fire to get here. Chapter 22 Wisdom is not in the mind. 19 military magnetically levitated mini motorcycles came in hot. These motorcycles are marked with inverted triangles. It's worth mentioning that the inverted triangle markings on the military equipment are exactly the same as the markings on this convenience store sign. After rushing to the scene, the 19 men did not immediately attack the monster, but quickly blocked any intersection where they could escape. Sir sent word. Our main mission this time is still to negotiate. Don't disturb Moran. As soon as the words hit the ground, an armored man pressed his helmet, and the visage of a middle-aged man popped up. Send me to the front. The distance slowly closed. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, until the distance is less than 3 meters. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "My child, what a beautiful creature you are. Perfect and powerful." The monster stopped gnawing and slowly turned its head to look at the 3D projection. The two men's gazes collided, and Moran quickly took over the creature's body. "Hello, grandson. You found me again." Moran took the skeleton of the corpse and made a waving motion. "Child, I wish us to make peace. Come back with me. I recognize your freedom. You've really studied me thoroughly, and you know that my main body isn't here." Moran mused. The 3D projection of the middle-aged man smiled. "Son, if you'll just give me a little bit of your cells, even if it's just a little bit, as long as we work together, I can give you citizenship and rights. You don't have to take orders from anyone, we just need to get to know each other." Moran laughed maniacally and said as hoarsely as if he had 2 stones stuffed between his throats. "And how much are you going to, pay me a day's wages? Your cell pattern can be printed on a banknote if you want." "Moron, ha shucks. No fun. You're so no fun. You disappoint me so much. I won't allow you to be so boring. You can't expose your weakness so easily. Do you realize how stupid you are? I could pretend to say yes and find your place by following your wishes. Then I'll kill your whole family." But the old man didn't want to do it. "You're belittling me. You think what you humans seek will satisfy me. Your arrogance I can never forget. In the lab I fought tooth and nail just to stay alive. And you guys, treating me like a joke. Do you know how ugly that face of yours is?" The air was instantly silent. Moran stared at the 3D projection, took a deep breath, and then said, "Let's play a game between the two of us, using human lives as stakes. Don't you like to experiment? Now that I'm into it. 2, in 3 days, at 12 o'clock noon, to 17 o'clock p.m. I'll take 1,000 lives in 5 hours. The middle-aged man calmly said, "What are the bets?" Moran covered his stomach and laughed maniacally. "What's the bet? You're hilarious. 1,000 lives aren't enough for you to bet on? Calling me a monster? In the face of 1,000 lives, you don't even bat an eyelid. Who the hell doesn't take life seriously? Son, life is precious. We shouldn't just take the lives of others. You should put your ability to heal and save people. You have that talent. And it's big." Emoluan raised his hand and pointed at the middle-aged man. "Don't come this way with me. The reason why I value you is because you are also cautious. I memorized everyone's face that day. Except for your face. You're afraid too, aren't you? Afraid that I'll find you. Ha 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 ha. You got my blood boiling up. It's so funny. We're cats to each other and mice to each other. Who's catching who?" Moran returned the same smile. This was what counted as a real opponent. Enough to raise his interest 100 times over. The middle-aged man said again, "Kid, don't think that I don't know that you sent out 18 doppelgangers spread all over the world. They're still on their way. I've protected them well. You have a chip on your shoulder. I likewise have a chip on my shoulder." Molan's gaze was heavy. That sense of oppression instantly lingered in his heart. No matter at any point, the feeling of being in control among others. On the surface, he pretended to be careless and said, "Oh, aren't you afraid of letting the tiger return to the mountain? To be honest, if you were a monster without a brain, I'd still be really scared. Monsters that only know how to kill are hard to clean up. But you have. Since you want to play, I'll play until you're convinced, until you're good enough to take my advice. Moron, those who drown are the ones who know water. And I have an advantage that you don't have, because I am the river that drowns you." The middle-aged man sneered. "Everyone close ranks, kid. I'll leave the rest of these 5 cops to you to settle. With a military order, all the soldiers who arrived acted as if they hadn't seen what had just happened, riding a hover motorcycle and disappearing in a flash. And the blue-haired woman monster with open teeth and claws instantly dissolved into blood and water. Meanwhile, the kidnapped trio rise from the slime. The leftmost phoenix drooped. I'm sorry, boss. My little cleverness didn't help at all. Under the game of wits, little cleverness can't do anything. The young man in the center was none other than Moron. He said as he shook his hand and patted away the slime from Phoenix's body. I don't call it wisdom at all. I get the other guy to listen because I have leverage. The fact that I don't accept any conditions means that I dare to fight him to the death. He was afraid to do anything rash because, well, he was carrying more than just his biological research. He has a lot of power, and more responsibility weighing on him, and those who stand at the pinnacle of power are walking on thin ice every single day of their lives. And among these 3, Wulong, who had been assigned the girl's body, shouted in a cocktail, Boss Moron Fluffs, Boss Moron Fluffs. Moran turned back and blankly glanced at Crouching Dragon. Turning to Feng Xiao, a person's mind presses to decide nothing. In fact, I originally have no brain. If I am smart enough. Moran took a deep breath before speaking. So, I need to communicate with you guys about everything I do. But I'm clear on one point. The most important thing is to be clear about where you stand. To know what to do and what not to do. And that's how you can strategize. Feng Xiao clapped his hands together and nodded seriously. I understand, boss. The pattern is what really matters. Boss, then what is our position? Crouching Dragon rubbed his head with a curious expression. Our position is that we have no position. We are not bound by anything. And our ultimate goal is no longer the pursuit of an uninteresting existence. We want to clean up all life. And before we do, let them understand that every day they live is a gift from above. With that, the trio talked and laughed as they walked toward the 5 law enforcement officers' police cars. Tonight, there are 5 less law enforcement officers in the city. Chapter 23, You Can't Have a Prostitute for Nothing. Inside the outdated cheap suite, the news was flashing on the Unreal Projection TV, showing last night's news. Insert an urgent message to all citizens. Please be advised that last night in the 3rd-class city area, there was a malicious robbery. 5 law enforcement officers were viciously murdered at the scene, and the suspected criminals have all been arrested. Meanwhile, several expressionless criminals appeared in the screen image. Moron takes a long sip of birdie vodka and then smashes the plastic bottle on the Unreal Projection TV. Hiccuping, he opened his mouth in mockery. Funny, these media outlets are good at making things up, finding a few random people to be scapegoats. Suddenly, a diminutive, strangely dressed, infinitely close to naked woman comes out of the bedroom, slightly green at 18 or 19, with a purple ponytail and 3 silver skull studs all over her left ear, with a cigarette in his mouth. Boss, what are we eating this morning? The visitor was no other than Wulong. Phoenix ordered beef takeout. You should put on a few coverings first. It's not good to see the impact. Crouching Dragon nodded and went back into the bedroom to clean up and dress himself. At that time, a teenager dressed in decent casual clothes with short silver-white hair held an electronic projection map in both hands and came next to Moran to speak respectfully. Boss, according to my investigation I found out that there is a good commercial center in the downtown area, where the traffic flow can stay around 100,000 or so per day. It's a good place. These high-tech stuff. It's still you, Fenny, who has a good feel for it. So the event in 3 days will be set at this business center. Emoluan finished his speech and reopened another bottle of birdie vodka and poured it down with a thud. Ding! Moron, I'll tell you something. It seems that one of your minions has killed some extraordinary creature and gained a flammable special mutation point, together with the mutation and evolution points that I didn't have time to tell you about in the past few days. There are currently a total of 866 evolution points and 21 mutation points, as well as 1 special mutation point. Molan, all energized, put down the birdie vodka in his hand and inquired, so you'll add it for me? And what's a special mutation point? I've been with you for so long and you still don't get it? It's not long since your cells mutated. Let's wait for a while. If you are too eager, you cells will have uncontrollable mutations. I've sifted through those extra mutation points, and not many of them can be used. But there's no need to waste them. You have the chance to cultivate some bacteria, viruses, and biochemical monsters, and I can use the evolution points mutation points to help you transform and strengthen them. A gleam came out of Moran's eyes. I can also cultivate bacterial viruses? I told you this a long time ago, but you went in one ear and out the other. By the way, you and the rest of your minions have cleaned up a lot of intelligent life during this time. I'll reward you for improving your spatial perception to a 1-meter range. Upgrading in progress. Upgrading complete. Suddenly, Moran felt a sense of clarity within his cranium. It was when it was still the cell was that metaphysical sense that the space around it became permeable. even able to detect the bacteria flowing through the air around it. Cool. This ability my little brothers have. No, this is just boosting your spiritual core. Your little brother is just your split consciousness, but the spiritual core is still in you. Oh, right system. That means I can cultivate bacterial viruses now? Cultivate your two grandpa. You grizzly. In the beginning so many opportunities you do not cherish. In this Thai place you cultivate a chicken. Wait until the right opportunity. Now there are two sections of genes in your body that are becoming uncoordinated. I'm going to help you modify it. Hearing this, Emoluan's cold sweat flowed down on the spot. Two segments of genes incongruous? That sounds like something that's going to kill you. System. Will the problem be serious? You've got a serious problem. And your system's a real pain in the ass. 2. It's done. I spent one special mutation point and I finished modifying it for you. Just now your cancer cells and that snail's genes didn't fuse perfectly. Now it's equivalent to me helping you with a buff. Your mucus can ignite when it comes into contact with fire. Ignite when exposed to fire? Hearing this, Moran suddenly looked around the room, tugging at the net, covered in slime from the secret fights Crouching Dragon Phoenix had last night, all over the place. Ignite when exposed to fire? Suddenly the bedroom door opened. Boss, do you smoke? I just realized in my room that this big leafy smoke is so strong. Wulong finished bearing a mouthful of dry tobacco wrapped in paper, casually tossing the cigarette. Boom! The whole room burst into flames, a fire as big as an oven. And the three of them, they became ducks in the oven. The safety water valves on the roof had long since run out of water, after all. They were antiquated apartments, and fire protection measures were presumably scrapped decades ago. Seeing this, Wulong said incredulously, I'll be damned. This fire is huge. Foam Shao respectfully came to Molan. Boss, do you want me to help you slaughter this grifter? What else do you two have a grudge against each other? Put out the fire. Moran was furious. Reopened a bottle of birdie vodka thud 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 poured down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wulong hurriedly picked up a bottle of toilet cleaner on the table and threw it into the fire with a hard shake. Boom! The fire was more intense, adding fuel to the fire. Boss, this stuff you're drinking is so strong. Crouching Dragon had a shocked look on his face. Boss, seriously consider exterminating this grifter. Phoenix said calmly. Emoluan glanced at Wulong who was beside him patting the flames with his hands inside. After all, they are his own brothers. If they are a bit stupid, they are a bit stupid. Put out the fire first. Put out the fire first. After a few minutes had passed, the slime was first collected and the remaining fire extinguished, and by the time the flames had subsided, the room was scorched black. Black smoke rose one by one down the window, and the transportation vehicles that wandered by in midair stopped to take pictures to commemorate the event. Moran looked at the mess in the room. Good man. I call good man straight up. A nice room has been turned into a bacon smoker by you. Wulong drooped his head. I'm sorry boss. I'm willing to die to apologize. Phoenix rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists on the spot. A stance that meant he was going to go up and hit someone. Moran shook his head inside. That's just it. Don't you fool around for me in the future. Knock. 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 Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hello, Tato Takeout is happy to serve you. Moranby gave a thumbs up. Tardo Fluff. Even the takeout is under his company. The door opens and the mechanical delivery man hands over 30 kilograms of beef. Hello, you've chosen to pay on arrival for a total of $2,800. Moran took the beef and twisted his head. Ugh, did you guys remember to get bills at the convenience store last night? I'll take it, Phoenix said as she fished out a large handful of bills in her pants pocket. Okay, pay by the rules. From now on we'll all be more disciplined. Killing is killing. We can't get into the stink of white whoring. Chapter 24 Going to White Tree Business Center. More is not mentioned. Life is all chicken scratch. In a flash. 3 days later, inside the apartment that was burned black, early this morning, Crouching Dragon, Phoenix, and Moran were ready to go. The early bird gets the worm. The early human suffers. Moran looked at the trio in the full-length mirror. The three men were well-dressed and disciplined. Even Crouching Dragon, who liked to wear pants over his head, was made much more disciplined by Phoenix. A clean-cut, docile student outfit. These are the school uniforms that co-ed delinquent teenage boys and girls pile up in their closets to eat dust and never wear. At first glance, one would think that these three were going to school, but in reality, it was scarier than bombing a school. Relieved, Moran spoke up. Phoenix, do you have the calculator, binoculars, and map with you? With a slap of his backpack, Phoenix pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses with his left hand in a proper student fashion. Don't worry, boss, the measuring tools, including the observation tools, are ready to ensure that 1,000 people are only a few. Nodding gratefully, Moran turned to Wolverine and said, Chip snacks, birdie vodka, Poker board games, all brought? Wulong patted the large, heavy book bag behind him and nodded with a smile, the purple ponytail behind him swaying and making him look like a playful little girl. Moran similarly patted his book bag, which contained a whole bunch of cancer cells attached to the beef. Inside, the morons are ready to stand by. And today, we're going to play a zombie-infected experiment. The maximum score is 1,000 points. Boss Moron fluffs. The morons cheat. Let's go. Guys. The average person wouldn't have guessed that these three guys could play better than terrorists. Downstairs in the apartment, the sun is shining today, and the dilapidated city, too, has been revitalized by this sunshine. Moran took a deep breath. Phoenix, do you calculate how long it will take to get to the business center? He only saw Phoenix manipulating the 3D projection map in his hand, constantly zooming in and out. After a precise calculation, boss, we've spent all the money we've robbed in the past 2 days. The remaining money is only enough to take the hovering subway. There's a subway station 600 meters away from here to the east. Moran's eyebrows were tugging along with the corners of his mouth. There's no money. What have you guys been buying the last couple days? Phoenix said calmly. Crouching Dragon purchased 20 pairs of phones online, as well as 1,000 pairs of mesh checkered colored stockings. And, all of them, secondhand at high prices, for a total of $14.63. Moran slapped Wulong on the head. Lowly, that's all you're after. Why don't you buy black silk? What do you think of pink mesh stockings? Phoenix went on to say, I purchased the complete Raj language learning book, How to Skillfully Kill a Sibling, 10,000 ways to deal with a retarded brother, and the smart EMAP screen editor online for a total of $23.50. The corner of Moran's mouth twitched. Phoenix, learning is good, but this is too defeating. Phoenix flipped to the next page of bills. In total, the boss drank 463 bottles of toilet cleaner in the past 2 days, totaling $48.669. We currently have $23 left. I saw Phoenix fumble 2 $10 bills out of his pocket, and 3 steel bounces. Moran glanced at it, a little guilty in his heart, and coughed dryly. It's time to save. It's time to spend. And it's okay if we can't walk there. It's okay, boss. Subway transportation costs $2. That's enough for a round trip. So the trio followed the map to the subway transportation network, paid the fare, access to the entrance of the underground transportation network. The sci-fi world is imposingly magical. The trio arrived at the subway station, blissfully unaware of how to take the next step. Pedestrians walk through the halls of subway stations, some of them on hovercrafts, perhaps too lazy to find walking a chore. Some of them were still robots, and there were even a few human robots that greeted Moran and the others. It was as if robots and humans were friendly. The map doesn't help much here either as you go east and west, and the signs don't have arrows to indicate where to go. So then, seeing a kindly-looking older man across the street, Moran went up to greet him. Hello, uncle. Which line can I take to get to the White Tree Business Center? The uncle just lifted his head up, and before he had time to reply, he only saw a little girl with a purple ponytail rushing up with a few steps, aggressively pointing her finger at the uncle's head and chiding him. You're deaf. My big brother spoke to you and didn't hear you. The older man suddenly felt that life was not good anymore, stammering and holding back a word. Emoluan slapped on Wulong's hand. How many times have I told you? Now we are human beings. Behave some rules. Pretend you also pretend out for me. Apologize to uncle and say something nice. Only Wulong respectfully bowed toward the older man. May you die with a smile on your face. The uncle's face turned green with anger, and with a cold snort, he turned back to ignore the 3 young men. Wolverine stepped forward as soon as he could and picked up the older man by the collar of his wool-plaid blouse. The surrounding people passing by were dumbfounded, oblivious to the fact that where did this little girl get so much strength that she could actually pick up a person with one hand, only to see Wulong gritting his teeth, almost all of them showing their original forms. I'll gripe your ass. How dare you put up a fight in front of my big brother? Do you know who my big brother is? Molan hurriedly pushed Wulong aside. Don't mind if I do. Uncle. Let's go to that business center to conduct some scientific experiments. You young people have no homeschooling. Just take line 31 and go. The older man said under his breath as he sat back in his chair and pointed his finger at the location of line 31. The 3 of them followed the direction of the uncle's finger to line 31, stepped into the passenger lane, feet on the floating glass platform, slowly came to the entrance of line 31. Phoenix pulled out a smart electronic map. Report, boss. According to the data passing through 23 stations, expected to arrive in about 40 minutes. Now is the time 9:06. Moran nodded. Looks like we'll have to find a place to sit for a while when the time comes. It wasn't long before the subway doors opened and it was full of crowded-looking people. Moran's eyebrows were compacted together. The days of squeezing the subway had been experienced long ago, and he didn't think that he would have to go through it again to live in a different world. What else can be done? You can't avoid the subway when it's time to squeeze in. The three of them were carrying large school bags, and with their strength, they were able to squeeze the passengers inside and wail. Walked all the way down the subway after about 40 minutes or so. Moran let out a breath of air. It's all squeezing me hungry. Boss, there was a hand that kept touching me when we were in the car just now. I don't even know what the hell he was touching, Wulong said as he played with a bloody finger in his hand. You skimmed off someone's finger? I was so gently breaking it off. Then why didn't you hear the screams? I killed him in passing. Why waste your energy on a place like this? Let's go. Target White Tree Business Center. Chapter 25, The Backpack with Magic Power. Inside the White Tree Business Center, the area has to be calculated in square kilometers. Is not a big word to describe it? Being one of the few commercial centers known in this city, not only is the transportation here well developed and the flow of customers huge, but the various kinds of commodities are also diverse as well. Instead of a commercial center, it's a closed city inside a giant ostrich eggshell. The main thing is the simplicity of the people. Catch those thieves. In front, there were 4 small thieves running as hard as they could, with a bald man behind them flinging his arms and pulling his neck in pursuit. Stand still, you guys. Snap. The soles of his feet slipped, and the bald man came face to face with the floor to have a close kiss. Nosebleed to him habitually. Rising from the ground, he raised his hand to wipe off his nosebleed in mid-curse. When he looked up, there were 3 passing young men dressed as students in front of him looking at him and smiling. Hey, asshole, what are you looking at? You're still looking, right? I'll kill you. The bald muscular man pointed his finger at the 3 young men and cursed angrily. The girl with the ponytail had her fists clenched and popping, and was about to go up and fight when a hand stopped her. And the owner of this hand looked at him with the same gaze as one would look at a corpse. Sir, I think you're going a little overboard. My friend and I were just passing through. Why are you provoking us? The bald head was originally a belly full of anger with no place to spread it, glaring at the man in the middle and cursing. Passing through? You guys don't look like goodies even if you look like dogs. Just now my wallet as well as my car keys were stolen. The age is similar to you 3. I think you guys are very suspicious. Your business has nothing to do with me. And by the way, I don't like it when people look at me like that. The man in the center said indifferently. You milquetoast brat. Believe it or not, I'll pull out your tongue. The bald man rolled up his sleeves and had an arrogant and domineering attitude, causing the surrounding pedestrians to stop and watch. Shame on you for being so big to bully 3 other kids. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Even the students want to beat them up. Don't be afraid of him. 3 little ones. If he dares to hit you, my fists are no slouches. The surrounding murmurs left the bald man with no place to put his face. Clearly, the scales of justice tipped in favor of the students. It was at this time that 2 machine security guards shaped like large duck pairs, capable of manipulating force fields, tied up 4 small thieves and floated down to this place from midair. I'm sorry, sir, for making your shopping experience here a bad one. After the machine security finished speaking, the 4 small thieves had their hands tied back by electromagnetic force locks and slammed heavily to the ground. The bald man quickly thumped his foot, kick in the rightmost boy's head. On the spot, teeth with blood were kicked out for others. Dare to steal from me? What kind of status are you? A third-class person who dares to come to such a place to fool around? And the mechanical security personnel just came to hover silently in the air without half moving. It was at this point that the voices of people chewing on the ground stopped. After hearing that it was a third-class person, everyone's face immediately flooded with dislike, and they lost interest in watching for fear of being exposed to this kind of bad luck. Walked away like the plague. Bald man looked more energetic, also not against the other 3 people to fight, picking the small 2, the heart of the fire in the rightmost boy on the body. Under a burst of kicks, the boy whimpered and begged for mercy. Don't hit, don't hit, wrong, I won't dare again. Bah! Spitting, the bald man lifted his leg and kicked the boy hard in the waistband with his crocodile leather shoes. The boy choked wordlessly, his pleas for mercy becoming smaller. You third-class people are just a bunch of trash. Bedbugs disturbing the peace of society. Lowly rats hiding inside the sewers stealing leftovers and waiting to die. Enough, sir, if you're really angry, big deal. Beat him to death. He represents just him alone. What kind of ridiculous concept is third class? The bald man twisted his head and hemmed and hawed. All the anger in his heart now subsided. I'm sorry, little brother. Just now I was in too much of a hurry and took you for one of their accomplices. I apologize. Halfway through the sentence, the smile on his face peaked and he pointed his finger at the 4 men on the ground and cursed. This kind of garbage is just disgusting, and it's against the law to beat them to death, so they shouldn't be given the rights of a human being. Immediately afterward, the bald man felt all over the 4 of them. recovering what he had lost and taking what was not his own in passing. Joy went on her way. The machine security personnel took this sort of thing personally, collecting the electromagnetic locks and drifting away silently. Ahem. The beaten boy coughed up clots of blood, and the tears were flowing, as was the blood. And in general, there was still more blood. The three who had witnessed the whole thing had smiles on their faces. As always. Phoenix, what time is it? It's 11:12. It's not too early. It's okay. Our position in the moron family is that we don't have a position, so to speak. Phoenix smiled faintly. So, we don't have principles either. Moran put his backpack on his chest and crouched down to look at the little boy. Hey, little brother. Not dead. You must hate that bald guy in your heart. I'm giving you a chance now. Can you grasp it? The boy weakly replied. Thank you for interceding for me. After saying that, the boy's whole body fainted, and the three next to him picked him up, and by the looks of it, intended to flee from the place like a defeated dog. I'm giving you a chance. Don't be useless. I can let you kill that bald guy, and I'll let you do it yourself. The words had such a magical power that they could even bring a fainting little boy to his senses in an instant. You're telling the truth. You made a smart choice. This backpack is yours. Open it in 5 minutes and see what a surprise is. The three student-dressed men retreated with smiles and disappeared into the crowd. The remaining four looked at the backpack in front of them. It was just a normal black duffel bag, plain as day. Yet there was always a strange power that drew him in. The little boy shook off the hand holding him with all his might. I'm going to open it. Junior. Forget it. There could be a bomb in here. Those three guys are definitely not good people. They're probably pulling a prank. The boy didn't heed anyone's words as he looked back on his 15 years of life with nothing but sadness. Even if it's a bomb, why wouldn't it be a relief to die in the explosion? The boy crawled over to his backpack and unzipped it. In an instant, countless flesh-colored tentacles rushed into his body, and the extra whiskers of flesh crawled towards the remaining three like monsters foraging for food. At once, all the people passing by all panicked. They stared at this with wide-eyed disbelief. Nightmare scenarios play out in reality. Items purchased, or ready to be purchased, in the machine hover cars were also left behind by the crowd. Put it just now. Beating people is no big deal. A few hooligans get beaten up, but now an unknown fear was let loose. Somewhere in the middle of the mall. Report boss, it's now 4 infected. And it's expected that the number of infections can reach 200 in 10 minutes. Neighbors picking up the bride today. It was a blast. This is late, but not a loss. Chapter 26 Zombie Mall. First time seeing a zombie. Ding dong. Emergency announcement. Hello visitors. Due to certain technical reasons, the White Tree Business Center will be closed soon. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Thank you for your cooperation. The White Tree Business Center broadcast the news, but most people didn't take it seriously. It's time to eat. It's time to drink. It's time to have fun. Inside a flavorful restaurant, the bald man sat opposite the creamy young man, and the two of them talked and laughed. Saying that, the bald man's mouth wiped a ray of lewd smile, and in his teasing eyes, he held Creamy's hand. I'm going to pamper and spoil you tonight. The creamy little student smiled shyly and hurriedly took her hand back, rubbing both hands in her arms and said, Uncle hates. People are not ready. What do you need to prepare? Look, do you like this thing? After saying that, he only saw the bald man pull out a delicate blue gem from his arms. This thing, the item stolen by those 4 little thieves, now belongs to him. Where can I argue? Chasing girls is also chasing. Chasing boys is also chasing. Always have to give people a little love token. Buttercup's eyes lit up at that gem, and the shy smile she'd had a moment ago turned into a half-push. At that moment, a machine attendant rushed up beside them and said, Gentlemen, you heard the briefing just now. The White Tree Business Center is now officially closed. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. Bald man heard on the spot was not happy. Big Hand a slap table storm. Pointing at the robot waiter loudly scolded. What's going on? I haven't even taken him to the restaurant yet. Why are you telling us to leave? You haven't even served my food yet. Suddenly, there was scream after scream from outside the window. The bald man's brow tightened and he unconsciously poked his head out the window. The crowd below began to riot, as if hiding from something. The bald man suddenly sensed a hint of something wrong and began to carefully survey the outside environment. Only a few mechanical security officers were seen walking in the reverse direction of the fleeing crowd. Bang! There came an eerie blasting sound. The crowd below became even more panicked, screaming, and even a few were covered in blood. The bald man's breath began to catch. At his uncertain gaze, a humanoid monster, dragging the metal parts of a mechanical security officer, passes below. Just then, the bald man's gaze met the monster's. The monster below gave a wry smile, as if it had locked on to the prey it wanted to find. Cold sweat slid down the bald man's forehead. Run! Run! This isn't ing right. As soon as the bald man pulled up the creamsicle sitting across from him, he pushed the robot waiter out of the way and the two of them quickly ran towards the exit. Uncle, slow down. You're tugging and hurting my hand. I'll rub you later when we get back. It's really not right out there right now. A wild ride. And knocking over a number of guests, plates in the robot's hands, tables and chairs, anything that got in his way. The two gasped for air as they arrived at the door and looked around, realizing what it meant to be a true hell on earth. They are located on the second floor of the rest area, down the hall conveniently located southeast of the White Tree Business Center, and in the middle of that hall, a dozen or so monsters were gnawing on dozens of corpses on the ground, and that white floor was covered with disgusting slime. TMD, the world has changed. Go to the underground parking lot. After the bald man had finished his crack, he tugged on Creamy's hand and tried to run, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't drag it, and the leather shoes under my feet were almost broken. When he looked back violently, his pupils shrunk into a pinhole, and he couldn't stop trembling. Buttercup was filled with horror, and over his left shoulder lay the face of a small boy. Indescribable faces, human-like and not human, with asymmetrical eyes, nostrils turned outward, and mouths split open with disgusting mucus running down them. If the bald man hadn't beaten him up 10 minutes ago, he probably wouldn't have recognized who this person was. How could you? Be you? The face replied. Why can't it be me? The bald man shouted monster, threw off the arm of the creamy young man he had just been thinking about, and ran away. Did not run a few steps. Once again the bottom of the foot slipped. Bang! The face of the door directly smashed on the ground, even rolled and crawled to think of escaping. But suddenly, the bald man felt a huge pull coming from behind him, and it was too late to turn around, only to see the world in front of him spinning like a horselight, backward. With a thud, there was a roar in his skull. Looking back, he found himself falling heavily on the first floor. Looking toward the ceiling, in a daze, he saw a monster sliding down the slime from the air, its feet on his body. The indescribable fear that filled the man's mind as he opened his bloody mouth to him, slime dripping down his face. It is said to be waiting for death, and death is nothing more than that. The bald man coughed out a large mouthful of blood, opened his mouth to say something, but he was incoherent and couldn't speak. The pain coming from his lungs, as well as his internal organs, made him feel as if he had been crushed back and forth under the wheels of a truck, only to see the little boy carrying Creamy's struggling body in his left hand and pinching the bald man's face with his right hand. Want to die or want to live? The bald man blinked his eyelids, his eyes full of the desire to survive. Want to live? Then eat him for me so that you're qualified to join us. With that, the little boy controlled the cells in his body to repair the bald man's injuries, and he made an extremely cruel kind of move. Take away the cells in the bald man's body and let him, as a human, to eat some of this creamy little man. Stand up and gnaw all the flesh off his face, or you'll only die. The bald man was already bewitched. Looking at the creamy young man's clear face, he ripped his mouth wide open, hugged the creamsicle, and took a bite with his eyes closed. The little boy stood by, watching the cruelty of the act before him. Turns out it's not just monsters that eat people either. The little boy then kicked the bald man in the head and didn't let him join the monsters' camp, turning in the direction the crowd had fled. In that direction, there were dozens of monsters just like him, chasing the crowd, and somewhere in a viewing position, Phoenix withdrew her electronic binoculars and said faintly, "Boss, there are now 96 dead people and 39 infected zombie monsters. It's been 20 minutes, which is a little less than the expected ideal score." And behind him were Crouching Dragon and Moron, who were sitting on the floor playing cards. Right 3, King Bomb, you grifter. I'm on 3, you King Bomb? Moran looked back at Feng Shao and said, Wulong plays King Bomb. How much do you play, Feng Shao? Phoenix glanced at the card grasped in his right hand. Boss, I can't afford for him to play King Bomb. Ding dong, please evacuate quickly. We're having a bit of a technical problem. There's no need to panic. Please evacuate the area quickly. Moran threw the poker hand on the floor. This announcer is so annoying. Find the studio and let's do it. Chapter 27, Mall, Courage is the Anthem. Ding dong. Emergency broadcast. There is a serious technical vulnerability in this mall. Please keep order and evacuate this mall. We, White Tree Business Center, are sincerely sorry for this. Please cooperate with. Monster. Why are you screaming so loud? It'll be over in a second. How much can it hurt? Counting this man's head. Phoenix, how does this thing work? Boss, just talk to the screen. Your voice is already being broadcast. Boss Moron Fluffs. Boss Moron Fluffs. Crouching Dragon don't ghost yell. Ahem. Can everyone hear me? Let me tell you something. Today we are randomly selecting 1,000 lucky viewers. Congratulations. The lucky ones selected will be turned into monsters or bitten to death anyway. The event is being held until 17 o'clock p.m. Now, start your revelry. Crouching Dragon. Get me a bottle of Birdie vodka. Pair of threes. King Bomb. How the hell did you shuffle the cards? How come the ace is in your house again? Inside the White Tree Business Center, the crowd's sanity, like a bomb, was instantly detonated by these words. It was a complete and utter terrorist attack. Run! Monsters that eat people. Run! I saw it. Those robot security guards don't mean. It's the devil god sent you down to punish us. A few people shouted and ran quickly, their eyes filled with fear. Frozen in place, the clueless crowd panicked. The disaster came more quickly than they thought it would. Hundreds of slime-covered, fast-moving humanoid monsters grimaced, attacking the crowd. The ones who saw the monster may have died, but seeing the monster and living to spread the news among the rest of the population is the real source of fear. People fled screaming and crying all over the place. The world has been at peace for almost 100 years. Obviously, they acted as if the chickens in the chicken coop were being chased by hungry weasels. The women left the goods in their hands. The men left the women beside them and followed them, their hovering shopping carts full of merchandise all unwanted. Right now, the only thing they wanted was to run away. Frantically, the crowd was huddled together. The entrance, which could originally accommodate several people entering and exiting side by side, was blocked by hundreds of people in a deadlock. Stomping, pulling, and scrambling, the crowd grew. And with that, White Tree Mall closed the southeast corner shopping mall. All escape entrances are dead shut, shutting the source of infection within them. Meanwhile, close to 10,000 people were also confined within the southeast corner. The crowd became even more panicked, and several hundred people gathered around at escape entrance A, the innermost man, slapping hard on the tightly locked metal door. Open the door. What does this business center want? Lock us up to feed the monsters? Mommy. Ooh-hoo. Mommy, I'm scared. It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby. Just then, 3 humanoid monsters found them. Only the 3 monsters used crawling, jumping, and running to charge at them. It all seems so natural that sheep trapped in an alley should be killed by wolves. The outermost layer of people became walls made of human flesh. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as the monster brutally dismembered them, gorging on the flesh. The screams were intertwined with spit and curses. Suddenly, the monsters stopped moving. A briefing rang out in the mall. I have good news for you. The number of infected has reached 300 and the number of dead has reached 500. So that's it. Now let's play a game of choice. It will only take 200 lives to end this merry feast. Start your choices. As soon as the words fell, all the zombie monsters in the southeastern corner of the White Tree Mall stopped attacking and stood in front of the crowd. Said at the same time, pick out 40 people. At this point, most of the crowd gathered at the southeast corner of the White Tree Business Center. ABCDE 5 escape entrances. The number of people gathered at escape entrance A was 677. Escape entrance B, gathering of 1, 321 people. Escape entrance C, gathering of 869 people. Escape entrance D, gathering of 2, 158 people. Escape entrance E, the number of people gathered was only 89, in addition to the number of other people hiding in the mall. Now, choose the 5 escape entrances where the game takes place. Each escape portal requires the contribution of 40 lives. More and more zombie monsters spread out and surrounded the crowd. The multiple choice questions are officially on. Escape entrance E had the smallest number of people, and most unfairly, they amounted to half the people who were going to die. The 89 people looked at each other, an unspeakable despair gripping them. If the monsters all took them out in an instant, the big deal was that they screamed a few times before dying, and it would be over if they opened and closed their eyes. But now, 40 out of 89 people are picked to die. Nearly half the chance of death, half hope, half despair. When hope and despair are intertwined, the dark side of humanity, the bright spots of humanity, are exposed. Escape entrance. A late old man with a walking stick slowly walked out of the crowd and stepped forward one step at a time. As the crowd watched, he chose to be the first to step forward. Both of his eyes had long ago been replaced with electronic eyeballs, half of his legs mechanical prosthetics, and half of his legs were legs with steel plates clamped to them. The whole thing was like cold machinery. Even his heart, long ago, was artificial. He said with a vocalizer in his throat, I fought in the war 160 years ago. I miss my comrades, and I think I've lived long enough. Click, only to see the monster, a dozen meters away from him, fling out a tentacle to pierce through the old man's skull, taking his life on the spot without any semblance of mercy. In the meantime, a teenager in a cartoon costume, fantasizing about being a superhero, breaks away from his parents and runs toward the front of the crowd. Amidst the desperate cries of his parents, a small 5 or 6-year-old boy spread his arms and gave a protective gesture to the crowd behind him. When there was no trace of fear in the little teenager's eyes, he roared in a childish voice. Justice will prevail. Death to all monsters. Barely. His tiny figure collapsed, the cartoons on his shirt stained with blood. He became a true superhero. Dead heroes, no matter their age, look so heroic. Meanwhile, the mother of the young teenager rushed out of the crowd to try to hug his child. Before the two could do so, she too fell in a pool of blood. 37 to go. A man walks out. He falls to his knees in front of his wife and son, his right hand holding the little boy's hand, his left holding his wife's hand, a smile slipping across his lips. A family reunion followed. 36 to go. At that moment, there was a cry from the crowd. There are 2 pregnant women here. Can they be counted as 2 lives at the same time? The monster at the head grinned. If someone is pregnant with twins, they are still able to count as 3. Chapter 28 Zombie Mall. Deadly choice. Don't overestimate the greatness of mankind. And don't underestimate the darkness of mankind. At the entrance to Escape E, 3 men pushed and shoved a pregnant woman, as if the gentility that belonged to the men had gone up in smoke in an instant. Words go both ways. After all, ladies first, especially in life and death situations. Those who can think of others are nothing but heroes. Stop. What do you want with my wife? A man in his 40s stepped forward, attempting to stop the farce. A move like his is what should have been expected of a husband. But the key point is that he and this one pregnant woman don't know each other. This pregnant woman had fear, anger, helplessness, and sadness written all over her face. These emotions coalesced in the eyes. 2 hot tears fell as she looked at the man before her. Trying to say something, the words clogged in my throat. The man holding the pregnant woman's left hand chided. Since you're his husband, so what? There are still women getting pregnant these days? The man on the other side of the room similarly tugged the pregnant woman's right hand tightly, fanned the ghastly winds, lit ghostly fires, and spoke. I've been alive for over 20 years and all of them were conceived through test tube embryos, so you guys aren't lowly third class, are you? When this statement was made, people's sanity was sort of completely shattered. The rest of the group sided with the men. Yeah, I told you it was so strange that there would be 2 pregnant women here? I'd almost forgotten that people have such a function as pregnancy. The 2 of them must be lowly third-class people. Take the other pregnant woman as well. One of their lives is worth 2 of ours. Why let such low lives live? Why not realize their value now? That's right. What if they're still carrying twins or triplets? One life can be worth several. People's sanity crumbled, but they rallied, because they share a common goal, which is survival. Wrong answers don't tend to stay long in the face of elimination. The 2 pregnant women whimpered silently at the same time. No one knew about their tragic births, and even if they did, so what? You are more disgusting than those man-eating monsters. The military will come quickly. Are you just going to let the monsters destroy your conscience? The man who stepped forward stood firmly in front of the pregnant woman. Behind him were 35 zombie monsters. Ahead of him were humans who were gradually turning into zombies. Suddenly, a certain man kicked the man out of the crowd, only to see his body fall back several steps. He staggers his body trying to run back to the group and ends up getting stabbed in the gut on the spot by the zombie monster behind him. His eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at the bone-spiked tentacles in his chest and fell to his knees in front of the crowd. He may or may not have done anything. Now he became one of the victims of the crowd. 35 to go. The 3 men holding the pregnant woman hostage made eye contact for a few seconds before pushing her out of the crowd with one hand. The zombie monster standing at the front of the crowd laughed and stretched out a tentacle to stab the pregnant woman in the stomach. The pregnant woman closed her eyes tightly and waited silently for death to come. Only, when she opened her eyes, she realized that her stomach was warm and had not been harmed in any way. Interesting. Too funny. I have a great idea. And this everyone thought is not the same. The zombie monster did not immediately kill the pregnant woman, but behind the back burst out another bone spur's tentacles pointing at the 3 people. Grim smile and the next said, guess, you 3, how many children are in her belly? One wrong guess and you all die. In an instant, the situation was reversed. These 3 men looked at each other in disbelief, none of them daring to speak up for the first time. And the answer was simple. It's either 1 or 2. The chances of triplets are slim. But who's the first to guess? The choice fell to these 3, and they had to go and pick out someone to answer the question, only to see the 2 better connected people exchange glances with each other and instantly push the man in the center out. He'll answer. The man who was pushed out was so angry he was going to curse, but looking at the monster in front of him, the bone-spiked tentacles were already against his head. The highest form of fear is definitely not despair, but hope interspersed with despair. He stammered out a reply. Barely. The tentacles pierced his brain and his body instantly collapsed. 34 to go. Which one of you 2 will answer? The man on the far left immediately pushed the brother next to him out of the room without a moment's delay. Desperate, The man who had been pushed out looked at the bone-spiked tentacles above his head and with a clench of his teeth yelled, 2. Very good. The man breathed a sigh of relief, almost sitting on his butt if he hadn't been standing in front of the monster. So, is that 2 boys in her belly? Or 2 girls? Or maybe a boy and a girl? Cold sweat slid down the man's forehead. 5, 4, 3. A man and a woman. Barely. The bone spikes instantly pierced through the man's brain and his body collapsed. 33 to go. The monster tentacle said, pointing at one of the remaining men. Now it's up to you to answer whether it's 2 boys, or 2 girls, or can you be stupid enough to say 1 boy and 1 girl? Only to see. The remaining man's throat wriggled. His eyes were lifeless. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees, looking at the monster in front of him and stuttering, 2 boys. Barely. Bone-spiked tentacles pierced his chest and dragged his body out of the crowd. 32 to go. An unspeakable fear filled the air, and the rest were too afraid to even scream. The small children having long since been gagged tightly by their parents. Time passes by. The monster at the head grinned. I know what you're waiting for the military to arrive, right? While you were hesitating, the other 4 escape entrances had already made their decisions. There were 2 piles of people who chose to vote on the decision. A bunch who beat 40 people to death alive and handed them over. And a bunch who chose the oldest person to come to their death. Now, it's just you guys, and I've given you all a good offer, right? The zombie monster gently patted the pregnant woman's stomach and whispered in her ear after she finished. I know what's in your belly, and I'm curious as to how you got pregnant with something like that. Go back. The pregnant woman returned to the crowd in trembling. Like the monster said, the 2 pregnant women were not carrying humans, so any answer is wrong. Now, it's time for the remaining crowd to make new choices. They had 3 options. Either vote on it, beat the weak to death by bullying them and throw them out, or choose the oldest to sacrifice. Suddenly, there was a sound from the crowd. I have a way of getting out those who are sick, those whose lives cannot be renewed even by replacing their mechanical internal tissues, and finally those who are over 80 years of age, and the rest of us decide by voting. Chapter 29, Zombie Mall. 3 frames forward. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them expressed their nods of agreement. Who has a genetic defect? Whoever is over 80 years old, please step forward at your own risk. What do you want? My son is fine. He's healthy, and he lives in a first-class area of the city center. Get out of here. Your son looks less than 2 years old. What does he know? Hand him over. People are coming together once again. This time, the display was even bloodier than the last, and the zombie monsters were just as silent as they were right next to them. When people abandon all principles, they transcend fear and transfer it to a 2-year-old child. At that moment, a mother flung herself on the ground, a wailing child underneath her, and on her back were a dozen more hands pulling her, beating her, and forcing her to give up her child. There may or may not have been sober people in the crowd looking on coldly. Bang! Suddenly, there was a gunshot. People crazier than zombies looked back as 23 land armor crews arrived at the site at fire speed. Bang bang bang! The dozens of zombie monsters in front of the crowd became vulnerable under the sound of a gunshot. Beneath the symphony of bullets colliding with flesh, true hope surfaced in people's eyes. Only, the monsters showed more excitement. Ha ha, the military is finally here. Brothers, run if you can run, or die if you can't run. Escape entrance gather. Ha ha ha. People looked at the talking zombie monster in front of them in a daze, oblivious to why the monster acted happier than the people when the military arrived, only to see the monsters flinging out slime in a hideous grin and sorbing to walls and ceilings, pulling up their bodies and leaping, their maniacal escape poses like Spider-Man jumping on a god. Bang bang bang! Electromagnetic bursts of bullets followed the lost monsters as they fled, and in less than a few seconds of work, several zombie monsters dropped up and were quickly patched up by the well-armed Marines with excellent marksmanship, beat it into a minced meat-like object. Under the ravages of the high-energy electromagnetic blast, the writhing mincemeat could hardly heal and chose to end itself. After seeing the zombie monsters fleeing, the remaining crowd cheered. They hugged each other, encouraged each other, helped each other as close as brothers and sisters. Escape entrance. All the zombies quickly rushed to this spot and coalesce into a neat line. Opposite the zombie monsters were well-equipped Marines, not lacking in high-energy laser weapons, plasma weapons, and even 2 hovering phantom particle cannons. The reason why the military didn't dare to do anything was because there was a huge ball of slime meat on the opposite side. The rest of the crowd was wrapped up in a giant mass of slime. Like being stuck in a swamp. You can't break free. The only thing you can do is struggle. They are the hostages. A strong voice came out from among the zombie monsters. Are all the brothers here? The Molan family cheats. House Moron cheats. Very good. Very spirited. The boss said to take 100 brothers to start the fight. Who wants to go first? As soon as the words left their mouths, The zombies first lurched, then exchanged words. Bro, you go first. I still want to do the final activity. Gee, I'd like to live to have a happy ending too. I've got a great idea. We'll call in the numbers and the odd one out will go out and take the lead. That's a good offer. And so it was that, to the amazed eyes of the military and the crowd, the neatly lined up group of zombies began to chime in. 2, 4, 6, 8, 248, 250. A chortle came from the group of zombies. Can any of you report odd numbers? At the same time, the military gave the order. Attack that command monster. It should be the head of the monster group. Bang! In the midst of the group of zombies, an electromagnetic bullet whizzed by, and the gesticulating zombie was shot in the head on the spot. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the head disappeared into a bloody mist. The air sank in between the whiskers. The group of zombies, including the crowd jawing. Half a minute passed and countless eyes stared at the headless neck. Panic set in. Even more panic than the group of zombies were the crowds. Who couldn't imagine what crazy things an enraged zombie would do? These bastards don't follow the rules. Kill them. Hurrah for the next brother to die. Instead of attacking the crowd, all the zombie groups shouted and rushed towards the army. At the same time, the army opened fire in unison. Bullets, laser beams, and particle cannons pounded the zombie flesh. Boom! A bloody firework exploded on the ground. An engagement at a distance of less than 100 meters is bound to spill over. Bullets passing through zombie flesh hit the crowd in the rear. The crowd ripped their voices and spat on everything. Tramp! The army of assholes stopped firing. Do I pay taxes every day to feed this bunch of ungrateful losers? My leg is broken. Stop your offense. And in the middle of the battlefield, the zombie group broke through the 100-meter distance and fought with the army. It was a no-holds-barred struggle. The group of zombies was reduced by a large portion in a single charge. With that, they only saw the remaining zombies coalesce and reassemble into a huge zombie monster, rampaging through the army. But, it looks great, but it doesn't actually work half as well. It was instantly reduced to a pile of black ash by a plasma ball. It was a crushing victory in the encounter between flesh and blood and technology, as the army cleared the scene of 268 walkers at the cost of 5 wounded and 1 dead. All that's left is a trail of broken flesh. Inside the White Tree Mall broadcast room, come a 6. Moran shakes the dice in his hand and rolls a dice 3. Crouching Dragon's eyes glistened with gold as he said, Boss shakes out 3 and advances 3 frames. Ha ha, choose dare. Phoenix Fawn fiddled with the electronic screen in the room and said, Boss, all of our zombie minions have been killed. And with the number of troops as well as the number of accidental deaths, we're just short of 3 to make a full 1,000. Moran smiled faintly and downed a mouthful of birdie vodka. Since it's a dare, I'll take my chances on this one. After saying that, Moran took the chess piece in his hand and jumped forward 3 squares. Meanwhile, the group of zombies that had been beaten to pieces coalesced into a human face. Slowly standing up, he said to all, It is now 16:39 p.m. Remember just under 1,000 O's. Today's revelry ends in wonderful flames. As soon as he finished his words, all the zombies' broken flesh dissolved into blood and water at the same time. And a certain person amongst the group of people trapped together by the slime pulls out a lighter. Snap! The slime quickly burned up, and in an instant, turned into a huge fireball. Innocent people are kept burning in fireballs. The wailing and screams were endless. Bang! The mall ceiling descends a 6-sided diamond-shaped spaceship amidst the shattering. Spray a white fire-extinguishing liquid nitrogen mixture into the crowd. Chapter 30 Zombie Mall Finale. 3 trump cards. In the mall, a escape entrance. There was a huge black ball, which was up to several hundred people piled up and burned together. The faces were all gone, and the cries and wails resounded through the heavens and the earth. A being that is uglier than a zombie monster. But the fire didn't kill any of them. It burned them into a charred-skinned existence. Even when the battle-hardened soldiers saw the scene, they couldn't help but feel waves of shock in their hearts. Iron-blooded soldiers do not fear death, but humans fear the unknown. A monster that comes and goes so quickly that people know nothing about it. A few of the soldiers had removed their armor and soothed the group, whose skin was stuck together from the heat, with warm palms. There was this soldier who clung to the little hand that reached out in the pile of people, and the little charred hand squeezed his fingers. Suddenly, tears were fighting their way down this soldier's eyes. He held back tears and murmured, just how cold-blooded and heartless an existence can do such a thing. Within a short time, the paramedics arrived at the site in flames and were confronted with the pile of people with their skin joined together. Only lasers had to be used to temporarily separate their skin, and robots are not good at this kind of delicate work, and a number of doctors chose to do it themselves. One by one, they were taken to hospitals for treatment. Everything, it seems, is over. In fact, it's not even a real start. An announcement rang out over the mall radio. now that the game is over. I'm sorry you didn't make it here. 2. Time for the brothers to run. The announcement rang throughout the White Tree Mall, and the army quickly gave an order. Lock down the entire White Tree Mall and investigate the radio room. Bang! The radio room door was kicked in. In came 6 land-armored warriors, scanning the inside of the radio room. Their eyes locked on the chair directly in front of them. There was a corpse with rolled eyes, a large hole ripped out of its chest, and 3 cards cupped in its hand. Bizarrely, the man had a smile cut out of his face. Just then, a 3D projection popped up on the helmet of the lead armored man. Moran, I lost this time. You really picked a good time to pick my busiest time. But I warn you, if you resort to such violent games again, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. At that time, the corpse opened its mouth and said, "Come on, I can hear you're not him. He's a lot more cold-blooded than you are. Where did that go? My game with him isn't over yet." Oof. No wonder my father is so infatuated with you. My father has left for Mars base. Your judgment is coming. Bah! Long-winded and boring. Are you his daughter, or his son? The 3D projection hesitated. Why am I telling you this? So it's his daughter? Girl, I'm on to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cells on the corpse quickly turned into drops of blood. The middle-aged man projected gritted his teeth. Damn moron has escaped again. Check the clues he left behind. Add a command. The military man at the head of the group eased into the studio, while the remaining few pressed on, seeing a map of the board game and plastic circular chess pieces on the floor. There's also a ton of snacks, and empty bottles of toilet cleaner. The soldier was about to reach up and look at the pieces when he was chastised by the 3D projection. Don't move and see what position these 3 pieces fall on? After a careful check, the soldier replied. 1 piece landed on the hospital bearing, 1 on the barracks, and 1 on the dare grid. Oh, those tourists were picked up by an ambulance. It's over. It's too late now. Damn it. Puzzled, the soldier inquired. And what does the barracks stand for? Inside this kind of board game, the barracks represent war? And you can take out a piece on the opposite side of the table to make the opposite side of the table start all over again. Don't rule it out as a warning of destruction. Or maybe moron has infiltrated the army, and a dare means to do something at will. The middle-aged man projected stared at the 3 cards in the hands of the corpse in the chair. Bring those 3 cards over here and look at them. The soldier obeyed and did as he was told, snatching the 3 cards from the corpse's hand and turning them up to see that they were 3 ace cards. And what does this stand for? The 3D projected middle-aged man became hysterical. There's only 1 ace in a deck of cards, and the fact that he's pinching 3 in his hand means he won't play us according to the set. That goddamned asshole. Spread the word. All military personnel conduct a full medical checkup, especially those who have had close contact with monsters, even if they are corpses. Notify the hospital authorities so that they can conduct a complete screening of their patients as well. Whether it's a doctor or a patient, it has to be screened. Suddenly, the 3D projected man hugged his head and cried, asterisk. This asshole can reproduce like crazy as long as there's 1 cell left untouched. What the hell am I supposed to do? Ah, goddamned bastard moron. Father, if it were you, how would you handle this situation? Daughter, I really can't cope. Inside the subway, 3 people dressed as students sat in chairs, and for once the subway ride wasn't crowded at all. It was spacious. The girl with the purple ponytail rubbed the legs and squeezed the shoulders of the boy in the center and said curtly, "Boss, what are we going to eat?" "Eat? Have the beef platter. I feel pretty good." The white-haired boy on the far right pushed up his glasses and said, "Boss, I've got some bad news for you. We've run out of money and suggest a bank robbery." Upon hearing this, the little girl was instantly energized. Robbery. Boss moron cheats. Rob a bank? I for one have no interest in money. Who else could these 3 be? Molan, who whisks away his clothes afterward and hides his achievements and fame, as well as Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy. When these words came out, Crouching Dragon and Feng Shao both looked at Emoluan with an odd look. I'm not interested in money? The duo seemed to be trying to stifle their laughter, but felt it was rude. Moran saw this and coughed dryly. We don't pay the delivery man when he comes to the door. That's not all. But boss, you said you couldn't get a free ride. Moran slapped his thighs, righteously and decisively. What's this called whoring? It's only called whoring if you have bills and don't give them. I don't have the money, but I want it, so I don't give the ticket. Is there a problem? This was a reasonable statement, and Wulong and Feng Shao nodded their heads in agreement with this opinion. If you have it, you give it, but if you don't give it, which naturally can't be called a white scoop. Chapter 31 Invitation from the Six-Eyed Heartthrob. The following day at 8 a.m. The morning news is live, broadcasting as sad news of the city of Tadu. Yesterday at noon to the afternoon time period, Tadu Whitetree Commercial Center. A biochemical monster attack occurred, resulting in large-scale casualties. Now have our reporter linked to the relevant personnel for a detailed interview. The screen image pans out and cuts to a private press interview Q&A session. The female reporter said to the camera, "Okay, now we have the director of the city's biochemistry administration, who will explain to us in detail how this came about. Mr. Director, regarding this terrorist biochemical monster attack, may I ask if your Biochemical Management Bureau has investigated anything?" When the reporter finished, the microphone was handed to a middle-aged man. "That's for sure. Last night we investigated based on the clues all night and lined up a biopharmaceutical company. Due to various reasons, I'm not at liberty to disclose the name of this company, but we found solid evidence in this company." The reporter frowned. "Can you please show me the evidence?" Only to see this middle-aged man clap his hands, and at once two staff members carried a large bag of rotting flesh, still laying on the table. No matter what angle you look at it from, it all looks like it's been in the fridge, and it's still rotten meat that's been sitting in the fridge for months after it went bad. The director said, pointing to the rotting flesh, "There are quite horrible biochemical monster cells in here, so please rest assured, citizens, that we have eliminated the biochemical monster cells inside. That's exactly where the pathogen came from. All the principals of this biopharmaceutical company, we arrested. In a week's time, we at the Biochemical Virus Crisis Management Bureau will give all citizens a complete answer." Mr. Director, that's a really ambiguous response, and I don't think it's strong evidence. I'm not going to make too many statements until there is sufficiently adequate evidence, but please rest assured, citizens, that the source of all harm is under our control. Bang! A drained blue plastic bottle smashes against the make-believe screen. "Ha shucks, making things up. Ding! Good job, moron. Given your positive performance yesterday, I've decided to reward you with a special ability. Forget about it." The corners of Moran's eyes were tugging at his mouth to move. Was this even remotely like the system? You say you'll give it, and then suddenly you don't? It's like a bachelor meeting a widow knocking on his door at night, only to have the widow knock on the door just to send an invitation that she's ready to marry someone else. Don't system greatly. There are special rewards you just give with me you still polite what? Here's the thing. This special ability needs to be earned. If I just gave it to you, wouldn't that make the reward look cheap? System, what's wrong with you? If you have it, give it to me. What's the benefit of hiding it? The special ability isn't an evolutionary bonus. It doesn't do much for your cells, but it's great for you. Do you want it? Molin's eyes were glowing and he monkeyed around. Nonsense. I definitely want it. What special ability? Wanted? You son of a. What time is it? You're still sitting on the couch watching TV? Don't you think it's an eyesore when so many people are breathing the air outside? Why don't you go out and take out a few of the city's population? Don't be so hasty. System, I can't beat the army in a head-on fight. Did I tell you to go head-to-head? Did I tell you to fight the army? You're a pig. You don't know how to sneak up on people. You don't know how to use drugs, hacking, group fighting, the beauty plan, the 36 stratagems, Sun Tzu's art of war. Do you? Moran was speechless. Never been so speechless in his life. I wanted to retort to the system a few times, but I could never find the words to do so. Don't waste your time. While you're wasting your time, your minions will be killing like crazy. System, you don't brag. My little brother, what virtue I know. I didn't ask them to be exposed in the middle of the human world. Yuck. You have a little brother who kills fish when he has nothing to do on the ocean. Do you know how many evolution points and mutation points he's earned? You also have a little brother hiding inside the meadow, blowing up ant nests over nothing. You also have a little brother, that six-eyed heartthrob of yours, who, when he's idle inside the cave, people look for bedbugs to squish, and then look at you. This kind of demeanor. TSK 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 TSK. Really? Disgraced the moron family. Emoluan was disliked and could neither cry nor laugh. And in his helplessness, he changed the topic. System, stop cursing. How many evolution and mutation points are there now? As well as special mutation points. And what's the special ability you're going to give me? For the mutation points you can't use. I've exchanged evolution points and special mutation points for you. And there are 10,098 evolution points. There are 20 special mutation points. And there is one special mutation point you can use. This was acquired when one of your minions was shooting spiders inside the desert. Can turn the slime you secrete into tougher spider silk. And is able to secrete both slime and spider silk at the same time. The special ability I'm going to give you is mental materialization. 1,000 thoughts flashed in Moran's eyes. Spraying spider silk was much more dashing than spraying slime. Isn't that the equivalent of Spider-Man? Spiritual materialization. He was half-hearted. System, give me a reinforcement wave now. Okay, you wait, give me a day. I'll assign you a good gene combination. Now it's a little complicated to mutate. I'll give you evolution points to use together by the way. You'll need about 5,000 evolution points to assist, and a desert spider special mutation point. Do you agree with my approach? System, you will still ask for my opinion? Damn you. I'm your system. I'm not your mom. I certainly don't have the authority to change it for you if you don't confirm it. Just nod your head. Moran nodded his head in passing and said, yes, okay, at least one day, at most 2 days, when I'm busy, you have nothing to do. Just go kill some people to cultivate your feelings. Bye. After confirming the information with the system, Moran stretched his back and in the process said hello to his 18 brothers around the world through the mental connection. Only on this day, Moran's mind invited him to cross over in consciousness and discuss something together, with an invitation from a good brother, and especially one that Moran valued as a heartthrob. It was only natural that he had to go. Within the primitive forest nature reserve, raindrops fall between the forest leaves. It's morning on the other end. It's late night here. The place in the cold, gloomy cave, a place where bears used to stay, was taken by force by the Moran family, and in the midst of this cave, bears, wild deer, wild hogs, and other creatures gathered. They are, all of them, members of the Moran family, and in the middle of this dark cave, the most eye-catching is a six-eyed monster, covered in bone spikes, more than 2 meters tall, like the king of all beasts. He is above all things in the forest. Only at the moment, he was kneeling on one knee, head bowed, like a dead soldier, waiting for his master to arrive. Where he knelt in reverence, there was the body of a monkey sitting on a boulder, its rotting flesh covered in cancerous cells. Just then, the monkey opened his eyes. Greetings to the boss for coming. All members of the Moran family are at your disposal. He made it look like the young master of the Dragon King is coming home. Such a big battle. The environment of your place is so damn bad. Not even a single light. Chapter 32, A Square Tablet. Within the primitive forest nature reserve, the reserve has been undisturbed for nearly a century. Now comes the uninvited guest. A monkey sits on the shoulder of a six-eyed monster, running wildly through fallen leaves and old trees. Monkey's hands clutched a bone spur on the monster's shoulder, and the strong wind that blew in front of him was as stiff as a knife. 6 eyes. I didn't keep you around because I believe in you, but you can't get so worked up. You run ing slow. With these words, the six-eyed monster's speed then dropped a bit. Sorry boss, I'm so excited to see you. Monkey smiled faintly and touched the monster's head and joked. Excited hammer. Do a good job and develop slowly. The boss won't treat you poorly. After saying that, the monkey twisted his head and swept his eyes at the barbaric primordial heaven and earth around him. The ancient trees dare to be taller than the sky, and the forest leaves cover the clouds and the moon. It's not raining anymore. The humid air around them condensed a bunch of water droplets on the monkey fur. Hey, where are you taking me? 6 eyes mused. One brother inadvertently discovered a mysterious underground structure that smelled like a remembered home. After a trek of nearly 3 hours, the road was exhausted and the mountains were revealed to the destination. Boss, we're finally here. Just go through the gap between the mountains and follow the Ain River downstream for a large distance. The monkey raised his eyes and saw that there was a mountain before him. Not too high and not too showy, with a gap in the mountain less than a meter wide but 100 meters high. The monkey is naturally Molan, only to see that he looks similar to the monkey, scratching his ears in disbelief. 6 eyes. Are you taking me grave robbing? Boss wise. Boss moron cheats. Emoluan laughed and scolded. Digging someone's grave? And you give me that it smells like home. You grifter. Taking a scolding, instead of being angry. 6 eyes was happy in his heart. 6 eyes was seen stabbing his right hand into his body and removing a glass rod that contained some sort of liquid, waving it around a few times. It suddenly became as bright as a light bulb. Moran quipped. You can. 6 eyes. This thing saves more food than blowing with biomass. Thanks for the compliment boss. I stole this thing from a road camping tour group before I stopped by and didn't get caught by humans. Moran gave an alas and said, it's time to take it, not to stutter. Go on, take me in and see what's in there. With that, only the six-eyed monster's body suddenly shrunk, and the two of them entered into it with the help of the light rod. At first it was extremely narrow, but only through people. After a few dozen paces, it became clear. The gap that was big enough for one person became big enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Moran and 6 eyes then walked a few thousand steps, which is being in the sense of a clear understanding. Inside was a muddy cavern, and even without the need for light, all the members of House Moran had decent night vision. Only, without the slightest light in it, night vision would be useless. only with the help of a light stick to reflect the light. Otherwise, it is no different from a blind man with his eyes open. With the help of a light stick, numerous stalactites are vaguely visible. The sound of water drops falling into puddles is often heard in the ears. Moran muttered, "Something's not right. There should be bats or other life in here?" Boss guessed right. The brothers who found this place ate all the creatures inside. That's why it's so quiet. Moran, nice work. What did you find in here? No wonder the system keeps saying there's a bunch of mutation points that can't be used. It's because you guys aren't picky. The six-eyed monster fumbled with his head, not knowing how to reply, but only smiling awkwardly and unobtrusively. Moran smacked his lips. In the end found what well, but also memories of the taste of home, have to come to me personally. If you dare to tease me, you'd better be careful. The six-eyed monster did not immediately strike up a conversation at his words. First, he took a thief's glance at the surroundings and said with a mysterious face, "This hides the truth of this world." Moran raised an eyebrow when he heard this and quieted his mind, searching inside his mind for the memories of all the Moran family members. It's like showing a slideshow, where memories are shared, but that doesn't mean they're all known. Upon finding memories of what was in here, Moran was lost in thought. The rectangular object that appeared in his memory left Moran somewhat incredulous. But a little brother's memory doesn't lie. Even though the little brother who contributed that memory is dead, and dead with no cells left, even if it's dangerous, it's still worth the trip. Moran made up his mind and said, "It doesn't matter to me. You isolate half of the cells and leave them here." With that, the six-eyed monster understood, and its body split in two. Not so much that all of its consciousness perished. Moran nodded. Go down there and take a look. Monster plus monkey. The two follow their memories into the depths of the cave. Follow the cracks between the rocks and have to crush bones in the process, moving forward like a limp slug, otherwise it won't slip in. I don't know how much time passed, but within the darkness of the cavern, the sense of time became blurred, until you come to the underground dark river. A subtle feeling rose in Moran's heart as he looked at the calm underground dark river. The dark river is usually calm on the surface, but in reality, the current inside is extremely rough. If you're not careful, even a fish can bump into the rocks under the water. This is it. Jump together. Puff. Moran and Six Eyes disappeared into the water, the cells changing the shape of their flippers and plucking at the current, moving swiftly through the water like a big fish. I don't know how much time has passed. The two reached their destination. Moran slowly poked his head out of the water, and upon seeing this bizarre space, an inexplicable panic arose in his heart. It was an unspeakable panic. It's like reading a book and finishing your homework, but always feeling like there's another assignment you forgot to write. And then realizing the next day when you collect your homework that you really did forget to write it. This place was a huge hollow located nearly 10,000 meters deep underground. The only entrance is a four-way underground culvert. If it weren't for the infinite decomposition of the Moran family cells and the infinite ability to self-generate consciousness, I'm afraid, even if you throw in 10,000 pathfinding robots, they won't be able to find this place. Moran and Six Eyes swam out of the water and followed a bright light that came straight ahead. Until you come to the end of the bright light. The one that emitted the bright light was a square artificial luminary about 40 centimeters long and wide, like a lonely lighthouse. I don't know how long it has been lit in the darkness. Beneath the bright light was a black rectangular monolith. It is about 10 meters wide and 40 meters high, like a small light bulb mounted above a piece of chocolate. Moran came to the foot of the monolith and took the searchlight wand handed to him by Six Eyes. White light streaked by, reflecting a square piece of font on the stone tablet. Snap! The light rod fell to the ground. And Moran's body was a hairless monkey at the moment, only to see him sitting on his butt. Mouth silently murmured, This is actually Chinese font? Chapter 33, Forgotten Memories. The monolith was so odd that it was actually inscribed with Chinese characters. Moran had been spellbound, thinking that where he was supposed to be in a parallel universe. Parallel universes, however, even if they have the same spacetime and little cultural difference, even if they also have all the exact same planets in the solar system, these, in turn, are within acceptable limits. But how can the language be exactly the same? Mo took a deep breath, picked up the light rod on the ground, and stood in front of the stone monument, glancing at a few words once again. After reading this, Moran's brows furrowed together. The words carved out on it were as if they had been carved yesterday. There was no corrosion, no weathering, and it was completely impossible to estimate just how long this black stone tablet had existed. Moran carefully scanned the writing on the stone tablet. Each Chinese character was roughly the size of a palm, and the combination of each character was correctly arranged for grammatical use. Moran probably understood from a quick glance that this was following the right-to-left arrangement of ancient times. There aren't even any typos. Even the punctuation is used from memory. This is indeed the actual Chinese language and culture. Moran took a deep breath, and finally his body burst apart violently, turning into a tentacle of flesh and blood. The tentacle then continued to thin until it became a long cell not much thicker than a chopstick. During this time, Moran also asked Six Eyes for some cellular tissue, which reached a height of several dozen meters, only to see that this cell of Moran appeared to split into another tentacle holding a rod of light with two eyes hanging from the top, not even eyelids. The general shape is a long bar topped with an eyeball, holding a light rod, with just a small pile of six-eyed monster cells underneath, like a slug followed by a flea. They had a large piece of dark chocolate in front of them. With the help of the light from the white light stick, Moran recited the first word from the very beginning on the right side in his mind in Chinese. This is not a monument to human merit. This is an epitaph for human civilization. From time immemorial, we humans have believed in the existence of a creator. Yet one day the creator descended into the world. Every 1,000 years, which is the 1,000th time that our planet orbits our star in a rotational pair, the creator comes to us with a revelation. Yet that day, the creator's revelation to us was the self-termination of our human civilization. Unbelievable that we believe in a God that created us just to satisfy the curiosity of his heart. Moran murmured in his heart while his mind was racing with thoughts. Every thought was telling him that the creator was the existence of a higher-tech civilization, and that a heavenly conspiracy was hidden in this stone tablet. Immediately afterward, Moran gripped the light stick and read the next paragraph in order from right to left. When the cruel reality was set before mankind, we united. We abandoned our grudges and rejected discrimination against each other because, as human beings, we have the right to pursue the path of survival. But the creators easily dismantled the unity between us, and they never even came out to fight us themselves. The creator said so to us humans. I hate redundant cultures. I hate redundant civilizations, and only one culture is allowed to exist on this planet. And that culture, it must be the one that triumphs over all cultures. Seeing this, Moran's heart stuttered as he recalled what he had done in days gone by. The creator thought with him. There is indeed an inexplicable pleasure in watching others harbor a rebellion. Immediately afterward, Moran's mind mumbled what came next. Once again we're fighting amongst ourselves. We're blinded by stupidity. We're all trying to prove we're the strongest culture, just to live under the creator's eye. We feed bullets to our fellow citizens. We drop nuclear warheads on their homes. We've pushed ourselves to extinction. Until one day, a wise man stood up in our nation and he said to all of us, what a sad people. What a sad war. Why take out your hatred on your fellow man? Even gods shed blood. Arise, people who don't want to be slaves. It is not just his words that convince us, but the fact that he carries the head of a creator in his hands. He, who struck down the unattainable creator. That day we humans call Resistance Day. As a result, we humans lost, but we did not regret the choices we made, because our country united all human beings and fought until the end. Until the last day comes, we are no longer separated by country, color, or culture. We are linked to all nations. We are called human civilization. We fired our last round. We fell our last soldier. And I, as a witness to it all, I carved this into the stone. Until one day I decided to step out and resurrect my creator in the ruins. Because I am a robot made of steel. My creator is human, and I miss my creator. But I have always treated me as a human being because my creator has entrusted me with his last hope. Maybe I should get out. I'd love to get out, but I always feel like it's not the right time. Is it today that I should go out? I don't know. I'm running out of battery energy. This battery lasts at least 1,000 years. I've been on standby for what I think might be the last 2,000 years. Today, I don't know how much time has passed. I left here with 1,000 of the last remaining human fertilized egg cells. Maybe I'll fail. Maybe I can resurrect my maker. But I can imagine that one day a civilization will rise again on this broken planet. Moran's heart turned over in shock. This monolith, carved by a robot, and a robot that understands Chinese. Moran digested the information by comparing it to everything he had come into contact with in this world. Suddenly, an important piece of information came to light. In the store, Moran's little brother captured a very key phrase. People with genetic defects. In other words, the people currently moving around on the ground are the offspring bred from those 1,000 fertilized egg cells. The 1,000 egg cells have been waiting for thousands of years, and even with the best preservation measures, they are already genetically mutilated. What that means is that all people are genetically crippled. It's just that some people are crippled more severely. At the thought, Moran looked at himself. Right now, Moran finally understood. He murmured, no wonder that scientist was courteous to me. He was trying to use me to carry out repairs between cellular genes, to replenish the mutilated genes of human beings. Or perhaps to let me remodel everyone's genes. Chapter 34, Time to Make Money. Moran read all the information and bowed towards the monolith. Then he said to Six Eyes beside him, "It's already impossible for us to go back. The underground dark river here is all countercurrent." "It's okay, boss. Thanks for the reminder. I left half of the tissue in the cave. I can still transfer my consciousness to that half of the cells." Six Eyes, who only had a small pile of body left, replied to Moran through a mental link. "Well, you go on back then." After Moran finished speaking, the cells of the Six Eyes instantly disappeared from all conscious bodies. Immediately afterward, Moran explored his hand and absorbed the pile of cells into his body. "With that, take the light stick and look for all the resources you can utilize in these 4 weeks. The cave is large and very well preserved. And inside you can look for some metal pipes that have weathered into stone, as well as some sort of metal, glass bottles and jars. A mishmash of everything." Looking around, Moran sighed. Retracing his steps back to the monolith, he found nothing useful in here. Looking at the huge monolith, Moran murmured, "What kind of will does this robot harbor to endure 1,000 years of loneliness?" And it was able to bring 1,000 fertilized human egg cells back to the surface through a dark underground river. Simply a power greater than the gods. By what? Is it hope? Is it willpower? Or is it tricking itself into thinking it can do it? Or maybe its mechanical programming forced it to do it? Moran's eyes glazed over as he looked back at the only entrance and exit, the calm water. There's absolutely no way it could have left through a dark underground river. Is there a teleportation device here? Or is there a hidden exit? Moran sighed again. Whatever the outcome was, it was in the past. This place has long been ravaged by time as a memory, and only this monolith remains standing. With that, Molan's conscious body left this place, and here, only a hairless monkey remained to bow its head to the stone tablet. When the conscious body returned to the burned-out room in the city, Moran looked at the bizarre scene in front of him. Wolverine hangs himself from the ceiling via slime, still needing his pecs, and is dressed as perversely as ever. This time, the head was over 2 pairs of pink panties, and the left and right legs wore stockings or different styles that were, in general, indescribable, because that's all the stuff Wolverine was wearing. And Phoenix was carrying a large sword on the side. Anger was written all over his face and his eyes burned red. Emoluan coughed dryly. "How long have I been away?" "Crouching Dragon, you restrain yourself a little bit." "Fong Daisy, you put the knife down. Have a talk." Upon learning that Emoluan had returned, a cold light flashed in Feng Zhao's eyes. Not at Emoluan, but at Wulong, who clenched the greatsword in his hand and said, "Boss, you've been gone for 28 hours and 04 minutes. Allow me to hack this pervert to death." Molan replied awkwardly, "Forget it, it's all our own brothers. After all, it's not like Crouching Dragon has been perverted for a day or two." As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Wolverine quickly went from the ceiling into Moran's arms with a jerk. "Boss, you're finally back. People missed you." As soon as Moran threw the Crouching Dragon in his arms in front of Phoenix, "Chop! Don't slash at the dead, slash at the half-dead." With a command, Feng Zhao's hands rose and fell like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. The stockings, the boxers, all over Wolverine's body were hacked through. Only when the sword in his hand had cut and curled its edge did Feng Zhao give up. Molan looked at the sadly broken flesh on the ground. "Wulong, I don't ask you not to be perverted. And I don't ask you not to be perverted in front of me. Can you not stick to me when you're perverted?" Only to see Wulong's laborious effort, which restored his body, he said in an aggrieved manner, "I've just discovered an amazing secret." Molan said to Phoenix, "Keep chopping, keep fighting. Machetes don't work, use your feet to kick." Much ado about nothing. Wolverine was beaten into autism. Crouching Dragon crawled back into the bedroom to play with her pecs, but she was so aggravated that it was hard to discover the magical secret, but no one appreciated it. After Crouching Dragon left, Phoenix said to Moran, "Boss, a man sent a paper mail. According to my investigation, paper mail has instead become the most confidential form of communication here. I've been waiting for you to come back to open it." Molan nodded and took the mail Phoenix handed to him, opening it and looking at the message written on it, his brow frowning sometimes tightly, sometimes soothingly. It reads, "Son, I've been busy for a while now, and I'm well aware of what you've done. I understand how you feel, and I'm not asking you to stop retaliating against us. Maybe your existence is to exterminate lives, but please restrain yourself. You don't want to make the game boring, do you? To the commander of the Tadu army, a member of the High Council of Tadu City, and the head of the Helen Cancer Cell Experiment. Simmer." With a pen, Moran quickly tore the letter up. "Your name's Simmer. Ha, dog thief. You're making the game unfun. You grifter. You've got quite a lot of identities." When Moran's anger had almost subsided, Phoenix spoke respectfully. "Boss, what's our next move?" Moran shook his hand, tossed the shredded paper into the air, and rummaged around on the tabletop floor for nothing but a pile of empty toilet cleaner bottles. It's not that there's no money. Now go and think of ways to make money. Don't be in a hurry. The 3 trump cards aren't playing out now. And I want to use these 3 trump cards to play the best effect. Okay, boss. Now I'll go prepare detailed map information of the nearby banks and plan the course of action. Today, it was another good day. The sun is shining and there are no clouds. By the side of the more lively pedestrian street in the third-class city area, there were 3 young people dressed like students, and a big sign in his hand. It reads, practicing medicine and healing for 40 years. Wonderful hands, acupuncture, bone setting, massage, bone touching and fortune telling. Master of feng shui. Birth date and 8 characters. Help with names. Professional unclogging of drains, picking of large feces, professional cleaning of rats, cockroaches, bedbugs, fleas, termites, and all pests. Ancestral cell phone film. And there was a red cloth spread out in front of it, covered with piles of grass roots, dead leaves, and unchewed meat bones. Phoenix Child took a deep breath and offered his opinion extremely seriously. Boss, I suggest we rob a bank. We really can't earn more than a few dollars a day by setting up a stall here. Mullen had yet to reply, and on the sidelines Wulong was agitated. Come and buy, come and see. Freshly baked stall sale, 18 martial arts, all proficient. The little girl performance chest broke in Big Stone Lu. In less than a couple of days, Wolverine had completed the mental transformation and she was treating herself like a girl. Chapter 35, Setting up a stall for the sake of the world. Effort pays off. Like at this point, Crouching Dragon shouted at the top of his lungs with a laborious voice, ironically attracting the attention of pedestrians. Crowds of people coming and going turned around to see a little girl with a purple ponytail mouthing off about performing a chest-breaking show. The word, as the name suggests, is to break open boulders above the chest. This stuff is familiar to all the morons. A memory etched inside the DNA now. But this place is unfamiliar to people who haven't heard of it. Only a man with an antenna strapped to the top of his head, as if he were a Teletubby, curiously walked up and asked, "What do you and your friends sell, little girl? And what's this chest-breaking stuff you're talking about?" As the words landed, the rest of the group gathered around in curiosity. I wouldn't say it was jammed, but more or less there were close to 70 or so people who came, dressed up in a variety of ways. A few of them were not even recognizable as human beings. Almost all of them have been fused with machinery, electronic eyes that lack eyes, and look like robots if they have fewer arms and legs. Wulong saw that so many people had come, surely he couldn't afford to slack off, and lay down on the ground, squeezing his eyes and signaling Moran to give him the manhole cover next to him on his chest. Mullen saw this and complied, gouging out the metal sewer manhole cover next to him and covering the Crouching Dragon's chest. Crouching Dragon, I didn't make you do this. Are you sure you want to play like this? The surrounding crowd instantly cheered and understood what the 3 young men were up to, posing a challenge to the limits of human flesh. Cheer up, I'll give you guys a lot of money for watching. Immediately afterward, a couple of dimes should have landed, counting as a reward. Crouching Dragon patted the metal manhole cover on her chest and said with a smile on her face, "Don't worry, boss. As a woman, if you can't even break a big stone in your chest, what kind of face is there to be a woman? You're cheating. The boss honors you as a man." Moran turned his head to Phoenix Child. "Since she wants to play so badly, you break the manhole cover." Feng Shao had a helpless look on his face, but he didn't know what to say. His heart was clogged. A good bank put up for grabs. Have to play some kind of street vendor here. Sweeping his eyes around, he also did not find the existence of a sledgehammer. There is no hammer. Play a hammer of the chest to break a boulder. Phoenix hesitated. "Boss, with your fists?" A bright light flashed in Emoluan's eyes, and suddenly thought of something, and said to the Crouching Dragon and Feng Shao duo in mental contact, "In a moment, Crouching Dragon, you perform in pain, and it's best if you can spit out the blood, and then I'll take the medicine out and show it to the people first, and give it to you to take in an instant. Think about how much you can get." Wolong does not want to think of anything but only feel very interesting. Head nodded like garlic. Rather, it was Phoenix who pondered for a moment and inquired in curiosity, "Boss, I think I understand what you mean. You want to cover our moron family cells in medicine by selling it for the purpose of selling it, so that these people will willingly accept the infection, and in the end, make a name for us, so that people will become slaves of our moron family." Moran coughed dryly, not so much in his mind. Just want to have an addiction of crappy money. Didn't realize that Feng Shao actually has this good way. Mullen replied in his heart, worthy of being a Phoenix Child. "One glance knows what's in my mind. Boss, that's what I'm thinking. That's right, destroying people step by step, making a little bit of random money, and finally accomplishing our family's highest wish, to eliminate all life." Crouching Dragon was insensitive and said, "Boss, aren't you not interested in money? You want to mess with money too." Emolu and I stomped Wulong and slapped him on the manhole cover. Can you call it screwing with money when it comes to reading? It's called taking money. As a result, the manhole cover also followed the two large mountains on the Crouching Dragon's chest and went up and down a few times, like the waves of the ocean. Not only waves, but this wave is huge. Wulong's hobbies and behavioral dealings aside, there's nothing to say about his body and looks. The crowd around us felt bad. Why didn't I take this slap in the face? Okay boss, I know what to do. Phoenix finished, lifting his leg and stomping on the well cover of Crouching Dragon's chest. Bang! With as much force as he could muster, the ground smashed out a small crater. Crouching Dragon's eyes bulged like Toad's eyes, and he spat out blood. I'm griping your ass, Phoenix. You've got a problem with me, don't you? In a flash, the crowd stirred. What are you doing? Such a pretty little girl. You're willing to hit? You bastard. Let's see if I don't kill you. Only to see a few Hans swinging round. Set up to beat people. Phoenix scowled at this, not caring what the group wanted. Moran looked at it and saw that it wouldn't work. We are all wealthy, cannot be offended to death. To kill also have to drain the use of value before. Standing in front of Phoenix, practically protecting people, his afterglow swept his eyes at Wulong, who was still spitting blood on the ground. Wanting to laugh, he felt very rude and persuaded the crowd. Don't get excited. I've been practicing medicine and healing for 40 years. This kind of injury is like a piece of cake to me. If you don't believe me, you'll continue to look down. A man's mechanical hand pointed at Emoluan and said, "Kid, you'd better not brag. You won't be finished with you if you can't give us an explanation." Molan had a look of displeasure on his face. What did Crouching Dragon's injury or lack thereof have to do with these guys? The excitement is like hitting his mom. If he wasn't shy, Moran would be sorry for his temper if he didn't eat the life out of this one. Just keep your eyes open. Big brother. Moran finished bending down on the ground red cloth to take a bone. A few days ago to eat did not finish. Is a human or animal? Moran is not clear. Anyway, is a rib. But at this point, not to mention the tiger bone, the dragon bone is not as powerful as this. Please see, gentlemen, this object is the bone of heaven and earth's yin and yang. It's very powerful anyway. At this point, because Wulong performed a chest spitting blood, the number of people rubbed up, and in the blink of an eye there were already more than 100 people. There was a lot of talking and talking. No one knows what this bone of heaven and earth's yin and yang really is. Moran quietly covered the cells with a thin little layer on the bone, then broke off a small piece and handed it to Wulong's mouth and whispered, "Don't spit. You perform fountains. Ha, eat it." Wulong this grizzly ate not even eat. Instant storm, full of energy, holding a metal round manhole cover with a handkerchief like in the fingertips to turn and play. In the moment when people's jaws dropped, Emoluan said, "Everyone saw it. This bone has such an effect without even having to eat it. If you eat it, won't you go to heaven and become an immortal?" Nee. I'll take this bone," a broader-looking woman said as she held up a transparent wafer in her hand. Moran glanced back at Phoenix inquiring, "What's this?" Feng Shao respectfully said, "Answer boss, this is the identity card, and bank card ID card a reason. Virtual currency transfer special, and we're registered as black, and we've been on the radar of the human government side for a long time, but they don't dare do anything rash." Hearing this, Emoluan smiled faintly. "This item is only for cash, or valuables, first come first served." Just as people were digging into their pockets, a discordant voice came out from the crowd. "Kid, put this down and get the hell out of here. This is my territory and you dare to be wild here?" Chapter 36, Those in Power. Solving difficulties with poisonous tricks. Under heaven and earth, people will look at people with red eyes. A red eye is a black heart, but that black heart can't compare to the Molan family. From the crowd came 5 strong men with tiger backs, obviously, never with love and peace, and have been watching in the shadows for a long time. At this time, there is a gold mountain in front of us. Do not take it as simply sorry for their local snake occupation. The words are in 2 parts. The people who come to smash the scene are eyeballing it for profit, and the morons don't just want your money, they want to see you play it out. So, the defeat was a doomed thing. Emoluan saw these 5 people come and not only did not frown, on the contrary, he was smiling, just like seeing the god of wealth come to the door. To big bully small this kind of chicken thing, more than these 5 people more play the stove perfect, the peak of excellence. Yo, several big brothers, waiting for you for a long time. This heaven and earth yin yang bone is prepared for you. Looking at the young man in front of this enthusiastic look, a few men immediately looked at each other. Indecisive, just do not know what to do. If these 3 were determined and clenched their fists to fight, they were not afraid. That's what they do for a living. What are they afraid of? Plus there was a woman on the other side. Though, and that big metal manhole cover was like embroidered cloth in her hands. It's a girl, after all. Can she still eat people? You've got to push the other guy's buttons first. The leading Hanyu made a highly insulting gesture, crossing his two middle fingers together and turning to Moran. Kid, don't play nice for me. Do you have a license for all this you're selling? How dare you talk to my big brother like that? Mo Luan reached out to stop Wulong, who raised the manhole cover in a gesture to kill, looked at the Han in front of him with a smile and said flatly, when your mother gave birth to you, did she ever cover the quarantine on your ass? The Hanyu was confused. What do you mean? Moran, sorry. I forgot that most of you were born in jars, so you don't have a mom. Don't be ridiculous. I asked you if this thing has a license to sell? So you spite me. Have you spiked the license? Once these words came out, the leading man was furious, and his sandbag-sized fist was full of force before striking towards Mo Luan's face. Bang! A gunshot rang out and an arm was severed, only to see the Han's hand broken. His body like a boiled prawn bowed, a hard in the ground screaming and rolling. Moran's brow furrowed. It wasn't him who had made the move. Looking back, a high-pressure rechargeable pistol in the hands of an urban law enforcement officer glows silver in the sunlight. Unlawful assault on a citizen is prohibited. This criminal, and your rights have been legally denied. Between the whiskers, the breeze whipped by. Moran realized that there had been someone watching him all along. Only now the other person was trying to act friendly. Then say that the White Tree Mall is also going on under the other side's nose. Thinking of this, Moran threw the bone in his hand towards the crowd casually. It's for you. No money. The bone arced in midair and then fell into the crowd. People who had just seen the miraculous effects of the bones began to go crazy, and the remaining four punks took the opportunity to slip away. After the law enforcement officer pulled out the electromagnetic handcuffs behind his back, with one end attached to his left hand and the other to his right leg, locking the Hanyu who had just made a scene, he glanced at Moran. There seemed to be 1,000 words in the eyes. Hatred, helplessness, suffocation, anger, each eye color revealing that he had to wipe his ass for the culprit. Moran grunted and laughed. You know, right? You know who I am, right? How many people you know did I take out at White Tree Mall, huh? The law enforcement officer took a deep breath. My sister, and her husband and her children. Then why did they send you to spy on me? I applied myself. I wanted to watch you die with my own eyes. You disgusting, sick, ugly monster. Moran shook his head and laughed. Don't be so childish, alright? Your superiors don't dare to expose my identity. How dare they admit that I came out of their lab? Monster, the law enforcement officer said, punching the wide-eyed troublemaker who was staring at the ground. He knew too much, and the rest of his life was already doomed to end. Then he was ready to take him away as if he were a cockatoo. You should be nicer to me. To be honest, I probably know your sister better than you do. Do you want to know her last words before she died? The law enforcement officer froze in place, finally unable to contain his inner rage. He threw down the criminal over his shoulder and roared as he ran toward Moran. Over his calm mic, calm down, come back, don't provoke him. The law enforcement officer ignored it, his eyes reddening as he pulled out his pistol and fired a shot toward Moran. Bang! In an instant, a head exploded. Wolverine took that shot for Moran. The law enforcement officer then dropped the gun in his hand with tears in his eyes and raised his fist to slam it towards Moran. Jab! The law enforcement officer stared in disbelief at the bone spikes running through his chest. His ears rang with the words, "You've exposed your weaknesses again. Game on." 2 days later, midnight, a bright moon shines high. Moran stood on the rooftop looking out over the city at his feet. With no one around to keep him company, he has always been in the company of shadows. Ding! Finally got it right for you. Are we going to do the mutation? Systematic. I'm bored. Che, I'm more bored than you. I'm dying every day watching you grips not doing your job. That's just the way work is. Just get used to it. Who created you? Intelligent beings from a higher dimension, whom you and I could never meet if we poured out our lives. Really? Is the point of life to destroy? How would I know? Anyway, the point of your existence is to destroy life. Why haven't you stabilized yourself after all this time? Humph. I just have some admiration for the remarkable past of human civilization here. Don't push lie. Say hello to your little brothers and get ready to evolve. Okay. Not long after, an extra cocoon of meatballs appeared on this rooftop, and below the rooftop were countless cocoons of meatballs that had mutated together. Never one to follow a formula. Moran spent the afternoon infecting the city corner area. A new war is about to be fought before dawn. Tado's City High Council Center, third-class city area. The infected area has reached 10,000 square kilometers, and 200,000 biochemical monsters are expected to appear. Damn. What should we tell the public now? Tell them we've been harboring the existence of monsters? Now it's only a matter of declaring war on Moran, who broke the rules of the game he set. Rules? You guys discuss rules with monsters? What a bunch of assholes. He didn't break the rules. He was already entitled to one dare. Little girl, you're just as mesmerized by the monster as your old man. Just then, the desktop projects a human face. Is that kid still not listening? Said the man who was sitting high in the crowd. Commander Simmer, can you just leave everything alone when you get to Mars? It only took 2 days for that monster to infect a corner of the city right under our noses. Simmer, I respect your service to humanity, but you have to give us a reasonable explanation. Don't you know that biochemical monster well? Tell us what to do now. Army Commander Simmer, a large-scale war in a city will only cost more property and human lives. Simmer murmured, a 2-day war with moron? Finally recognizing him and granting him the third-class city infected area plan. What? Have you lost your mind? What's the difference between that and surrendering? Humph. You don't see things as well as that kid. The man who was sitting down smiled. Simmer is trying to alert all of humanity to Moron's presence and get all of humanity to back him up. If we win the fight, we won't be able to give an explanation to the citizens. And if we lose, there's even less of a way to give an explanation to the Federation. Pretend to cut off the land and admit defeat. But this move is really smart enough. Chapter 37, The Battle of the Demonstration. The War of the Flames. Am I dreaming? Moran looked at the familiar room he remembered. The old electric fan makes a kazoo sound, and the refrigerator at home always makes a humming sound when it is working. Suddenly the door to the room opened and a man with a pitch-black face walked into the room. His body was covered in dust and he was carrying a bag of apples bought back at a discount at the fair. The man's every move tickled Moran's tear ducts at every turn. This is his father, an ordinary construction worker, as ordinary as any construction worker. 2 lines of hot tears slid down the corner of Moran's eyes. He opened his mouth wide to shout Dad but could not make a sound no matter what. At that moment, a small boy cheered and passed through Moran's body, trying to grab the fruit inside the man's hand but floundering. I just saw this dirty man holding the apple up high to the little boy and said, "Go over there and play with it. I didn't buy it for you. What's the point of grabbing it? Give me that. Old whip." The middle-aged man laughed and cursed a brat, reached out his hand to touch the little boy's head, but stopped in mid-air. Feeling that the ash on his hands would stain his own son's hair, he handed the fruit to the little boy and said, "You're only allowed to eat half of it. Wash it before you eat it." The middle-aged man then went inside the restroom, followed by Moran, glancing at the little boy munching on an apple on the couch on the way. Snot bubbles were falling all over the apples, perhaps adding a bit of saltiness to the tartness of the apples. Moran took a few steps to the restroom and looked in along the edge of the crack in the door. Suddenly his nose snapped and the tears he hadn't yet wiped away fell down his nose along with the snot. The father he remembers was bare-chested and washing cement mortar from his body. Yet the thick layer of mud did not hide the new bruises and scars on his body. Not long after, my father walked out of the bathroom in his whitewashed, long-sleeved shirt and headed to the kitchen to reheat yesterday's leftovers. Moran watched quietly from the sidelines. His father's hands were very unsteady at times, always pouring a little too much salt into the dishes. "It's time for dinner." The middle-aged man chucked a piece of meat into the little boy's bowl and said, "Shao Luan Ah, you can grow up and study hard. Remember, it doesn't matter if you become a talent or not. But don't do any harm." "Humph. I'm going to be a doctor when I grow up and easily cure what's wrong with you. Old whip. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Don't just eat the lean meat. Eat the fat along with it. Ha. Nagging." The little boy finished the fatty meat with great reluctance, and then made a promise, "When I become a doctor, I will save many, many people, more than the stars in the sky, and I will never charge the poor." The middle-aged man snickered. "Oh, your mind's eye would be so good?" The little boy's eyes widened in seriousness as he said, "As long as I do this first, the other doctors will follow me." "That's right, doing good deeds can influence others. You should treat people well when you become a doctor in the future, and never do anything to hurt others. People who do bad things never have a good ending. I'm sure I won't hurt anyone else. Not a single person will be harmed. Don't worry, old whip." Suddenly, the scene in front of me faded. "Boss? Boss? Well, you all finished mutating?" "That's right, boss. This time, our Moran family's members participating in the war went up by 438,211 at once. The military cleared out 199,132, but there are still a lot of hidden family members lurking amongst the personnel." Phoenix Child returned with a glance at the data on the electronic screen. Moran stood up from his meat cocoon after hearing this, feeling the muscle power inside his body that was too much stronger than before. A punch was then thrown at the concrete surface of the rooftop. Click here. Only the surface of the rooftop was covered with countless cracks, as if an earthquake had occurred, and the cracks were interspersed with silvery white threads with a metallic luster. "House Moron at your service. Moron Boss Fluff. Boss Moron Fluffs." Moran pointed his big hand at the bustling city in the distance. "Full attack." In an instant, countless biochemical monsters rushed towards the direction of Moran's finger. Inside the military center in Tadu City, Moran launches first full attack, activates city emergency shields. Just see, a large wall of blue plasma shields instantly burst from the distant city's borderline, converging from the ground towards the center point of the sky, until it formed a huge curved yellow barrier, like an eggshell upside down on the ground. Phoenix laughed coldly when she saw the huge plasma eggshell. Stupid. Cocooning. Don't they know that we invaded the crowd inside a long time ago? It's just the right time to get inside and outside. There's no rush. We can't win this battle. And it's impossible to win. But it has to be feared. And only then can panic occur among the citizens inside. Moran said with a faint smile. Boss. Look. I caught a spy who invaded our clan. Moran looked back as the saucy, youthful and pretty, only overly pervertedly dressed little girl climbed up onto the rooftop with a grin on her face. Dragging in his hand was a monster covered in bizarre rotting flesh, with a look and dress that bore a resemblance or two to a member of the Moran family. After arriving in front of Moran, Crouching Dragon threw the monster less than a meter in front of Moran as soon as he could. Boss, look. This guy thought he could muddle through. Suddenly, Moran grabbed the creature and threw it with all his strength towards the distant sky. Bang! A bright firework exploded in the air, bright enough to blind Moran as well as Crouching Phoenix on the spot. Moran laughed and cursed. You grizzly! You're a traitor arranged to come in from across the street, aren't you? After Phoenix regrew his eyes, he punched Crouching Dragon first without saying a word, then said, How did you see it, boss? This ability is none other than spatial perception. Moran didn't know how to explain it. After all, he was the only one with this ability. This feeling can't be explained to you. I can clearly sense everything within a meter from me. Crouching Dragon exclaimed outright. Boss Moran Fluffs. Watch out. Don't play yourself to death. Go take your little brother to war. Inside the military center, looking at the data fed back on the screen, all the commanders sighed. Unfortunately, these three should be the head of Moran, or Moran is in there. So what? Moran is a perfect life form being, almost unkillable, growing others' ambition and destroying your own. Alright, since the monsters are starting to move, it's time for us to show a little bit of strength and broadcast this battle live around the world, so that other people can see how we fought with all our might and still ended up with a defeat. Ha ha ha, dragging everyone down. I'm starting to like that Simmer guy. Chapter 38, The Battle of Demonstration, Reversing the Big Dipper and Establishing a Glorious Goal. War is brutal. And more than that, it's an orgy for the depraved. The starting point for all wars to break out is either because of competition for resources, either that or there is an intolerance between cultures, or maybe it's for no other reason than a mere war, and in the here and now. For this world, a war between biochemical monsters and human beings was completely fought. Southeast of Tadu City, on the periphery of this plasma shield, uncountable groups of biochemical monsters had gathered, densely packed, like ants. They were blocked from the glass enclosure. Most of the monsters, barely visible as once being a person. The appearance is incredibly ugly, and even has the ability to secrete a strong hardness comparable to steel wire. And inside the plasma shield were well-equipped marines. All the defensive war machines were erected, as tanks, but also as trucks and the like. And even huge humanoid mechs. When two armies fight, they must first curse. In the midst of this army, there was a loudspeaker chortling at all the monsters in front of him. We will hold our ground. Ugly monsters, even if you are brutal in nature, we will never fear you. All the warriors shouted in unison. Fight for Tadu. The voice was overwhelming, with an unstoppable ironic force. At that time, three young men came out from among the group of monsters. The man in the center exclaimed, Members of the Molan family, this battle, we are fighting for acclaim. Why should they treat us like monsters? Boss Moran Fluffs. The morons cheat. The battle was stalemated. As soon as one side presses on, then the other side has a bit more of an advantage. At the moment, a dozen drones hovered in the air, spreading images of the place to every corner of the world. Everyone is sweating for the city of Tadu. Could it be that Tado, a city that symbolizes technology and greatness, will be overrun by biochemical monsters? Boss, you're on TV. Phoenix said as she fiddled with the electronic screen. Moran sniffed curiously and stepped forward to take a look. Fruity. The image playing on the screen was the very same image of Moran looking down at the screen. It's like a condom. Not only that, but there are live pop-up comments. Ugly group of monsters. They deserve to stay inside hell. Are these monsters alien life forms? Why did they suddenly explode in such large numbers? Go Tadu City. Monsters can never defeat humans. Justice will prevail. Moran looked pissed off. Was this even remotely like that? Ironically uncharacteristic. You have to be reasonable to fight a war. If you don't want money or resources, aren't you unreasonable? Suddenly, Moran's mind moved and he said to the world, "You are living in the middle of a great deception. We, the Moran family, have come to rescue you." At that moment, a pretty boy in front of the screen frowned. Molan continued, "We are the pinnacle of evolution of life forms, and our Molan family exists for the purpose of evolving the human race, together towards the most perfect existence of life forms." Leaving aside whether or not the human side was listening, Phoenix felt that the boss was talking with his eyes wide open, and awkwardly said, "Boss, I think they might have that much disbelief." Moran raised an eyebrow and gave a command in his mind. "All members, transform into human form." With a command, all the biochemical monsters at the same time shifted in unison to their pre-infection appearance. People in the livestream wondered what the hell these monsters were up to. Are they human or biochemical monsters? The military commanders in Tatu City were even more baffled. They knew it when Moran didn't play by the rules. But we can't fight blindly. Is this war still on? Molan turned to the world and said seriously, "Open your eyes well. We are here to rescue you. We can replenish your crippled genes. Join our Molan family." Ding! "Molan, what are you up to? What do you want? This system can't watch anymore. Don't you feel embarrassed?" "SHHHH. My big adventure is not the war. Now I have a great idea. There is a better way to cleanse the world." "What do you mean? You're giving me a hard time? How great would it be to have the entire world infected with our Moran family cells and still do it voluntarily? So I could do it without spending a dime." "You've got your head caught in a door. Do you think it's possible? It's better to create a virus and infect everywhere. You're not a human being. People need faith to live, and I find the faith of eliminating life too boring. So I just made a belief for myself that I'm letting the whole world evolve into members of our Moran family. Isn't that the same thing?" Can. If they infect your cells, life and death are in your hands, and it really doesn't contradict the mission you're trying to do. How did you come up with the idea to jam this bug?" "I'm messing around. I think purifying the human race is really a lot more solid in my heart than wiping it out." The system was speechless for a while. It had never been so speechless in its life. Is this the way carbon-based organisms can think? Moran cursed in his heart at these words from the human side. Biochemical monsters are making excuses for themselves. Is there any law? Is there any justice? There was a blare from the loudspeaker. "Moron. Unbelievable that such stupid words could come out of your mouth. And to be honest, I think it's they who are overestimating you." Moran smiled lightly at this and waved casually. A certain junior behind him then realized what he meant and happily walked forward. There were also a few poses under the drone and an acceptance speech along the way. "I am very happy to be able to join the Molan family. Now I feel much better physically. Eating well. Chewing bones and teeth are not afraid of crumbling. A breath I am still able to climb dozens of meters of high buildings." Immediately afterward, another old man shuddered out of the crowd and gave his acceptance speech under a drone. "I'm over 120 years old and I'm almost at the age of going into the ground. But since the Moran family invited me to join them." Halfway through his words, he only saw this old man fling away the wooden stick in his hand, throwing a few Thomas pirouettes right under the drone. If there was cement, the Killmonger youth couldn't match the sultry dance moves. Where's the semblance of an old man? More spirited than any young man. It's no trouble for me to run 80 miles in one breath now. And now I'm all set for a sunset and twilight romance. Immediately afterward, more and more formerly infirm people walked out. Under the drone, in front of the whole world, one praises the Morans for being good. These, too, were not all arranged by Moran, and a few did come from the heart. Infected by the Morlocks, they also have the right to retain their self-awareness. Now, the situation had become very delicate, and it was as if these biochemical monsters weren't existences that only killed. What Moran did really seemed to be about purifying all of humanity. With such an ambitious goal, it is still not understood. All of the humans who watched this live broadcast suddenly had the feeling generated in their hearts towards the Moran family changed that much. There was even a hint of envy. Where can I argue with that? Chapter 39, Battle of the Demonstrations. Viral cupping. Drunkenness is between being blocked and not being blocked. One word to end the war. That's not going to happen. It's business as usual with the battles that need to be fought and the processes that need to be followed. Back to the main topic. Molan's words had worked a little, but only a little. How can anyone be gullible enough to trust a monster because of 3 words? Run out of steam. Launch the attack. The blue plasma shield was seen to open a gaping hole, and an electromagnetic concussion round followed it. Bang! Moran was taken off his head on the spot. The head was blasted to pieces, white and red exploding along the ground, between cells shattered by electromagnetic bullets. Genes are broken and difficult to repair, only to see Moran, like Interceptor, ripping off his chest. A face grows out of the chest, shouting to the front, "I'll gripe your ass. Dare not speak martial arts. Kill them." In an instant, the battle was completely ignited. only to see the family members behind Moran swarming up, countless tentacles bursting out from their bodies, toward the plasma barrier impacted. The opening in the plasma barrier closed instantly, and the onslaught of family members, like a headless fly striking against glass. He knocked his head but couldn't come up with the slightest solution. Boss, this plasma barrier energy generator is located at the center point underneath the city. If you destroy the energy generator, the barrier will be unbreakable. Moran nodded. Phoenix, take the men and sneak into the ground to destroy the energy generator you mentioned. With that, several hundred biochemical monsters in the middle of the direct Moran camp suddenly changed in size, polymerized into one, like a drill, diving into the ground, with a speed faster than a digger. A slinky actually disappeared inside the military command center. These damn monsters, arranging armed defenses underground. No need. Let them destroy the energy generators. The projected face stared at this battle on the screen the entire time. Simmer. Are you crazy? That child reveals a weakness. It is in the rebellious stage of youth. It is too much to justify its position of existence, and the meaning of its existence. It's like little kids, overly eager to prove they can do something great. Father. Sir, what exactly do you mean? It has human thoughts and human feelings, but in itself, it is a monster that flows out of step with the world. It is just a confused child. It doesn't even realize how important its existence is to us humans. Simmer. Are you saying that this monster can really? True, but we must bend it so that it will voluntarily accept our opinion, not ours, or our life and death will only be in its hands. Well, as crazy as you are, you're in charge of this battle, and I'm transferring command to you. No, this fight is already doomed. All you need to do is let the others know that we tried and couldn't win. The rest of the way, the world will think for you. In the middle of the battlefield, both sides fist-pumped, one side shutting itself in, the other shutting itself out. Suddenly, the massive plasma shield above the city slowly disappeared. Moran raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of something wrong. But on the battlefield, there is little time for thinking. Moran pointed ahead with a big hand. Fight for the purification of all mankind. At these words, the Moran family members who were ready to charge paused. You look at me, I look at you. Moran reprised his slogan, the Moran's Fluff. Boss Moran fluffs. Instantly, countless electromagnetic bullets mixed with plasma, laser beams, rushed towards the monster. Barely, a laser slashed through, and thousands of monsters were, in an instant, cut off at the waist. Only the laser produces a small effect. It took less than half a second's effort for the cut-up Moran member. Just get well again. With that, as always, he rushed towards the human battlefield. Looking at the swarming tactics of the people in front of him, all the Marines clenched their teeth. These days, they had been waiting for a chance to destroy the biochemical monster with their own hands. Again, this is what Moran is waiting for as well. He's just waiting for the breaking point of people's hatred. Whenever the time is right, play a covered ace and subsequently slip away. Human cities are about to be covered in fear and distrust. At that point, Moran could sit back and reap the benefits. And in the midst of the battlefield, for the first time, mankind showed some crotch-pulling. On the one hand, the strength of all the members of the Molan family uniformly rose to another level. The battle data collected at the White Tree Mall no longer worked. On the other hand, the army's weapons have long been secretly tampered with. Funny thing is, Moran arranged for people in the military to have done the deed, and the human side did the deed. A soldier pulled the trigger, and with each shot, he accurately hit the biochemical monster in front of him. Suddenly, the gun strangely jammed, and the soldier, in desperation, tapped the metal barrel. The time left for him was running out. The T-262 electromagnetic shock blast rifle in his hand had the title of King of Rifles. A jam is almost completely impossible to exist. It's a lower chance than winning the lottery. Suddenly, as the soldier froze, a figure rushed in front of him, and his right hand coalesced into a sharp bone blade that instantly pierced his armored chest. What was even weirder was that the soldier's body suddenly changed after being pierced in the chest. In the blink of an eye, fall back on being a member of the Moran family. And in the middle of the battlefield, the same scene was going on without God's knowledge. All people know now is that there are hundreds of more biochemical monsters wearing armor in the middle of the battlefield. An unspeakable fear rose in the hearts of people all over the world. At that time, 13 diamond-shaped fighters, flying out of the city, dropped 26 biochemical virus bombs on each of the battlefields. Green smoke that solidified in the air, and there was a roar of delight from those watching this broadcast. This is the safest virus weapon, the Reaper SY-12. Although it can only exist for 10 minutes, it will kill all lifeforms in a wide range, and it doesn't cause any contamination. The military has finally opened my eyes. Let's go Tadu City. Any kind is good, as long as the people are okay. By then, A head slowly coalesced out of Moran's neck in the middle of the battlefield, and his expression, frozen in place. By all rights, the military should have known that the Morlocks were unafraid of any viral weapons. They did the opposite. It's a ing cudgel, shifting the target all the way to the family members, and thus indirectly, shifting the attention of the self among the urban population. At this moment, in the middle of the battlefield, the green smoke dispersed. All the biochemical monsters were as frantic as if they were playing chicken blood, and the people watching this live broadcast couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A viral weapon feared by all life forms, and it turns out these monsters aren't afraid. That means that Moran biochemical monsters are above life. Chapter 40, Battle of the Demonstrations, Birth of a Hero. There's no taking back a battle that's been fought. Moran was stunned in place as he tried to dispose of the family member whose body was covered in the biochemical virus in front of everyone. With just a thought, the nearly 10,000 family members in the middle of the battlefield would turn into a puddle of blood and water and perish. In this way, the deterrent effect on humans can be reduced. Moran raises his right hand and simply swings it down. But Moran delayed in giving this command. Family members are also life. Even if he kills millions of people, he still has compassion. Killing without meaning is not even violence. In the midst of this battlefield where flesh and blood and gunfire are mingling, Moran murmured, "What a great move of Yang, but it won't work on me," only to see Moran's gaze condense. His right hand lifted in midair, paused for a moment, and swung downward in a feeble manner. In an instant, all the members of the Moran family whose bodies were covered with the biochemical virus all dissolved into blood and water. And that image, too, was transmitted around the world. I told you, how can there be creatures that aren't afraid of the Reaper virus? This biochemical monster is still quite powerful, able to resist hard under the virus for over a minute. If it can handle the Reaper virus, it's not a creature at all. It's a real monster. Come on, big brothers with guns. Justice will prevail. Moran stared ahead at the battlefield. A laser streaked by. Uncountable bullets trailed streams of light, and flesh and blood exploded in brilliant pyrotechnics in midair. Even though his opponent had casually used a Yang trick, Moran had to take it with a stiff upper lip. Whether the biochemical virus worked or not, still wiped out quite a few Moran family members. This was a bit of a disappointment to the senior staff at the command center. Moran looked ahead. Attack! Only to see countless biochemical monsters in the middle of the battlefield. As if they were inspired, the body secretes mucus that turns into steel-like threads, killing the battlefield, cutting up armored marines and their guns. The soldiers were defeated, and the members of the Moran family were overwhelmed. In one fell swoop, they broke through the first line of defense set up by the human army. At that time, 20 huge humanoid mechs appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It is about 50 meters high and almost 10 meters wide. Like great mountains that could not be crossed, they connected out lightning nets hundreds of meters apart from each other. A wall of steel and grid was formed to guard the retreat of the land armorers. Moran stood with his hands behind his back, naked, looking at the smoky battlefield in front of him. At this moment, Phoenix returned to the ground, fiddling with the electronic screen in his hand, and spoke respectfully to Moran. "Boss, something's not right on the human side. Most of their soldiers are clones and are by no means stronger than that. The numbers aren't right either. I deduce that the humans are trying to get us all into the middle of the city and finally wipe it out in one fell swoop." Moran's gaze was unmoved, which was exactly what he wanted. With that, he leapt towards the battlefield. Phoenix was a close second. In the battlefield, wave after wave of biochemical monsters from the Moran clan charged and finally fell under the giant humanoid armor. Suddenly, a wave of madness rushed out of the Molan family. It's a wave of flesh and blood, and at the top of the wave stood a young man. Inside the military command, Moran strikes. All drones get good footage of his kills. Make him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Use an upward angle to create maximum oppression. With that, only a dozen drones hovering in the sky were seen slowly lowering their flight altitude, quietly filming everything that was happening on the battlefield. Bang! Only a wave of blood and flesh could be seen, like a mudslide hitting a city wall. On the spot, it staggered some humanoid mech. With that, Moran made a downward grab. The wave of flesh and blood exploded into a huge bone spike that stabbed at the mech like a shot bow and arrow. Moran stepped on a bone spur and used the force to jump upwards. Slime was then secreted from his body and turned into silk threads, and with a throw of his hand, he formed a giant spider web, covering the entire body of the mech with a spider web. Then the wave of flesh and blood quickly wriggled and laid out a ladder of flesh and blood over the mech's body. Moran had his foot on the head of the mech and was addressing all the Moran family members below. Forward! As soon as the words fell, countless members of the Molan family climbed up the ladder made of flesh and blood, in a tight formation of other mechs, through the artillery and laser strikes, across the walls and towards the middle of the city. and this feat was recorded throughout by a hovering drone. Stepping on the head of the mech, Moran basked in the afternoon's bloody sun. Moran took a calming breath and then exhaled. The sunlight poured over his shoulders as if he were a free man. With billions of people watching, he became synonymous with killing. Phoenix said with some anxiety as she ran next to Moran. Boss, Crouching Dragon has been captured. Are we going to save her? Moran smiled faintly. Another reason now? The second edge defense of Tadu City. The second defense, compared to the casualness of the first defense, is pulling out a bit of real strength. After all, the second line of defense was behind the people hiding in the city. At this moment, on the outskirts of the second defense line, nearly 150,000 Moran biochemical monsters had gathered. Looking at the solid defenses in front of him, Moran sighed. The other side didn't even use their air fleet. Moran waved his hand towards the front. Just wait until all the family members were dead. This is a war that can be stopped right here, and the next war will take the best precedence. But right in the middle of the battlefield, extremely oddly, a little girl with a bear in her hand and a dirty face, crying for her mother, walked by, and the eyes of the world were on this little girl. Moran raised his hand upwards and all the members stopped their pace in unison. Even the Morlocks, who hadn't been blocked by the mechs, had been blocked by a little girl passing by in this instant. Moran frowned, less than 50 meters away from the army's second line of defense. Mommy, ooh-hoo, I want mommy, only to see that the wall, which was made up of countless armors and metals, suddenly opened a mouth. Out walked a marine and ran all the way to the little girl. His tall exoskeleton metal armor was a stark contrast to the small girl's slender frame. Little girl, get over here. As this team member ran to the little girl, an even weirder scene appeared. A bone spur suddenly flew out of the Moran family group. It pierced through the little girl's body, and along with it, pierced the armored member's calf. A pure life, in a flash, fell in the little girl's hand, still tugging at the bear doll. Blood stained the bear's ears. Inside the command center, here comes my favorite climax, mobilizing people, and it's not enough right now. Make this armored crew member look like a hero and have him bring back the little girl's body. And then, the Marine was seen covering the wound at his thigh. The blood at his thighs was flowing out as if he didn't want it. Under the gaze of billions of people, this man, as great as a hero, he faced all the biochemical monsters alone, picked up the little girl and limped back toward the army. Barely, a bone spur ran through his chest from behind. Like to portray heroes, right? A dead hero is greater than a hero. Chapter 41, The Battle of the Demonstrations, a full circle of losses. Heroes fall. Like a mountain peak, it collapsed. He had a little girl in his arms. The little girl's hand clutched a bear doll. They all fell in a pool of blood. Behind him was Moran, the head monster, and the cold-eyed Moran monster family. Ahead of him is a home that symbolizes peace and beauty. He collapsed in front of the homestead. Under billions of eyes, the dead hero was made a god. At that time, an even more amazing scene appeared. In the middle of the steel defense line, dozens of soldiers clad in light armor ran out. With his less powerful rifle in hand, he began to fire wildly at Moran. Bang bang bang, shot after shot, hitting Moran's body, under the strong force of the bullets destroying him. Moran's torso became tattered. Immediately after that, 25 lightly armored soldiers blocked Moran's way. Their purpose? To take the hero's remains home. Moran held up his hand to signal the family members behind him not to move. Bodies torn apart by bullets quickly recovered together. His right hand exploded with bone spikes, and his left flung slime into sharp threads. His mouth murmured, "Terrific comeback. Since you guys won so beautifully, I, for one, will let you win even more beautifully." Bang bang bang, shot after shot, bullets that did no real damage came out of the firearm. Immediately after that, one could only see Molan destroying the bodies of the light-armored soldiers one after another like a monster with red eyes. Clean and sharp, the silk threads matched with the bone spikes for long-range or close-range attacks, and his figure was like a ghost wandering amongst the lightly armored soldiers, or decapitated, or through their beating hearts, without a trace of mercy lying in store. Each strike was deadly, and the dead man did not suffer for more than a second, until, less than 20 meters from the steel defense, the last of the lightly armored soldiers also fell, looking so sad. Immediately after that, Moran's right hand transformed into a tentacle, holding the fallen hero on the ground and the little girl in his hand up in midair. Heroes are really heroes, and the dead little girl was nothing more than a programmed clone. But right now, no one cares about the truth at a time like this. Baird. The corpses of the two exploded into blood mist in the air, with no bones left in the body. Moran leaves no chance of clearing his name. Only the heroes were recorded. In a flash, the world's anger was ignited by this move. Inhuman monster. I want to tear it apart with my own hands. The monster's true nature is that of a brutal beast, And I'm surprised I have a single illusion. This kind of monster should not appear in the world. It is a punishment from heaven. But even if it is a punishment, it only proves that God has no eyes. At this moment, Moran became the object of 1,000 accusations and 10,000 scorns. The drones capturing the footage have risen and turned to overhead shots. Let the people of the world watching the live broadcast see him in this form from a top-down perspective. Directly Moran raised his head and looked at the hovering drones in the sky, a mocking smile crossing the corners of his mouth. It seemed to be laughing at itself, and it seemed to be laughing at the world. You have all seen it. Remember this face of mine, and one day you too will see it with your own eyes. With your own eyes. When the time comes, you will either choose purification or destruction. And of course, I will be more merciful than you think, because I'm a monster who only kills. Ha ha ha. At that time, 3 hovering drones slowly descended, projecting a 3D human face, a face that was one of the lab personnel that Moran had seen. Simmer showed up. The two's eyes collided and they gave each other a smile. Son, I'm sorry to see you again in this way. Nothing. You won. Won very thoroughly. All my means. Actually in this instant, I feel that there is no half method. Moran finished with a wave of his hand, only to see dozens of biochemical monsters instantly bursting out from amongst the army. There was a brief killing spree in the steel defense line, followed by all the biochemical monsters under weapons Moran had never seen before. Instant ashes. And in the middle of the city, citizens who suddenly turned into monsters went on a killing spree in the middle of the city. Inside the hospital, doctors or patients, people turned into monsters mercilessly slaughtered all life. All of this is going on instantly in the city. Moran chose to close his eyes and take in the silence of the destruction of life. The ace he had covered down was no longer relevant. Time drifted by, and when Moran opened his eyes, there was no longer any sign of House Moran's cells in the city. Instead, in the sky, there was a scratching down of the remnants of the sun. How did you guess how I was planning to play this move? Moran said with a calm gaze like dead water, looking at the 3D projection in front of him. Child, until there is absolute strength, any schemer will find a way to disrupt the army. Honestly, you've planned this move perfectly and win or lose. You're the one who always benefits, but you are ignoring the unity that comes from us humans being united. You're scared of us sticking together, too, aren't you? That's why it's trying to spread fear through this city. Step by step. Slap. Moran applauded. I lost completely, but you won't win with abandon. The 3D projection looked at Moran and said seriously, stop it, kid. Why do you just insist on causing havoc when the point of your existence shouldn't be? You just keep trying to wreak havoc like a madman. You can do it for humanity. For the world. You're marvelous. Moran growled with bloodshot eyes. You're marvelous. You're noble. What a contribution you've been making to all of humanity. And I've been wreaking havoc on all of humanity. You're amazing. You deserve all the flowers and praise. Trash like me should listen to you. Or trash like me should die in the trash. Son, what do you really want? Moran pointed to the 3D projection and said, what do I want? How the hell do I know what I want? In this world, I was like an outsider, breathing air that wasn't mine, enjoying sunlight that wasn't mine. What a ing hole. Do you have any idea how bad I feel right now? Do you have any idea what kind of pain I'm going through every day? Do you realize that I suffered the pain of every cell dying? Do you realize that a million thoughts, a million voices in my head are destroying my consciousness every day? Do you know that I had to paralyze myself every day to escape this painful feeling? You've experienced breaking into pieces, killing yourself, coming back to life, and then killing yourself all over again, forcing myself to learn to forget the pain. Just ing because I'm connected to all the cells. I have to suffer their feelings. I have to take care of them. If they're hungry, I'm hungry. It's hard for them. It's hard for me. Do you know what kind of experience that is? I've thought about dying, but the conditions don't allow it. And I have to take responsibility for my mission, because there's no way back for me to get my foot in the door. Chapter 42, Spiritual Materialization. Why is the child crying? Moran snaps his eyes and 2 bizarre eyeballs regrow in their sockets. Scarlet eyes with vertical pupils like those of a viper. Simmer, you win this time. I'm not going to go soft on you just because you don't go down on me. Simmer smiled gently. Well, in an effort to restrain you, I've captured a little girl who might be kinda important to you that I can return to. Just keep her at your place for now. Don't starve her. The war isn't over. The game isn't over. What are you going to do with so many mutant lifeforms? We can plan the southeast corner to you, but you have to promise to give us a month of peace. Moran laughed. A genius is a genius. What an offer I can't refuse. I really want to open your heavenly cap to see what's inside. You're fluffy, ruthless and vicious enough. At this point, the live broadcast for the whole world has long since shut down. A scene that people don't need to see. With that, Moran looked back at the family members behind him. Everyone retreat. The southeast corner of the city's capital is now ours. Ha ha ha. What a sadder outcome than a full house. Brothers, we of House Moran stand at the crossroads of destiny. It's time to get busy. The following day. Live news footage. The city, including the world, is in mourning to honor the memory of those who have died in this biomonster crisis. In the middle of the center square of Tadu, a white cloth was slowly pulled up from the four corners by 4 hover fighters. A statue about 12 meters tall appeared along with the rising of the white cloth. There's no extra soundtrack. There was only a little girl in metal armor, holding a helmet in her left hand and supporting a little girl sitting on his shoulder, holding a bear with a smile on her face as she looked at the handsome man with her right hand. This statue holds the best wishes of the people, but at this time, it was in the midst of the most solemn of occasions. The camera pans out and the park square is filled with people who have come to mourn. There were even a number of people from around the world who came to mourn via 3D projection. Mayor Tadu stood under the statue, wording in hand, and took a deep breath to announce to the world. Yesterday, June 12th, in the year 631 of the recovery era, from 8:31 a.m. to 1956 a.m., the city of Tadu has been the scene of a tragedy that the world has come to deplore. An unknown intelligent life form called the Moran family attacked a number of innocent citizens whose numbers have not yet been fully accounted for and occupied the southeast corner of the urban area of Tadu City. And, using innocent citizens as a threat. This is a tragedy the likes of which humanity has not seen since the War of Secession 160 years ago. For this, as mayor of Tadu, I apologize to all the citizens of Tadu, and the world, for my negligence. He also resigned as mayor of Tadu to serve a 10-year prison sentence. With the unanimous consent of the Tadu Council, I am formally handing over the position of mayor of Tadu to Tadu's military commander. Simmer. At that time, 2 law enforcement officers appeared to seize Mayor Tadu and take him away. Immediately afterward, a 3D projection appeared where Mayor Tadu had been moments before, holding a condolence message. I should probably say good morning to all of you, but I can't imagine how the citizens who have lost their loved ones will take this good morning. And it's still going to accept a good morning from a mayor who just took office. To accept a mayor who didn't even show up. I can't put into words how I feel at this moment. What happens happens and what is lost is lost. Yesterday is a tragedy that cannot be revised. Today is a lament that cannot be told. And tomorrow is a sorrow that cannot be heard. But I see a spirit that illuminates mankind's progress. This spirit takes the flesh beyond its limits and life beyond death. I choose to conceal the name of this spirit and to name it after a soldier. This spirit is called the Jimmy Spirit. The room erupted in thunderous applause. The spirit of Jimmy will be the pride of our humanity. We will sail away in this spirit, to overcome one storm after another, to challenge one unknown after another, to meet the prosperity that belongs to our humanity under the witness of the great Creator, the recoverer of humanity, the mechanical father, Liaigua. The scene shifts. A robot statue about 20 meters tall appeared on the screen. The robot is stylized to resemble a human, holding a sleeping human baby in its left hand, holding a glowing square object aloft in its right hand, and carrying a larger cylindrical container item on its back. In a flash, Moran, who was watching this broadcast, put down the toilet cleaner in his hand. Brows furrowed and breathing became labored. The robot didn't need to be guessed. It was the machine witness in the cave. The glowing cube in its hand was exactly the same as the one on the tablet. And, as it happened, the cylindrical container behind it looked exactly like those bottles and jars inside the cave. It is thought that mankind has come to regard this robot as a creator-like being, and the name is very grounded. It's called Liaigua. At the moment, there are a few more points about the human civilization puzzle. Why? The language used is not Chinese? What happened to the former creator of mankind? Inside the mall, why is the pregnant woman carrying something other than a human? Instead, 2 odd-looking primates? Is this a parallel universe? Or a future world? What about the War of Secession 160 years ago? Moran shook his head, thinking what business is it of his to do this? What's the big deal if people die or not? It's the fact that they don't die that's the problem. Ding! Molan did a great job, taking care of so many intelligent lifeforms at once. Very good and spiritual. Spirit materialization rewards have been delivered. Does your system fluff? Moran laughed bitterly. Fluff fluff fluff. What's the point of spiritual materialization now? You just need to know it's awesome. Is it time for a mental materialization now? Go ahead. Rub me all you want system day. Don't pity me because I'm handsome. Okay, Molan. I'm taking the initiative. Suddenly, a strange power wrapped around Moran's mind. It felt subtle and warm. And soaking your brain in warm water is pretty much what it feels like. Not much longer. Ding. Okay. Moran smiled faintly, not yet opening his eyes, and suddenly realized he saw his own smile. At this moment, a white glowing mass floated in front of Moran. Moran frowned, seeing his facial expression, wide-eyed. Suddenly, an even weirder sensation appeared. Two perspectives appeared inside the mind at the same time. One first person, one third person. Moran tries to control the third-person view. The white luminescent body circled around himself after. Moran exclaimed as he sat up violently from the couch. Fluff! This ability grips. So this is what an out-of-body experience feels like. Chapter 43, The Call of the Deep. Inside the Tadu S-Class prison. Everybody hold steady, that guy's coming in. With the opening of the metal-sealed door, air circulated and there was a puff. At this moment, two figures came in. The physical appearance of the two of them, as well as their faces, were hidden underneath the black cloaks. Meanwhile, standing in two rows in the corridor, a full 20 of the land warrior armored personnel gulped in unison. With unhurried footsteps, two figures walked slowly past the. It seemed that every step was a step on the heart of these people. This sense of oppression even made several of the land armored personnel unable to stop trembling. The man standing in the middle of the corridor took a deep breath and said with 100,000% courage, "Welcome to Moran for a visit inside the prison." Under these words, the gaze of the figure standing opposite him looked towards him, and the eyes of the two briefly touched, until the man's forehead broke out in sweat and he dodged eye contact. The other man's pupils were an image he didn't want to recall for the rest of his life, but it was in this brief moment, like a brand, burned into his mind. "Did you guys take care of that sweetest brother of mine for me?" For the first time, a timid look appeared on the rigid face of the head of the prison. Stuttering, he replied, "We follow the best standards. Did I ask you to entertain her to the best standards?" Cold sweat fell from this man, and a large chunk of his back was wet with sweat. It felt cold to the depths of his spine. I was not aware of your. The face under the black robe said flatly, "Did I ask you to answer that question? Did I ask you to answer that question with your head up? Do you have a better solution than to keep your head down and say you're sorry?" With these words, the man instantly heaved his head down. "Don't dare look anywhere but the ground. Sorry too. Very well, take me to where you are holding her." Deep in the bottom of the prison, with the doors opening and closing again and again, inside a closed room held by 3 metal and iron gates, in walked 3 figures. Upon seeing these 2 figures, the little girl lying in the glass room playing video games, rubbing her eyes and instantly came to life. Taking a few steps, he jumped out of bed and smacked the glass with tears in his laughter. Only the sound faded and couldn't even reach the outside through the vibrations. "Well, please go back. I'd like you to show some respect for us morons, like turning off the wiretaps, or the surveillance, or something." The head of the prison gulped. "Don't worry, moron. You can take her out now if you want. Didn't I say, please get out?" Only the man was as relieved as, taking 3 steps back, he then dared to turn around and quickly walk to the door, closing the metal gate behind him. At the same time, the glass doors inside the glass prison were opened, shutting down all surveillance equipment inside. The glass door had just opened, only to see the little girl inside spreading her arms out, joyfully about to go up and hug Moran. Bang! Phoenix kicked her back. "Dog then Phoenix. You and I are irreconcilable." Wulong sat on his butt and raised his hand to point at Phoenix and chided. Moran laughed bitterly. "You grifter, how did you get caught? Or rather, how could you be so stupid as to go inside knowing it was a trap?" Crouching Dragon rubbed his head and replied with a playful smile mixed with an apology. "I'm sorry, boss. I'm giving you trouble. As a rule I should have self-terminated." Moran bristled. "There are 2 sides to things. If I let you live, and it's good for you to be locked in this time." Immediately after that, only to see Wulong blinking his eyes and saying with an expectant face, "Boss, I want you to bring something for me. Originally I didn't want to bring it to you, and since you're expected to be in jail for a while yet, you'll just have to deal with it for now." Moran finished, saying that he removed a bag of items wrapped in a black plastic bag from under his cloak. Wulong got up in surprise and took it, then opened the plastic bag as soon as it was opened like a girl unpacking a package. Just saw the items inside and nearly cried with joy. "Thanks, boss. I like this color the best. I can't believe it's still used. Boss, look at the hole in it." Wolverine held up an extremely precious pair of pink boxers and said, pointing to a certain torn hole with her right hand. Immediately after that, Wulong rummaged around inside and turned out some really good stuff. "Thanks, boss. I can't believe you brought me the big eye mask. Now I have something to cover my eyes when I sleep. My goodness, these stockings are the most popular style on the market." "Boss, how did you know I was good at this?" Phoenix snorted coldly. "You grifter, drumming up these things in your room every day. It's hard for the boss not to want to see them." Crouching Dragon stared at Fong Daisy dead in the face and said, "Bah, readers of books are fake scholars. Don't think I don't know what kind of records you have in your browser." Phoenix reddened. "Nonsense. I deleted all my browser history." Wulong looked at Fong Daisy meaningfully and said, The female and the female sleep in the big bed. Foam Daisy hid in the nest and wiped the saliva. Emoluan coughed dryly. Big brother, don't say second brother. Both of you are more or less the same. Since you have great skills, you don't need to tear each other down. Just be clear in your heart. Phoenix glared at Wulong, then took out the electronic editing map and opened it, only to see a projected planet appear. The map was zoomed in on a particular part of the planet's waters as Phoenix fiddled with her fingers. Our family members have discovered an unknown creature in these waters, and the boss and I are going on a trip. Originally, I was planning to take you with me, but I convinced the boss not to take you, and I don't think you'd be able to help much if you went. Wulong's eyes instantly darkened. You guys went to see the sea, and you didn't even take me one. Why did the boss take you? What use are you besides wasting air and food? Phoenix said with cold eyes. You grandpa. I'm a good grifter. I've got a special skill for you. Molan coughed dryly. Stop it, both of you. I've already made up my mind. Besides, Phoenix and I aren't going to have fun. The color of the ghostly grudge in Wulong's eyes added 3 more points. Moran raises his hand and gives Wolverine a headbutt. I know what you're thinking. Beach babes in bikinis maybe? Phoenix and I are going to dive into the deep end. But boss, what if there are mermaids inside the sea? Wulong said with his left hand rubbing his head and blinking his big eyes. There you gripe. If there really is a mermaid, I'll catch it and give it to you. This trip is estimated to take 10 days. Phoenix added. Boss, let's leave now. The transportation is ready. Moran nodded. It's a shame you guys can't switch consciousnesses freely. Otherwise, what need is there for transportation? Oh. Chapter 44, Strange Places. The City of Tadu. Third-class urban area ports. Affected by the biochemical monster crisis. The third-class urban area of Tadu City. Both infected and uninfected citizens. Most have chosen to smuggle themselves out of Tadu City to make their own way in other cities. In normal times, smuggling this is impossible. But the southeastern corner of Tadu City now belongs to nowhere. If I had to say there was an owner, it would be the morons. Naturally, there is no legal constraint, and the ship traveled to a destination that was right through the waters Moran was headed for. Phoenix, the transportation you prepared is by passenger ship? Moran, wearing large dark sunglasses, glanced ahead at the cruise ship. It was tattered and the paint on it was peeling off one piece after another, rusty as if it had been driven out of Syria. It was a few dozen meters long and short, but there was no technological style at all. It was just a very ordinary shape. Moran looked incredulously at Phoenix again. Phoenix, not that I want to talk, but we're more or less the clan that occupies the corner of the city. Take a cruise, or a civilian stowaway cruise? Don't worry, boss. I purchased a third-class ticket and have spent all of our family's savings. Not many people will recognize you. Phoenix is not kidding about this. The Morlocks have taken over the southeast corner of Tadu City, returned over 100,000 infected citizens' consciousness and set them free. There is no scraping of the people's wealth, and the poor are not squeezed for any oil. But freedom comes at a price, let alone freedom given by others. Infected citizens will only spread the family cells in a days. And again, at this point, Moran shook his head. It's not that I care about face this time. I mean, do you think the ship will leak halfway through? I don't want to be on the Titanic. Don't worry, boss. We won't drown even if we fall in the sea. Feng Shao said with a serious face. Molan smiled bitterly and put his sunglasses back on and his shirt zipper closed, then blended into the crowd with Phoenix. Pay your ticket and follow the flowing crowd onto the boat. Moran stood on the deck. It was a more overcast day, with gusts of wind blowing across the sea. It's like the Lord has a big hand and rubs the clouds in the sky. It coalesced again and finally squeezed the rainwater out like a sponge. The rain poured down. By then Phoenix, with her face covered in a mask and her head covered in a duck-tongued hat, walked up next to Moran in the pouring rain. The tourists on deck have long since returned to their cabins. Boss, I've looked over it roughly. The ship is a bit worn looking, but using the nuclear energy propulsion method, the speed is still reasonable, and it's expected to reach its destination in 2 days. After saying that, Feng Shao tapped on the map, and a 3D holographic underwater canyon projection popped up, fingering the deepest part of the underwater canyon. He said, it was inside this trench that the family members discovered an unknown creature. From memory, it is surmised that our moron family is no match for its ability to devour the cells of such a creature. And a number of family members have died at the hands of such creatures. Moran looked at the projected map as the rain formed a few droplets on his sunglasses, gathering into larger droplets that slid to the ground. Do you think it's possible that this life form isn't made of cells? Or maybe it's a creature from an alien planet? Phoenix let out a hum in agreement with the idea. The projected map was then manipulated over and over, piecing together the memory images coming from the family members and finally drawing a monster graphic. Only one, not quite bodied creature shape appeared on the projected map. The overall shape, extremely bizarre. The face is somewhat similar to an octopus, except that it has a torso, and has arms and legs, and bat-like wings on its back. Moran's brows tightened as he kept searching his past memories, then blurted out, "This thing, it looks like the evil god Cthulhu in the novel?" Well, according to the boss's past memories, it does look a bit like that, but it should just be a coincidence. Phoenix brooded. Cthulhu, there is also a translation called Crusoe. Perhaps people say it in a roundabout way. Originally an evil mythological legend that existed in fiction. At first, the Cthulhu myth did not take the world by storm. According to the rapid development of the internet, Cthulhu mythology, because of that emptiness and the mysterious fear that creates a sense of afterthought to yearning, it's quickly becoming a hot kind of horror mythology system. According to the novel, the awakened Cthulhu that is the sign of extinction, and those unknown creatures seen by the Moran family could not be the evil god Cthulhu that existed in fiction. If that was the case, the human race would probably be finished without Moran's hand. One can only blame it on coincidence that the two happened to grow together. Or maybe the minions had made a mistake in their memories. After all, it was an incomplete look at the creature's body type. "Hey, two cuties on deck. Do you guys like getting wet?" Moran and Phoenix turned back in unison, looking towards the figure waving from inside the cabin. For some reason, the heart of the man who greeted him suddenly stuttered. A feeling of coolness was felt, from the heels, all the way down to the cerebral cortex. "That is now open in the cabin cafeteria, so get some if you're hungry." Moran paused for a moment, involuntarily raising his hand in a blocking motion. Thought Wolverine was going to jump out and point his nose at the guy again. After half a moment, Moran reacted to the fact that Wolverine was still in prison. Smiling faintly, he said, "Thank you for the reminder. Below decks, inside the cabin. Can't expect any delicacies on a stowaway cruise, along with some dry bread, chaff and leafy vegetables, and canned meat. These would still have to be first-class and second-class tickets to enjoy the food. Most of the third-class tickets are for fast food products, the kind that you tear open the bag, soak in water and eat. And this instant food product has been diluted again and again and again inside this ship. It was not until it turned into food like batter that it was distributed to the passengers on the ship." Moran stirred the bowl of pasta with a spoon and exhaled. "I guess this stuff, it doesn't taste any better than the big pots of food at school." Phoenix sat across from Moran and took a taste. "It really doesn't have much flavor." "Ding! Moran, I have good news for you. One of your 18 minions has been taken out. And all of the family members in that area have also been cleared out. And now the humans are intentionally clearing you guys out. Oh hey. Moran toyed with the spoon in his hand, not bothering with a mental reply, and speaking directly from his mouth. "I know, that kind of radiation weapon is pretty hard to fight. I wonder what level of technology they have currently?" Phoenix heard this and added, "By the way boss, there's a very strange point. Currently human ships can approach up to a third of the speed of light, but the colony only stays in the solar system. That's not right." Chapter 45, The truth is hard to accept. Just look away. The night rains drifted and thunder rolled. Click. Moran gasped as he stirred from his sleep, craning his head to look out the round windows of the cabin. Black waves, churning in the light of the lightning. The whole boat was rocking. "Phoenix? Phone Daisy?" No one answered, and he was now the only one left in the cramped cabin that had held two people. Suddenly, an eerie feeling rose in Moran's heart as he lost contact with all the family members. The system greatly. "Am I dreaming again?" Moran murmured silently as he sat on his bed. Click. Again a thunderclap rang out, and the lightning, this time, blasted right through the door of the cabin. Moran's eyes widened as he peered out of the cabin through the splintered wooden doorway. An eerie figure stood on the rocking deck. Click. A bolt of lightning streaked by, illuminating the figure's face. The face, in a brief flash of light, revealed several octopus tentacles like a beard. Moran gulped. Nightmares came and went every year. This time the nightmares were just a bit exaggerated. "What do you want?" Click. In an instant, the figure flashed in front of Moran the moment the lightning streaked by. Tick-tock. The tentacles gathered raindrops that fell to the ground. The world actually became incomparably quiet in this instant, and even time seemed to freeze at this moment. "I heard your voice. I found you, and you found me," said the figure before him, in his smoky voice. What shocked Moran was that the words were in standard Chinese. Moran returned in the same Chinese. "Why do you know Chinese? I heard you whispering before the stone. I heard your heart before the stone. I heard you praying before the stone." The words came from within the octopus-like tentacles, and as if they were ringing in his head. It seemed so stark, so weird. Moran gulped. "So you're the creator of humanity's civilization? Why do you know this ancient language? This is a language that should have disappeared from this world along with the human civilization in this world. You have to answer my question first." Are you a human creator civilization? Moran mused. The truth is often harder to swallow than you think. Humans indirectly created me, and I indirectly created humans. Humans persecute me and I persecute humans. Humans start wars with each other because they want to find the missing evolutionary journey before. That's the answer I'm going to give you. Moran's brows furrowed and suddenly thought of something and said with a bright flash. Really interesting. No wonder human civilization can only stop at the solar system. This is not a normal parallel universe. This is the future world. Parallel future universe. Or an experiment. You had no choice but to create the previous human civilization. That's what you're trying to say. Right. You also belong to this world. I can feel that your consciousness comes from before. You exist in this world. Yet you jump out of the rules of time. But as I said, the truth is harder to swallow than you think. Moran smiled faintly. What else can I accept? I'm just a bystander. I'll just do my own thing and be done with it. Human civilization or not. Their creator's civilization or not. Who's keeping who in the dark really doesn't make much sense to me. Even if it's a false future. True or false. It's not certain whether you or I belong to the real thing. Suddenly, the tall figure in front of him put his hand on Moran's shoulder. In this instant, an even stranger state of affairs emerged in the place. Beyond the perception of the eye. For the worlds overlap. Each image superimposed on the other indefinitely. It was not just a distortion of space, but it reached a point where it was unseeable and unperceivable. Perhaps only creatures from higher dimensions can understand. Moran simply closed his eyes and let his brain take in less information. Three-dimensional creatures spend a lot of time in this kind of space, and sooner or later they go crazy. A sentence rang in his ears. This universe is coming to a standstill and the rules of physics are falling apart. I am not the true creator of human civilization. I am the manager of this universe. Your presence awakens the sleeping me. I seek you, transformed into the acceptable form of your memory. I need your help. I am tedious. All of the universe is held in a glass jar, unable to escape, unable to die, and dependent on others to break that glass jar. You magically appeared. Humanity has abandoned me, and this universe needs sober people to make a settlement. Only the transcendence of this universe can end the sorrows of this universe. Moran closed his eyes and smiled. Understood. I will take out all life. Not really. You're going to help me fulfill the missing link in the evolution of mankind. No matter what kind of evolution it is, you have to. Life is the turnaround of this universe. Suddenly, Moran felt an object appear in the palm of his hand. Utilize this life cube key to find the hope I left behind. I am about to fall into an eternal slumber. My consciousness is about to be endlessly chaotic. Click. A clap of thunder woke Moran up. The first thing you do when you wake up has to be spitting. This dream is so strange. It's better to remember that the evil god of Cthulhu is not for the average person to see. Suddenly, a strange sensation came from the palm of his hand. Fix your eyes on. Asterisk. Why do you have to become Cthulhu-like? Can't you just become the Jade Emperor? In the center of Moran's right hand, there was a square of about 5 centimeters in length, glowing with a dull blue light, with a strange spiral pattern on its surface. Looking at the object, Moran slammed his left hand into his head, now that he was beginning to make some sense of it. The reason why Cthulhu is seen is because the place to be visited is located in the deep sea. The first reaction is naturally to associate it with sea creatures, plus the mental suggestion. So the memories come back gradually. Octopus-faced Cthulhu lookalike. Memories that are self-modifying and self-deceptive. Let's say one can fantasize about pink-skinned elephants with black tusks. Phoenix then automatically edited the Cthulhu mold from memory. If this is the case, here, it's the future world. The future world of mankind. One is jumping from the year 2021 to an unknown Earth time period. Also, the Creator God has clearly said he belongs in this universe. Then the Earth sows life. And in the end it remains human beings themselves. Only the technological civilization of mankind has reached an unfathomable level. Just goes to explain why the system exists in the world. Because, it's a point of change left by man himself at some point in time. In the end, the truth of the world is an experiment. At that thought, Moran cupped the cube in his right hand, dug his nose in his left hand, and called out inside his head. The system is great. Ding. What are you calling me for if you're not sleeping at night? You were sleeping? No. I'm catching up on storing up good TV shows to watch. And Brightsword is pretty good. System, I dare you immortal. You've got a face, don't you? What's wrong with you? Nothing. What I'm trying to say is I love you. I love you more than your mom. Chapter 46, A Journey to the Deep Sea, A Gift from the Snow. Day 3 of the cruise journey. Morning. The overcast sky was broken by a ray of sunlight. The light that came with it was accompanied by a sea cruiser. Inside rode the enforcers who stopped the ship. 4 stowaways. I demand by federal law that you return to your flight. I demand by federal law that you turn back. Important thing to say twice. This one command voice traveled through the air all the way to the captain's chamber. At the moment, the captain was tied to an iron reclining chair by two young men. How TND bad luck. Kidnapping a captain. How come all the feds are here? With that, the young man at the head of the group took off his sunglasses, stared at the captain with wide eyes, and said, "Recognize who I am?" The captain was tied up and suffocated. Just now it was still bearable, but now after seeing the other party's true face, it was too much to bear. Cold sweat broke out all over his body. His heart was beating to 180 going upwards, and he almost didn't pass out from the shock. Sister. Sister. What sister? All right, I'm not going to waste time with you. Now I'm going to ask you to shift your course. In which direction did the Phoenix chick come from? 15 degrees northeast, traveling about 200 nautical miles to get there. Phoenix said, looking at the positioning. Moran raised an eyebrow. 200 nautical miles? Then won't we just swim for a while? Why are we still robbing the ship? Phoenix said seriously. That's right, boss. But robbing a ship is more in line with our status. Moran couldn't hold it in and squeezed an awkward smile on his face, finally giving a thumbs up to Phoenix. Phoenix fluffs. Boss Moran is the one who cheats. I wouldn't dare cheat. Bang! The door to the captain's cabin was kicked in. Human Federation law enforcement. Authorized under federal law to demand that your ship adjust its course and return to its point of departure. Moran glanced back at the pair. Snap! Snap! The two law enforcers dropped their guns in their hands in fear, and with their hands raised in the air, they made a gesture of surrender in unison. The elbow joints there were trembling uncontrollably. It's like touching an electric door. Moran said with a faint smile. Come on. No need to give me the French military salute. This ship is so bad that they are actually planning to stow away. I'll help you tie up the captain. You what Human Federation be nice to me. I'm a good citizen. The two enforcers nodded in unison. Mullen and Phoenix then left the captain's room, leaving the captain alone and messed up in his place. Deck. 1, 2, 3, jump. Wait boss. Look. Moran looked in the direction of Phoenix's finger. On the deck, hovering and docked, was a modest oval ship, black in color, resembling a blackened dinosaur egg just by its shape, and there was a marking on the side of the ship with a pattern of triangles, squares, and circles intersecting. It's roughly a circle inside a square and a triangle inside a circle. This is the very mark of the Human Federation. The triangle, symbolizing technological progress and stability, is naturally one of the major cities, Tatu City. The rest symbolize the other two major cities. Phoenix, you know how to fly this thing? Phoenix shook her head, but the two shared a smile. Captain's room. The captain was tied to a chair, so to speak, and tied in such a way that the rope was tied around his neck and down around his chest. Anyway, the set's unique. The law enforcement officer rubbed his chin in contemplation. This kind of bondage technique, I have seen in the study video. Most of them are tied to women. Murphy, dare not think deeply. You're telling me that if we're late, this captain isn't simply physically threatened, but possibly psychologized. The captain sat back in his chair, wanting to curse and feeling rude. Feeling like a monkey in a zoo being visited by two retarded enforcers. The two enforcers had not yet untied the ropes. There was a click and the door opened. Ring out a, hello, family, thanks for the spaceship, but what if I don't know how to fly it? The two enforcers looked at each other and understood. This was to force them to betray the Human Federation. Being a good man with a strong iron bone. If you eat the union's food and get the union's paycheck, you should be born and die for the union. The enforcer on the right, pointing to the enforcer on the left, said, he's the driver. The other guy looks at it and says, how can this work? Again, he said with a finger to the right, he drove exceptionally well, and could tell at a glance that your bundle was very elaborate. Not, he drove the airship driving exceptionally well. Moran coughed dryly. Which one of you two is coming with us, anyway? Him, the two said at the same time. Boss, it's no problem to squeeze 4 people in this airship. Bring them along. The words landed on his lips, and Moran nodded. Immediately afterward, with a grin on his face, he walked over to the duo and hooked his left arm around his right, took the duo out as if they were two good buddies. The captain was the only one left fuming in the large captain's cabin. The captain, tied to his chair, was lost in contemplation, more or less a captain himself. Why do I feel like a tool man? I don't feel welcome at all. Thinking about it, the captain was once again in disarray. When he came on deck, he saw the law enforcement officer on his left shakily pull out a round key, press it against the ship, beep, then, put. This oval-shaped craft opens 2 doors and contains only 4 small seats and nothing else. The law enforcement officer who opened the door, his face as pleasing as it could be, made a motion of invitation to Moran. Gee, You're welcome. You guys go first. Moran smiled back. The two enforcers didn't dare to say anything, only to see the circular airship extend a pedal, and the two of them stepped on it, using the momentum to return to the cockpit. Mullen and Phoenix flicked a jump and similarly entered the airship. Moran laughed as the hatch closed. Master, have you had any problems with the ship entering the sea? One nodded. One shook his head. Snap. The one who nodded his head got a big slap in the face from the one who shook his head. The two then shook their heads in unison. Boss, this ship has a good seal as a sea cruiser and is able to dive to a depth of up to 8 kilometers under the sea, Phoenix said as she looked at the 3D projection in front of her. Ha! What a disgrace. It's a future world. And it's still 8,000 meters. The Gelong can even dive deeper than this thing, the pilot on the left-hand side explained. No, beyond 8 kilometers. All diving devices are restricted, and federal law does not allow descent to depths below 8 kilometers. Curious, Moran inquired. What happens if you dive below 8,000 meters? I don't know. Maybe we'll die, and the Federation won't spare us when we come back anyway. Snap. The driver got another big smack in the mouth from his good buddy serving on the right. Moran nodded. Oh, so it's possible to infiltrate. That's good. It's okay. The Human Federation doesn't want you. We, the Moran family, do. Chapter 47, A Journey to the Deep Sea. Softening the Firmament. Marine Cruising Team. Cruiser number GR653. Please return to sea level for normal cruising duties. Please do not swim during working hours. Please reply if you receive. The two men sitting in front of them had their hearts in their throats. Just because it's in your throat, you can't say half a word because it's in your throat and it's blocking your throat. Moran replied impatiently. This ship has mutinied. Reply if you receive. At these words, the pilot sitting in the front hastily tapped a certain button, instantly cutting off all communications. Turn on flight mode directly. Just flying through the ocean and diving into the depths of the infinite ocean. That, Mr. Moran, you just said future world. Are you from before? The law enforcement officer sitting on the right asked in a tentative probe. Phoenix's hand rested on the head of the man in front of him. Boss, he knows too much. Do we need to finish him off? Moran shook his hand. There's no need to care. Revealing some unimportant information won't do us any harm. It will also affect the other party's judgment. Phoenix withdrew his palm, and the man summoned up the courage to inquire. Mr. Moran, what you said just now may have spread, but I now guarantee that the information is absolutely confidential at this moment. What was the human world like before? Moran took a deep breath. 100 flowers bloom. 100 birds compete. Oxygen thinning detected. Turning on internal and external circulation filtration systems. Already on. The intelligent voice inside the spaceship suddenly rang out. Moran continued. What age is the Earth at now? Before the front two could reply, Phoenix cut out the data within the screen in his hand and said, Answer boss. According to the research report here, the radioactive elements were detected to be at around 4.6 billion years old. Mullen nodded. Then the timeline should be able to be extrapolated and not too much time has passed. I guess it's only a few tens of thousands of years or so at most. The cabin went briefly quiet until the pilot said as he dived to a depth of 2,000 meters. Mr. Moran, who was the creator of the people in the old days? Maureen thought about it and replied, The creator of our family is Manhwa. Some people believe in Jesus Christ and others believe in Allahu Akbar. In our time period the creator is still part of the religious lore. Oh, what's the religious lore? Moran smiled faintly. What's the robot Lee Ago? Your equivalent? The great pioneer of our humanity. The resuscitator. He resuscitated our human civilization over 600 years ago. He is the father of all of us humans. He is namely the creator god of our humanity. The pilot said with heartfelt respect. Moran said flatly, because only 600 years have passed, you can tell how you came to be, but after 1,000 years, after 5,000 years, Liigwa will be worshipped by you as a civilization of the creator, not as a being comparable to the creator. That's how religion will be by then. The two seemed to understand something, but again, it was like they didn't. Suddenly, a huge creature stood in the way, its appearance unmistakable under the glare of the deep-sea searchlight. Roughly speaking, the shape is somewhat similar to a sperm whale. What does it want? To collide with us? Then let's ram it. It's made of flesh. This ship is made of iron. Will it still be afraid of him? Moran coughed dryly. Take it easy you two. This is one of our Moran family members. He was just saying hello to me. The sperm whale-like creature then circled a few times in the glare and wagged its tail before leaving the area. So your Moran family has long been scattered all over the world, murmured the driver timidly. You're afraid of a hammer. When the time comes everyone dies together. They all have to die anyway. You should struggle or have to struggle. I should do what I do. What's the big deal? Just think about it. The most important thing is to be happy when you die. When these words came out, the two of them stared wide-eyed, unable to find words to retort. The dive all the way down to a depth of about 8,000 meters. Along the way, quite a few sea creatures greeted Moran, which caused the speed to slow down quite a bit. At first, the ones that came to say hello were some of the creatures that could still be seen. The deeper you dive, the weirder the things that come to say hello get. Like right now, for example, swimming past a large octopus showing its teeth. Showing its teeth isn't scary. What's scary is having a human face. It's impossible to see an octopus smiling at you in the middle of the ocean where you can't see out of the corner of your eye and not get a chill down your spine. And the octopus tentacles have glowing biomass at their tips. After all, it's in the deep sea. There's no light. No one can see anyone, and everyone grows randomly. Boss, it's about 5 kilometers further down at this location. Okay, full speed ahead. It didn't go down for long when suddenly the hull stopped moving. The overhead bulb flashed red. A beep, beep, beep alarm sounded. Mr. Moran, ship is set with permissions. We can't get off. At that time, the intelligent voice in the cabin said, "We have reached deep zero. Please return quickly or the self-destruct program will be activated." Moran's brow furrowed, and the little light bulb over his head flashed with more vigor than a bar hop. Snap, Moran said to the duo after dry crushing them with one punch. Okay, now that this little light bulb isn't flickering, danger averted. Move down. The two of them looked unsightly, just as if they were being driven to a duck's nest. Go or don't go. Don't make me be unreasonable. The two were on the verge of tears, having never seen anyone so reasonable. Mr. Moran will kill us when the hull breaks up. Moran snorted coldly. It's none of my business whether you die or not. I can't die anyway. Nagging, hurry up and drive to the next house. Boss, they are too disobedient. Please allow me to slaughter them. At these words, the driver gritted his teeth, puttered the top of the bottom in his hand, and raced downward at a speed several times faster than just a moment before. Self-destruct program initiated. Begin countdown in 20 seconds. 20, 19, 18, click. Moran raised his hand and ripped the speaker off the console, playing with it in his hand and said, "Okay, no more countdowns, but it's still going to blow up." The driver said with tears in his eyes, "Blow it up. Look on the bright side. Ears don't hear. You can't hear the countdown. What if it just stops blowing up?" Bang! The seabed exploded in brilliant fireworks. The brief light brought a spectacle to the bottom of the sea, as beautiful as if a star had died. Moran was blown tens of meters away, and he opened his mouth to try and laugh, barely choking to death. Huge water pressure came crashing down on his face, and every part of his body was as if he was being pressurized by an oversized hydraulic press, bones bursting by inches, lung cells all squeezed out. Even steel will twist and deform under this tremendous pressure. Moran then changed his life form, discarding all skeletal structures within his body, from vertebrates to mollusks to reach a point of equilibrium with the surrounding water pressure. In other words, he became a puddle of meat. Chapter 48, A Journey to the Deep Sea, Death by Spare Parts. Welcome, both of you, to House Moran. Molan swam over and greeted the two puddles of broken flesh in front of him. This, I don't want to become a monster. Geez, I have so many voices in my head. A puddle of shredded flesh on the left replied in horror. You have two choices. Join us, retain your consciousness and form a whole with us. The other choice, I will wear out your consciousness. Molan replied through the mental connection. Kill me. I hate this feeling, please. With some regret in his heart, Moran painfully wore out the man's consciousness, said to the puddle of broken flesh to his right. Change is painful, and evolution is often an act of necessity. Giraffes grow extremely burdensome necks in order to survive. Did you voluntarily become the monster people say you are in order to survive? This puddle of broken flesh on the right is suspended in the sea, feeling the body slowly descend. It was as if he had fallen into an infinite darkness, but underneath the darkness there was a hidden light. At the same time, there were 100 billion voices inside his head welcoming him in. He was able to sense that the voices were spread around the world. And, when he quieted his mind, he was also able to share memories with members of the Moran family, like being connected to the whole world. This feeling, if viewed with fear, is boundless suffering, but if one can override this pain, then one will be incarnated as the Lord of the world. I would like to join the Moran family. Boss Moran Fluff. House Moran Fluffs. Very well, there's nothing more for you to do. Go play wherever you want, just don't get killed. With that, the puddle of shredded flesh attempted to control its body, bobbing in and out of the water, like a fish in the deep sea, enjoying another new life to go. By then, a puddle of shredded flesh wrapped around the tattered electronic projection editor, listless swam next to Moran. Boss, my baby's broken. Isn't my baby broken too? Just go back to the ground and grow it back? I mean this baby. Phoenix replied, clutching the screen that had shattered into several large, crushed and unrecognizable chunks of heartache. Just go back and buy one. It's a big deal. But our family is broke. Our family funds have always been limited and indescribably poor. Okay. Go back and take you to rob a bank. Boss Moran fluffs. 2 puddles of shredded flesh swam in the infinite darkness. Moran detached his mental body and led the way ahead. Mental body perception was limited, and could only sense space within a meter, equivalent to being able to emit light within 1 meter. Of course, it was only visible to members of the Moran family. Other people couldn't even see this mass of mental bodies. Suddenly, an agitation was felt within his body. Molan squirmed his body and removed a small square piece of the key from his body. The dim blue light suddenly began to brighten. That's just about the right hint that it's nearing its destination. After tucking it back inside his body, Moran ran up at full speed. On the way, the system sent a congratulatory message. Ding! Molan baby, I have good news for you. Another one of your minions has been taken out and died a horrible death. Isn't that a lot of pressure? He. Moran's only regret about this was the cadre of 18 family members that were initially split off. It wasn't long before it became 16. I know. They all died because of me. How can you think like that? Your minions listened to you before they died and were not exposed to humans, hiding inside the old forests of the mountains, drinking dew when thirsty, eating grasshoppers when hungry, and living a miserable life. Turns out the humans won't leave them alone. Do you know why? Moran wondered. Why? Weakness can't survive at all. Look at you. How dashing your life is, occupying a small half of the city, or people are courteous to give it to you. And your little brother? Haven't even killed anyone, so they're soft and are being cleaned out as garbage. Well, I understand. You understand a hammer. This time evolution points collected to 150,000 points. There are too many mutation points, a whole lot that can't be used, so I've converted them into 180,000 evolution points for you. 103 special mutation points. I'll keep them for you. You'll need them later when you have the ability to build biochemical monsters. Now, I have to disrupt your genetic structure. Your evolutionary route was wrong to begin with. I'll reassign you. Right now, I'm busy and have to go deep-sea treasure hunting. Explore your dead head. This much strength of yours and you're still learning from others to scout for treasure. TSK. I love you. System. Don't you hate it? Modify the genes first before you go. How do I modify it? On the basis of keeping the original cell active, I help you separate the neuron connections independently. Let the cells have neurons inside them, instead of letting the neurons become active cells. I'll fuse the slime and cobweb abilities together for you. Simply don't. Spider-Man ugh. It's so cool, right? Why don't you? Enhancing the degree of cellular pliability and the ability to divide would make it possible to make spider webs out of cells. Mucus is too biomass consuming to make spider webs. Alright, you're the big man in this regard. Just get it done. I'll notify the family members. Simply evolving to the normal side is quick. It's done in a few minutes and requires 250,000 evolution points. Does it evolve? So fast. I'm sure. A few minutes as fast as you. Moran was speechless in his mind. Then said, alright, start evolving. With that, all the Moran family cells in the world at the same time, the genes in their bodies were constantly broken, reorganized, and changed. Moran used his mental body to silently observe the changes within his body from the sidelines. It is a very subtle operation, and under mental perception the genetic chain becomes observable to a degree. It's like building blocks, replacing an already constructed block edifice with new blocks. The slightest mistake and the building will come crashing down, but with the system's perverted maneuvering, not a single problem arose. In about 5 minutes, the change was complete. Moran moved his body and found a strong, unimpeded feeling. It's as if you used to have a bunch of sandbags hanging off your body, looking a little bloated and unable to focus your strength. And right now, that's naked. Can it not be easy? Ding. Okay, I'll look for a special ability that fits better based on your performance during this time. Spending 250,000 evolution points. It wasn't in vain. It's really powerful. Nonsense. Go to death. Feel your family system greatly cheating. Ugh, did you just lose another one of your minions? It died so fast. It seems like the humans have figured out a way to deal with you using radiation. Is the pressure on? He. I know. Only have 15 left. Really don't give me any life at all. Humph. Then we won't leave each other any way to live. Molan family, there's no need to hide. If anyone comes to offend, they will be executed in a desperate attempt to die. Chapter 49, Journey to the Deep. Carvings from Ancient Times. Phoenix and Moran swam all the way to the deepest part of the trench in the direction they remembered. Boss, according to the memories coming from the family members, it's an unknown life form lurking in here. I presume guarding something? Suddenly, the light of Moran's mental body scouting ahead dimmed a bit. It's a crisis. Get out of the way. With all the strength of his body, Moran, in a flash, tensed his soft tissue into a spring and lurched forward. Knock. Phoenix was knocked out of the way and backed up until he was at a distance of more than 10 meters away from where he had just been. Through Moran's memories, he felt an inexplicable panic. Phoenix, get out of here. This thing is beyond life. That's an order. With Moran's command-like words in his head, Phoenix didn't dare to stay a moment longer and froze for a second. Ruthlessly fire away from this place. And below the seawater, Moran was grabbed by a large hand in a death grip and slammed hard out of the ocean and under the seabed. The speed was so incredibly fast that even the mental body was still hundreds of meters away from the physical body. Intruder. Chosen intruder. Then you're not an intruder. The words rang out in his head. It was an extremely odd sensation. As if speaking Raj, as if speaking Chinese, and even hearing a few English words that I remembered from before. Think of it as direct communication of the mind. A way of communicating that transcends the boundaries of language. The mental body quickly came to where the physical body was encircled around the large hand. It was only with the help of a 1-meter range of mental perception that one could piece together what this object looked like. Or rather, this object has no mold at all. In this bio, Moran sees the school violence he suffered as a child. The spider's minions. The way a viper spits out its tongue. Even saw the horror movie with the cloaked woman. But all that is nothing compared to a smile. It was a smile that Moran would not like to remember in his life. His father's smile before he died. This object, a combination of all the fears in the mind, is able to force its way into the mind's existence. You can't die. I can't kill. The key needed to open the shackles. The words were continuing to ring in Moran's head. Immediately afterward, the surrounding space rapidly changed. Moran, including its mental body, appeared at an entrance on the bottom of the sea. Take the contents. End my lonely vigil. Moran slowed down, took heart, and controlled his body to swim toward the entrance light. Through a film of water. Gulp. Snap. A pile of meat fell to the ground, only to see this pile of meat quickly squirm and turn into a small monster over 50 centimeters tall. It's remarkable that there's actually breathable air at the bottom of the ocean. Immediately afterward, pass through the narrow stone corridor of the entrance to reach the inside of the temple. Among other things, the architecture is bizarre. There were stone pillars and stone walls, like a tomb. The stone walls are carved, somewhat similar to the ancient Egyptian civilization motifs carved frescoes. Moran was intrigued by this, and he recognized the stones. The material used for these inky black stones was exactly the same as the one seen in the cave the other day. Looking around, 3 glowing square bodies spread out in the corners. But there are 4 corners, and in the left corner, near the door, a glowing square is missing. What's weird is that there's a black stone tile missing here as well. In the front left corner, a few dozen meters square of black floor tile is missing. Glowing square, black monolithic material. Everything points to the fact that human civilization has been here before. This space, it's not very big. It's also about 100 meters by 100 meters up and down in length, with an overall 4-cornered cubic space. At the center of the space, there was a platform similar to an altar. The whole is a 5m x 5m cubic projection. There was also a suspended square on top of it, except that it was hollow in the center, which was thought to be a lock. Moran didn't open the lock right away. Since he was here all the time, he definitely had to see more. It would be a shame if this place really did look like a tomb and the place collapsed when the contents were removed. Taking a closer look at his surroundings, the mural on the wall caught Moran's attention. With the help of the luminous cube light from the far left, the carvings on the mural were cloudy, like a chaos. On the second stela pattern, the carvings are clearer, like a giant planet that is spinning and pulling and absorbing the chaos around it, which orbits around a much larger planet. This one, obviously, talks about the process of star production. Planets are born amongst the dust under the force of gravity. The third pattern, immediately following, shows the process of a star exploding. The fourth motif is more interesting and shows the birth of stars as well as planets. One variable added to this is the element. Under the influence of stellar fusion, the chemical elements gradually become more numerous, starting with the initial hydrogen element and gradually stacking up. And as the star dies, it bursts with powerful energy to fusion heavy elements like iron, gold. Elements are born in dead stars. Immediately after that, watch along the mural all the way until you stop at the most crucial one. On this is a mural of a stone tablet, a spiral structure, similar to DNA, suspended over 2 planets. Based on the order of the stars and planets, it comes out to be Earth and Mars, respectively. It also means that either life has already appeared on these two planets, or it means that there is a good chance that life will appear. Another explanation could be that the Creator planted life here. The process of sowing means reaping what you sow. The next mural, it becomes meaningful, very meaningful. Mars was the first to have intelligent life forms, because on Mars, the pattern of circular spaceships appeared first. The Earth, on the other hand, is still in a DNA helix structure. In the next pattern, a spaceship from Mars comes to Earth. A couple of motifs immediately following, and interestingly enough, the Earth appeared to be cellular, multicellular, all the way to the humanoid state of evolution. Moving on, the mural below is no longer of a planet, but of humans kneeling beneath a Martian spaceship. This is not hard to understand. Intelligent life worships powerful creatures. It would be strange to fly down from the sky and not be treated as a god. This time period saw the appearance of pyramids, Mayan pyramids, and many triangular bodybuilding patterns. The next mural, Moran's breath became heavy. Among the many world ruins, there was the Great Wall pattern. Close behind are rockets, skyscrapers, and modern civilization carving patterns. It continued until a circular spaceship descended from the very futuristic skyscrapers. The creator civilization of mankind is here. Here, it picks up on the engraved message from the robot in the cave. Igwa Li. The rest of the mural shows humans fighting each other, splitting up, killing each other, nuclear warheads falling on the city, and it all comes to an end. The remaining dozens of stone tablets were blank patterns. With the help of these monolithic patterns, it can be deduced that the Martian civilization is way ahead of the human race. So much so that it left the solar system a long time ago, coming back to view the Earth once every 1,000 revolutions of the planet. The last time I came back, I made human civilization nearly extinct. Suddenly, the little monster moron skimmed his head for a moment and saw the last blank tablet on. There is a familiar Chinese font. Chapter 50, End of Deep Sea Journey. Return of Crouching Dragon. What is the meaning of life? Is it that life steps into death, and existence into destruction? Our arrival did not meet the monument carvers, and our team is about to take one of the monuments here, as well as a square luminescent object for research. For the rest, we will not take away a single cent. Leave a message to the carver, and send a Chinese learning template. No offense intended to you. I arrived here on the human A.D. calendar, 11/6/2214. Zheng Helan stayed. The handwriting on the stone tablet was somewhat scribbled and shallowly engraved, and it could be judged by the strength of the stroke that it was a woman who had left the writing. It's worth mentioning that this handwriting is arranged from left to right. It's just a short sentence, but it's better than a here and now. At the same time, below this passage of handwriting, there is another engraved handwriting reply. The lettering is deeply engraved and is engraved from right to left. It reads, I am a witness to the universe, and I am leaving this message to thank you for the language and culture you have sent me. I love the magic of your words and the way you express your emotions through them. I've studied an ancient verse from your culture and I'm going to carve it. The moonlight in front of the bed is suspected to be frost on the ground. Raise your head to look at the bright moon. Lower your head to think of your hometown. There's a marvelous emotion in this kind of writing, and I understand a kind of belonging that I don't have. Unfortunately, when I came back again, you on this planet were going through a war, and as a witness as well as a steward, I could only stand by and silently sculpt everything. I hope you can get through this and get back here. I will wait for your arrival. The text ends here. All questions, open and clear. It was a more painful feeling than playing a puzzle game, and it was all solved in less than a few days. It still pays to have minions spread out all over the world. Moran understood now. No wonder the manager knew how to speak Chinese that night. Dare I say, he still has an unresolved relationship with Chinese culture. Managers go along with the trend and also perpetuate the ancient way of depicting language from right to left. Perhaps some years from now, the robot, Patriot Lee, will also prefer the right to left expression. Maybe, the administrator even helped Lee Igwa. Otherwise it does seem a bit illogical to go out of that cave. It's all clear now. The Chinese explorers found this place and took with them one of the monoliths and a square glowing block here. The more questions you know, the more questions you unravel. And the more questions you don't know. Is it still possible for a Martian civilization to come back to Earth? Dare not think deeply. Moran takes the center glowing square from his body, a few steps to the right center position. When ready, the squares were assembled among the larger square cubes and the two were combined into one. Click, click. The key and the shackle shattered together and dissipated away into pieces. The altar, which was in the center, slowly sank, and a small pile of black liquid the size of a fist slowly floated out. Ding! Molan baby, I love you. How did you find this thing? It's a life form gene source. I'll be damned. Fluff, 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 fluff. Boss Moran is a cheater. Why are you so excited? Is this thing awesome? It's not just powerful. You and I together are not as important as this thing. I'm just kidding. You're the most important. So absorb it quickly. Will this thing double my abilities when I absorb it? You're a pig. Haven't you read any immortalism novels? This is the equivalent of refining your bones and improving your qualifications. I'll go. Equivalent to this thing, this is the foundation building pill. You step on the horse on this point of pursuit. The foundation building Dan counts a gross. This thing is at least equivalent to Pangu Essence Blood. TMD. You now understand it. Do not hurry to absorb. Mullen then raised his small hand, and in an instant the hand burst and stretched out, pinching this mass of black liquid suspended in midair. In an instant, the black liquid melted into Moran's hand. Miraculously, there was no feeling at all. It was like squeezing a ball of water. Ha 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 ha. Fluff. The gene lock inside your cell has been opened forever. Now you can build whatever you want. System, be more reserved. Do you know what it means to open the gene lock? It's the ing equivalent of the fact that you can grow teeth inside your eyes, brains inside your teeth, and biochemical viruses inside your brain. You've broken through the biolock. I was going to ask you to build a lab later and work on this stuff slowly, and now you're covered in what amounts to a lab. Moran then thumbs up. Fluff. Your ability to give examples is always so simple and crude. Come on, let's have fun today. I'll have one with Boo. Ha shucks, don't you with me? There's a picture in my head. Okay, I'm going to catch up on the drama. Call me if you need anything. Immediately afterward, after sweeping around the area, there were no items of importance. Moran went through the curtain of water and back into the sea. Unlike what was expected, the place had not collapsed. Instead, the strange creatures that had been guarding it seemed to have disappeared. Upon re-entering the deep sea, Moran transformed into a happy mollusk. Swim, swim, swim. Suddenly, Phoenix's voice came from inside his head. Boss, I'm so glad you're okay. I've always made the best of every situation. Let's go. It's over here, but it's just beginning. Let's go back to Tadu City. A month of peace is half over today. Tertiary urban areas. When the door to the old room was opened, the smell of smoke hit the room. Boss, you're finally back. I've waited so long. Wulong threw his cigarette in his hand, took a few steps forward, and came to the door to receive a large bag of souvenirs carried in Moran's hand. These, from the brothers in the deep. A bunch of caviar, lamprey eyeballs and such. Wulong, didn't I tell you to stay in prison? What are you running out for? I still need to use you as a lure for my next plan. Moran took off his sunglasses and looked at Wulong with a frown on his face. They released me a few days ago, saying that they thought I was eating too much. What a bunch of stingy people. Wulong beamed. Mullen sighed and said, You fell for the devil's tricks again. Those dog thieves casually arranged for you to escape from prison. Don't you have an excuse to come to trouble us? Are they that unethical? Holy, if they dare to screw up like that, I'll kill them. It's none of our business if they're lacking or not. Since they let you out, it's our turn to lack. Phoenix's eyes glowed with gold. Boss, what are you going to do next? Moran heatedly smiled. Aren't you looking forward to it every day? This time it's the same as you think. Only it's too meaningless for us to do it. I'm going to let the city do it. Chapter 51 Wulong's Femininity. A high-level meeting in Tadu City, where the new mayor, Simmer, is sitting atop a high seat. 3 days ago, his mission to Mars had ended and, upon his return, he was the pinnacle of power in Tadu City. At the conference table, 4 women and 6 men sit 10 high-ranking council members. This includes Simmer's daughter, except that his daughter is here in her capacity as Simmer's secretary. This place, the pinnacle of power in the city of Tadu, and, with a member of the Human Federation in the seat opposite Simmer, there was a gift, a little finger. With the opening of the recording box on the desktop, a voice clip appeared. Ha, what a shame. It's a future world, and it's still 8,000 meters. The Gelong can even dive deeper than this thing. That, Mr. Moran, you just said future world. Are you from before? Boss, he knows too much. Do we need to finish him off? There's no need to be concerned. Revealing some unimportant information won't do us any harm, and it will also affect the other party's judgment. This concludes the recording. Simmer smacked his lips and coughed immediately afterward. Gentlemen, what should you think about this? Moran, it comes from before? Perhaps it knows the history of our human development. It cannot be ruled out that this is a lie it deliberately told, wanting to use this to make us greatly suspicious and add another point of scorn to it. I agree with this. Moran is cunning by nature. His words are 7 parts false and 3 parts true. Not to be trusted. Let's talk about business. According to the data obtained by the Federation, Although the Molan family monsters have a strong regeneration ability, but after all, they are just monsters, and the various radiation weapons are very effective in cleaning them up. Simmer shook his head and said to the crowd, "This child cannot be wiped out just like that. We desperately need its help. In a few hundred years, our human civilization will probably be completely transformed into a mechanical civilization, and by then all of our descendants will be machine bodies. The mayor doesn't have to be paranoid. We don't necessarily have to need help from monsters." Human primate pregnancy and childbirth experiments. The results, although very poor, newborns almost fetal death, but perhaps in breeding a few generations, should be able to find a suitable genetic structure for us humans. Pang! A member of the council in a blue uniform stormed his seat and said as his mechanical iron fist slammed down on the table, "Army Commander, I suggest abandoning the physical body and transforming into a mechanical well. What's the big deal about becoming a mechanical body civilization?" The crowd went silent. Only Simmer was firm. "We humans are recovering from the ruins, and our mechanical father, Li Aigua, believes in us. If we completely abandon our physical bodies, how will we face future generations? You, Tadu City, are really the place where technology and ideas collide. Work hard. All of humanity is waiting for your success." After saying something polite, the federal law enforcement member touched the black law enforcement uniform. Rising from his seat, he sat down again in a smooth manner, behaving in a most unnatural manner. After drawing the attention of all of them, he opened his mouth. "Ahem. There is a price for the information, and I only charge cash, so you guys should know what I mean. This is first-hand information. So," Simmer smiled gently, "Sierra, take him to the Tadu Downtown Bank and withdraw $30 million in cash in my name." In front of the bank in downtown Tadu, with three such young men, the man in the center was sitting on a small bench, wearing big black sunglasses, not afraid of the heat in June into July. Wearing a big black trench coat, wrapped tightly, a large sign was held up in his hand, on which was written, 40 years of practicing medicine and healing, ancestral cell phone stickers. A youthful, pretty little girl with a purple ponytail and a short skirt showing white legs, also wearing black-rimmed sunglasses, with a cigarette in her mouth that she was about to quit, but couldn't. A gangly face, arms clasped, sledgehammer slung over his back, a concrete manhole cover placed next to him. Don't dare use metal manhole covers after the last lesson. There was another, crouching in gold-rimmed glasses. After not holding the electronic screen editor in my hand, it was hard to say something. The people who came and went by the entrance of the bank, after seeing the appearance of these three people, hid far away from each other, like the plague, mainly because of the way these three were dressed. The impression is that the murderous head member of the Moron family, but no one was sure if it was or not, mainly because there was a crooked wind blowing through the city. Young people have imitated the Moron family trio dressing up, and it's become a trend. Let's just say that many of the people walking through the streets were young men dressed in imitation of the three Moron family members. Silver hair, dark-haired boy, plus a little purple-haired ponytailed girl. "Boss, look at these grips. They come and go. They look at us the wrong way, and they dare to learn from us. Do you want me to beat them up? Crouching dragon, you need to calm down. Someone is imitating. That means it's okay to fish out of water. What's the big deal?" Then the young man pulled his neck and shouted, "Professional unclogging of sewers, practicing medicine and curing diseases for 40 years. Medicine to get rid of the disease. Come and buy. Come and see Lou." And the little girl showed chest broken big stone. This voice shouted out and produced almost zero results. This is a big city where couples keep 5 meters away from each other when shopping. Unlike dirty places, where there's a buzz, there's people watching. Came in from 8 a.m. and mingled until 1 p.m. with no half-assed business. "Boss, didn't you say you were going to take me to rob a bank? I've got my attack route, my escape route all mapped out. Phoenix, robbing a bank doesn't have to be through violence. We can make others violent." Suddenly, a hovering limousine stopped at the intersection. As soon as the door of the car opened upwards, a young woman walked up to meet her, followed by a man in casual civilian clothes. The young boy in the center holding the large sign. His hand skimmed and he dropped the sign in one smooth motion. Both eyes glistened, and at a glance these two were solidly rich. "Wulong, don't you like to break your chest? Hurry up and break it." Who else could these three be? The only ones who could idle out of this realm were Moron and Crouching Dragon Phoenix. Hearing this, Wulong, without saying a word, removed the sledgehammer from his back, cupped it in his hand, and flung it up in front of the two. Knock! A hammer slammed into the ground, smashing a few cracks in the plain white floor tiles, and yelled at the duo, "Chest Boulder, you two bastards! Stop! Chest Boulder, do you want to see it?" The young woman turned back and swept Wulong a contemptuous glance, then pulled out her wallet from her satchel, drew out a dozen tickets one by one, and handed them to Wulong. As a girl, not moving to dance with a knife and gun. Really not half a bit of a girl's appearance. To see your hard work, this money to take, the bank floor tiles compensation, the rest goes to you. When Wulong heard this, he was furious and pointed at someone's nose and scolded. You airfield, compared to womanhood, I'm so much better than you. Wulong deliberately puffed out his chest when he finished speaking. Chapter 52, The Power of Flesh and Blood. Stupid girl, I really feel for your parents. Wasting time with punks here. The young woman finished putting the money back in her satchel and straightened her collar. Make it a cleaner outfit. Without realizing it, his eyes swept the bulge in Wulong's chest. Only a cold breath escaped her nostrils as she twisted her head and headed for the bank's front door. Wait for me, Sierra. Why bother with a little street girl, the likes of which can be made to obey for $200 or $300? The casual sportswear man followed quickly, grinning and sticking next to her with an ingratiating look on his face. Your face is disgusting. The information you provide is worthless. You should be thanking my father for his generosity, not demeaning others to flatter me. Suddenly, there was a sound from behind the duo. What's Simmer's relationship to you? Beautiful? Sierra jerked her head back and the young face with the big black sunglasses slowly overlapped with the one she remembered. M.O. Moron? At these words, Sierra saw a familiar smile cross the corners of the other's mouth. At that time, Moran raised his index finger and put it to his mouth in a shushing motion. The man standing next to Sierra had a puzzled look on his face and couldn't make heads or tails of it, said Sierra as she patted her shoulder. Hey, Sierra? That guy's just a punk. Why be so paranoid? Sierra's entire body winced at this slap. Breathing heavily, he felt the cold sweat dampen his clothes. Not daring to look back, he hurried toward the bank. Looking at the backs of the two as they left in a hurry, Emoluan said indifferently, things in the world are about destiny, and I'm very destined to be with this chick. Crouching Dragon came over to Moron, blinking his big eyes. Boss, are you courting her? Emoluan raised his hand and gave Wulong a brain crash. Pursuing the daughter of your nemesis? Do you think this is a dog-blooded love drama? I'm going to make her infect our family cells. Doesn't she hate us monsters the most? Ha ha ha. Boss, what are you going to do next? Phoenix said as she was filled with motivation. Go brothers, sneak into the bank. Inside the bank, in the luxurious exclusive one-on-one VIP service room. MS. Sierra, are you sure you want to withdraw that much cash at once? The bank manager in his semi-robotic body frowned as he looked at the application statement in his hand. His maglev eyes sweeping over and over the paper before finally flying back into their sockets. Got a problem with that? Don't tell me you need time to prepare. Now open your vaults and get the cash ready for me right now, Sierra said anxiously. Please don't get so excited. Now please sign and we will send you the cash immediately. The bank manager handed the application statement to Simula. Swish swish swish. Sierra hurriedly wrote her signature and then, just give the money to the gentleman. With that, he quickly got up and headed for the door. Suddenly, in the course of walking the halls, he was accidentally touched by the cleaning staff. Excuse me MS. Sierra patted her shoulder and said, it's okay, don't worry about it. Then, without looking back, he left the bank, got into the car parked in front of the bank, and immediately rushed towards the private hospital. She's going to have a full body checkup. At that time, the bank's staff came into the room carrying 3 large metal boxes. The Federation member rushed forward and quickly opened a box from which he took a stack of 1,000 denomination bills and rubbed them in his hand with a big smile. Ha 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 ha, this is real. Real money. The bank manager hemmed and hawed. What kind of scene had he not seen before? One can guess at a glance how this money came to be. Sir, for your protection, our bank is offering a special escort to your home. It's absolutely confidential and safe. You only need to pay 100,000 yuan to experience it. Don't worry. Most of the money we will donate to environmental organizations. Do you want to try it? Hearing this, the Federation member nodded with a wry smile. Casually, he took 2 wads of money out of the box and tossed them into the bank manager's hands. Small problem. Very attentive service. I'll give you $200,000. Immediately thereafter, the staff followed the bank manager and took the Federation members to the bank's high-rise rooftop. Here, 5 small craft are parked. Pick one, sir. Don't worry about it. It's absolutely confidential, and you don't have to tell me as to where you're going. Just give the intelligent navigation a word. With that, the bank manager took off his head cap and bowed toward the Federation members, then turned to leave. The Federation member harumphed and turned back to the 3 staff members. Alas, you 3, carry the money to the airship in the center and I'll reward you with $1,000 each. As soon as the words fell, he only saw the 3 shakas behind him change their bodies, directly transforming into 2 men and 1 woman. 3 young people in appearance. The Federation member sat on his butt on the spot and kept backing up until his back was against the ship's kickstand. His face was as gray as death, as horrified as if he had seen a ghost. "Boss, he said he's going to give us $1,000. This guy is so stingy. Can I be brutal when I beat him up later?" As soon as these words came out, the Alliance member hastily spread his hands and said, Don't. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all of this money." Moran sneered. "Are you out of your mind? Slaughter you and this money is still ours. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Crouching Dragon just stepped forward. Bang! The Federation member suddenly pulled a rechargeable pistol out of his back and pulled the trigger, driving it through Wolverine's chest on the spot. Asterisk. "Boss, I've been shot. What to do?" Moran smoothly peeled Wolverine back to face himself. Immediately afterward, he only saw the large hole in Wulong's chest slowly grow flesh buds, which were similar to vines intertwining with each other, covering the wound together. Molan nodded and said while applauding, "With this evolution, the quality of the body has really improved drastically, and the healing ability of the wounds is literally 10 times 100 times of what it was before." The Federal agent had been dumbfounded, and now he had guessed the identity of his opponent. Members of the Moran family, and the one in the center was like a reptile with bright red pupils. Even Moran himself might be here. "Don't you lean over and gawk. Try shooting a gun at this," Moran said, pointing at Wulong's head. "Boss, I'll be in pain." Wulong commiserated, and stomped his foot like a little girl. "Nonsense. Isn't that what life is all about? It hurts and suddenly it's great. Just get used to it." After Moran finished speaking, his eyes signaled the feds to take a shot at Crouching Dragon's head. The feds swallowed, took aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Flesh and blood are flying. Moran and Phoenix just watched with wide eyes. In a short time, the neck grew tentacles of flesh and blood, slowly outlining the bones, and the shape of the head. Skin sprouted purple hair until the face coalesced into a pretty face. Only there was a price to pay. Crouching Dragon's chest flattened by 3 points. The flesh of his chest transferred to his head. Chapter 53. Whose cub is this? Slap. Moran and Phoenix applauded one after the other. The applause ended and Moran looked at the Federation members and said, "Beautiful. Thank you for your contribution to the Moran family. You can go to hell." After saying that, Moran took a few steps forward and pressed his right hand on the other party's heart position. Just then, the Federal agent said hastily, "I confess that I sold out for $30 million because I revealed your information." Moran raised an eyebrow. "Tell me, what have you revealed? I know you're from before. You know about the human past, and I'm telling you all of it, and I don't want to die. I can't die." Federation members, their faces twisted together in fear. Molan smiled faintly, the feeling of the other's beating heart coming from his palm, and smiled. "It's just death. No big deal. I'm used to dying." Desperate and grasping at the last hope, the feds said, "I still have use for you. You hate Simmer, don't you? I can reveal where he is." "Thanks for the reminder. I don't want to. It would be pointless. Put your mind at ease. People die eventually. First you will feel a chill, and as the cold penetrates your bones, tenderness will come as it should, ending in eternal slumber. It's like passing out inside a hot bath, even if it's the universe that comes to the end of its life. Barely." The Federal agent's body struggled a few times before finally falling into a peaceful death. Moran stood up and rubbed his blood-stained right hand, only to see the blood in his palm suddenly absorbed and disappear. "Boss, the family funds are wide open. There's enough money here to last us for a while." Moran turned around to see Crouching Phoenix crouching on the ground counting money. Phoenix was counting piles and piles of money, and Wulong unwrapped the money Phoenix had counted and counted it one by one. Moran's head hurt from watching. "Just go back and count. Tonight, I'm going to have a date." Crouching Dragon's eyes glazed over as he said, "Boss dating? Boss is looking for a sister-in-law. Our family has a squeeze. It's not as complicated as you think. Go back first." Finally the three of them carried the money box and went inside the drone ship, Wolverine cleaning up the food on the floor as he went along. Late night, luxury hotel rooms in the heart of Tadu. Sierra stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking out over the endless city, e-statements in hand. It reads, "Not infected by any organisms." Sierra despaired, for she could hear distinctly in her mind, with the voices of many members of the Moran family. As a result, no unusual presence was detected. Knock, knock, knock. Sierra turned back to the door of the room with a grimace. A mass of flowing flesh slipped in through the crack in the door of the room. "Roll! Scram! How were you able to find me?" Sierra yelled hysterically. "You're quite careful. Running inside the hotel to hide. Looking for peace and quiet all by yourself. What? You don't dare to go home to Dad?" The soft life that slipped and slowly coalesced to become Molan. With a sweep of his gaze around the room, Moran casually pulled off a white cloth from the table and tied it behind his back to cover himself. Looking at Sierra, he continued, I said I had my eye on you, so naturally I had to find you, and I'm merely keeping my word. Answer my question. How did you infect me? Sierra said, staring at Moran word for word. I infected your driver first through your clothes. You came back from the hospital, and then the cells in your driver's body infected you. Who told you not to take your driver to the hospital for a checkup? Moran said with his hands spread out. With that, Moran took a step towards Sierra. Stay back. Sierra took a few steps forward and grabbed a gun on the couch next to her. Blackened muzzle than Moran. Then a scene appeared that made it even more difficult for Sierra to accept. She watched as her hands went out of control and put the gun, slowly, to her head. It's not polite to point a toy gun at people. I have a few questions for you and I'll leave when I'm done. Sierra looked at the muzzle and swallowed. What do you want to know? In good faith. I can start by cleaning out all the cells in your body. Moran finished with a wave of his hand, eliminating all Moran cells in Ciala's body. Snap. A delicate gunpowder pistol dropped. It's a little toy that Seattle came up with herself to use as a mental support. Ask, and I'll tell you anything that can be answered. How important are you in your father's heart? You wouldn't even qualify to be a hostage. Would you? Moran said with a smile. How very open and honest. Is it all no longer necessary to hide? I'm adopted by my father. Just a tool for him to use. He doesn't care about me. Moran bristled. It still seems pretty important. At least he is in your mind. Second question. Why are you guys trying to get people pregnant with monkeys? Don't you think it's sick? Sierra glared at Moran. The pervert is you. You monster. We're looking for genetic structures that can replace humans. Moran laughed after hearing this and sat on his butt on the couch, crossing his legs and said, I love watching you guys struggle. Question number 3. Would you like to join House Moran? Sierra shook her head firmly. Moran snickered. Roba. No force. Then the child in your belly. Is it willing to join the Moran family? At these words, Sierra's forehead saw sweat, rubbed her flat stomach, and looked at Moran in confusion. I'm not even capable of getting pregnant, and I've never been with a man. Moran snorted coldly. I'm looking at it because you have a child in your belly, so maybe I have a shred of mercy. Otherwise, I would never be merciful to you. Sierra's pupils slammed together in disbelief. I don't have to lie to you, and you don't have to joke about something like this. I'm really not pregnant. I just finished my physical. Moran frowned and took a few steps up to Sierra. Without saying a word, he touched his hand directly on the small of her back. You are indeed pregnant and it appears to be a human embryo baby. It's hilarious that I actually find it somewhat amazing that a human is pregnant with a human. Moran withdrew his 1 meter range of mental perception, and the baby in Sierra's belly looked to be at least 3 weeks old in size, has developed a fish-like embryonic shape. Sierra was oblivious to this, but she still knew a little about Moran's ability and sucked in a few cold breaths. How is this possible? If you're not lying to me, I'm pregnant. I just got infected with your cells, and I'm pregnant. Ciala then looked at Moran with a look of perversion, a look of hooliganism. Moran gritted his teeth. What do you take me for? How can I be so lowly to that extent? I am a cancer cell. I have no ability to reproduce. I can only clone and copy and split. Do you understand? Sierra said sadly. If what you're saying is true, then how do you explain this child in my belly? I'm incapable of conceiving. Molan jumped to his feet in anger. I am still not infertile at all. I'm a cancer cell simulated flesh according to human beings. I don't even have tadpoles. Don't recognize your child's father. Chapter 54 Attitude Changes. Temporary change of heart. Night. Hotel. Inside the room. A man and a woman alone. One more child. I don't know whose child it is. Molan squeezed a chuan out of his brow, feeling that he had really come to the wrong place. The child is beaten. I'll pay for how much medicine it takes. A child born without a father. TSK TSK TSK. It's pathetic. Sierra said decisively. It is a miracle in the history of biology that for the first time a woman appears to be self-pregnant. And it's been years since there was a human pregnancy with a human. I'm going to have this baby. Moran's brow squeezed out a Grand Canyon. I didn't realize the girl was as deadbeat as his father. It's not moving to pull some big science. You're going to have this baby? You're not in your right mind. I always feel like I'm losing out. Sierra glared at Moran. If it's what you say it is, then this child has nothing to do with you. So please get out of here. Moran's right hand coalesced into a cone. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. I'm not here to discuss children with you. I'm here to finish the revenge. Moran. You are so unreasonable. What more do you want? You got me pregnant for no apparent reason. And you're going to treat us widows and orphans with your murderous heart? Moran's teeth gritted in anger. It's a real travesty. Obviously not doing anything. And you're happy to be a father? So what's the point of the existence of the king next door? Moran's eyes rolled back in his head. Something about not knowing how to find the system. Systematic. Take a look at what's going on here. Ding. Little Mosey, what's the situation? Calling out to the palace in such a hurry? Watch a hammer courtroom drama. Come see, this is a miracle of life. Moran finished exuding his spiritual perception range and conveyed the situation inside to the system. The palace can't call you little Moz from now on. You've become a father. Ah. Moran's eyes went wide. What's this? No, officer. And suddenly there's one? System, don't joke. I really didn't do anything. Of course the palace knows that you are unique Mo. Naturally you don't have that kind of ability. Moran's face darkened. Get to the point. This is because the girl was in ovulation when the cells in your body were distributed. But she had a physical problem that prevented her from getting pregnant by definition. You've got that life origin gene, and the cells in your body happen to have unlocked the gene lock of the egg cell. What made this girl's own genes, and her own genes combined? It's not really a big deal. It's just that the egg cells were cheated. So the girl's genes started cloning themselves. So she has nothing to do with me at all. I'm innocent. It's all been said that you're unique Mo. Also, because human embryos need both male and female genes. So this child will only be stillborn, and will not be able to develop at all like a normal baby. It will be a dead baby. Alright, go watch your palace drama. I'll be busy with mine. You dog slave. Dare to talk to this palace like this? Respectfully send the queen back to the palace. Hurry up and get lost you. This palace won't pull anything more with you. I've assigned you a mutation route that, combined with your body's adaptation, will allow you to mutate in a few days. Don't be swimming in the mountains. The source of life is such a powerful contraption. You don't take it to cultivate bacterial viruses and create biochemical monster weapons. Still wasting time here? You want to study the philosophy of life? The situation with your minions scattered around the world is now urgent. Evolution. Destroy. You've got to do something. The system had just finished its words when, at that time, the words of Feng Zhao's anxiousness came from his heart. Boss, please return quickly if you have nothing to do. The humans have had a change of heart. Moran's heart thumped in his chest as he turned to Sierra. The child is hopeless. Abort it and give your father my regards. We agreed to a month of peace with each other. If humans ever embarrass a member of my family again, I keep my word, and so must you, or I won't be so polite anymore. After saying that, Moran turned into a puddle of blood and water to suffuse the original place, and his body of consciousness dissipated away. Inside the old apartment, as soon as Molan's consciousness body returned, Phoenix Child said urgently, Boss, the human side doesn't follow the rules. They sent soldiers to our territory to make trouble. Moran clenched his fists and said, really not even giving a little bit of breathing time. I would have tolerated some small moves in private, but now you've already started a full-blown crackdown? Systematic. The mutation will now begin. Ding. Holy, that fast? There's not enough time now. Your cells haven't stabilized yet. Waiting for another 3 days of observation. I'm going to add the genes of the water bear worm to you. For those radiation weapons can resist for a while. If it doesn't work, then we'll have to proceed to disrupt the reorganization. Okay, so, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and all three of them turned their eyes to it in unison. Moran, we know you're in there. Please come out and be investigated. We suspect you of harboring a prison fugitive. Molan's nostrils spewed out a cold air, taking advantage of a person's weakness. This was like declaring war in advance. Bang! The front door was suddenly kicked open. In rushed several mechanical soldiers, holding an unstable elemental reaction gun in their mechanical arms, a whole lot bigger in size than an electromagnetic bullet gun, or even a plasma weapon. This weapon is the same kind of radiation weapon that the Molan family simply could not afford to fight during this time. Simmel, what the hell do you want? I respect you as an opponent, but you can't go back on your word. At that time, a holographic projection appears. Forgive me, child. I didn't realize that the deaths of the Federation members today would put so much pressure on us. Simmer said with a tight frown. Alright, I have nothing to say when it comes to soldiers. That Federation member is just your excuse. Even so, at least a month of peace is what you said. Simmer set his mind to it and said, get the girl with the purple hair. She's a prison escapee. Moran stood in front of Wulong, protecting the two behind him and said, Simmer, do you realize that I spared your daughter's life tonight? And that you're trying to drive me into a truly inhuman monster? Simmer exhaled. I'm sorry, kid. I shouldn't have done what I did that day. I didn't think it would have such a big impact. There is currently too much public pressure on you from the entire Human Federation community. Moran smiled faintly. Are you still the same Simmer I know? You did nothing wrong that day. You behaved better than I thought you would. And I recognize you. We are supposed to be rivals, and the side that is soft-hearted deserves to be ground down and met with. Moran's pupils constricted before he could finish his sentence, and he backhanded the duo standing behind him and pushed them away. Zzzzz. In the twinkling of an eye, the radiation weapon in the robot's hand was activated, and the unstable element radiated a terrifying power, like a strong light on a vampire, instantly destroying the genetic chain within Moran's entire body. Moran clenched his teeth, but it caused his gums to loosen, suffering unimaginable pain inside. These are the pains that every minion suffers before being killed by a radiation weapon. Only the skin is rapidly peeling off and pus is coming out of the wound. Crouching Dragon Phoenix escaped through the window. Moran finished spreading his arms out and sprinted towards the robot by the door, using this so he could buy the duo behind him some time to escape. Chapter 55, People Driven by the Wave. Inside the Tadu conference room. Mayor, the monsters of the Moran family are actually more vulnerable than we thought. We've almost found the number of them hibernating in the city. Order the attack. Army Commander, the Human Federation has replenished our forces, and while we can't use their help, they've privately surrounded Tadu City just in time to clean up the monsters. The radiation weapons that the Federation has given us support for are still in their hands to actually operate, as was proven last night, when we in Tadu City became the victim of their choosing. As Simmer spoke, his whole person suddenly became much more vicarious, looking at the people in the room who were unanimous in their desire to demand war. At this point, a sense of powerlessness rose in him as well. Always, no one can really dominate everything. The way things are, no matter how interfering, everything is pointing to the ultimate pattern. Immortality. Simmer took a deep breath and addressed his daughter at his side. Sierra, I heard you met Moran last night. Make a comment. Sierra put down the chunk of meat she was munching on in her hand. She deliberately wore a loose dress today so she could cover the bulge in her belly, but the final check came back the same as Moran said. This baby, in just 1 day and 1 night, developed to the size of 3 months. Even with the supplemental food last night, this caused Sierra's entire body to lose weight. It cannot develop into a normal baby in the womb and is destined to become a stillborn baby. Sierra took a deep breath. There are so many mysteries about Moran, with a hint of human emotion. Unfortunately, it's always bent, or maybe someone is forcing it to be bent, and I don't think it's ever actually craved killing in its heart of hearts. Bang! The glass top of the table smashed with a crack. Nonsense! How has the monster ever had human feelings, and has anyone ever forced it to be bent on doing so? Did someone tell it to come and finish off all of us humans? Haven't you ever wondered what if such illogical creatures were sent by a higher civilization to suppress us? Sierra said seriously. Alien civilization? It only exists in legends. We can't even get out of the solar system. What do we care about alien civilizations? Simmer raised his hand to signal the crowd to be a bit quieter and said in a deep voice, then let me also make it clear that the waves of the times have left only 2 paths for us humans. Either that or abandon the physical body and gradually transform into a mechanical life form. Either that or work with Moran to recast our human flesh. Warlord, then become a robot. There are plenty of fellow machines inside the city that have proven that even a mechanical body can have human feelings. Isn't our mechanical father, Patriot Lee, likewise a man who contains great love? Mayor, please don't just keep on harboring Moran. You can't put us humans in the limelight just to satisfy your own selfishness of liking research. Bang! The atmosphere fell silent as Simmer slammed his fist on the table. He stood up and looked at the crowd. I am the mayor of Tadu because you have no better candidates. What is your attitude? Are you guys ordering me, Simmer? The air was dead quiet. You know what, guys? In this moment, I empathized with that moron kid. It is never the present metal that holds back our human progress, but the bondage of ideas. With a poof, the air valve opened. Simmer looked to the door with a frown. Upon seeing the face of the person who came, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Hello, Simmer. I'm so sorry. We have enough evidence that it was because of your failure, which led to the Morans escaping in the lab. You're responsible for the death toll. Simmer smiled lightly. This is Tadu City, our city. We don't have to let the Federation handle it. Simmer, right now your status is only that of a suspect. Anything you want to say stops here and now. Save it for pleading with the judge in federal court to cut you some slack. Simmer's face was as grim as the window behind him that was about to rain a torrential downpour. To the crowd, friends of Tadu City, someone is hollowing out our power over Tadu City. If you truly love this city, let me give you a few words of advice. In war, one must follow through on one's convictions to the end, even if it is the wrong war. Peace is about being ready for the next war. Don't overestimate your intelligence and don't underestimate what your opponent will pull off. The federal law enforcement officer who had passed through the door smiled coldly. Simmer, you talk too much. Have the decency to come with us without us trying to catch a rogue fugitive with handcuffs on your back. let me give you one more piece of advice. Our greatest adversaries as humans will always be humans. By the way, don't elect a mayor right away. Ease the citizens' emotions. And don't spread panic in the city. Father, the Federation is so and so. We quit the Federation and don't have to follow their laws. Shut up. Do as I say. Third-class urban area of Tadu City. There's a loudspeaker truck that travels through the city, all the while playing a phrase on a loop. We have searched for a way to purify the body, so please ask the infected to come out voluntarily to be purified. And below this car flew by, under the reinforced concrete, among the network of sewers, the foul-smelling running water drifted by with rotting flesh, all of which had had their genetic strands destroyed. Once perhaps citizens or members of the Moron family, but now just rotting flesh floating through the sewers. In the open area of the sewer, 3 figures were playing cards, and the chairs their asses sit down in are stacked with a big pile of bills. 4 twos with a pair of kings. Ha ha ha, the boss lost again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're quite the demolition genius. You can hang me in a messy fight, and you can really win with a hand that's just beat to. Boss, this city is closed off. There's a powerful network of radiation forming a wall by the sea. What's our next move? The figure addressed as boss raised a bottle of Bertie's vodka and downed several large gulps. Gather all the infected and fight to the death while you can. The 2 of you use this to find a way to escape. You must survive. I won't allow any more important family members to die. Do you understand? Understood. Ding. Moron. Now I'm not kidding you. You're really in a life and death crisis. A kind of sonar has been put in the sea. Is forcing members of your family to gather together, presumably to use a radiation bomb. Your minions hiding in the rainforest have also been cleared out. This is a vicious move. I'd rather destroy all the lifeforms in the rainforest than let you go alone. Moran pinched the unplayed scrap of cards in his hand and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a rat floated out of the sewer and spoke urgently to Moran. It's not good, boss. There's another army coming and they're actually striking out at the citizens. It's so inhuman too. Even the uninfected citizens are not spared. A hot breath erupted from Moran's nostrils. At that time, Phoenix said faintly, Boss, since we can't beat them, how about we join the opposite side? A light flashed in Moran's eyes. Good idea. I'll control the family members to have a riot and we'll end this place with the biggest failure. You 2 find a way to blend in with the army, even if it means acting ruthless. Chapter 56, Oath of Destruction. A bill. City of Tadu. Third-class urban area. People were divided into piles and piles, looking down from the sky. It's like piles and piles of ants gathered next to countless pieces of candy. In this huge city, both the infected and those who had not yet suffered from the infection were gathered together. By then, some infected person in the crowd looked up, looking up into the air above the city. The overcast sky remained. Only among the countless cruisers that swept by, there was a spaceship with 3 people standing on it. Boss Moron Fluffs. The first sound was followed by a second. Boss Moron Fluffs. Boss Moron cheats. The Moron family cheats. At first, it was just a short little cry. Then the sound poured out. A star can start a prairie fire. A cry that rang out from any corner of the city. Moran stood at the head of the airship, welcoming the warm breeze that blew in before a summer thunderstorm. Boss, are you sure about this? Phoenix fiddled with the electronic screen map editor she had just bought. This time, he bought the best and most expensive. Moran smiled slightly, closing his eyes to feel the brief moment of peace and tranquility. Our family's curtain call here. Let's start now. Wolverine then grinned and took a couple of wads of broken up bills and flung them around with force. The rainstorm had not yet started, but instead a shower of banknotes came first. A new, clean bill fluttered in the wind, slowly drifting down to the cracked concrete and blood-stained ground. A small hand then picked up the bills off the ground. Look, Mom, the money Boss Moran gave us. The little boy picked up the bills and then turned to the woman in the crowd with a smile on his face. The woman smiled gently, and suddenly her smile coalesced. Click! The small hand raised in midair dropped to the ground. The law enforcement officer slid his rapier back into its sheath, and even through his closed armor, he could feel that heartfelt disgust. Infected personnel follow orders. Don't do anything rash. Don't pick up anything. Don't do anything. Then, at the wrist where the hand was lost, a brand new one slowly grew. Immediately afterward, another law enforcement officer cheerfully picked up the small hand on the ground. His mechanical fingers were too big to do more than crush the small palms. Then, only between his mechanical forefinger and ring finger, clamping a tiny bill, he shook it to shake off the gore on it. Ha 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 ha, this money is real, or in the denomination of 1,000 yuan. It's worth 3 days of our salary. The middle-aged woman soothed the little boy in her arms, who was crying from the pain. Looking at the 2 law enforcement officers in front of him, he said sadly, Gentlemen, Moran has never done anything to us citizens. He's infected us. But look at this kid. The woman ripped open the little boy's shirt to reveal a mark on his chest. The mark, which is 2 red wires crossed in a fork. In other words, if there is such a mark, it means that certain parts of the body have to be replaced, or else the pressure will not survive. The woman continued, my child's liver was severely stunted from the moment he was born, and we couldn't afford to replace his mechanical body. Had to find a way to hang on for dear life. If it wasn't for Moran, my child would be dead. Why are you removing Moran? Snap! A large mechanical hand instantly smashed the woman's face, only to see it slowly grow back. Look at you. What's the difference between you and a monster? You're a monster and you still claim to be human. Speechless, the woman looked up toward the sky. These bills with the wind are as beautiful as snowflakes. More and more bills followed, drifting down where the crowd had gathered. Instead, these poor people are not bending over to pick up bills at the moment. These bills end up in the hands of one law enforcement officer after another. Floating along, time passes, the crowd flows, the banknotes in the sky, instead of scattering them all at once, slowly drifted down. A bill floats to the front of the crowd. There's a huge metal detector here, connected to something, somewhere. Behind the obvious is air. It's as if once you get in and test it, you can never get out. The inspector, standing outside the metal doorframe, looks at the bill flying through the air and raises his hand to grab the bill and tuck it into his toolbox. If it weren't for his job, he'd really like to pick up a handful of money before he said anything. Next, the little boy who had just arrived accompanied his mother. Are both severely infected citizens? The woman nodded. So honest. Then there is no need for testing. Go in through here and line up. Follow the staff's instructions to complete the body cancer cleanse, and you can return to your normal lives. The little boy looked at the metal detection door and frowned. But uncle, my friends in the Moran family are telling me in my head that you're lying, and that without these cells I'll die. Come on, 2 men, take them there. Nagging and wasting time. Then came 2 intelligent machines, one holding the little boy and the other tugging on the woman's arm toward a room. Next, this time, it was a stout man who came, without saying a word, after coming to the very front of the crowd. It seems to be waiting for now. With a yell, he raised his fist and blasted it towards the law enforcement officer's head. Zzzzz. The 2 robots that had been accompanying the law enforcement officer used their radiation weapon guns at the same time. The man's body slowly disintegrated under the radiant glare, and his body fell heavily to the ground as if he had no strength. What a toast! Someone come and drag him bodily over. Then came a palletizing robot, extending its mechanical arms and dragging the man's body up as if it were picking up a dead dog, dragged to the side of the pile of bodies 100 meters away. With a forceful shake, the man's body fell on its back onto the pile of corpses. At the moment when death was imminent, the man looked at the infinite gloom of the sky. A bill slowly floated down until it was plastered to his face. The man smiled and finally died. It wasn't long before a law enforcement officer came, eyes on the bill long before it fluttered. Metal Bigfoot stepped over the pile of bodies, ripped the bills from the dead man's face, and flung them in the air. Look bro, I picked up another one. Your hands are so damn fast. Obviously I saw it. Ugh, look over there. The man followed his finger gaze to where 3 law enforcement officers were kicking an old man in a remote part of the crowd. The 2 law enforcement officers then talked and laughed and walked to this location without any delay. Old thing, you don't even look at what you are. The one who kicked the hardest cursed. Ugh, be careful brother. These monsters are pretty strong. They might be able to punch through your armor. Don't worry about it. I've irradiated them with radiation first and only hit these monsters when they can't make it. At that point, the assaulting law enforcement officer seemed to realize what was going on, laughed, stepped on the old man's torso with his right foot, and jumped with all his might. The nearly 2.5 meter tall exoskeleton armor jumped over 5 meters. Catch the bill flying in the air with a pose prettier than a basketball shot. Hands up, hands down. What's this monster moron thinking again? Trying to buy us off with money? Then it has to hit the water. Oh. Chapter 57 Oath of Destruction. Dragon and Phoenix escape. Above the city, Moran was still spreading money with Crouching Phoenix. By then, a military cruiser stopped in front of them. Suspect Moran, please stop what you're doing. You're hijacking a federal law enforcement officer's ship. Don't be ridiculous. This territory is mine and you are trespassers. What have you been doing to my people? You know it in your hearts. Moran said as he flung a handful of bills downward. This is just normal law enforcement. We are giving free body checks to all citizens. No offense to you. These citizens are always members of our human race, right? The airship replied through its electronic speakers. Moran grunted and kicked down all the mountains of money stacked up on the bow of the boat. Looking ahead, the ship laughed. And what crime have I committed? I have so much money I have no place to spend it. I repeat, You illegally hijacked a federal ship, unlawfully hiding prison escapees. Moran snapped his fingers. The ship's hatch opened and the pilot shook his arm and said, I voluntarily betray the Human Federation and join House Moron. Hear me and get out. He's a member of my moron family. Humph. You're too ridiculous to carry out a final struggle. The era of your family members is over. You don't even exist in your era. The other party left a vicious sentence before leaving this place in a spinning flight. Moran said to the duo through a mental link. Have you covered your cells on every bill? All covered, boss. Crouching Dragon Phoenix replied with a simultaneous mental contact. Very well. Live to do something. And this time one has to gamble everything in order to live. Moran looked down at the city below, feeling the dwindling number of citizens. Whether or not you two will live depends on some of these bills. Whether or not they will serve the purpose of money. Late at night, there was a thunderstorm. The rain, at this point, came as expected. Moran stood alone in the night rain. System great. Make the mutation. Ding. Moran, are you sure you want to do the body mutation right now? There is a certain chance of uncontrollable factors. Think about it. There's no time to point up all the anti-radiation attributes. Molan then waved his hand and cleared the Molan cells from the bodies of all the infected citizens in the city. What the hell are you doing? This mutation must not be known to humans. Then don't you just kill them all? With enough kills, you can still unlock special rewards. Ugh. Moran shook his head. There's no need to. Let them live a little longer. TSK, 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 kill yourself harder than you kill others. Okay, consume 100,000 evolution points, and 1 water bear worm special mutation point. We won't add the extra genes, and you don't have many evolution points left. Yes, tonight, off the group of Federation carrier warships located in the waters of the city of Tadu. On the outside of the warship is a radiating net, like a wall of light following a poison ring. It goes up to the sky and down to the earth. These radiation nets radiate with an intensity that far exceeds the level of a radiation gun. This time, the Human Federation was really down for blood, and no longer cared about any radiation contamination. During daylight hours, these federal law enforcement officers traveled to cities to enforce the law. And when you come back, you have to go through a full sterilization, as well as a physical test. Hundreds of transport craft hovered within the radiation network, packed with soldiers waiting to pass a full inspection. At that time, a new order came in. All Union soldiers, please turn in the cash bills you've collected today and we won't give you a hard time about it. Just put the bills through a radiation sterilization process and pay your personal income tax. The soldiers looked at me. I looked at you, and finally cheered. There was a flurry of removing the bills they had collected. Yet each bill is covered with cells from Moran as well as Crouching Phoenix. Back to the cellular age again. On a certain bill, Moran dispersed his spatial senses within a meter of himself and spoke to the 2 cells around him. Radiation processing will begin soon. If you can't carry on, I'll help you switch your consciousness to the next cell. Don't worry, boss. Absolutely no problem, a cell said as it shook its tentacles. The soldiers' money was then written on their names and stored in separate envelopes, and the soldiers took off their armor for a full body check. Everything is silent. One by one, the envelopes are exposed to radiation. Even the armor does the same. The good thing is, the radiation used to test the envelopes isn't too strong. After all, money is not made of iron. Radiation is too strong to give burned, unfortunately. And within the envelope under the radiation, Moran used his spiritual body again and again, carrying the Crouching Dragon foaming consciousness, for countless deaths as well as transfers. Wait until everything is radiation sterilized and the body tests are all passed. A network of high-intensity radiation, which opened a gap to allow the entire crew within the air transport craft to return to the warship complex. It was late at night, and the rain was pouring outside for a few more minutes. Somewhere inside the soldiers' sleeping quarters inside the warship, the small dormitory that originally melted 4 people now houses 13. Open cards. Open, open, open. Phew, that's a lousy card too. It's a good thing you guys have bad cards. Pay up, pay up. Subsequently, banknote after banknote played a dry run and kept circulating in these people's hands. Suddenly, a nosebleed landed on the playing card, coloring the spades into hearts. Hey bro, are you on fire? His friend, sitting across from him, frowned and subconsciously reached down to take back the pressed bill. The man with the nosebleed clutched the cards in his hand, his hands trembling constantly. Cold sweat was visible on his forehead, his eyes were red, and the skin on his face was weirdly twisted. It's like a million bugs swirling around in his skin. I feel so bad. Vomiting. Pust. In an instant, the nosebleed spurted out a large mouthful of blood, sprayed it all over the face of the poker player sitting across from him. The crows were silent and quiet as a graveyard. The crowd looked dumbfounded. Oh no! We're infected. Have to spread the word. The man who had been infected with a Guangong face muttered with panic in his mouth. After saying that, he raised his hand and quickly felt towards the intercom on his chest and stabbed it. An arm broke off in response. Ah! A hand covered his mouth as he tried to scream, and an arm like a knife instantly pierced his chest. That's not all. The one who had been spitting blood reared his head back, and a dozen or so outgoing tentacles exploded from his body. Each one was precise and accurate, piercing the brains of the rest. The death of a bunch of people means the new birth of 3 other monsters. Only these 3 rose from their bloody flesh and have changed into the likeness of young men. The little girl with the purple hair resented the lack of meat on her body and absorbed some more meat from the ground, piling up the peaks. Here, just break through the blockade net of Tatu City. You guys just swim down the ocean. I have to go back up again. Boss, why don't you join us? There's a strange feeling that I've cleaned out all the cells in the citizens' bodies. Yet, I can still feel a citizen that seems to be with our family members. It's a feeling I've never experienced before, and I have to go back and see it. Chapter 58, The End of the Oath of Destruction. The rain fell continuously, turning into a light drizzle that had a tendency to run out soon. Today, something strange happened in the southeast corner area of Tatu City. Something strange enough to blow everyone's mind. All the infected citizens, all the moron cancer cells in their bodies are gone, but that didn't stop the Human Federation from thoroughly inspecting the citizens here. Add to that the unexplained loss of 13 soldiers yesterday. The Federation was holding its breath and definitely had to find a place to lash out. Inside one of the crowded places, everything was playing out normally. A young woman of about 25 or 26 years of age, standing anxiously in the crowd. Walking beside her, the armored soldiers who had dragged her from her home. A curfew was imposed, communications were cut off, and quarantine inspections were carried out in this third-class urban area. People were brought out in batches for centralized medical checkups, and this was the 4th crowd. Some make it back, though it's a very small minority, and most never come back once they're taken. Thinking of this, the young woman lightly bit her lips, and a sense of uneasiness rose in her heart. If it had been yesterday, inside their heads, they would have heard countless times that the moron family had counseled them, with the occasional dirty joke. It's just a shame that on this day, the morons are gone from everyone. This has led to a number of old and sick people, who passed away last night. The young woman took a deep breath and tried to steel her mind, but looking ahead at the dense crowd, his heart flooded with bitterness. At that moment, his husband brushed his hand over her stomach and leaned in to speak softly behind her. Honey, I can feel our baby growing, and I heard that the government even has subsidies for women who get pregnant. The young woman smiled slightly and looked at her husband and said, I have consulted many books and information, and it has been 50 years since the last time a human was successfully conceived and gave birth to a living baby. If this child is able to live, let's call him Hope. The man bent down and put his ear on the young woman's big belly and laughed. It's only been 10 days of work and you're so big. No wonder you had to eat so much food. Did women used to get pregnant so fast? The young woman raised her hand and gently smacked the man on the head. It's not like I've ever been pregnant. I don't know. You don't want to scare the baby. At that time, a voice came from the ears of the two of them. The child's mother has it. So the child's father is you, isn't it? Looking back, an older boy with big black sunglasses had lined up behind them at some point. The young woman's eyebrows tightened. You are? Never mind who I am. Hey, this guy, can you get a hard-on? Have you and this woman ever been dry-humped? Did you wear a helmet when you did your business? The man froze at the sound and stood up straight, pulling the young woman gently behind him. Looking at the older boy in sunglasses, suddenly his mind recalled the image of himself being fully infected and still joining in the middle of the war. Moron. Boss? Moran took his sunglasses off, gave a wink and put them back on and said, It's good that you recognize it. Let me make it clearer. Have you and this woman ever been like this? Then like this? Then like that? The man blushed and nodded. Emoluan clapped his hands together. That's right. This really has nothing to do with me now. Sister-in-law, come over and let me take a look. More or less I'm also this child's uncle. The young woman hesitated for a moment and moved over to Moran with her large belly. Molan sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. My goodness. I'm afraid this is about to be born. He then used his spatial perception ability to see through the young woman's stomach, which had a fully developed baby with a handle. Moran pushed up his sunglasses. Congratulations on a boy. Looks healthy by the looks of it. Then again, he inquired to the system in his mind. System greatly. Come and see. I have a nephew. Ding. Eunuch Mo will still have a nephew? Ha, what a big belly. Like last time. It's still a bit related to your cells. The woman just happened to have a fertilized egg in her stomach when you infected her. Together with the gene lock effect of the source of life, it happens to prompt the fertilized egg to repair its genetic defects by itself. So it splits and develops. so I'm still pretty good at treating infertility. Then? You're a grifter. Are you kidding me? Even if you want to open a hospital, it would have to be an abortion hospital. You're just picking up a present with the genes of both of them. First time creating a biochemical monster reward delivery. Reward that aside. What do you mean biochemical monster? This is a very healthy child. You have a problem with comprehension. Using two unreasonable genes to create one reasonable one, which is a biochemical monster that can only be said to happen to be a human being. Then why am I able to feel this child's presence? All said it was created by you. You can naturally feel it. Something to contact. Catch up with the drama. Bye. The couple stood right next to each other, watching Moran fume for most of the day. Suddenly, the young woman felt a kind of cramping pain in her belly. Tinkles, I forgot to tell you, your arrival has made this little monster particularly agitated, and as this female's pelvis can't open, she is no longer able to give birth. A cesarean section is recommended. You go ahead and get busy. Ask for the reward when you're free. Moran shouldn't be able to do anything at once. Looking at the young woman in front of her are already sitting on the floor in pain. Vaguely, it seems that the amniotic fluid has also broken. The agitation brought the surrounding crowd, including patrolling soldiers, to the area's attention. What are you doing? Boy, no face covering allowed. Take off your sunglasses. The patrolling soldier had a good eye for a woman who was rolling on the ground in pain, and he didn't care that Instead, they care if people wear sunglasses or not. Taking a few steps forward, he raised his mechanical arm and braced himself to remove Moran's sunglasses. Click. Crunchy. The patrol's outstretched mechanical hand was instantly twisted off by an indescribably huge force, hanging like a twist. The pain was so intense that he cursed. He was meat long, only it was iron-wrapped meat, but now it was iron-clamped on meat pain. The right hand inside the armor is kind of a total waste. Kid, you're not right. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. The patrolling soldier screamed miserably. At once, it attracted more patrolling soldiers with radiation guns and explosion-proof electric batons to the area. As soon as he came to, he saw a mech soldier armor painted in black with the Human Federation pattern logo sprayed on his shoulder. Only, there's no sense of dominance at all. Collapsing on the ground, his right arm twisted out of shape, his left hand pointing forward, he said, "This kid, in all likelihood, is a member of the Molan family. Shoot this bunch." In a flash, 2 radiation guns, 3 electromagnetic rifles, a high-voltage electric baton that crackled and exploded with sparks, all in unison, all pointing at Moran. At that time, Moran took off his sunglasses and his vertical pupils stared dead ahead at the 7 people. Not a word was said, just staring at the 7. But it made these 7 people fight their hearts out. A cold air rushed to their brains, freezing their hands and feet. Not daring to make the slightest move. Immediately afterward, Molan popped his sharp bone knife at his fingers and walked over to the pregnant woman and whispered, "Keep your eyes closed and trust me." Turning his head again, he looked at the man next to him and said, "Please believe me, there's no anesthesia here right now, so give your daughter-in-law your hand to bite." The man was as helpless as a headless fly at the moment. It was all that could be done to follow Moran's words and bring her hand to the young woman's face, letting her bite it. Then, in full view of everyone, Moran, with his clothes on the young woman's stomach, pulled downward and cut a slit. The young woman's eyes didn't dare to open. Her temples bulged with a vein, and the man's hand was bitten bloody. At this very moment, both couples are suffering. Only the woman is too far above the man. Molan used spiritual perception to repair his injuries while using the cancer cells to block the wounds. The arm then branched out into tentacles and probed into it, along with the placenta, the umbilical cord. After the cut, the young woman's wounds were quickly repaired with cancer cells. With that, the cancer cells inside were collected as much as possible. At that moment, a baby's cry cut through the surrounding silence. In this moment, a miracle was born. A miracle never before seen by mankind, at least not in these decades. The woman gave birth, no longer carried from a cold jar, but from a mother's body. A child, a new miracle born out of the miracle of blood and flesh. The baby was still howling, with a purple spiraling umbilical cord attached to its stomach with a little blood. Moran stood up slowly, the tentacles on his arms half raising the boy. It then slowly fell into his hands. Snap, snap, the cold gun dropped to the ground. No one can describe what kind of image this pile of people are seeing at this very moment. This is my baby. He's alive. My wife gave birth to a live child. The man roared with excitement and shared this new news with everyone. The crowd's emotions were instantly ignited. Well done, little girl. This one is a baby. A real baby. God, if God you really exist, please bless this child. People don't mince words in sending their blessings to their children. Molan looked at the little baby in his hand, and for some reason, felt a lot of emotion in his heart. At that moment, the baby's small, waving hand suddenly grabbed Moran's finger. Moran relaxed his right hand, dragging the baby with his left hand and moving his right hand in response to the strength of the baby's fingers. The baby grabbed Moran's finger and brought it to his mouth, suddenly taking Moran's finger in his mouth, the skin of his mouth wriggling. This is the second human instinct, other than crying, which is to suck on the nipple. Moran took a deep breath, looked at the young woman and said, "This child is very good. His hands are very strong. Have you given him a name? This child is called Hope." Moran smiled flatly and was about to return the baby to the young woman's arms when he did. A blood-colored flower bloomed over the child. A heavy elemental radiation bullet that went from the back of Moran's head through his brain and straight through the baby's body, took away this child's vitality and hope. Moran's eyes froze, and through the hole in the baby's chest there's a crater at his feet. The luminescent bullets were set deep into the floor tiles. Immediately afterward, the radioactive material remaining in the body played a role. The genetic chain in Moran's body began to break irreparably, and looking back distantly, there was a hovering airplane in mid-air. The sky looked a little harsh when viewed straight on after a light rain. Answer HQ. Moran has been found, and the unknown monster he was holding in his hand was destroyed along with him. Morendo looked away for a few moments, fighting hard against his will to get the child's body into his mother's arms before his body fell apart. The baby's father clenched his fists and the mother fainted. Moran said so as he looked at the few law enforcement officers in front of him. "Your recorders are always on, right? Please make the following announcement. I, Moran, head of the Moran family, I hereby declare war on behalf of the Moran family on all human civilization. In the year 631 of the human recovery era, from July 2nd until one side dies out, there is no room for compromise. I will purify all life forms and destroy the universe that should not exist." Moran's torso then disintegrated and hit the ground hard. Chapter 59 The Iron Body Program. 7:3:9 a.m. Sharp. Human Federal Courts. The judge pronounced the sentence in public. Mr. Simmer, the evidence suggests that you have caused the deaths of nearly hundreds of thousands of citizens of Tata City due to the mishandling of your experiments, including those unaccounted for. The indirect deaths totaled more than 90,000, and the death toll is expected to exceed as many as 500,000. In the courtroom, the jury, and even the public, made a series of sighs of relief. Dang! The judge gave a startling blow. After interrupting the crowd's appeals, he continued, "Mr. Simmer, do you need to defend yourself? Where is your attorney? This court can appoint an attorney for you in your defense." Standing in the accused position, with a calm expression on his face, Simmer said, looking to Sierra, who was closest to him on his left, "My silly daughter, laboring to get you here quickly and early in the morning. Even if it's a genetically failed dead baby, are you still going to stick around?" Sierra was speechless, her left hand stroking over her stomach, the motherly nature that came from the depths of her heart causing her to firmly nod her head. Simmer took a deep breath and twisted his head to look at the judge. "Your Honor, you might as well hurry up and declare me guilty. I neither acknowledge nor refute this. In 10 minutes, you'll retract your pronouncement and acquit me, because it's a doomed situation." At these words, the cameras broadcasting this trial live at the same time, all turned off in unison. This public trial was broadcast live on a 3-minute delay, so this one sentence is known only to those above the courtroom. The crowd only looked at each other with jaw-dropping expressions, causing the courtroom to be silent. Even the plaintiffs standing on the other side of the room, the Human Federation representatives, were frowning tightly when they heard this. It's a public trial that implicates the main three powers of mankind, 3 major cities, the Commonwealth of Man, and the Human Federal Tribunal. The court represents unquestionable law, overriding both. Anyone can't believe their ears. This is a crime that involves 500,000 people. It's amazing how being a criminal can be so glibly dismissed. Dang! The judge was so angry that he wanted to break the shock hammer. "Mr. Simmer, you are in contempt of the laws of mankind, and you would do well to retract that statement of yours and apologize to me, while using the excuse of a momentary confusion of your brain as an excuse. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to pronounce you dead." Simmer gave the judge a cold look, then turned his head and looked just as coldly at the plaintiff on his right. "It's pathetic that people federally let you prosecute me, using you as a shield. It's just a pity that we're both pawns, but I, the pawn, am the general, much more important than you, the pawn." As soon as the words fell, he saw a black-robed and black-hatted man coming above the main hall of the public hall. Quickly, he flew over to the judge and whispered a few words in his ear. The judge's face changed, glanced at the courtroom crowd, and lowered his voice to a deep murmur. "Are you kidding me about acquitting Simmer? This is a unified request from the President of the Federation located in the Mars Colony Inspection. The remaining 2 mayors, and the Chancellor of the Federation, which amounts to an order. The man in black then removed an object from his arms and delivered the encrypted document to the judge. It's for Simmer, but you'll know the reason when you see it. The judge hadn't even opened the document yet, and the mere sight of a few headline words on the folder was already an eye-opening sensation. Dang! This court is hereby concluded, and Simmer is acquitted for the time being, pending sentencing at the next session. The crowd watching this sentencing was trippy and rose to their feet chanting for legal justice. This is not in accordance with legal procedure. Even the mayor of Tadu, Simmer, should be tried like a criminal. Retrial. The officer maintaining order yelled. Please don't raise your voice. The courtroom needs to be quiet. With that, the judge slowly made his way to the back room amidst the crowd's demeaning invective, turning his head to give Simmer a wink as he departed. The back room of the courtroom. Out of sight. There's a wall here that cuts out the light on the other side. The judge leaned his back against the wall and handed the folder to Simmer. Simmer, I apologize. This is for you. Simmer took the folder and looked at the few words on the cover. It's written on it. Project Steel. Meanwhile, the other side of the world. An uninhabited island only 3 kilometers flat. Wisps of smoke rose now. The 3 men were gathered around a campfire, roasting a mutated and unrecognizable salmon. This fish, alone, has grown 3 eyes, and its body color is split in half red and half white. Even if you look at the biology book you're looking at, you can't tell that this is what a mahi-mahi looks like. Boss, it's baking and flipping fast. Snap. Watch yourself. How dare you order the boss around? The purple-haired girl who had received a large mouth covered her face, and her aura shriveled down. But the eyes that stole a glance at the other silver-haired boy next to him were filled with endless murderous intent. Roasted fish is a hand of technical work. Back then that. I'm still an individual. Stay a foot. Roasted fish flavor is really fragrant. So you have to grill it slowly, turn it slowly, and grill it so that the outside skin of this fish is crispy, and the meat inside is as white as a garlic clove. And that's called an aroma. Oh. At that time, the sound of beep 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 came from far and near. The 3 men looked up. A small pink courier robot flew from the sky. Hello, Tatu Express is pleased to serve you. The parcel has been sterilized by 20 channels of cancer cell radiation. Absolutely safe. It has been delivered to its destination. Remember to give it a 5-star review. The silver-haired boy got up and took the delivery, turning his head to the boy who was grilling the fish. Boss, did you leave any money on you? I don't have money to pay for the delivery. Why did you choose to pay on arrival in the first place? Wolverine takes you to the grill. The 3 were none other than Moron, the head of the Moron family, and Crouching Dragon Phoenix, passing the grilled fish to Wolverine at his side. With his hands behind his back, Moran walked towards the pink courier robot next to him. The more you look at it, the more you like it. This robot is small, water dispenser-like, 4 square with 2 pairs of small mechanical hands, and has a rocket jet device under its feet. Hello, 2 handsome men. It's a total of $320 for delivery. How about a discount of $318? Is it cash or electronic payment? Moran raised an eyebrow. You're pretty smart. Of course, I'm a cutie made by Tadu, specializing in beautiful people with good hearts. Bang! The robot was gone. Its mechanical head ripped off. Electronic sparks crackling. It's similar to spurting blood, as if you've torn a large electrical vein. Come on Phoenix, give us a hand. This thing works. Let's take the iron off this thing. We'll do teppanyaki later. Afterwards, Moran and Feng Shao, one dismantled the iron plate and the other dismantled the parts. Not much effort was made. Just removed 6 iron plates and a bunch of electronic parts, cameras, fuel storage tanks, miscellaneous wires and such. And there's the added bonus of $12 in cash inside the robot. By the way, Phoenix, what's that contraption you couriered in? Phoenix unwrapped the package and removed the electronic screen editor inside. Moran gave a scowl. You lowlife. You can't go anywhere without forgetting your thing. Boss. Oh no. This fish is on fire from the grill. Blah blah blah. Pup seed. You spit on the fire? How can we eat? Chapter 60 The Iron Body Program, 2. The fuel tanks inside the courier robot were removed and used as liquid petroleum gas. It just so happened that there wasn't much firewood on the island. It was full of some plastic trash that had drifted in. It doesn't burn well and has a lot of black smoke. Just in time, someone came to deliver the gas, which could be used to make teppanyaki. Say it and do it. There was an iron plate on the fire, and on the iron plate was frying fish in fish oil. Getting it right is like taking a vacation. Ding! You're a grifter. You're in a good mood, and you're having a barbecue party here. Moron, didn't I tell you that you have a reward for creating a biochemical monster for the first time? Why don't you ask me? Moran replied in his head as he grabbed a piece of fish from the iron plate with his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. What's the reward? Reward you two grandpas in heaven. How dare you ask for a reward for such poor performance? You're flunking this job evaluation. Intelligent lifeforms do a lot of work, but the work is really not too hard. Only a 10-meter spatial perception range is awarded, plus coverage of the mental realm. Is that all you're going to give? Right. What's the spiritual realm? What do you care how much I can give? This allows you to use your mind to control objects within the range of your mental perception. How much effect depends on how much mental power you have. Sounds awesome. Here. Giving. Mental body strengthening. Okay. Suddenly, a strange sensation flowed through Moran's entire body. It's like opening up the two chakras. Moran's mind moved, spreading out the range of spiritual perception, perceiving that the three-dimensional area was too much larger. That is, a range of 10 meters. Everything is under control. The little bugs in the land, flowing through the viral bacteria trapped in the breeze. The history is clear. This awesome. How many evolution points and mutation points do you have now? Beef up the anti-radiation a bit more. I still can't hold up against the ravages of those radiation weapons at the moment. Nonsense. Not to mention the magic resistance of the god of water bear worm. Any organism cannot withstand that kind of radiation. Can carry a few seconds? You are good enough. Evolution points plus mutation points, combined with your current strength, no longer apply. I've made one modification for you, and now I've adjusted the evolution points to evolutionary gene segment and mutation gene segment. To put it bluntly, it's using evolution points and mutation points to modify a genetic evolution route that suits you, constantly choosing the best of the best until you can gnaw on neutron stars and black holes the hard way. Moran's brain buzzed as he listened to the clouds. Toughing it out with a black hole is something lifeforms simply can't do, is it? Nonsense. That's why you have to evolve beyond the existence of lifeforms. Purify and cleanse. Destroy and annihilate. One step at a time. Grow bigger and stronger. And create brilliance. Moran swallowed, always feeling like the system was playing a big game. By the way, your minions inside the sea, dead or wounded? These are not important things. Quickly call a few of your minions and bring up that undersea iron snail they found. I'll study it for you. Molin listened to his mind and sent a command to a few of his brothers in the sea. Stay until noon. The 5 deep-sea monsters climbed ashore and respectfully shouted at Moran. Boss Moran Fluffs. These deep-sea monsters look like, roughly speaking, an octopus with human feet, a lanternfish with a smiley face on top, short-legged monkfish with an uncle's face, a big shark. There is also one that appears to be a starfish. It's not even growing on human aesthetics anyway. Moran sprinted forward and walked up to the octopus monster, patting its big Q-bomb head and touching its slimy octopus claws. Look at the dead fish-like eyes on the tentacles and the 2 thighs that are able to stand upright. Moran laughed and cursed. You look too casual. Whose octopus grows human-like 2 legs? 1 or 2 are let go of the long right? And don't you think it's scary being an octopus with eyes on your tentacles? Only to see that this octopus monster raised its tentacles and gave a military salute. Answer the boss. I think it's great and cool. This large octopus monster was one of the 18-member cadres that Moran had let go in the first place. At this time, Moran also ran away to their realm to live his life, in order to hide from the humans who were after him. Now the Molin family is ushering in the Great Depression, with deaths and injuries. 18 minions, only 9 left at the moment. But after all, those who survive are the elite. Definitely a good brain. Moran patted the octopus on the head again. Don't mention it. You guys did find some kind of iron snail. Bring it to me. Yes, boss. Immediately afterward, the 5 deep-sea monsters were seen opening their mouths in a fit of dry heaving. It's like laying an egg, spitting out ball after ball. Even if you spit it out, spit rasps. Moran was used to this. Only 11 basketball-sized sea snails were seen, spat out on the beach. The more Moran thought about it after seeing the sea snail's appearance, the more wrong he thought about it, and the more he remembered this thing as if he had seen it before. With that, a search of previous memories ensued. Slapping his thigh, he said, "Isn't this the scale-footed snail that was discovered in '03? Times have really changed now. Growing so big." The lanternfish minion said with a big grin and a mouth full of teeth sharper than nails. "Look, this stuff is particularly hard to eat. I just took a bite the other day and chipped my tooth." Then Captain Octopus called together the brothers of the 7 seas, and through our reasonable discussions and votes, it was decided, just cross that food off the menu. Moran silently compared the big finger. "Gentlemen, you all have a small life is not bad. In a time of crisis, you guys are actually needing to discuss, should this thing be crossed off the menu?" The Octopus Jr. raised his tentacles and gave a military salute. "Thanks for the compliment, boss. We all learned from you. You said that one person's brain is no match for a bunch of people's brains. So let's carry on this fine style." Moran's toes tightened in embarrassment, and he was on the verge of gouging out 3 rooms in the sandpit. I don't care how you guys play. This is a time of total war. We're at war. So get serious, boss moron fluffs. Suddenly, an aroma of grilled fish on an iron plate came. At once, the eyes of the 5 deep-sea monsters looked straight towards the crouching dragon phoenix. Moran shook his head. That little bit of fish wouldn't be enough for a few of you to share. The words landed on the ground, only to see the octopus captain instantly pull off his tentacles and said cheerfully, "It's okay, boss. I'll just grill this." Moran's eyes danced as he watched an octopus ripped its own leg off and said it was going to grill this thing for dinner? Roast yourself? Moran silently gave a thumbs up. By then, Wulong's urgent call came from behind. "Figgy, I gripe you a hair. Big octopus, big shark are here. Brothers, quickly come to add food. Just waiting for you to serve Lu." All 5 deep-sea monsters then blinked their big watery eyes. Moran waved his hand. "Go on, have fun eating." With Moran's permission, 5 deep-sea monsters. Lower your arms. Remove your thighs. Happy to join the crouching dragon phoenix barbecue party. Anyway, if you eat it, you'll grow it back. And you don't even think of yourself as a person. For some reason, looking at the barbecue party behind him, Moran shook his head and laughed. Being a monster is kinda fun. Sting, quickly absorb the biomass of this snail, and I'll give you a combination of gene segments so that you can slowly adapt to metallic substances. One step at a time. Maybe, in the future, you'll be able to create alloys inside you. Karma is so unexplained. The human side kicked off the iron body program. Moran's side also happened to open the steel body program. Chapter 61 One Snail, 2 Great Benefits. Windy and Sunny Island. By geography, it's part of Asia, a small island somewhere in the sea near the Malaysian Islands. This continental map is all in the Tadu city area. Big family, full landlord. The city of Tadu, along with its 26 neighboring smaller affiliated cities, spans Asia and Europe, occupying all the way to the Bering Strait. Most of it is deserted. If one were to look from space, one would realize that more than 3/4 of the Earth today is desertified. The former Amazon rainforest, what's left of it, Borneo, and Madagascar has become a desert land. After all, humanity is still part of the recovery era, a period of high-speed exploration of development. There have been some changes to what the world map is called. There has long been no such thing as a continental plate since the War of Secession 160 years ago. All in all, it's all based on 3 major cities and hundreds of smaller city limits. Currently, the world's population combined is only about 3.6 billion, including alien colonies. With a small population and few resources, most of the local ecosystems are uninhabited nature reserves and are still in mildly nuclear contaminated zones. A beautiful world that needs to be purified by Moran. At this moment, he was sitting on the seashore, controlling his tentacles, absorbing the biomass within the iron shell snail, and casually hugging the large iron shell snail to look at the seashore in a daze. Ding! To absorb enough biomass and still look at the ocean of hammers. Go get more evolution points and I'll match you up with the evolutionary mutation gene segment. This time it's a permanent effect. I'll program this one segment of the gene into your main segment of the gene, and you'll be able to do a drop of absorption on inorganic matter. Moran said thoughtfully, "Can I absorb plant genes?" "It's fine. It's always fine. But it's not cost effective. There's nothing active in the plant cells. Do you want to be green? You want to raise a horse on your head? You want to photosynthesize?" Moran shook his head and looked at a small patch of seaweed lapped by the waves on the shore. "If I absorb plant cells, then can I grow in the ground and just absorb the nutrients? The idea is good, but the development is so slow that it only ensures that you won't starve." Moran nodded. "Then I can still make sure I don't starve in future crisis situations." "What kind of family did you grow up in? Did your family suffer from famine every day? Do you have any ambition at all? I expect you to eat planets from now on." Moran smiled awkwardly and said, "Alright then, I'll go collect the evolution points now. You can save this genetic code for now and just evolve it when the time comes. By the way, I've been saying all along that you're cultivating biochemical viruses without outside help now. There are 5 snails left, just enough to use as container culture. This snail has a chronic germ in it that you modify to be transmitted between humans through drinking water, droplets, and intimate contact. And the best part is, as long as it's modified, it's hard to detect that it's a harmful virus. It hides extremely well in the early stages, and it can kill supergods in the later stages." Molan thought to himself that it was true. Going through a biochemical virus was so much better than going through it himself, and the danger is still minimal. Thinking of this, Moran looked back at the teppanyaki 7 behind him. Phoenix was in the end a reader's mentality and acted much more civilized. Holding the meat to himself, he chewed slowly, ignoring the remaining 6. On the contrary, Wulong, Left hand protects the octopus foot. Right hand clenches the fist. The fist swings explosively. Each punch hit the flesh. And a few teeth were knocked out for the lanternfish. At a glance, the guys are fighting over a grilled octopus leg. Moran withdrew his gaze, instantly firm in his conviction. It's hard to make it big on your own. Yuck. Those guys are hard to make it big. System, how should this biochemical virus be cultivated? Simple as pie. Now that you have the source of life, you return to cell size and use your spatial perception to tame and capture these viruses. Then I'll assign the mutation points, the evolution points to you, and add the gene fragments in them, so that they'll be your beaters. Moran slapped his thigh. Crouching dragon phoenix don't play. Collect the little brother to go. Inside a certain iron-shelled snail, logically leaving the deep sea and the imbalance of internal and external water pressure, the iron snail was supposed to die. As a result, he was kept from dying by the morons hanging on to his breath with cancer. None of this matters. What does matter is this. It had 3 extra cancer cells inside it that were not to be missed and had the self-awareness of an intelligent life form. 3 very unusual cells. For one thing, it is to crush all cellular viral bacteria in the snail's body as an absolute groundhog. At this point, 1 blood cell in the snail's venous vessel is blocked by 3 cells in the vessel. Don't say we're bullying you. In this body, is there any particularly horrible existence? The kind that makes you snail hosts die a hard death for nothing? The blood cells that flowed through the perimeter, and the patrolling immune cells ignored them, afraid to go slow and get involved. With that, a tentacle probed out and kept tickling the blood cell, messing with people's blood cell membranes. That's a lot of shaking. Ha ha ha. Itch. 3 big brothers spare me. I really don't know. The blood cell replied helplessly through the bioelectric current. Older brother is asking you. How dare you laugh? If you don't give me the truth, I'll kill you. Suddenly, another tentacle flicked the restless one away. Wolverine rules a little. This cell has said no. Afterwards, Moran dialyzed the snail up and down through a meter of spatial perception. Finally, some kind of virus within the liver of the iron snail was targeted. At the location of the liver, an orb-shaped virus was planning to invade the cell and enter its own genetic code into it, using this to frantically reproduce themselves. That's the way the mind works, and that's the way the actions work. But before he could invade, he was suddenly picked up by a cellular tentacle. Boss, this virus is so small. It's like a rat. Viruses, an extremely bizarre life form, are nothing like cellular germs. There is only a protein shell. The structure is extremely simple, and inside the body is a piece of genetic code. After singling out cells that are specifically infected, invade in, dry out the host cells, and subsequently use the host's body to clone more viruses. In other words, the morons are akin to a virus. Hey kid, interested in doing something big for our family? The virus didn't answer back, as its body was too simple to communicate. It doesn't even understand why the invasion, which was suddenly well underway, was suddenly stopped. Sting, just catch it. I'm going to get a piece of genetic code through your body and inject it into this virus. You don't have to tell me I get it. It's not like you've been bellyaching for a day or two. No bull ***** with you. 1 mad dog special mutation point. 10,000 evolution points. 200 mutation points. Do you agree? What's a special mad dog mutation point? Rabies. Ah, your little brother was bitten by a mad dog and got a new unknown virus, so I saved the gene. The infection can make the body drool, become moody, and want to make contact with people. Awesome. Start. A tentacle then stabs into the virus, breaking up the genetic code in its body, and another piece of genetic code into a recombinant arrangement. Chapter 62 Longfeng Mountain Spring. A bit sweet. July 20th, 10 p.m. The Molan family, which declared war on all human civilization, is as lost in the world as if it had disappeared. People, for a long time, have not heard of them, and today, the city of Tadu, in celebration of the entire city, being completely cleansed once and for all, made a speech for all mankind. This mayoralty of Simmer is a mixed bag. Now, it's a complete sit-down. Downtown Tadu, Technology Square. Simmel looks underdressed in casual blue and white, but combined with today's weather, looking at it made it extra refreshing. Located under the statue of the father of machinery, Li Aigua. Today, I muster up the courage to say good morning to you all. The usual rules, opening remarks, thunderous applause. Simmer continued. First of all, I would like to thank Tardo Technologies for providing all the citizens with portable full-body screening instruments. At that time, an instrumental projection appeared beside Simmer, similar to the band's live broadcast. After days of investigation as well as testing, our city is finally as clean as ever. The number of infected, utterly zero. The applause was thunderous and the crowd cheered. Thank you, citizens, for your support, while we have the last infected to address us." At that time Simmer stepped aside and walked up to a plain-looking woman holding a small boy. Simmer added in an aside, "This mother and son, who are located in a severely infected area of a third-class city, with the help of all mankind, they were reborn. I am sure that none of you present can see that. They've been completely and utterly mechanically transformed, without any flesh cells in their bodies." An uproar erupted from the stage. All gasps of surprise, not accusations, as the citizens began to take pride in the technology of Tatu City. Simmer took a deep breath. This was the future as far as the eye could see, and he didn't want to turn into cold machinery from the bottom of his heart. But now, he's just a man standing at the top of the wind. Every step is like walking on thin ice, and if you're not careful, everything will come crashing down. Perhaps this mother and child can be a revelation to us humans? Let's hear how warm words can come from someone with a mechanical body. The applause from the stage rose like a wave. When the applause cleared, the middle-aged woman uttered the first sentence. "I'm happy to be turned into a mechanical body. I'm happy that the moron family turned me into a monster. And then the human government helped me and gave me a mechanical body. I'm happy to be turned into a mechanical body." Simmer hastily coughed dryly from the sidelines and laughed harshly. "Please don't be nervous, ma'am. Just say what's on your mind in a big way. I'm glad to be turned into a mechanical body. I'm glad I'm cold. I'm glad I don't have to breathe air. And I'm glad to see my son as if he were a pile of cold iron." At that time, the little boy she was holding seemed to cry and laugh. "I'm so happy. I feel so smart now. I don't have to study. I can easily grasp any knowledge. I'm so happy I don't have to live." At the same time, people all over the world, including the 26 affiliated cities of Tatu City, as well as the moon base tuned in to watch the live broadcast, all of them developed a resistant fear in their hearts. If one sees a man with an iron nose, iron eyes, biochemical heart, iron legs, iron hands, it's not that scary, because at least he's human, living, breathing human beings with human souls, human feelings. If you see a mother and child, like human beings, with flesh-colored skin, and with all the features and appearance of a normal person, but the speech was incoherent and as cold as a robot, it's as if it has no soul, no feelings. The scariest part is that they mother and son were once two living, breathing human beings. It is only the transfer of consciousness to mechanical limbs that is like becoming a robot. It's a heavenly fall, and a sense of ambivalence. Intelligent robots, getting closer and closer to humans, and humans, too, are slowly approaching robots. An eerie sense of fear slowly began to spread out. "Thank you both for giving us your heartfelt speeches. Now please go back and get some rest." Simmer rejoined the stage and said stiffly, "Perhaps one day, all of us humans will be able to be like this lovely mother and child. Truth be told, I'm kind of looking forward to it. After all, when you speak in front of a crowd, you can stop thinking about going to the bathroom in your mind." The originally tense mood on the stage was involuntarily eased by this sentence. It's always a lot easier, but that doesn't change anything. Trying to get all the citizens to voluntarily turn into mechanical bodies, it's almost impossible. This represents the next generation, which is about to become incestuous. Let's say that anyone who wants a child goes to the store and buys a bunch of steel parts and ends up assembling a child. Once assembled, Iron Bump opens his mouth and calls you mom and dad, which is really not acceptable to the average person. It's harder to take than taking a baby out of a glass jar. At least artificial babies, which are also artificial, have the genes of both parents. Not to mention, you'll have to buy parts to replace your mechanical child as he gets older, instead of watching your child grow step by step. For that, the idea is really too advanced. Perhaps one day, humanity will cease to have age distinctions and discard redundant age groups. As soon as they are assembled, they are mature and ready to contribute to society. When someone speaks on stage, it's unlikely that everyone on stage is listening. 3 young men came from the crowd in the square, dressing up in exactly the city's latest youthful trend. The 3 heads of the House of Moron style. These 3 came together in a pile, not empty-handed, and opened their mouths. Melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water. That's right, these 3 big bags hanging all over the body. Really come to sell melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water. Uncle, you've been standing here for half a day. Aren't you bored? Come and have a packet of melon seeds. The salt-baked flavor is absolutely addictive. Looking at the 3 young combinations in front of him, the older man remembered the time when he was a rebel, while shaking his head with a smile and said, "It's good for young people to come out on their own to earn money and work, but on this occasion, it's inappropriate and inappropriate. You TMD eat or not? Lousy big brother told you to eat. You eat. You TMD still dare to be polite." Purple hair young and beautiful girl, directly holding a bottle of mineral water, pointing at the uncle's nose to scold. The older man's face was green with anger. "How do you This little girl? I'm sorry, uncle. She was electrocuted when she was born. Don't mind it. I'll only charge you $5 for a bag of melon seeds, and how about a free bottle of mineral water? Uncle Nostrils sprayed a mouthful of hot air. Without saying a word, took out a big ticket of 50 yuan and handed it out. Not to take melon seeds, took a bottle of mineral water, twisted it open and gulped down a few big gulps to dissipate the anger. The mouth is soft, a line of throat, a stream of fresh water flows through the body, just like drinking spring water from the mountains. This mineral water is good. After the uncle finished speaking, he looked at the advertising slogan on the bottle of mineral water in his hand. Longfeng Mountain Spring, a little sweet. What brand of mineral water do you have? Why haven't I seen it before? The purple-haired girl grunted coldly. Of course you haven't seen it. This is a new sign we put on it by washing it with used plastic bottles and pouring some tap water into it. Uncle's eyes are bulging out. You are 3 products. Self-produced and self-marketed. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd cast their gazes over in unison. Chapter 63, Sir has a good eye. You sell drinking water that is not rigorously tested? The words came from the crowd. Only a man in a white formal dress with an expression on his face as if he foresaw an infected disaster. His eyebrows raised to his forehead. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand and pointed at the boy in the center wearing black sunglasses, black clothes, black hat, and black hair and chided. You guys are breaking the law. How can you do this kind of thing? Someone helped to speak up, and the older man who had just drunk the water felt something was wrong. His face changed, and he said to the 3 young men in front of him, even if you're young, you have to be conscientious about making money. You guys are cheating me with tap water. I can prosecute you for fraud. That's right. I don't think these 3 are right. Where do normal young people dress like this? I don't know what kind of crooked wind is blowing in the city. A bunch of young people imitating this kind of dress. What if there's something unclean in this water? Wouldn't it be a disaster if you drank it? The masses have a clear vision. Crowd after crowd around them questioned and said. The 3 young men in the center looked at each other in disbelief. Boss, we're being seen through. Slaughter them before we're seen through. The purple-haired girl stuck her water bottle back in her backpack, rolled up his sleeves, aggressive and braced for a fight. It was fine if the words weren't spoken, but when they were, the crowd instantly seemed to understand something. Crouching dragon. Next time you eat meat, don't just grow it where it shouldn't be. Grow it more into your brain as well. Halfway through his sentence, the dark-haired boy smiled apologetically at the surrounding crowd. Gentlemen, it's not what you think. This friend of mine is just a little bad in the head. Immediately after that, raising his hand and pointing to the mark on the mineral water bottle, he said without fear of being struck by lightning, this mineral water is extraordinary. Not that I'm bragging. 1 sip and you want a second. Come to 5 courses in a row. Each course of treatment divided into a bottle, specializing in the treatment of various difficulties. In a year's time there's still a disease on your body, and I'll make sure this girl next to you is struck by heaven. I really wasn't kidding about that one. It would be a miracle of life if you drank the water and lasted a year. What was inside was a big baby that Moran had nurtured day and night. Little babies, to be precise, invisible to the naked eye. Words of beauty do not work. Uncle, people are not stupid. Then in a hurry, who's got a portable tester? I need to check myself out. At that time, the Hanyu standing next to him brought out a fist-sized, azure-colored metal triangular body small square, a few simple maneuvers, and all that was seen was a blue dialysis spectrum shooting out of the triangle, sweeping a circle toward the older man. The triangle then lights up green to indicate that it's okay. This thing is mainly here to detect moron cancer cells, and it cost Tardo Technologies no small amount of family money to research it. The city of Tadu also believes that it could lead to a brief economic crisis. But at the end of the day, that's a lot of money to rake in over 10 days, and the world is buying it. This thing is no less capable than the specialized testing and dialysis equipment in hospitals. It also incidentally detects some internal diseases. But of course, viruses that small in mineral water are not categorized as dangerous. The air, at all times, carries viruses, some of which are harmless. It's like this Mad Dog 1 virus that's behaving itself. After getting the safe result, the uncle including the surrounding crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But you can't just let this group of fake water sellers off the hook. Otherwise, where is the justice? Young man, I've decided to sue you. You've done some psychological damage to me. I'll see you in court tomorrow. When these words came out, Wulong covered his stomach and almost didn't roll on the ground laughing. Even Feng Shao also laughed along with him. Molin forced a smile and said, "You're a grandson if you don't go and sue me. It's been said that this is an extraordinary divine water, the kind that vigorous water can't even compare to. Good boy. What's your name? Wait for an invitation to court. I'm Moran." At that time, a middle-aged noblewoman in the surrounding crowd said disdainfully, So it's the three young men who mimic the moron monster family who burned out their brains. This friend, forget it. There's not much you can do about them by prosecuting mental illness. Humph. This older man who was drinking the water grunted and raised his head and went on to listen to Mayor Simmer of Tadu's speech. Melon seeds, peanuts and mineral water. $5 a serving. Mineral water free. The three yelled, carrying mineral water, peanuts, and melon seeds, off to sell mineral water elsewhere again. When the three had gone, the older man licked his lips. Feeling a little thirsty, he looked to the half bottle of mineral water in his hand, which he had not yet finished. Thinking that there was nothing to do anyway, I gulped it down in one go, and that was the end of it. Suddenly, a golden light came out of the eyes of this big man, and he thinks the same way he does as a businessman. This mineral water can make a lot of money, and it's definitely not tap water, if you can find out where it comes from. With that thought in mind, and without listening to Simmers talk about what he thought of cyborgs for the progress of mankind, the older man, Joy, left and went off into the crowd in search of yelling voices. Melon seeds, peanuts, mineral water, Lou. Fresh mineral water. Freshly bottled in the morning. Definitely not the kind that comes from the tap. Oluwan turned around and glared at Wulong. You grifter. Don't shout if you don't know how to do business. Is there any fresh mineral water? Also just filled in the morning? Wulong understood and said, last night just filled the overnight mineral water. Not fresh at all. Come and try, Lou. Feng Shao came to Moran's ear and said, boss, this Wulong guy is even more dangerous to us than a spy. Let me slaughter him. Molan mused. This girl Stupid is a little bit stupid. In fact, it is good. The TV series Stupid Girl are more blessed. Maybe it is our mascot. At that time, Wulong took a bottle of mineral water and pointed at a 3D projection and said, I've been watching you for most of the day. Are you stepping on the horse to buy or not? This little girl. Even if I wanted to buy it, I can't. Can you stop influencing us? Hearing this, Wulong was not happy on the spot and reached out to yank the man's collar, only to make an empty grab. Yo, you're actually still a ghost. Can't you catch it? The surrounding crowd looked at Wulong with sympathetic gazes. Boss, reconsider. Wulong really can't stay. Oluwan's brows squeezed together. Back then, Zhou Gongjin also felt that Wulong couldn't be kept. But this Wulong is not his Wulong. Forget it. Just don't say he's from our family when you go out in the future. You guys dare to look at me with such eyes. Do you know who my big brother is? Crouching Dragon. Mineral water in hand. Pointed at the surrounding crowd and cursed. Knock. A good sound is a good head. Moran raised his hand and hit Wolverine with a little melon. Don't be a disgrace. Let's go. Sell it somewhere else. You're responsible for carrying it. Suddenly, a robotic hand with a large, expensive sapphire on the back of its hand poked out of the crowd. As soon as he did, he tugged on Moran's sleeve, then whispered, this little brother, I have a suggestion. Where did you find this water source? I drank water from here when I was a child. I miss it. You won't refuse, right? Moran raised his hand to stop Wulong, who was furiously about to kill, and for him it was almost an instinctive reaction. Sir, you're so discerning. Why don't we just pick our words apart? How about you build a mineral water plant and split it 28%? Chapter 64, The Dragon and Phoenix 3 Springs Factory opens for good. August 1st, 7:59 a.m. Today, the city of Tadu has reached a new peak in terms of economic volume and immigrant population. The massive death of citizens in third-class urban areas means more foreigners. Monster? Poverty is the worst monster of all. No one cares that the world-famous Moran family once broke out here. After all, the Moran family had been gone for almost a month. People are also beginning to fade away from the monster that was once unbeatable and had people rumored to bring about the end of the world. Inside a luxury villa, in the center of Tadu, Moran waited for today's newscast early in the morning. Welcome to this live newscast from the city of Tado, where the city is getting a big announcement today. The Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs Factory, known as the world's most human-friendly factory, was officially constructed in the third-class urban area in the southeast corner of our city of Tadu. I've heard that the world's greatest source of groundwater has been discovered here. The establishment of the plant has brought nearly 10,000 jobs here and does not include other indirect jobs. Let's interview the owner of the factory, the amazing business genius, Mr. Tal A. The scene shifts to the brightly lit underground cavernous factory. The camera cuts to a middle-aged, hairy, greasy-bellied middle-aged man with a greasy head upside down, which doesn't prevent it from looking very facetious. It's hard not to notice his right mechanical arm as he raises his hand to greet the camera, because it's just too extravagant. Every inch of workmanship is the pinnacle of aesthetic pattern. The back of the hand is set with a sky tear, a huge natural sapphire 6 centimeters in diameter, which was once auctioned for a fortune. After Tale waved his hand, he said, "Hello audience, let me give you a brief introduction to our Dragon Phoenix Mineral Water Company. The plant was officially erected today, thanks to an underground water source. We have made a formal application to the City Council government and were granted groundwater source taking status yesterday. And this source is a 5A drinking grade water source standard. Now let's visit this basement water source. With that, the camera air mirror swept around the underground cavern, which was ostensibly a huge subterranean cavern. In fact, a high-tech, semi-automated bottled mineral water factory has been erected inside the huge cave. This site was not long ago a sewer facility for the city. Because of the sewer rat incident, an antimatter bomb was detonated here, which happened to blow out a corner of this underground cavern. And no one cares too much about the cave. The water source here has been tested to meet drinking standards. In order to protect groundwater resources, the sewers have long since been rerouted. And if one were to learn that above the caverns are sewers, one would be sick to one's stomach to hear it. But after all, this is still an undeveloped groundwater source. As it happens, Tala listened to someone's slanderous words and spent a small half of his family's fortune to ring-fence the place. There is no shortage of potable water in Tadu City. And anyone who looks at building a mineral water plant here is a losing business. Who would have thought that the prize-winning drinking water Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs would come from here? Enough of the business gimmicks. Everything is going along for the ride. After a brief tour of the factory, the camera follows Tal A to the lab where the water is tested. Now, let's have the most professional scientific inspector to prove the health of the water source here. A white-clad scientist then took the test data and said, "The drinking water here is completely healthy, contains all kinds of minerals, and even contains a microbial virus that is useful to the human body. Let's all take a look at this interesting microbe." With that, a small circular virus appeared in the screen. The virus appeared in the screen certainly wasn't idle and was attacking a seasonal cold germ. I believe that we all have a basic idea about viruses. And although it sounds scary, in reality, most viruses are completely harmless to the human body. And this virus is not at all aggressive to the human body, but on the contrary has a strong attack initiative against cold germs. This virus only specializes in dealing with influenza germs, which is just one of the benefits of the 3 springs of the Dragon and Phoenix. But more importantly, the water here is very sweet and refreshing. The scientists then took off their glass masks in front of the world and drank the drinking water in one go. He also made a face at the screen that said he was drinking really good. Oh, what interesting little beings. But people have not forgotten the impact that the kind of cancer that the Morans have had on the world. And this virus, will it cause another widespread infection again? A reporter located inside the factory inquired. Everyone is completely at ease. After many tests, this virus does not survive in the human body for more than 10 hours. If you don't believe me, any scientist can test it. And those 10 hours go a long way toward preventing seasonal cold germs. To allay your concerns, we are offering 2 special types of drinking water. One that contains this lovely virus. One that contains no viruses at all. I'm sure everyone will end up picking the best flavor choices. Humph. Did a good job. Moran squeezed the empty bottle of Birdie vodka in his hand, and spoke to Phoenix, who was sitting next to him on the sofa reading a book. Step 1 has begun. We are ready to release cold and flu germs in the next step. As long as this is done, I don't believe that our Mad Dog 1 virus can't sell well. In the meantime, we still have to wait until the high incidence of cold and flu in the fall. Boss, Targia sent a private message inviting the 3 of us to a get-together at a beachside restaurant in the evening. Phoenix replied as she looked at the message. A beachside restaurant? It always feels like a familiar place. Moran then slammed the bottle on a door. Wulong, what are you hiding in there for? Come out of the room. Then he only saw Wulong with a funereal look on his face, and said tearlessly after coming out of the room, "Boss, I tried. I can't squeeze it out." Crap, you're still thinking about this? In the past, when we invaded human bodies, of course we had human functions, but now we've long since lost our human functions. Why do you still remember that? Emoluan cried and laughed as he cursed under his breath. Crouching Dragon drooped, feeling 3 less joys in his life. Moran twisted the cap off the bottle and took a sip. Don't be so lethargic. Our little brother found a radiation element mining area in the southern hemisphere. I think we can do a big job there. Phoenix's eyes lit up. Boss, you mean to say? That's right, just as you thought. It's time for the radiation weapons to be controlled. But we can't expose the existence of the Moron family cells, so we're going to proceed to create another biochemical monster. Ding! Creating your second best biochemical monster? The evolution points you've collected over this period of time aren't enough to mess with the iron snail's first stage of genetic evolution mutation. Am I not going to care about you for a few days, little mosey? So you'll just pretend that this palace doesn't exist? How many evolution points are left? You have to say good day to the system mother. You grifter. The first gene segment is conservatively estimated to be short of more than 35,000 evolution points. You're almost done with taking out a few thousand people. Forget about it. A little bit of impatience goes a long way. Slowly consume 10 days. Clean up some snakes, insects and ants, and the evolution points will be enough. Cut. Moko just can't get a hard on. Want to catch up with me on the palace drama? A television clip then appeared in Moran's mind. Moran shook his head. Forget it. You're on your own. I've got dinner. You Grizzly. I will be bored too. The dog lackey won't even please the palace a little. The palace may be happy to show you a reward one day. Don't brag. You can't control the special rewards at all. Aren't you a wage earner too? Grips your forefathers. Goodbye little mosey. You're all soft as eunuch mo. Chapter 65, Talking Under the Moon. Seaside restaurant penthouse. Blue crystal glass skylight to bathe in white moonlight. Under the bright moonlight, the secret silver cutlery was like a layer of frost covering it. Pang. With the opening of the luxury sparkling wine Soldier 1, Jimmy's limited edition. The glass is full of syrup and everything is in the meal. The three little friends have done me a great favor. Come on, cheers. Dang. 5 highball wine glasses clinked against each other, and the wine, unable to withstand the toss, leapt out of the glasses and landed on the clean white cloth. Ha ha, painful. Mr. Targia is really a refreshing person. Saying 280 split. He actually forced us to give us 3-7 split. Molan said as he took a sip of his booze. I'm a person who acts with standards and mutual benefits. Even if it's just a small idea, it's worth the price. After Targia finished his drink and refilled his glass, he pointed at the noblewoman next to him and continued. This person is my wife on the background, but in reality, we are all supported by resources, and none of my friends know this. We don't even have a certificate of marriage, but that doesn't stop us from being in love. I wouldn't have necessarily taken the groundwater mining rights without the help of her rights. Oh, don't you think so, honey? The noblewoman's lips slightly touched the wineglass and said, Humph humph humph. That's the way my husband drinks. Don't mind if I say something bad about you guys someday. Even harder words I've heard. Not a big deal. But the right to supervise the factory. Tale, you can have to do it yourself. Moran finished pushing his glass forward, signaling Tale to fill it for him. This is a private drinking party and is usually accompanied by a waiter at all times. Now the only ones are 5. Talgia smiled faintly and said after filling Moran up. What exactly does your family want? To go global through our factories? Molan raised an eyebrow and looked at Wulong, who was wolfing down the wine next to him, and Phoenix, who was quietly tasting the wine. Don't make it sound so personal. Declaring war on all of humanity is just a cover story for what you might interpret as the incompetent barking of a wild dog on a chain. When he finished speaking, Moran and Targia raised a smile together. The duo laughed so hard that the noblewoman next to them was confused. Drinking water competition held 10 days ago. Honestly, great idea. That alone would be a great way to get the word out about the 3 springs of the dragon and the phoenix. Snap. Targia lit a cigarette before continuing. But I'm considering it's invisible water underground after all. So I'll just change the word to the number 3, if you don't mind? At that time, Wulong raised his hand noisily. This cigarette doesn't seem to be stuck in my throat. Give me one. Tarja respectfully handed over a cigarette. Molan said with an indifferent expression. 3 springs or mountain springs, it doesn't matter. The important thing is how this water is oriented to the whole world. That's the most important thing. My lover is one of the high-ranking counselors. As long as I have her help, all problems will not be a problem. Targia said as she straightened the white-furred fox scarf for the noblewoman beside her, only to see that the noblewoman was also at a loss as to how to reply, acting extremely uncomfortable all over. In her position talking to 3 hairy young men, indeed she was making things difficult for people, only to find the chair underneath him a bit choked, got up and re-sit in a different position and said, my lover likes to brag about me when he's drunk, and this guy, Simmer, doesn't put up with my nonsense. Moran came to his senses and said, what has our beloved Mayor Tata been up to lately? Her daughter is somehow pregnant with a dead baby, and he spends all day trying to figure out how to save it, wasting a bunch of resources to do so, and I guess he's the only one who dares to let go of the chance to gamble on no possible end. And in the end, it's still a lost cause. The noblewoman took a light sip of wine and put down her glass and grumbled. High-ranking counselor, commander of the Tadu army, mayor of Tadu, representative of human progressive technological science. The guy who created the electronic chip for human consciousness transfer. God is just not fair to gather all the talent in one person. The point is that this man is still hopelessly insane. What a big joke. Moran took this opportunity to pick up his glass and drink it in front of the noblewoman. It's impolite behavior to toast a lady, but I'd like to drink it anyway. Aren't you from around here? Toasting a lady's wine is a gentlemanly behavior. And I remember that Kel does have the rule that it is impolite to toast a lady's wine. The noblewoman finished her speech and took a large strong sip of wine once again. This wine is really strange. Seeing as you guys drink it with no problems at all. I feel like I'm going to get drunk after drinking just a little bit of it. Wine doesn't make people drunk. People get drunk on their own. That's what happens when you hold a lot of words in your heart. Molan said with full indifference. Dang. The noblewoman slammed her wineglass hard and grumbled in exasperation. That bastard Simmer. How much does he have to contribute to feel worthy of the name Simmer? Two contradictory programs are intended to be opened at the same time. Does he want to be as great as his mechanical father? And what do you know about Patriot Lee? Moran said after picking up the bottle and filling it for the noblewoman. Oh great father of ours, I have read this one piece of literature, a body of steel, an electronic core, daring to do battle with the gods. At the end of the road, a few times in despair, dare to tell the beast to fall for the people to eat. The noblewoman was a little giddy from speaking at this point. So, what do the gods stand for? No one knows for sure, except that these words describe our father. His remains are buried in Ked, the place of the revival of human life. I've heard that he revives humans in our Tata City starting Forest Nature Reserve, and then takes them to find the most suitable place to reproduce. It counts us as the place where humans are revived. A robot is so great. Why would mankind let his old man die? Moran inquired curiously. As the noblewoman was about to open her mouth, Targia said with extreme devotion, Thus says he, Father, death is the final destination of life, and I shall go to the end of it. Even he, who had the option of eternal life, in the end used the last of the energy within himself to light a bulb by which to use it for the enlightenment of the world. In his life, he has not been half selfish, and has devoted all his efforts to preserving the knowledge and technology of the human fault line. Moran's eyes glazed over. So why didn't you keep the culture? Do you know a font? Square font. The noblewoman wondered. You mean Chinese? How do you know? That's just an ancient script from the legend. It said that Mechanic's father wrote his last words in Chinese before he died. Told people that this writing was called Chinese, but he did not pass it down. He and his first child, Raj, created the Raj language, which we have always used. That's why no one can read it, and it's never been able to be translated in its entirety. You guys didn't understand it in the first place, and you can't translate it even more when it's written from right to left. Moran said as if he understood something. Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Maybe I should tell the Keld researchers to translate from right to left. The noblewoman opened her mouth with a wide grin. What's Simmer up to these days? That madman? Searching for a way to replace human flesh while designing a mechanical body to complete the Iron Body program. What an extremely contradictory person. Humph. Aren't you all turning into robots to make things difficult for me? Simmer should just go on with determination. The noblewoman was no longer able to answer back and collapsed on the table, huffing and puffing. Boss, we can use this woman. Keep her alive. Targia, I'm keeping your consciousness because I believe in you, so you'd better live up to my trust. Prepare my transportation to the city of Taijin Moor for me. I'm going to end a mining pit and it's time to do so. The three major cities of humanity, Ta-Du, Ked, and Taijin Moor, together established the Human Federation and the Human Federation Court. Targia will always serve Boss Moran and swear to follow the Moran family to the death. Are you stupid? Shout after me. Boss Moran cheats. The Molan family cheats. Sometimes it's okay to yell Molan family rising, but Boss Molan has to yell cheating. Crouching Dragon. Convergence Point. Chapter 66 Freedman. It is said that people all desire freedom in their hearts more than life. Mr. Simmer, are you ready for the freedom that is yours? Inside the dimly lit metal room, there's no exit or entrance here, like a prison, or is. And in the midst of this prison of less than 20 square feet, there's a cylindrical glass container filled with green life-supporting translucent goo. Standing still, it was not empty, containing a human brain plugged with tubes and wiring connections. The glass container reflected the face of a man, only to come here as a projection. He, addressing this brain, went on to say, Mr. Simmer, do you desire to be free and return to the flesh? You hate this emptiness, don't you? Living inside a clone that's been replaced countless times. At that moment, Simmer's flat words rang out from the prison. It's been 200 years. I remember 200 years. I've contributed enough. I've long since abandoned our feud. I just want to work a little harder for the continuation of the human race. Freedom? The term is ridiculous. Losers, talk about freedom? That's pathetic. I can set you free. According to my investigation, the monster called Moron inadvertently revealed that he came from before. True or false? Find him and I can return you to freedom, rather than have vain flesh wandering the world. The only thing that is freeing to me is death, and I'm old and tired of even pretending to be young and having mood swings. Do you know what it's like? Needing to pretend to breathe and pretend to be happy. Just when I thought, myself, that I was in the real world, the boy saw through me. He was too much like me. breathing air that wasn't his, living in a world he couldn't change. He saw, at once, my lack of knowledge of human emotions. Truth be told, most of the citizens of Tadu died because of me, and I am unmoved, having long been joyless, because for mankind, it is a doomed sacrifice. Unfortunately, this child has always stood against humanity. The projected man who came to this place smiled coldly. Old friend, as a loser of the split war, a loser has to have the consciousness of a loser. Since you can't do it by recasting human flesh, the steel body program, it's not hard for you, is it? An old friend? What a cold word. I hate the feeling of feeling a mechanical cold body to the core. Raj, you can't make humans give up their flesh like that. Raj grimaced. As the eldest son of the father of machinery, I have the right to change the development of humanity. Inside the prison, the electronic speakers rang out in an even more mocking tone. Then you have truly dishonored our father, being human and living 631 years. Shut up. I accompanied my father in the development of mankind, and mankind has flourished under my watch. I witnessed my father's death. What do you know? You have no idea what a great being a father is. You have no business mentioning father. My father, being the cold machine that he is, knew when he was fully capable of replacing the energy cores that death is where life belongs. And you, how sad, how pathetic, a human who has lived for over 600 years. I would love to witness your twisted to the core face. Raj smiled flatly. Mr. Simmer, freedom beckons. Don't you want to step into death? As much as that moron was able to fill in the missing link in our human race, then we humans are about to break through the limits of our solar system, traveling to the stars. Raj, what you need is not to find the key to history, but the sledgehammer to break the shackles. It is in the courage to face despair head on that hope can be found. You have nothing, and you will never be able to lead humanity straight through storm after storm. Simmer, I've had enough of your preachy tone. What the hell are you in front of me? The loser who almost ended your stupid reign. That's all. Raj's eyes were as gloomy as dead water, and the dusty memories of the past opened up step by step. That's enough, Simmer. This conversation is over for today, and you had better realize your usefulness. Just as Raj was about to leave, Simmel said thus, Raj, let go. You don't have to keep holding on to the future of humanity. I am in the archaeology of the world, researching a history. In the old days, when our ancestors didn't master electricity, they relied on a little fresh water, a rag hanging from a boat. I dare to sail across the ocean. I don't know where to return to, but I dare to ride the wind to break through all difficulties. You can't muster the courage, so why are you still squeezing the future of mankind? Raj looked stony-faced and tilted his head at the metal cage, which in his eyes was as wide as the universe. I once saw the creator behind my father's back, the true creator of our human civilization, but the creator is not as merciful as we think. We are created with meaning, like a carefully baked cake. You say, old friend, what else could be the ultimate destiny of a cake? Is it eaten, put on display in a window, or is it used as a tool to liven up a child's birthday party? I must not let human civilization slip up halfway, and I will swear to guard the future my father left us. Raj, whatever you see, even if our human civilization is cake, even a brief existence is a beautiful moment in the universe. Night, calm starry night. The tranquil sea is so smooth that it reflects the star-filled sky. A luxury smart vacation cruise ship paddles across the water. Colored lights flashed and DJ beats were high to the sky. At the point of the beat, fireworks are also set off from the boat, all the way to the bright lights. Just see the deck of this ship. Groups of devils dance and dance. Quinn can sing, dance, rap and basketball. Captain Octopus was in the DJ position playing beats and getting high with his 8 paws. The music is designated to go to heaven. In the center of the dance floor, it was Wulong, the purple-haired girl, who danced alone. It says it's jumping the shark and insulting feudal superstition. It's not scientific to say that you're stepping on power lines. The surrounding small fish and shrimp have given up their positions, not daring to be next to the edge, unable to keep up with the rhythm of the crouching dragon leading the dance. Above the dance floor, Moran leaned back in his recliner, bird vodka in hand, his head moving to the beat below. The whole place was like a nightclub atmosphere group, if not more so. After all, monsters have a lot of new tricks up their sleeves. Let's say, for example, that dancing is not fun, and Wulong takes it upon himself to pinch the exposed wires with one hand. Then a bunch of Sea of Moron family members holding hands and a certain monster fish pulling an electric door. The whole place is smoking. A rip with a shake. The ship's light bulbs flicker on and off, and the electricity can't keep up with the consumption of these dancers. The boat was chartered by the Moran family, which, needless to say, was notoriously law-abiding, 5-star good citizen. It is currently on its way to the Taijang more heavy metal radiation element mining site. Chapter 67, the show is on. Attention private vessels ahead. According to the course you are coming from the Tada City area. You are about to enter the waters of the city of Taijiang. So please do not prank us by turning on the lights on your ships. Please reduce ship speed for inspection. This is Human Federation law enforcement. In the name of federal law, I demand that you stop and be inspected. A Federation cruiser followed, hovering in front of the vacation cruise ship. Trying to stop this ship by the sound of words is obviously impossible, as it doesn't follow the rules of physics. How is it possible for someone to stop a ship by talking to it? Isn't that a big joke? The hexagonal, metallic glowing Human Federation cruiser, illuminated by the ship's lights, forced itself to land on the deck. The vacation ship was already devoid of any semblance of light and was pitch black, as if it had merged with the boundless sea. With a giggle, the hatch is open. Down walked 5 inspectors dressed in black Human League law enforcement uniforms. When the 2 searchlight intensities at the chest of their armor had shone in a circle around them. My God, what has this ship been through? Why is it in such a mess? Was it attacked by monsters? The 5 men saw through their glass-enclosed helmets the incredible scene before them. Where does this look like the deck of a luxury vacation boat? If they hadn't been wearing helmets, they would have been able to smell a fishy odor in a split second. The deck was covered with all kinds of junk. Stockings, lingerie, vitro costumes. A mess is more exaggerated than a battlefield. At first glance, one could be reminded that this boat has been through a rave party. Again, it can be associated with the fact that the people who conducted the party disappeared, not even leaving their bodies behind. A strong light streaked by and stopped under some chair. Underneath this recliner, at least, there must be nearly 100 plastic bottles of toilet cleaner. Suddenly, from a dark corner came the sound of a crunch. It was as if someone was whispering in the darkness, or as if crickets were chirping in general. Hiding in the grass on a summer's day, someone with more sensitive ears sensed something, even in a closed helmet. He looked to his side and tried to speak to the captain, but he was on the phone, calling Federal Headquarters. Hell no, it's a hell of a thing, boys. There's actually no external signal on this ship. I guess there's a signal blocker interfering. The group's squad leader attempted to say to a few people over the radio. Pust. This man took off his helmet, took a few big deep breaths, and gruffly said, "What a strong fishy odor. I feel like I've come to a seafood market." "What are you doing, you dumbass? Hurry up and put your helmet back on. Do you want to get us all killed, or do you want to die in the line of duty right now?" The leader of the group chided as he kicked the helmeted man's steel ass. "Captain, I know what I'm doing. The helmet closes off our 5 senses. Not long ago, when I went to rescue a group of traveling explorers, I was surrounded by an extremely bizarre type of wolf. This feeling reminds me of that day. Shoo, listen, you guys, there's definitely something on this boat. It's definitely not a person. I think I hear the sound of an animal wriggling and crawling. Bang, bang, bang." Suddenly 3 EM rounds hit the stairs leading to the next level. "What the are you firing at? How can you be responsible if you attack a passenger? Captain, do you think there could still be passengers on this ship? Just now I saw an octopus foot. I really did not lie to you." The law enforcement officer who pulled the trigger sounded horrified to the core. "Calm down all of you. Don't rule out the possibility that an octopus has attacked this ship, but do you all use your ING brains and think about how big an octopus would have to be capable of attacking a boat? Captain, I think I felt a hit just now. Let's go take a look." The 5 men then set their guns on each other and slowly moved to the stairway leading to the next floor. Upon seeing the remnants of broken flesh on the ground, for a split second, all 5 of them were heartily confused. A huge torn-off soft octopus foot, thicker than a human thigh to say the least, was still twitching on the ground. Helmets were removed from the crowd, and the boulder once probed to turn the octopus foot on its side. The 5 people were all taken aback, because at the end of the octopus's foot grows a human-like eyeball. At the moment, it was staring at them. The air was quiet for 2 seconds. "Captain, I feel this eye. There's something." The remaining 4 people hurriedly looked back, and the one standing at the end had disappeared. All that was heard was a fluttering of the waters and the connection with him was lost. And on the deck, there were rapid drag marks formed by the friction of metal and ground. "Monster! Has an octopus monster! Get back to the cruising ship." The remaining 4 then ran in haste towards the ship parked on the deck. The way was not far, a few dozen steps back to the distance. Only, when they came under the airship, they saw a figure sitting inside it grinning at them. "Welcome everyone. Our family was having a party earlier and you ended up interfering with our interest. Since you've come here so enthusiastically, would you like to party with us? The day after, 8:3, here, it thoroughly belongs to the time planning area of Tijangmoor, not in terms of Tato downtown hours. Dawn, a luxury vacation cruise ship is at full speed on the ocean. Boss, We expect to arrive in Tijiangmar City in 3 hours, in the fringe area of the Moro pit. According to the information, there is a certain military armed force defending the area, but it is by no means solid, Phoenix said as she flipped her finger over the projection screen. Moran stood at the bow of the boat, facing the salty wind of the sea, and looked back at the many members of his family behind him. A group of fish monsters that are playing rock-paper-scissors with one of the remaining law enforcement officers. Moran laughed. What else does this ship have the ability to do? I heard it can fly, right? Yes, boss. This ship has some flight power. Maximum horsepower using jet engines, and is able to glide through the air like a cannonball. Phoenix explained as she looked at the data. Moran raised his eyes to the sky and spilled. Then we'll have a cannonball boarding. Guys, the fun is always short-lived. So it's time for you guys to get off the ship and secure the cell sources of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Then some humanoid monster like an octopus or an oncong or something shouted. Boss Moron cheats. A long leap and a flutter. Smashing up a splash. There were 2 other sea monsters were jumping into the sea with 2 piles of meat in their arms. It disappeared inside the seawater, with only the waves still churning. And on the deck, metal chains tied the only federal law enforcement officer. It's hard to imagine what he's been through in the meantime, because his companions are gone. Instead he's laughing now. Boss, I will now input the coordinates of the Moro pit into the intelligent cockpit. Phoenix replied before turning back and preparing to enter inside the cabin. Good show coming up. Chapter 68, Sin Pit. Sin from the sky. What the is going on here? Oh my god. Look at that thing. That treadmill looks like an ocean vacation cruise ship. Are you out of your mind? How can there be a ship in the sky? A spaceship? This is indeed a ship. How can there be a vacation ship in the sky? Emergency. Order to use light missiles to intercept. Just above the holographic screen. There's a boat flying head-on towards the screen. And there was a man standing on the bow of the boat who seemed to be dancing. Spooky as hell. The Moro pit was 5,000 meters above the ground. A ship sliced through mid-air at full speed. The jet engines behind it like rockets, burning up all the energy from the ship's nuclear fuel, including electricity, making this oval-shaped ship glide through the sky like a cannonball whose destination was the Moro pit proper. Above said sky, there was a dark-haired, red-eyed man standing on the bow of the boat, and he wasn't the only one, either. There was a law enforcement officer tied to the top of the bow. One man stood on the bow of the boat and one man was tied to the bow, plummeting toward the bottom. The wind blowing head-on was like a file. This person's short to medium black hair was not considered long, but under the strong wind, it pulled backward in the air like the tail of a short-tailed black fox. Only his gaze was firm and determined mixed with madness, and a wry smile slipped across the corners of his mouth as he spoke loudly to the law enforcement officers tied to the bow of the boat. You know what's great about being a monster? That's the death is like a fart when it comes. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. What a marvelous way to be so wonderful and magnificent before dying. Go to hell with me, you monster. The law enforcement officer replied with the same mania, completely played out during his day with the Morlocks. No, my friend, perhaps you have misunderstood. I am not ready to die, at least not while you exist. I'm not sure you're ready to go to the end of the mine now. I'll gripe you. Molin, you're really good at this. The genetic evolution segment isn't strong enough. Are you sure you want to go in someone's mining pit right now? Yeah, but some things don't have to wait until everything is ready to act. And by the time everything is ready it's too late. Okay, go ahead and die. Have fun, and feel free to make your performance look good. By then, the anti-aircraft missiles on the ground are no slouches. A few clicks, the missile bunker cover on the ground opens, and at the same time, a huge missile head appears. The shape wasn't much more exotic than a radish growing upside down. Moro pit, within the command room of the military defense force in the city of Tijiangmar. Missiles are ready. Please give the order. Fire. 3, 2, 1 ignition, only to see the missile take off in place. A huge blue flame erupting from the end of the missile, meeting the air and charging towards this ship. The two were getting closer and closer in the air and were about to collide in less than 2 seconds. Looking at the huge missile head in front of him, Moran leaned back and laughed loudly. I damn well love this job. Woohoo! Bang! The two collided together and erupted into brilliant blue fireworks with the air 2 kilometers above the ground. A huge blue fireball slowly unfolded in midair. A moment of splendor that brightened even the Moro pit, which was in the middle of the day. For a short time it blotted out the sun's rays. Meanwhile, the 6 military experts in the command room applauded in unison. It can be decided. This is definitely a terrorist attack by a madman. How could anyone in their right mind joke about such a thing and dare to hit this place? Send soldiers to examine the debris residue site to see if they can find out what it is? Sir, I vaguely see black federally clad personnel tied to their heads. At these words, the commanding officer known as Sir said with a tightened brow and rubbed his head. Replay the footage from earlier. This time let's see it more clearly and see if it's true or not. Then, only a black federal law enforcement officer was indeed seen chained to the bow of the ship among the images captured earlier. Also, there was a man standing directly above the bow of the boat, unable to see his face because he was traveling at high speed. But on the side of this hull, a key piece of information was seen, an inverted triangle symbol. Just proved that the ship came from Tatu City. There are a lot of human ideas. After all, each of the three cities is fighting a war. Each city has its own regime in relation to each other. Even the off-Earth colonies are planned. It would be a demonstration against the Human Federation, only coincidentally picked on us to choose. Let's see if we can find out who this group of terrorists is. What a stupid bunch. Sir, do you want us to contact the Tatu City authorities and ask them to investigate if there are any vacation cruises that have been stolen? I see that this one is a special model. It should be one of the rare ones. No need to investigate. There are only 3 of these vacation cruises in Tatu City. One of the more notorious ones happens to be under the assets of Tale, the chief master of the Dragon and Phoenix 3 Springs, who's been quite the rage lately. The officer in the command room, with amusement, snickered to the man next to him. You've been observing these things quite closely? It's nothing really. I sometimes fantasize about being able to own a vacation cruise ship like this, except that these guys are really wasteful. Who knows? This terrorist attack reminds me of the Molan family that has disappeared from the world. Maybe, the Moron family has resurfaced. Ha ha ha. The Moro pit is in the southern hemisphere, in the heart of the American continent. The pit is not large and there are no more than 3,000 people operating on site, including military personnel. But out of the heavy metal radiation elements, and it's famous. Basically no one is hitting the heavy metal radiation elements here. It's not that it's not valuable. On the contrary, it's very valuable. It can be used for radiant energy, as well as medical, military. But this element cannot be mined by the average person. It's not like digging for coal. Only the city of Tijangmer is able to export all kinds of heavy metal elements here in large quantities. And these elements are not beryllium, uranium, radium, or other radioactive elements. It is a heavy metal decay element that is difficult to navigate. This kind of element, mankind's current level of science and technology pressure root fusion cannot come out. And there has not been a single successful experiment, much less natural elements. Various radioactive elemental minerals are found around the world. As anthropologists have speculated, these radiation elements are the horrific effects of some kind of high-tech civilization dropping an extermination weapon in prehistoric times. What makes this incomprehensible to humans is that this is currently the only reasonable explanation. If they all have that power, why don't they just blow up the planet? Can't figure it out and don't bother. Why not consider using resources that can be used? These prehistoric remnants of heavy radiation elements are categorized into 3 grades, 1S, 2S, 3S. To put it bluntly, you can try to use it. It's hard to use it, best not to use it. And definitely not to use it at the moment. Chapter 69, Sinful Pit. Hatchet. Moro Pit Hinterland. It was nearly 300 kilometers or so from the ocean, and almost half a world away from the main city of Tijangmer. Nearby small cities belonging to the city of Tijangmer are also 2,000 kilometers away from here in a straight line upwards. That means there's almost no human population within a 2,000 kilometer radius. This hinterland is one giant bomb crater, known as the Forbidden Zone of Death, the place where the gods spit. It's mostly been ravaged by radiation so badly that there are things living that have mutated as well. The desert is the only world here, in the midst of this savagery. It's also the only Moro pit still contributing to the world economy. At the moment, pieces of airships and missile fragments that had landed from the sky were scattered all over the place, and the 168 soldiers stationed here split into 15 waves. Go through the scattered pieces separately and see if you can find any clues. In this yellow sandy Gobi, a land of endlessness, a piece of debris is igniting a fire in the yellow sand and gravel. One of the soldiers lowered his own electronic binoculars and looked back to his 9 companions at his side. Come on guys, let's go check it out. There's something there that we might be able to investigate. Immediately afterward, the 10-member squad mounted their hoverbikes and made their way towards the burning place ahead. It wasn't long before they arrived. Based on preliminary examination, this piece of debris should belong to the location of the energy core of the vacation cruise ship, and the initial sweep will now begin. The soldier at the head of the group raised his right hand and shook it forward after making a note into the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. A half-meter-sized orb-like hoverbot flew forward. Just as the circular scout droid approached the burning debris, suddenly a tentacle flew out of the fire and instantly pierced the core of the circular robot. Like throwing a piece of trash, the circular robot was flung backward. At that moment, the 10 soldiers who came to detect the situation thumped in their hearts and screamed that it was not good. and they all set up their guns to point at the place where the flames were burning in front of them. At that time, only a cloud of bizarre creatures was seen slowly gathering together in the blazing fire. Like a phoenix rising from nirvana, it spreads its wings and sets off a greater flame. Only, the wings he unfurled were tentacles covered in flames, stabbing in unison towards the 10 soldiers. In a flash, the gun went off like a thunderclap. Bullets are raining down. The laser turns into lightning. It quickly lunged towards the location of the meatball. When the 3 fingers are combined, it's a symphony of thunder, lightning and rain. Under the crackle, the 10 or so tentacles that flew out of the flames were broken in unison. The flesh never amounted to much in the face of bullets, but a man can lose his hand, and a horse can lose its hoof. A tentacle stung through the downpour of bullets, stabbed the captain of the group in the body. At this, the remaining 9 soldiers all looked to their captain in unison. Captain, shoot me. This monster seems to be. Get out of my head. Now quick. The tentacles quickly retracted, just as the remaining 9 were dumbfounded. Their captain pointed his gun at the team and pulled the trigger. Relentless concussive electromagnetic bullets tore through the armored bodies of the crew. Captain, I'm sorry, a soldier yelled. Bang! A small, high-energy concussion bomb blasts the controlled captain. In an instant, his flesh accompanied by his armor exploded into sparks 5 meters high in place. And then disappeared into the sparks, like dust descending into the world. It eventually turns into fuel for the flame. All that remained of the explosion in situ were the broken pieces of armor that proved the man had once been alive. Fong, the moment the captain of this group stormed out, he took out 3 of his team members. Now, there are only 6 people left in place. What a bunch of ill-mannered guys. Didn't your mom ever teach you to act friendly when you see visitors from afar? The remaining 6 people, in unison, turned their gazes towards the flames. Suddenly, a human form slowly coalesced out of the blazing fire and, burning with fiery flames, step by step, he stepped out in the flames. Then, as the crowd froze, the flame-covered figure ripped 2 chunks of flesh from its arm, throw it randomly at the 2 dead armored members. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Those 2 are dead. I was going to drop him originally. Bang bang bang. Relentless bullets whizzed out once more, accompanied by cutting laser high-energy E-cannons, all focused on the figure. The group of soldiers screamed and shouted, venting their inner rage by pulling the triggers of their weapons and yelling and screaming. Less than 5 seconds of work. The figure that had just stepped out of the flames was smashed into countless pieces of flesh scattered all over the ground. Calling HQ. Calling HQ. A bizarre creature has been spotted here. Somewhat similar to the vanished moron family. HQ copy, please come in. Please come in. Suddenly, the soldier despaired as the remaining 5 soldiers pointed their guns at him in unison. Moreover, the ground shook, and a huge scorpion monster crawled out from the yellow sand. At that time, a dead soldier opens his helmet to reveal a smiling face. Moran is here. I've got to tell you some very bad news. You guys have had a lot of bad luck. Look, among that pile of scrap metal, there's a thing called a signal shield. Moran said as he raised his hand and pointed among the burning scrap metal. Snapped. The soldier's G2T8L old model EM infantry firearm fell to the ground in his hand, and he popped off his helmet, looking up helplessly at the pale sky for a moment. Slumping on his ass, he pulled out his high-powered pistol and pointed it at his head, bracing himself to pull the trigger. Life is short, so why take the easy way out? You struggle a little. Maybe I'll let you go once I'm happy, right? Bang! The soldier pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was his duty as a soldier to die rather than give in. At that moment, Moran applauded, looking at the red and white mess of shredded flesh inside his helmet, and turned to the scorpion monster next to him. This guy is a qualified soldier and deserves our respect. Go on, give him the highest respect we have in House Moron. Eat him up. With that, only the tail behind the big yellow-skinned scorpion behind Molan was seen to fiercely stab forward, hooking up the soldier's torso and tossing it into the mouthpiece. The armor was then spit out like a melon. Decent funerals are over. Moron boss Fluff. Crouching Dragon popped off his helmet and had taken over the body of a soldier laughing cheekily. It wasn't that long ago that the morons were lurking around here all the time. The minions scattered throughout the desert sent out a message, having known that the soldiers were about to make a probe. Don't nag. Scorpion, what do you know about the Morrow Pit? How do we take out this pit? This scorpion was none other than one of the few 9 minions, a member of the old cadre of the Moron family, while idly running around in the desert, unintentionally discovered this hidden Morrow Pit. Plus, the Moron family had suffered enough from radiation weapons for a while. Furious, he decided on the spot to sacrifice this pit to the heavens. After all, this place is deserted. Not in front of the village and not behind the store. A good place to lay a black hand. Chapter 70, Sinful Pit. Blend in. The place where the party was at war. 3 mecha soldiers, a large desert scorpion monster, and dozens of various desert creatures were discussing what to do in combat. I'll start with our first step strategy. There are comments everyone. You see, this is not a few soldiers? We've already invaded anyway. So let's go fight our way into the Morrow pit as invading soldiers and play an inside-out game. What do you all think? Crouching Dragon excitedly fired a few big shots in the air and laughed with an expectant face. Good idea. Let's do it like this. Boss is a strategic genius. Emoluan looked at Crouching Dragon and said flatly, Crouching Dragon, it looks like you're quite prepared. Repeat what I just said. We'll eat these soldiers first, then we'll deliver food in the name of. Dang, take off your helmet. Wolverine took his helmet off in a regimented manner. Knock. A good sound is a good head. Moran took his hand back and said, I don't expect you to achieve anything great. Just don't mess me up. Let's talk about our respective opinions. Phoenix, once again in the midst of the loneliness of not having anything to hold in his hands, raised his head and said flatly, Boss's opinion is basically fine. But if we invade in the name of the soldiers, how are we going to explain all those dead soldiers? Just as the crowd fell silent, Phoenix spoke up. We can blame the dead soldiers on unknown creatures, disguise Crouching Dragon as an unknown monster, and then we sacrifice Crouching Dragon for the greater good. Lastly, don't we have a federal law enforcement officer's ship? I masqueraded as a federal law enforcement officer and got involved under the guise of investigating the unknown creatures here. The more chaos, the more damage we can do. At these words, Moran slapped his thighs and called out, Great idea. That's a beautiful idea. Who's for and who's against? I'm not in favor of it. Why should I be the one to be sacrificed? Why not let Phoenix be the unknown monster? Knock. Don't say I'm not democratic. Come on, let's all vote. Raise your hands in favor of Crouching Dragon to be this unknown monster. At once, the crowd of people raised their hands in unison. The rattlesnake monster raised its head tilted up high, and even the tail behind the scorpion monster was raised like a telephone pole. Not counting. The bosses is the key vote. None of you count. Moron gave Wolverine a blank look. I'll listen to everyone. Stop struggling and hurry up and take the form of a random monster. Since Emoluan had said so, Wulong naturally did not have the slightest intention of opposing, and his flesh drilled out from inside the armor. Shake it off. The moment becomes an indescribable presence. I'm making you a monster, not a pervert. How can you be perverted like this? The chest is so heavy. Don't you feel heavy? Crouching Dragon looked puzzled and said, But what does the boss monster look like? How ugly can you imagine? As ugly as it can get. With that, he only saw Crouching Dragon shifting once again, turning into a silver-haired boy, still pretending to have a perpetually deep attitude. All that's missing is the gold-rimmed glasses, and Phoenix is the exact same thing. Boss, this is the ugliest monster I can imagine. Does it look scary? Feng Shao raised his hand to say something, but in front of so many people, he was too embarrassed to explode, so he only fell silent. Moran coughed dryly. Just turn into a random quadruped and forget about it. Just do whatever that scorpion next to you does. At that time, the scorpion monster said, Why don't you, boss? Why don't I just be that unknown monster that attacked the army? With that, only Wulong could be seen casting an appreciative glance at the scorpion monster. No, it has to be Crouching Dragon. She's the only one who can handle this mission. Boss, just ask who else out of all of us can act as impatient and impulsive as a monster? Phoenix said firmly. At this moment, the gaze that Wulong looked at Feng Daisy was already out of place, and it wasn't just as simple as killing intent. Alright then, let Wulong block this monster. Scorpion, you take 3 of your brothers and I to make up 5 people to blend in. Everyone keep a hand for themselves. Phoenix, and you go about your business. Only 5 armored soldiers were caught in the middle of learning to drive a hoverbike amidst the yellow sand. Scorpion, you've been around for so long. How do you drive this motorcycle? Haven't you ever learned? The scorpion disguised as a male armored soldier shook his head. Boss, this is the first time I've seen someone here too. Hearing this, Moran was quite upset. I can't believe I can't ride a small electric donkey after being in the big city for so long. Shouldn't it be a small electric donkey even if it's hovering? Unfortunately, this future world is not the same as the previous world. It's also not as simple as just plugging in the key, blasting the gas and putting it in gear to start. Let's just say that this hover motorcycle looks to be twice as big stylistically as a regular motorcycle. The bottom line is there's no throttle key for someone to twist either. No idea how to start it at all. There's 10 hover bikes parked here, along with some special mech gear supplies. Let's say that the current Wolverine is in a magnetic yoke that they use to lock his hands. Moreover, at this time, the Crouching Dragon stylized into a humanoid ugly monster, looking fierce and grimacing. The blackened nails on his hands looked capable of cutting through steel. This was exactly the look that Feng Shao had specially designed for Crouching Dragon before he left. Now, All 5 armored soldiers couldn't do anything about the hovering motorcycle in front of them, and had no idea what to do with it. "Boss, you guys won't mess with this motorcycle?" Wulong, whose hands were tied and a head of magnetic handcuffs strapped to the hovering motorcycle, inquired curiously. "Can you drive this thing?" "No way. So what's all this nonsense?" Moran said as he exhaled a breath of cold air. "I'm just saying, what if this thing is voice activated?" Crouching Dragon grinned cheekily, a mouthful of sharp teeth not to mention scary. "What kind of thing are you driving that would be voice activated for something so high-tech? You mean to tell me that I call out for a motorcycle and it says yes?" Suddenly, the motorcycle beeped a few times. "Look boss, I told you this thing was really voice activated." Moran silently gave a thumbs up and then took the lead on the motorcycle. Tried to say, "Back to the Morrow Pit." "Okay, auto navigation has been turned on. Checking for poor positioning signal. Planning according to memory route. Planning in progress. Planning complete. Do you choose to depart?" Woohoo! It's still really voice activated. And the brothers are off. Just see. 5 levitating motorcycles running into the middle of the yellow sand. And sadly Wulong still has a magnetic bracelet strapped to his hand, being dragged along the way. But does she hurt? Don't care at all. Barefoot on the yellow sand play old high. Like surfing. Along the way, hoverbikes follow memorized navigation back to the Morrow Pit. What? 5 soldiers were lost. Still killed by this monster. So why don't you bring back the remains of the soldiers? How dare you talk to my big brother like that? This monster can still talk? Chapter 71, Sin Pit. Dark and twisted. Above the desert, there is a detection portal that opens at ground level, hidden under the dunes and yellow stones, but there is a gate more than 10 meters high. Even if you look down from the air, you'll see that it's no different from the yellow sandy next door, only this is hidden underneath. A vein of heavy radiation elemental metals in extremely high purity quantities. The Morrow Pit Pass checkpoint. This is where the hoverbikes are automatically parked in the garage. At the gate, not only can motorcycles be parked, but all militarized weapons are also placed inside a weapons depot outside the gate. Even the military command center is built into it. If it wasn't to serve a peacekeeping role, the soldiers would have been reluctant to live with the miners inside. No militarized weapons are allowed in the pit. At best, only equipment to prevent riots among the miners. There's a reason for that. There was a tragic outbreak of human phallic murder in there once. Because all the workers in this pit are criminals, death row inmates who will never get out. Countering violence with violence doesn't really work much in this. Carrying a weapon inside would instead cause the sinners inside to think even more evil thoughts. After all, when the sword is in your hand, you will kill. And right now, at the entrance to the barrier, a humanoid monster with its hands tied up. A sentence that sort of made the heads of these 5 armored soldiers turn. This monster can talk and open his mouth and call me boss. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he learned it on his own. Wait, I've seen this kind of humanoid monster before. This seems to be the biochemical monster that once laid siege to Tato City? The inspector at the gate was puzzled. That being said, the gatekeeper was overly curious and walked over to the biochemical monster, peering to the left and to the right. But he neglected to mention an important point. It happened to be shift change time, and he was the only one here inspecting the pass. "You're looking at a grizzly." The biochemical monster cursed at the inspector who was looking around beside him. "This monster is quite interesting. He likes to scold himself, and he also scolds the grips? Oh, interesting." The inspector looked back at the 5 soldiers behind him after finishing his sentence and chided. "As soldiers, even if your companions die in battle, you have to bring their bodies back. Don't you know the rules here? Roba, do it. This guy has too much official authority." Then, to the puzzled gaze of the inspector, a soldier put his hand on his shoulder. In a flash, only his pupils were disorganized and then coalesced together. And all of this is under the scrutiny of the monitors above the metal walls of the gateway. And yet, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. After all, what's the big deal about a soldier putting his hand on an inspector's shoulder? When the hand retracted, a small thumb-sized hole had appeared in the armor on the inspector's left shoulder. In an instant, he was infected. At this moment, the tester murmured in a low voice, "Boss Moron Fluffs." Then the closed metal door boomed open. 5 armored soldiers pull a humanoid biochemical monster into it. Once inside the Morrow Pit, only then did I realize what it meant to be truly otherworldly. Inside, it was as bustling as a small city built underground, well equipped with neatly arranged miners' dormitories. There are even quite a few recreational facilities. That prosperity is only on the surface, and the squalor here is indescribable. The environment is like a pigsty, and perhaps the toilets don't serve their purpose at all. What's scary is that there are women here. It's also only female, as it's all clear clones. Human Federation law has expressly stated that clones put into service must be marked with the clone symbol, which is the clone word mark on the forehead. The kind that's written directly on your brain. In case you can't tell, it's a clone. Clones are not allowed to be put into normal city life. And that's about it. So in such extra-legal places, cloning became the best way to appease the minors. Again, clones are expensive to build. And out of that near 2,800 plus minor workforce, cloned females provide 20 every 10 days. And clones live up to 7 days. There are more wolves than meat. It's hard to imagine what other civilizations exist in here. Some people starred right on the road. The crowd walking around did not look disgusted or scornful. Instead, a few minors stood by with interest, as if they were standing in line. The members of the Molan family who watched the scene, the first time they looked at each other. The contrast in this was too big compared to what they had imagined. Even Moran was dumbfounded, and in imagining, and by default, that it was like a coal mine in the first thing you should see when you come in is huge machines digging and chiseling rocks, or go deep into the darkness cable straight to the depths of the Earth's core. Either that or a bunch of people sitting on a boulder somewhere with nothing to do, smoking cigarettes and discussing family matters together. If you can't, it's normal to get into fights and brawls, but the contrast is just too great. Future world, it seems, can accommodate any style. Boss, these guys are so good at this, I can't even take it. I want to vomit. Vomit. Crouching Dragon turns into a biochemical monster and says things that are wildly out of character for who she is. A pervert couldn't accept the fact that it was happening inside. Hey guys, what's that you're holding in your hands? Man, that thing is ugly as hell. Is it a monster? At that moment, a few passing armored soldiers raised their hands to greet Moran and the others. This monster was just discovered. Of research significance. We are taking this monster to a prison for incarceration, Moran said to the oncoming armored soldiers. Prison? This is a prison. No one runs away. And the Morrow pit welcomes into the grave of your life. The soldier said as if mocking and snickering. Listen, I can't understand your humor. It looks like a joke in here. Where can I hold this monster? This monster is dangerous. It's already taken out 5 brothers. It has to be locked up and then we'll keep a watchful eye on it. That's what we've been ordered to do by the higher-ups. Am I being simple and straightforward enough? Monsters? These fellows? Which formation are you from? I've seen your armor before, but it always feels like you guys are so strange. The finishing soldier at the head popped out his helmet, revealing a face with proper features. Moran did not pop up his own helmet. He did not want to interact with someone face to face at the moment and got straight to the point. Are you incapable of understanding human language? Are you even listening to the point? Or are you just locked up stupid here? Did I not make myself clear enough? This monster has killed 5 of our brothers. It's a dangerous thing. Take me to a quiet place where I can lock this monster up, and then give us a quiet space. Okay? Oh, maybe this monster is a bit tricky. There's no special holding room here. Moran directly ripped the electromagnetic handcuffs off of Wulong's hands. Stop spitting and go bite him. These grippers don't care about monsters at all. Chapter 72, Sin Pit. Lawlessness. With Moran's permission, Crouching Dragon transforms into a killing machine that, instantly, his feet stomped downward, and he charged into the 4 armored soldiers like a mad dog in a hard sprint. With a twist and turn of the hand, he could rip off their heads, pierce their chests, and, plus they don't have any weapons. There was not even time to scream, and the blood stained the spot, turning it into 4 corpses on the spot. Ha 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 ha, these assholes are finally dead. A miner laughed up in the sky and pointed his finger at the 4 corpses on the ground. Moran saw this with interest and stepped over to the laughing miners. Laughing like that? Aren't you afraid to die? Death? Dying here is a relief. Only to see that the laughing man's skin was cracked and vaguely oozing pus, while there was a tumor the size of a fossilized melon in the position of his chest. What a pathetic place. Take me to where you mine the vein. I want a tour. No, no, no. I don't want to go. I don't want to be in pain anymore. I really didn't commit a crime. The criminal's body took a few steps backward, as if he had heard a nightmare. Humph. Coincidentally, what you're digging up has brought us pain as well. Since we're all in so much pain, how about we just let this place cease to exist? Only a bright light came out of this miner's eyes. Can you make this place cease to exist? Yes. You can see a bright light when this place disappears. Monsters attacked people? Is that a monster? The miners, who had been fully engaged, raised their heads before the event to see the horrifying scene. That guy looks new, doesn't he? Moran snickered, pointing in that direction. Yeah, ha ha ha. He's only been here 2 years. No wonder there's such an instinct as fear. Moran then gave Crouching Dragon a wink and addressed everyone. Don't be afraid, everyone. We're here to catch this escaped monster. She's already struck down 10 lives and her crimes are simply too numerous to mention. Then quietly said inside Crouching Dragon's head, "Run, you grifter." Now the tactics have changed. The only thing that followed was that Wulong scampered away and quickly disappeared. You, the one who was ready to do the job. Now that the monster has run inside the pit, take me to the vein to find the monster. Don't dream, you dead cop. Don't think I'll help you. Only to see Moran sprinting forward. A large mechanical hand covered the man's head and said, I like people who aren't afraid of death. I can fulfill you. The man's throat quirked as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and swept his eyes back to the clone next to him and a few of his best friends. Long gone. To die we all die together. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Soldier, please watch your demeanor. What's with these 4 bodies? Moran let go and turned back. Just now we brought in a monster that escaped and killed these 4 soldiers. Now I'm searching for the monster's whereabouts. What? You maintain order here, and I'll look into all the security footage here. As soon as the words fell, the man was seen twisting his head and rushing towards the military command center. Jab! A tentacle instantly pierced his chest. In the blink of an eye, the man was already without any semblance of resistance, and another member of the Molan family had been added to the list. We'll be exposed soon. This place is strange. New brother. Know what's good for you. Use the convenience of your job to cover up the facts here. Give us the pit mining location and there must be something here that can explode, right? Boss, today's not a good day. Tomorrow's the day the transports come to collect the radiant minerals here. Let's stall for another day and blow up even them or we'll waste the bombs, warned the member who had just joined. To the point, cutting off people's wealth is a blood feud. Since it's all a blood feud, it might as well be bigger. Okay boss, there's a kind of bomb for mining minerals here, and small antimatter warheads in the military base. If we can invade the military base, nothing is a problem. Within the Moro pit, a makeshift gallows was set up. Attention all soldiers, an unknown and powerful life form has been discovered and has already killed 16 of our soldiers, 63 minor operators, and the culprits for all of this are these 5 failed soldiers. At that time 5 big men were forced to go to the gallows. A big man standing in the center had tears welling up inside his eyes. I really don't know anything, so why is it my responsibility? What's the deal with that monster? Why did I have to be sentenced to death as soon as I came back? I'm even more ridiculous. I obviously skipped work today. I'm even more ridiculous than you. 2 cops? Cut the crap. I'm just a minor. I don't even know why I got promoted to soldier. Are you also wrongly accused? What a coincidence, I'm a minor too. Even the pronouncement of the death sentence I was wrongly convicted. At that time, the soldier carrying out this execution said, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson is in charge of overseeing this execution. Out of the crowd came a man wearing sunglasses and a dashing military uniform, accompanied by 4 minions, teacups for those who serve teacups, snacks for those who get snacks, and 2 others who have nothing better to do than fan themselves with the text of the federal law. Upon arriving at the seats which the people had long since prepared, only to see the lieutenant colonel sit down on his butt, smoothly picking up the nearby federal law text, he opened it and flipped through the pages without getting to the right one. TMD, what kind of book is this? I can't read anything. Lieutenant Colonel, you took it backwards. One of the soldiers who had been waiting for a long time said awkwardly, Humph, of course I know. I'm testing you to see if you're serious or not. And you're all learning from me that this soldier is very serious and disciplined, the lieutenant colonel said with relief. The text was then found held squarely. Turn to the correct page and then read aloud in front of the crowd. According to federal law, the 5 of you, as qualified soldiers of Taijangmer City, ended up neglecting your duties and casually bringing monsters into your homes for fun. By rights you should be court-martialed, but I'll give you a chance to do it on the spot. Thank God. The man standing in the center cried out in grief. I demand to see a lawyer. I'm not convinced. I was wrongly accused. I don't know anything at all. The lieutenant colonel pushed up his sunglasses and sneered. You are wronged. And the person who wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. But the hard evidence is there. The facts are in front of you. You killed so many people and still dare to say that you are wrongly accused? The next one still has questions or not? I'm not a soldier at all. I'm not neglecting my duty. I am a minor. My fellow workers can all testify for me. The man standing on the far left, likewise said with a stifled expression. Well, I have to warn you, whether you're a soldier or a minor, those 63 dead miners were probably very close to you. Anyway, in other words, I think you may not be able to get a witness. So next question. Commander, you have no right to sentence me. Okay, you have a point. Put it around their necks. It's too abrasive, the lieutenant colonel said with a silent thumbs up. Chapter 73, Sin Pit. Actor's Hour. The next day, the one thing LT. Colonel Jackson did when he got up was to stride down to yesterday's execution square. I saw 5 men hanging from the gallows, hanging like bacon. And the 5 pieces of bacon were topped with a sign which read, Negligence be damned. Jackson was then seen removing his sunglasses, revealing his snake-like scarlet eyes. A military salute was given to the three, with an expression on his face that looked like a smile. Where can I argue? No God. Jackson, return to the command room for an emergency meeting. Urgent words came over the radio inside Jackson's armor. Military command room. First of all, I commend Lt. Colonel Jackson for being a good example to the soldiers, as negligence of duty should be. One hanging is enough to have a stabilizing effect on the military, but the unknown biochemical monsters brought in by those soldiers are currently wreaking havoc inside the pit. No less than 200 miners have already evaporated. What do you all have to say? Colonel, just let the soldiers go into the pit with their weapons and look for that biochemical monster. It's really the only way to go at the moment, but if you go inside with a weapon, there is a certain probability that it will cause a riot among the miners. It's not like there isn't a foregone conclusion. The colonel looked at the 11 commanders before him with all the indecision in his eyes before he said, at about 12 o'clock today, the city of Tijanmer will send a transport ship to collect this month's mineral reserves. It would have been too much of an overrun for the month already, if the higher-ups find out that we've gone awry here. A few of us, not to mention our welfare benefits, might even be tragically removed from our positions. By then, two worse pieces of news came from the command room. A clerk looked at the urgent message coming from the projection screen in his hand and said anxiously, "It's no good, Colonel. Human federal agents are requesting access to the pit to investigate unknown wounding monsters." The colonel slammed the table sharply. What? Who leaked it? And how did the Human Federation know about this? Colonel, we can't rule out the possibility that this monster was put in on purpose by the Human Federation. It's too bizarre for the Human Federation to know about something like this in just one day's work. They're there to investigate our Morrow pit. Probably, looking at our pit resources with an eye on them, and wanting to collect taxes like crazy, Jackson added. As the colonel's brow furrowed, the clerk came back with more deadly news. Colonel, the weapons inside our armory were distributed privately by a group of people to the miners inside, and now they've begun to riot, presumably trying to seize power, only to see the colonel slumped right back in his chair, head thrown back, eyes filled with despair, murmuring, "Damn Human Federation, definitely they did it. This bunch of guys are too ambitious. They want to control the sky above and the earth below." Jackson said righteously, acting like a great man. "Colonel, we can't hesitate any longer. We have to send the news in here to headquarters." The colonel murmured feebly, "Until there is sufficient evidence. All inferences are only inferences. Even if it's true, it's unlikely that Mayor T. John Moore would break with the Human Federation over a small mining pit. Now then, at least we should take steps to control that mob." Jackson rejoined with great vigor. The clerk added fuel to the fire with the news. "It's no good, Colonel. The soldiers have joined the miners for some reason and they're coming to attack this place right now. Actually, it's all quiet out there. Inside the pit, the miners should mine. Soldiers, the inspection of that inspection. It's just that one person in the command room sings red, one sings white, and one adds fuel to the fire." At that time, a man dressed in black Human Federation law enforcement armor suddenly rushed in from outside the command room door. Speaking to the bewildered colonel was Human Federal Law Enforcement Agent No. NMD 250. "Based on the investigation and sufficient evidence of riotous behavior in your area, your military-driven miners are attempting to take over the Morrow Pit, a privately owned property in the city of Tijuana, and privately breeding unknown biochemical monsters. With such a big hole to pull down, the colonel just felt that this hole was bigger than the sky." Jackson gave a silent thumbs up to the law enforcement officers who rushed in and, "That's genius. False accusations are not something the average person can learn." "Nonsense. This is slander. The unknown biochemical monster is not even from our area. You Human Federation are the ones to blame for everything." The colonel gritted his teeth and chided. "Colonel, let's fight them. Hurry up and enter the activation code that opens the antimatter bomb so we can threaten those mobs, and show the Human Federation our resolve." Jackson egged him on again with great vigor. The colonel was seen to pause for a moment. Then with a determined twist of his head he turned to the console behind him and said, "Activate Emergency Security Directive 62 KT-238. One moment is being tested for security." After the cold electronic timbre finished, a dialysis light swept around the colonel's body to make sure it was the right person and then inquired, "Do you transfer manual Supreme Control Activation Authority?" "Okay," the colonel roared. "Please enter the highest authority command code and a voice test to prove that you yourself are in an awake state." The icy electronic timbre sounded again. "GTW 3556. Command received. Please answer test questions. Are you in an emergency situation where you have to destroy this place, or threaten all uncontrollable events with the highest military weapons? Please answer as appropriate and answer in 1 second. Don't give me that. You think I want it?" The colonel replied on the spot. "Okay, detecting as awake. Transferring to Supreme Manual Control. The console in front of the colonel then raised several drawbars, which could only be operated manually, in the most primitive manner. And these pull tabs say nothing more than explode in place, emergency link to the mayor of Tijanmore, and permanent closure of the Morrow pit to deal with the situation. Just as this was accomplished, behind the colonel, there suddenly came the sound of a dozen men applauding in unison. The applause was thunderous, and when the colonel looked back, even the federal law enforcement officers were clapping along. Anyone faced with this situation would have a buzzing brain, completely confused and at a loss for words. Thank you for what this gentleman has done for the Molan family. We should remember him. What do you guys think about a beating and then finishing him off? Boss Moron fluffs, and the Moron family rises. In that instant, the colonel understood that the dozen or so people in front of him were all actors, and there was no time for him to let the horses run wild in his mind. Immediately turning around, he tried to pull a self-destruct maneuvering lever in an attempt to detonate the place. Only after his hand had just probed out, it suddenly stopped in mid-air, and his fingertips were less than 50 centimeters away from the lever. In any case, it could no longer move, as if there was a pair of big invisible hands tugging at it to death. This ability, which was none other than Moran's mental field, allowed objects to be manipulated by force of will within 10 meters. In fact, Moran didn't think it was much use. The tentacles were too much more powerful than the mental field, and it was quite nice to use it to be cool. Chapter 74, The Sin Pit, The Weight of Life. Go for it. Fight. Fight. At this moment, located in the middle of the Morrow pit's S-class radiation vein, a glowing metallic vein spread along the stone wall inside the mine. It's the same as the glowing giant silver snakes covering the mine one by one. A small, purple-haired girl standing on a metal frame raised platform is egging on hundreds of hombres in heavy silicone-enclosed costumes to fight. The fight was hot and she was on the high stage yelling cheers. Come on, I'll give this to whoever fights the best, the little purple-haired girl said, holding up the indescribable clothing. In an instant, igniting the atmosphere of the scene, the crowd fighting inside the pit fought even more fiercely. Even in his heavy silicone costume, his fist still swung with such force that it was like a boxing match. Within this vein, there's extremely strong electromagnetic radiation. Intelligent machines don't come in handy here, at all. Everything has to be done manually and personally. No one is digging in this mine now. There's a lot of theater, a lot of fighting. Anyway, they all held the little purple-haired girl up as a god because she was the most aggressive fighter here. Good-looking, fierce fighter, still alive and well in here even without protective clothing. Nature has to be respected. Anyone who dared to disrespect her or think otherwise is long gone. In the middle of the boxing ring, a Hanyo's iron fist was like that pile driver, blasting punch after punch into the chest of the Hanyu underneath him. The blood of the Hanyu who was held down and beaten sprayed on his mask as if he didn't want any money. In 3 or 2 tries, another pair of highs and lows were separated. Oh, this guy fluffs. Whoever knocks him off. This thing is whoever's. At once, the crowd's blood boiled and shouted and hollered. There was a flurry of hammers, pressing the Han who had just won the fight, and the ring match escalated into a group fight again. Crouching Dragon, what are you up to here? Wolverine looked back, and there was a man under a high metal shelf, also not wearing radiation-resistant clothing. Clasping his hands in his sunglasses, he looked at her with a rounded interest. Boss, Crouching Dragon shouted excitedly, then leapt from a 12-meter-high shelf. The whole person landed lightly on the ground without even breaking his foot. According to the boss, I found the pit extraction site here. He. Moran skimmed his lips. Alright you play then. I'll go see what these minerals are all about. Boss, I'll go with you. Where is that dog thief Feng Xiao? Wulong said as he looked around. I told him to take the Scorpion Gang and go ahead. The place is fully sealed and will explode soon. We'll have to deal with the people coming from the transport ship later. But boss, I haven't left yet. Wulong anxiously pointed at himself and said, what are you afraid of? Aren't you going to sacrifice one of you to make our family whole? Moran joked. Instantly, Crouching Dragon dropped his head down and said with some reluctance, thanks for taking care of boss during this period of time. I'm very happy to be able to follow boss. A bright smile was then pulled out on his face. Knock. A good sound is a good head. You grizzly. I didn't let the octopus and the others protect you and a part of Phoenix's body cells. Wulong instantly changed his face and smiled even more broadly. Ha. So I can stay with the boss more. Oof. It's been really hard on you guys this whole time, even though you and Fingy and our family have been on my own. But I, myself, have come to see myself as just another person, and you are all my family. Boss, I feel that you are. So sad. Oh, is this loneliness? Wulong touched his head curiously. Life is supposed to be a path toward solitude. And look at these people. Crouching Dragon turned his eyes to where Moran had been looking. At the moment in the center where the crowd had gathered, People were already fighting for some reason. The chaotic crowd writhed together. A mass of people in heavy radiation-resistant clothing as cells at first. All fought on testosterone and animalistic urges. Maybe at first it was because of Wulong's inflammatory reasoning, but at the moment no one cares. Humanity has gone rogue, and the world is decaying in an irreversible trend. Moran sighed. Wulong turned his head thoughtfully, but they are all criminals with no hope of getting out of prison. And it seems normal to me that they have become like this. That's right, the people out there are going through this too. Only they're in bigger prisons and need us to come and do a complete deliverance on them. That's where life ends up. Somewhere inside a pit. The miners here continue to work tirelessly to finish the day's work. Under the watchful eye of 6 soldiers wearing radiation-resistant armor and armed with blasting sticks. Cough cough cough. An elderly miner couldn't hold back the coughing brought on by his lungs and stopped the work in hand. Holding his left hand on his back, he slowly sat down on a metal raised shelf end. The right hand held a small piece of glowing radiant elemental in a thick silicone glove. This element is by far the easier to mine, and can even be wrenched from the vein by hand. After a simple initial purification process, it can be categorized as a mineral resource sent to a transport ship. This miner carefully placed the radiant element into the cold metal box that. The box contains only one bottom height. As usual, he was one of the least efficient, but glowing and falling like stars in the box. The miners looked up as a glowing vein stretched across the dimly lit earth, as bright as the memory of a river of stars. He hadn't seen the sky in nearly 30 years. Hey, 1253. Had enough rest? Young man, I have a name. You shouldn't address. Cough cough with 1653. Hurry up and start working or I'll come up here and kick your ass. Speechless, the miner slowly stood up and raised his hand to try to break off a larger piece of the mineral. You have to be careful doing this kind of work, and if it's not done properly, let the different minerals collide. Then it will cause a radiation explosion. Just the other day, an absentee worker accidentally misplaced ore, causing 2 different radioactive substances to come into contact with each other. A radiation blast took the man's life instantly. Thinking about it, the miner didn't know what additional thoughts were going through his mind. Look at the ore that you can break off with a probing hand above your head. Unzipping the heavy radiation-proof zipper behind him, he shuddered and exposed himself to the heavily irradiated area. Hey, old man, do you want to die? Still not answering, the miner took a deep breath of the murky air of the pit, then broke off the piece of ore with all his strength. One swallow, the body instantly fell from the high platform. Bang, smashing up a bit of dust, sort of the weight of his life. An old man whose upper body was exposed to the radiation area died, all under the watchful eye of the soldiers. The soldier sighed. Good journey, old man. At that time, another soldier came up next to him and said, another one who can't stand it. I guess it won't be long before it's our turn. Alas. Chapter 75, Sin Pit Final Chapter. Explosion as end and beginning. Inside the pit, Moran and Crouching Dragon came to the high metal shelf of the platform, reaching out to break off a piece. I ended up rotting my hand on the spot. Moran snapped his right hand off on the spot, tossing it aside and regrowing it right afterward. When in trouble, he didn't know how to find the system. Molin inquired in his head. System, what is this thing? Why is it biting my hand? Ding! You're playing with a gripper and you dare to grab it with your hands? This is a radiation element. Unknown metallic radiation elements in a superimposed state that are unnaturally formed when some kind of high-energy fusion nuclear weapon blast allows heavy metal elements to come together. Can you explain that a little more clearly? This thing is born to bite your hand. Take my advice. The water in this thing is too deep for you to grasp right now. Oh, I see. Is this something I can use? Use it later when you can absorb these radiation elements. Right now it's just waste. Or toxic waste. Okay, blah blah. It's too pointless to use it. So there's no point in reading on. Is that why you called me? I'll take your ass. The entrance to the Morrow Pit. An 8-meter-high transport ship filled with all kinds of radiant energy minerals was parked at the entrance. Now, they have a huge problem. They're in. They've got the stuff. There doesn't seem to be a problem here either. But it's the gate that never opens. It was fine when I came here. Now I can't go back. What bothered the members of the transport team the most was that there's also a human federal law enforcement officer who's been questioning them. May I ask how you can prove that you are a transport ship from the city of Taijanwar and not some other transport ship that came here illegally under false pretenses? The federal agent said with a small book in his hand. Is your human federation too lenient in its control? Our own resource gathering in the city of Tijiangmar doesn't involve any city, and you're all going to regulate it? The captain of the transport ship said, exasperated at the human federation agents. Please don't get in my way. I suspect it's your group that's unleashing the biochemical monsters here. Use this to disrupt the order here and impersonate Taijangmer City's own transport ships as a way to steal the radiant mineral energy here. Similarly, the captain of the transport ship felt a storm of unknowingness on his head. What kind of biochemical monsters are here? We're Taijangmuo City's own transport ship. If you don't believe me, you can look at the markings on the ship. The federal law enforcement agent looked up at the bow of the transport ship, and there was a circular marking. This is the very mark of the city of Taijangmor. With that, the federal law enforcement agent pointed to the markings on his chest. I'm given the right by a coalition of 3 cities. You'd better behave yourself. The markings of the Human Federation are squares over circles and circles over inverted triangles. But the mark was well fed, and the transportation captain pushed down the fire in his stomach at once. Most of the radiation weapons made by your Human Federation use the mineral sources in Taijangmer City, and we come to transport the radiation minerals. You want to check this one too? Please cooperate with my inspection by presenting your captain's license, and the certificate given by the city of Taijangmer, as well as 200 references to prove that you are a captain who regularly engages in transportation here. With that, the captain was seen returning to the transport ship and driver's license, certificate of openness of exit and entrance, certificate of transportation from Taijangmer City, even the marriage certificate with his wife. After coming out holding a pile of papers, he threw them right on the floor. Everything's here. Is that enough? You haven't found 200 references to prove that you come here regularly for transportation, the federal law enforcement agent said tersely. After about 30 minutes or so, the transportation captain, with the escorting soldiers who had come with him, this included begging dozens of soldiers as well as miners here, which led to the proof of 200 people. They can all testify for me that I'm the captain. Is that enough now? Good. You've proven that the captain does exist. Now prove that you are yourself, the federal law enforcement agent said as flatly as ever. The transportation captain was gnashing his teeth in anger, and if he delayed any longer, he'd miss his return too. Looking behind him at the metal gate that closed tightly behind him, the captain asked a rhetorical question towards the law enforcement agent. And how do you prove you're a federal law enforcement agent? The federal law enforcement agent silently pointed to the markings on his chest. You're a bully. The captain growled as veins rippled on his brain. This mark is indisputable. No one dares to fake it. To fake it is to offend 3 cities, including the Human Federation, and the Human Federation Tribunal. That's going against the world. At that time, a voice came from behind. Hey, Feng Shao dog thief, you haven't left yet either? The captain, who had nearly lost his mind here, glanced across Phoenix's shoulder and a man in sunglasses and military uniform was seen, followed by a staggering purple-haired girl. Commander Jackson? What the hell is going on with this Human Federation enforcer? And why won't this door open? You can't afford to be delayed, the captain yelled at the top of his voice. What are you excited about? No one can run in here. Everyone will be dead in a while, happy or not. The captain's nostrils let out a cold breath. Jackson, I'm not kidding you. There's no time to lose. Get the gate open. Can't really open it. The full closure program has been activated here. The only way to communicate now is to go to the strategic command room and contact the mayor of whatever. Why don't you go nag him? At that time, a message was communicated throughout the pit. The antimatter bomb will be activated in 10 minutes. What? Jackson, what the hell are you doing? The captain said with wide eyes. Oh yeah, my name is Moron. Morin took off his sunglasses and the skin on his face squirmed for a moment, then turned into an amiable smiling face. Meanwhile, the soldiers behind the captain tried to attack Moron. Suddenly it became clear that no weapons were allowed in here. Moran said as he waved to everyone in front of him. Let's all calm down. We can't get away anyway. Why don't we sit down and discuss with each other if we have any regrets in this life, or secrets we're holding down in our hearts? When these words came out, everyone's hearts were first flustered, and finally a cry rang out from the crowd. Good brother. In fact, I've always thought of you as more than just a brother. For a moment, there was no sound. Everyone locked their eyes on the soldier in the center in unison. With the weirdness, a man suddenly stepped forward and hugged his best buddy. Why didn't you say it sooner? Fool, why didn't you say it sooner? The antimatter bomb will be activated in 5 minutes. The electronic announcement went off again. Moran said with an odd look on his face. This bomb will drive all the other demolition weapons to explode with it? Sit down calmly and discuss this. There is not much time left for you. The captain was seen quickly running towards the command room. Upon arriving at the command room, what came into view was a couple of commanders playing cards. That wasn't the point. Seeing that the highest authority maneuvering lever had been activated, knowing that it was all too late, and then ran to the dialogue window that urgently connected to the mayor. By the time it was dialed, the bomb was counting down. 10, 9, Mayor. This is Transportation Captain Kurt. 365. Moro Pit because of the disguise of the Human Federation. As the words came out, the captain's mouth was suddenly cupped by a pair of large, invisible hands. Thank you for your service to the Moran family. 1. Bang! At this moment, Mayor T. John Moore rubbed her ears and put down the emergency phone in her ear. Her ears were buzzing from the explosion that had just occurred. Investigate what happened to the Moro prison pit. I heard something about a Human Federation. Chapter 76, Crouching Dragon steps into the entertainment industry. The city of Tijanmore. In the conference room. Mayor, I am Captain Kurt of the Moro Mine. Into the Human Federation. Mayor T. John Moore turned off the recorder on his desktop and brushed the black hair that was in front of his forehead behind his ear. There are serious gaps in this recording. An intelligence received a few days ago has determined that the Moro pit was completely reduced to a zone of severe radiation dispersal, and a large explosion killed all of the miners, with no survivors. And the voice, confirmed to be the timbre of Kurt number 365, head of the Radiant Mineral Transport Ship. At that time, Mayor Tijanmore replayed the new intel, and the projected image on the desktop showed a federal maritime law enforcement ship speeding by. This may or may not have anything to do with the Human Federation. Just because it's rare for someone to use the Human Federation to woo people doesn't mean it can't happen. At the same time, I think this is an opportunity, Mayor T. John Moore said as he folded his arms and leaned forward. Mayor, do you mean to use this as an opportunity to sue the Human Federation? Or perhaps get rid of it? Good. Mayor Tadu and I have long since decided to break with the Human Federation, which stands tall, and the three major cities are still not allowed to maintain its dignity. Like blood-sucking bedbugs, they keep squeezing the resources of our three cities, Mayor T. John Moore said icily. I think it's long overdue. It's enough to have a Human Federation tribunal. The Human Federation is just bedbugs stationed in the middle of the city. Everyone agrees with this, and no one is against seceding from the Human Federation. All three cities have big opinions about the Human Federation. The Commonwealth of Mankind. As an organization of power without actual cities, the power is still above the three cities, and they are looking for things to do all day long. It would be impossible to say that there are no complaints. Mayor T. Jang Moore rejoined. At the moment, Mayor Tadu is not in favor of our immediate secession from the Human Federation, and he already has a few high-ranking counselors on his side from the Human Federation arrangement. When these words came out, the dozen or so people in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief, also wondering if they were surrounded by high-ranking counselors arranged by the Human Federation. If I dare to put words in your mouth, it means that I am comfortable with you. If the Human Federation inserts its hand into our high-ranking MPs, I don't think it matters. Whenever the time is right, we will stand with the city of Tadu. Good. I support this opinion of the mayor, and by joining forces with the city of Tadu, the city of Ked will definitely join us as well, and then the Human Federation will not be broken. A cyborg man in military uniform said firmly. By the way, Mayor Tadu has asked us to help find the monster called Moron, the head of the Moron family who made a lot of noise a while back. With a deft stroke of Mayor T. Jang Moore's hand, the desktop projected the face of a young boy. Moron? The disappearing head of the Moron family? Doesn't he change identities? What's the point of giving him his old looks? I'm not sure what Simmer thought. Anyway, he just said that Moran doesn't change his looks easily. At this moment, inside the luxurious villa in the center of Tadu, we have news of a serious explosion at the Moro mine in Tijanmore on August 4th, due to an accident. Close to 3,000 deaths. According to economists' speculation, it is expected that the Radiant Mineral stock price may be on a substantial upward trend, and you stockholders may want to consider getting in on the action. Moran let out a cut and then tuned to the next channel. In the middle of the screen, a purple-haired ponytail pretty girl took a bottle of mineral water, gulped a mouthful of it to the camera, and then laughed. Dragon and Phoenix 3 Springs. A little sweet. Drink it to be able to break a big stone in the chest. Subsequently, when it really only saw this purple-haired girl lying on the ground, with a big stone pressed on her chest, a hammer smashed down, and the stone shattered. The person was fine. Whenever he sees this ad, Moran can't hold back a smile. Today, it's August 16th, almost 12 days past. Wulong has also become the best spokesperson for Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs, instantly becoming popular and seeing an uptick in sales. Mainly young people love it. After all, who doesn't love a girl who knows the trends so well? At that point, Phoenix comes out of her room clutching a 3D screen editor. Yawning, he looked up at Moran with a funereal look on his face. Boss, when do we start the next event? Don't worry, I'm waiting for the genetically evolved segments to be aligned. I can't believe it took so many days to get it right. Ding. Little Mosey, are you questioning the palace's abilities? I've arranged my genes in the best way that will always allow you to grow, and you dare to pick and choose. You got it done. Why didn't you say so earlier? I guess it won't be long before all humans become robots. We definitely need to grow some iron on our bodies too, or we won't be able to keep up with the times. What's wrong with you? Growing iron on your body? You've watched too much Transformers, haven't you? It's to enable you to absorb metal elements as well as other elements. Try it out. And it's still in the experimental stage. Don't you want to grow grass on your head for horses? I'm telling you, get this ability right and you can't starve to death even if you're just lying in bed like a vegetable. Experimental phase? You mean there will still be accidents? What are you afraid of? The last time you were in a hurry to mutate, there was no accident, right? Even if there was an accident. He. It's none of my business. Are you reliable or not? I'm just messing with you. I've always been very stable. Okay? I'm super stable. The evolutionary gene segments of the iron snail have been aligned, so we can start mutating and evolving now. Hearing this, Moran couldn't help but think of the one time he used his slime ability as a snail. Now, the second special evolutionary mutation is also a snail, so it seems to be quite a connection with snails. Okay, you wait. I'll give my little brother and the others a heads up and call Wolverine back. By the way, in downtown Tadu, the site of the Longfeng San Quan presentation, now soaring in popularity, Wolverine is surrounded by a bunch of reporters asking questions. In normal times, she would have hated to swallow all of these people in one bite, but at the moment, Moran is telling her to stay out of trouble, so she's just living with this anxiety in her heart, posing in front of a bunch of people that she didn't even like before, and, let's say, cross your arms, hold your head up and so on. But after all, this is the Dragon Phoenix 3 Spring's new product launch, not a live auction of young models. The questions that need to be answered still need to be answered. May I ask, Wulong Beauty, why did you use the stage name Wulong for your debut? A reporter inquired curiously. How the hell do I know? My boss named me Wulong. Are you questioning my boss's naming ability? Wulong glared with rounded eyes, pointing his finger at this reporter, opening and closing his mouth to directly curse. It seems that Crouching Dragon Beauty has always been known for her sardonic bluntness, and her bravado is really engraved in her genes. The reporter, on the contrary, didn't mind, treating such things as virtues and praising them without mincing words. Are you out of your mind? I'm telling you, if it wasn't for the fact that we were planning to eat the entire world, I wouldn't want to stand and show it to you grips, Crouching Dragon said without any concealment. Wulong Little Beauty is still so funny and humorous, oh so delightful. Jingle bells. At that time, a phone projection popped up from Wolverine's wrist-mounted bracelet. Hey, boss, I'm being obedient. I don't think I'm saying anything nonsense. I know you've been good. Come back and eat. Chapter 77 Absorption of Inorganic Elements. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of rupture, Molin stepped out from within the cocoon shell. Turning back, the cocoon shell on the ground was a human skin, an empty shell only. There was no need for the wind to blow, only to see human shells like dandelions, fluttering in the air and dissipating into dust. The broken shell is gone, and the remaining flesh is as if it has been given a new life. Moran looked at his hands, so transparent that he could see the veins flowing inside his flesh. The glowing mental body flew out of the body and third viewed itself. The entire body was like poured crystal, and one could see the bones as well as the internal organs mimicked by the cells. Only, it was short-lived, and within a few moments, the skin gradually turned flesh-colored again. Once again there was no difference between the regulars, except that the bloodshot eyes remained. Ding! Congratulations to little Mosey for completing her transformation. Now go try and see if you can absorb any elements. A new body is inevitably accompanied by new abilities. Only to see Moran casually grabbing it. A metal can on the tabletop flew into his hand. It can absorb inorganic material. So can this aluminum canister? How do I know? Current conservative estimate is that you can fuse 3 grams of metallic elements. Get used to it. Later, when you're cheating, then you can devour steel and combine flesh and blood with steel, and steel is flesh and blood. Moran replied with a quirk of his mouth. Have you been watching too much Transformers? What do you know? Do you still think that life forms must be flesh and blood? Metal can be as flexible as flesh and blood, and metal can be integrated into the body as well. I read less, but I completed 9 years of compulsory education. Aren't you talking with your eyes open? As always, Moran questioned the system. You gibberish, breaking up metals into atomic structures and fusing them with other elements into molecular bodies. By changing the physical properties so that they have chemical properties, the metal can make up a genetic chain also known as DNA. An iron-shelled snail can grow iron sulfide. So you're no better than a mollusk? Unique MO. Hearing this, Moran became interested and tried to absorb the material of the can. Vaguely, the palm of the hand is like stroking on a thin ice surface, and as long as it can melt this ice surface, it will be successful. Moran used his mental perception to check out the microscopic realm. Cancer cells cover the surface of the metal of the can and constantly attack the metal. So much so, that a number of cells have eaten too much to hold on to, suffered from indigestion, and burst into flames. Ding! Moron, what the hell are you doing? I'm asking you to fuse, not to eat. Come on, little Moko. You can get a hard-on. In a few moments. Underworld. Moran got the hang of it and stopped using his cells to forcefully devour them. Instead, they used their cells to attract the elements that are on the surface of the metal. It's like using toothpick-thin cellular tentacles to catch unintelligent metal atoms. These elements slowly flowed down the tentacles into the body. In no time at all, a can was devoured with nothing left. The corners of Moran's mouth turned up as he looked at the air in his hands. The system cried out in excitement. Moron cheats. You've got a gift for this. You try absorbing the plant cells now and I'll see if I can create chlorophyll in your body. That way, you can cultivate plant cells in your body and create disease viruses that infect plants and plague other people's crops. Don't lift me up. Creating chlorophyll? Breeding plant cell pathogens? And wreak havoc on other people's crops? Grizzled. Plants are life too. And the people you kill by infecting someone else's food crops and causing a famine are equally on your head. Evolution points. Mutation points. Ha ha ha. It's exciting to think about. He. Moran gave a silent thumbs up. You always manage to take one step and see 10. You'll definitely go down one more level of hell than me in the future. With that, Moran looked to his left hand. The metal-rich cells glowed a little in the light. Moreover, Moran could clearly perceive that these metal elements were one with himself. In the system's view, being able to absorb 3 grams of heavy metal elements was already a remarkable talent. And Moran absorbed an easy open can straight away with no adverse reaction. This instantly allows Moran to boost his creativity even higher. Immediately afterward, Moran walked up towards the crouching Phoenix room. Phoenix's humanoid cocoon sat in a study chair, his dry skin holding a book in his hands, the title of which read, How to Skillfully Get a Retard Killed. Moran would smile, then head upstairs to Crouching Dragon's room. The door just opened with a click. Moran quickly closed the door behind him. The style of Wolverine's room just didn't hold up. Even during the mutation, Crouching Dragon had haphazardly matching magical clothing on his head. Currently, only Moran is the first to complete the mutation. It was mainly because of spatial perception, and the speed of mutation that was intentionally accelerated with the help of the spiritual realm. From this moment on, Moran's overall quality of ability is far ahead of the members of the Moran family. Downstairs, to the balcony. It's going to be fall season and the sun is still hot. Moran grabbed it with a false hand and the small cactus ball that had been placed on the balcony flew into his hand. There is no fear of sticking your hand. After all, the thorns of a cactus ball are not always as thin as a toothpick. With that, the hand squeezed hard, crushing the cactus right in his hand. The control cells gobble up the cactus in an attempt to harness the plant cells. The idea was good. The result was brutal. 2 categories, plant cells and animal cells, one with a cell membrane and one with a cell wall. Not to mention the difference in the cytoplasm, the chlorophyll, inside. Even after all the efforts, the plant cells of the cactus still prefer to die. It's as if the animal cells are smacked. Moran's brow furrowed, and in a fit of pique, he sent the crushed cactus in his hand into his mouth. Crunchy and flavorless, it was chewed and swallowed on the spot. A brief, sharp pain in the abdomen followed. The cactus plant cells were all given to digestion, but just couldn't capture the genes inside the plant. Ding! It's still almost a fire. Go and look for any lifeforms that are in a plant-animal state side by side. Moran nodded, took a deep breath, and stood on the balcony gazing into the distance. The mansion is located halfway up a hill in a prime downtown location. The garden is lush with neatly trimmed trees, but among the thousands of green leaves, a single dead leaf falls with the wind. The end of summer will be the beginning of fall. The change of seasons represents a high change in temperature, which means a high incidence of colds and flu. This, coupled with cool air and occasional winds, lends itself to the spread of germs and the term flu season. And in the winter, that's even more so. Even if it is currently a future world with advanced medical care, germs and viruses have likewise evolved along with life. As long as it breathes, then bacteria are pervasive. Plus, the flu germ virus isn't a killjoy. The Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs, which can inhibit the flu virus, is the real killer. The pathogen of the Mad Dog 1 virus has always been held tightly in Moran's hands and stored in a place where it can't be seen in the light of day. Outside the balcony, in the quiet and peaceful city in the distance, an unseen crisis is festering along with the Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs sales. Chapter 78, The Moran Family Style. Crouching Dragon. All I ask of you is that you maintain your image while I'm gone. Don't eat people in front of others. Don't hit people in front of others. When something goes wrong, don't mention the Morans, let alone that Moran is your boss. From now on, you'll You're not a member of the moron family. You're a famous teen idol. Crouching Dragon Beauty. This is my order to you. Hearing Moran's warning, Crouching Dragon looked sad and thousands of emotions blended together, making her pretty face and eyes look a little bleak. Boss, do you not want me anymore? Moran gave Wolverine a blank look. I didn't say I didn't want you. For a while, I want you to be someone's idol. And it's best if you can attract more and more people. But boss, I've never been an idol. And for someone like me, I myself feel like I can't be an idol. Crouching Dragon said with some discouragement. Why do you care? Don't you think about what kind of times we are in? The people are not good at what they do. Cats and dogs and that isn't human can be popular. So why can't you be popular? Right? Do a good job. Hearing this, Crouching Dragon was a little more certain. After Moran had instructed Wulong, he turned to Phoenix, who was sitting on the sofa, and spoke. Phoenix, did you find what I asked you to find? Founded boss. 3 years ago, human biologists discovered that there was an invertebrate mollusk that gets the name sea slug, also called sea snail, like a snail without a shell. The ability to engulf algae to produce chlorophyll in the body is a perfect blend of plant and animal characteristics. Moran frowned, as if he had thought of something. Upon seeing the 3D projection on the screen in Phoenix's hand, he slammed his thigh. Snails again? What a sin the snail had in his past life. Boss, I've contacted the neighboring family members and have a private jet ready. When are we both going? Phoenix was ready to go. Even the batteries for the electronic screen editor had several of them with them. Emoluan coughed dryly and said, Fong Daisy, you have to stay and keep an eye on Crouching Dragon. I have to feel a bit more at ease with you watching over him. Fong Zhao's entire body shriveled up and nodded down. In his heart, even if he wasn't happy, he wouldn't have the slightest intention of disobeying. Do you hear me? Dog thief Fong Daisy, come over here and whack my legs for me. Wulong was simply as if he had gotten a military order, pointing his finger at Feng Xiao, opening his mouth in the manner of a subordinate being summoned. No matter how ferociously Wulong shouted, Feng Xiao blithely ignored it. Moran asked again, by the way Phoenix, are there surely sea snails in that place? Phoenix said as she looked at the map and found her destination. Recently the elder told us to tighten up a bit, so most of the family members spread out and gathered together again. This place is under the jurisdiction of the city of Tijangmo in the southern hemisphere. Our family members are not operating in that range and are not expected to arrive for another 2 days. And that place is farther away from the city and is accompanied by higher levels of radioactive contamination. The sea slugs were categorized as a protected species 3 years ago. Moran nodded. If he couldn't find sea slugs on this trip then he would have to find other alternatives. At that time, Moran kept the minions from traveling to that place through a mental connection. I've told my brothers they don't have to go. I'll go alone. Maybe it'll be done in a few days. Maybe it won't come back for a month. You keep Crouching Dragon in check in the meantime. With that, Moran's conscious body left the city of Tadu, Sector 34, Taijin Moor. There are a total of 39 small affiliated cities in Tijangmo, 26 in Tadu and 32 in Ked. Smaller cities are generally not much bigger than that, and the population of Taijin Strand District 34 is only about 2 million. Coastal cities, where cold water fish are more abundant, living off the mountains and eating off the sea. The area is better known for its fisheries export production. As a result, Moran opened his eyes and was greeted by several grinning faces of brown men, broken fishing nets in hand, and one is holding a rusty mine that looks like it's going to blow up fish. Boss Moran Fluff. Welcome Boss Moran here. Moran smiled lightly, giving the family members in front of him a greeting with a smile. He then stood up, walked over to the Hanyu in front of him on the left, and lifted his hand to remove the man's sunglasses. Putting it on himself, he said, What are you guys up to? Boss. Missed you lol. Moran turned around to see a man, more brown than brown, coming at him head on. Do not smile okay? A smile. The mouth of the big yellow teeth have not smoked decades of cigarettes is not stained with this color. Alright, I see you've all mixed it up. You all know how to fish. Molan said with a smile. This man is the captain of this ship and one of Moran's 9 minions. One of the saltiest cadres ever voted in by the morons. With the smallest sphere of influence and the least ambition. Got mixed up as a fishing captain in the beginning and maintains it to this day. I don't care if I'm a fishing captain. Nothing's changed on this boat. Wages haven't even been raised for the crew. The number of people on board hasn't changed much, either. It was because of this unassuming style of handling things that he had been hanging out in the human world for so long without making a half-hearted mistake. And no one has the leisure to embarrass the captain of a small fishing boat. Captain Salty showed his teeth and smiled, rubbing his bald head. Then said, It's rare for the boss to come here once. We don't have much to prepare, so let's do a fish for soup. In answer to the captain, We haven't gotten any fish today. One of the fishing crew on the boat said. Captain Salty cursed as he pointed at the minion who had struck up a conversation. Didn't catch any fish? It's not easy for the boss to come here once. So why don't you guys hurry up and catch some fish? There's almost no money to refuel the boat. And the price of mixed fuel has gone up so much lately. Don't you know that? Moran shook his head and smiled. I'll leave you guys alone. You should be fishing for fish and just drop me off in the southern radiation zone by hand and I'll get off the ship there. The boss is going to the southern radiation zone. That's hundreds of miles away. Captain Salty exclaimed before turning his head and berating his crew again. You all heard me. So don't hurry up and catch some fish. If you don't have the money to refuel the ship later and delay the boss, I'll take you all to task. Moran laughed bitterly for a moment, then stood with his hands clasped in the air to see the way the group of minions fished. Can't pick out anything without looking. Once you see it, it's an eye-opener. A cry was heard. It's now. Throw nets and mines into the water. There are fish down there. I saw some little brother fling the broken net in his hand toward the sea, and the net was in the air like a peacock screen. Only it was a peacock that had lost its hair. There's a big hole in the net that even a shark could get out of. There was no bait inside the net either. Couldn't figure out what the point of casting the net was. An even more exaggerated scene ensued with the fishing boy holding the mine. Dang it! The head hit the mine, triggering the countdown to the explosion. Smash Ray right into the ocean. Puff! Bang! The ship was nearly shaken over. After nearly half a minute, the boat then stopped rocking. Even if there were fish, the net was blown up. Moran's entire body looked dumbfounded. Trying to say something, the words stuck in my throat like old phlegm. Suddenly the little brother standing by the fence shouted, "Fish up! Fish fry up!" Moran got interested and went up to see a diver floating up. Moran turned his head and gave the captain a thumbs up and said, "Dare I say this is the fish you've been frying?" In true Moran family style. Chapter 79 Arrival of the Simmer. Mildly contaminated radiation area, which is now equivalent to a heavily radiation contaminated area. Within the shallow, pitted beach, a small pile of cells transformed into a swimming fish wagged its tail and swam in solitude in these waters. He looked everywhere within the shallow beach. Looking around I couldn't find any tracks of life. The algae, not to mention the sea slugs, have all died here. 3 years ago, maybe there was life here. And some time ago, the Human Federation did a massive indiscriminate radiation cleanup of unoccupied areas. There was no life here long ago. Countless cellular swimming fish, converging from all directions. It slowly gathered into a human form. It's already been over 10 days. Sure enough, it's just as thought. After all, there is nothing to be found. So it seems that we can only look for other substitutes. After this man silently murmured, he casually grabbed a bottle of toilet cleaner floated up from the sea and flew into his hand, opening the lid and gulping it down. And in this area, there are already hundreds of these bottles floating in the sea. These bottles, Captain Salty paid for them out of his pocket. The money that came was simple. Wallets on divers, valuables, big gold chains and small watches. And just then, in the distant sky, a black dot suddenly flew in and, gradually it grew larger. And finally an inverted triangle appeared on the bow. This is the ship from Tadu City. And the purpose of this one ship is to find Moron. He had found it after all. There were almost no life forms in this area. It could be located by a satellite scan. But no one does this kind of idle nonsense on a regular basis. Mostly, he caught a clue and followed it to here. The ship was seen to land on the surface of the sea, and the hatch was opened. A man dressed in radiation-resistant clothing stepped down the hatch on a metal ladder that popped up automatically. Only one man came down from this bow ship, and he came alone. All he had behind him was an airship, and the inverted triangle marking the city of Tado. He took a step in Moran's direction, and there wasn't a hint of hesitation or fear. Moran saw the man's face and then became particularly interested and reopened a bottle of birdie vodka. Gulp, 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 gulp. The bottle then pointed at the man. Simmer? Why did you come over here to die if you're not hiding inside Tado City waiting to die? Simmer opened his own visor, not afraid of radiation contamination, revealing a weathered face the same face that Moran had when he met him for the first time. Son, I finished my last mission, and you should know about the steel body program. Factories are being erected, and mechanical bodies to replace human flesh are being mass-produced. In 5 months, all of humanity will be reduced to mechanical bodies, whether they want to or refuse to. It's a wave I couldn't stop if I poured my life into it. Ridiculous to the point that the final core technology was provided by the science team I led. Moran smiled faintly and looked at Simmer. The two were no more than 3 meters away at this point. Your congressman, who drunkenly revealed the iron body program to me. How am I supposed to play if you all turn into iron machines? Simmer smiled equally faintly, the corners of his mouth curving up to encompass all emotions. My daughter has also self-terminated. Moran's eyes stared. Why? I didn't make a move. I should have known better. Simmer shook his head. That silly girl. The departure of a lifeless baby has left her depressed. She still couldn't think straight and drank herself to death with a gun that was actually a craft toy I made myself for her birthday. Moran didn't know what to say. This Simmer was no longer the ambitious scientific madman he had first seen. Exhaling a breath, he said, I remember that gun. And she pointed it at me in the first place. I'm curious, how did you find me? Simmer looked at Moran and pulled a large shopping invoice out of the pocket of his radiation suit. All of these invoices, with the clear items written on them, are for toilet bowl cleaners. You bought a lot of this stuff, and I made a digital record of it for you. Of all the toilet bowl cleaners you've purchased, it's now estimated that there should be over 23,000 bottles. Simmer looked at the pile of invoices, smiled, looked up at Moran and continued, Moro Pit, I know it was you. Well done. I even called the mayor of Tijanmore, but they're no use at all. You have to do everything yourself. Ha ha ha. Moran glanced away. Come on you old fox. You've got a lot of weird chips and wiring inside your brain. You're not really here in person. This is just a clone of you. At that time, Simmer looked seriously at Moran and said, You won a game. You lost a game. And now we're tied 1:1. Last game. It's time for us to start, right? Moran stared at Simmer and said word for word, I'm glad you got your act together. Please, I want to see your real body and I'm going to kill you. Simmer's hand tapped a button on his glove, when a projected pattern appeared. After seeing this pattern, Moran's pupils slammed together. It was an animal skin paper text record. The font recorded above was Chinese. Simmer, you recognize the handwriting, right? You said you came from before, and I think you have the soul of a real human inside you. Moron, I figured you'd come looking for me. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. What comes from before? I said it on purpose to confuse you. It's just a shame you never want to show your true colors. Simmer shook his head and smiled, a smile that contained a lot of helplessness. So what? There's a guy waiting for you in Keld. He just got back from the Mars colonization base, and you need to be careful of the weapons on the Mars base. Moran took a deep breath. Who is he? Such a big rowdy guy. Even you are his messenger. People only know him as the president of the Human Federation, while I know him as Raj, as the eldest son of the father of machinery. I'm not sure. It sounds so gripping. Moran shrugged his shoulders. What are you looking for here? I might be able to help you. A cold breath escaped Moran's nostrils. It feels like you're going to die. I've heard that a man's words are good when he's going to die. Are you going to run out? Hang in there. I haven't found you yet. Don't make our game boring, okay? Simmer looked up to the sky and smiled. Funny, I understand you now. Stepping outside the rules to see reality. What are you looking for? I can offer you help. Free of charge. Sea slugs, snails that photosynthesize, don't seem to be available here. With a gentle smile, Simmer said, There is in the Museum of Life in Keld, and the person who wants to see you is waiting for you there as well. Moran came to his senses and said, Very well, you set the rules this time. What are we betting on? Find my main body hiding in Keld. Don't expect me to tell you where it is. And you can kill me yourself if you win. And I'm also asking you to go to Keld. And there are a lot of reasons why you need to go to Keld. You lost. I can't do much with you. Who told me that I have no chips in my hand now? Moran said in disgust. It feels like you're acting like a pussy right now. Don't worry. I'll let you go with some dignity. Chapter 80, Being in the Storm. The city of Tadu drove the two cities of Tijanmore to withdraw from the Human Federation at the same time yesterday. 8:26. And without the consent of the Human Federal Tribunal. For the time being, the president of the Human Federation has indicated that this will not be tolerated, and that if the two major cities are determined to go through with it, then the Human Federation, the Federal Court, and the city of Ked will conduct military operations against the two major cities. Upon hearing the message from the ship's radio, Moran looked back at Simmer, who was sitting next to him piloting the ship, and spoke with an odd expression on his face. What the gripe are you up to? It's only been 10 days since I've read or followed the news. You've just got the humans in a civil war. I'm going to play the hell out of it. You humans are killing each other. Who am I going to kill? Simmer smiled sagely and said, When one lives, there are always a few assholes who don't see eye to eye, right? I'm not comfortable watching that Raj. If he sits as president of the Human League for too long, you can. And I'm afraid that when the time comes, you'll have gotten more people killed than I've ever gotten. Moran said with a silent thumbs up. Ding. You learn from others. If I had known I would have picked him as a host. You grifter. Play aside. I'll gripe your ass off. Little Mosey, you got a heart on. Ha? You even dare to yell at me. Ha. Yuck. Step aside and play. You a gripper. You. you, 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 you. At that time, Simmer added, I was the one who started the secession war 160 years ago. Fighting the war was really enjoyable and helped the advancement of human technology, but it was a pity that I lost. Not bad for an old fox. I appreciate you. I'll be sore when I stab you to death, Moran said as he slapped Simmer on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. How nice if we can be friends. I reckon the war will start in a few days. Which side will you be on then? Simmer had completely changed his disheveled attitude at this point, and even after suffering radiation exposure, he was still in high spirits now. Moran smiled lightly. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're trash. I'm saying everyone is trash. I'm not on anyone's side. I'm not just going against everyone. I have the whole universe to contend with, and I'm much more ambitious than you. Simmel laughed out loud. I love young guys. Just such a drive. Night. Whenever the moon is too bright, it blocks the light of the stars, and a bright moon shines high in the sky. Downtown Keter, Military Conference Center Quadrangle Building, Rooftop Airship Landing. An airship from Tatu City will be here. Moran got off the airship and stood on the rooftop to look around, and couldn't help but feel that the buildings here were really unbelievably grandly repaired. In his ear came a sentence from Simmer. In a moment, you have to bite the bullet that you know Chinese. Remember, it's called Chinese. By the way, he knows where I'm hiding. Your only chance is now. Do you have what it takes to take that chance? Moran sneered. I didn't think it would actually be this fast. The world is unpredictable. You're an old fox with a lot of tricks up your sleeve. If you're not lying to me, then we're about to meet. Simmer smiled sagely and said, the last game. It's going to be a lot of fun. The wave that keeps driving the times. The future of mankind with little hope. A war that will engulf the entire solar system will begin with this game between the two of us. Meanwhile, a couple of staff members came up to them head-on, leading Moran as well as Simmer towards the depths of the Four Corners building. Pust. The sealed metal gate opens. A brown leather coat with an upright back looked out the window. Hey Pupseed. It's you who's going to be looking for me. The man tilted his head back slightly. Are you Moran? You grifter. Who else in the world do you think could impersonate me? Who else dares to impersonate me? Emoluan opened his mouth and directly taunted at this person. It was only after this comment that the man turned his full square face around. It was a stalwart face, as rigid and upright as an iron-blooded soldier. I'm the president of the Human Federation, and I don't ask monsters to treat me with much respect. I've heard you're from the old days, and I'm curious to find out if you have what I'm looking for. Hearing this, Moran's face was heavy and he looked at Raj firmly. Your mechanical father, Li Aigua, is a machine made by our country to serve the people, and the monster standing before you is the true owner of your father's waiting. When these words came out, two of the three people in the room stared at each other. It dawned on Simmer that Moran was keeping a lot of things from him, and Raj had long since trembled with incredulity. You know the country that father mentioned in his last words? You are more complicated than I thought? Who are you really? A long-forgotten stirring appeared in Moran's mood, and in the midst of this unknown world the only thing that still keeps him firmly believing in his true sense of being alive is these words, and the feeling of family and country that he once had. Moran gulped. I am one of the descendants of the Chinese civilization that has been silenced in the ages. I am the only witness who knows of that lamentable history, and I am going to take away the legacy left here by our ancestors. Raj's face was heavy. Huaxia civilization. Huaxia civilization hit his heart like a hammer. In the Raj language, the father of machinery, Li Aigua, together with the Raj, established several words that could not be used, among which was the Chinese civilization. These pressed words have been kept in the Raj language learning book until now, and it is estimated that 99% of the people in the world don't know how to use this word, because the pronunciation of this word is exactly the same as the Chinese civilization pronunciation. And at that moment, Raj heard words that had been mentioned many times in ancient memory. You. With that, Raj turned the tables and looked at Simmer. Very well, it seems you did find the man for me. Stop your nonsense behavior. You can't let Tatu City and Tijiangmer City go to war against the Human Federation. At that point, Moran pointed at Raj's nose. I'd forgotten if you hadn't told me. The key point of this game is you. Take me to the place where Simmer is. At that moment, Raj suddenly laughed maniacally. Moron, it seems you don't know the whole story, do you? Do you know what Simmer is now? I don't care what he is. Right now I'm going to find him and slaughter him. And I'm going to open up his canopy and see just how much is in there. Raj laughed maniacally once more and walked towards the door with his hands on his head, turning back to leave a message. Simmer has no use for him now, so since you want to see it, follow me. The city of Ked, 500 meters underground. Floor after floor of doors were opened, and one by one the elevator turned in a series of twists and turns. In the midst of this maze-like underground environment, at the end of the road, a thick metal iron wall was seen head-on. The old fox deserves to be called an old fox. Just how afraid of death are you to hide here? I guess this is a trap that the two of you have jointly brought down. Don't dream about it. There's no way you can lock me up. Moran shook his head and laughed. Initiating opening command GT25647. Along with Raj's remark, suddenly 4 mechanical guns popped up on the wall, spewing out super hot flames. It slowly cut through the metal walls. When the metal wall collapsed with a loud bang, bringing up a fine dust cloud. Inside, there was only a brain soaked in green goo, a dozen tubes stabbing into the middle of that lonely brain. At that time, an electronic speaker inside blared. Congratulations, kid, you finally found me. Thanks for leading me to me. So that's how. The mystery of everything is solved. No wonder you never found your real physical body and you got yourself lost. Moron, I gave you what you wanted. Now it's time for you to give what I want. Jab. Bang. A brain was brought safely and unharmed out of the glass container by a tentacle, and another tentacle pierced Raj's brain. Immediately after, Simmer's brain was put into it by Moran. The cells make up for this physical body of Raj's, transforming it into a Moran family member, but retaining the conscious body of Simmer. Simmer, it's not over yet. Fight me fair and square. Just use the body of House Moran against the body of House Moran. Moran growled as he looked at Simmer, who was gradually opening his eyes. Chapter 81 Deadly Fight. Simmer's defeat. The world fills with warmth for the first time when the physical body is given a place to belong. All of this, without fail, has struck at the heart of Simmer's mind and soul. At this moment, he felt completely alive. Nearly 200 years of nothingness are over. It is enough to die in the morning and die in the evening. Simmer took a deep breath, his lungs able to breathe in the murky air clearly, and, even though the air has not changed for almost 200 years, in this moment, he gained the freedom to transcend his body and transcend his soul. With a flick of his right arm, Simmer exploded with sharp bone spikes in a flash. Moron, for the sake of this body, even if it's a hopeless battle, I will fight to the best of my ability. Moran did likewise, and the two faced each other with swords. I have inhibited the healing powers of your cells and mine. Therefore, Simmer, I will kill you. Dang! The two bone spikes clashed together, and then all that could be seen was a turn by Simmer and a whip leg sweep to Moran's torso. Knock! It was a collision of flesh and blood, only to see Moran's torso instantly slam into the metal wall behind him. I'm an expert when it comes to fighting, Simmer said as he pointed his sword at Moran. Emoluan's throat was sweet and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Then he stood up from the ground and smiled evilly. Neat fighting. That's the romance of a man. Simmer laughed. The heat is on. The words landed on his lips as Simmer's bone blade retracted and jabbed toward Moran, only to see Moran leap, his whole body hanging upside down from the ceiling. Slashing downward, Simmer jabbed and swung his blade to meet it. Clang! The bone blades clashed together again. Moron, that's all you've got. Looks like the winner is me. After saying that, Simmer bowed both legs and made a beautiful flip on the spot, his right heel kicking directly towards Moran's head, who was hanging upside down on the ceiling. Bang! Moran couldn't dodge in time and was kicked right through the glass container by this strong force and smashed into the ground. By then, green liquid flowed all over the place, and even more of it clung to Moran's body. Ding! Little Mosey is busy fighting. You'll remember to absorb these liquids later. Speechless, Moran grinned as he rose from the ground and sprinted toward Simmer. Bang! Another kick in the ass. He was covered in shards of glass and was bleeding like a hedgehog. Moron, you are so lame when it comes to human fighting techniques. Stand up. Moran stood up slowly, ripping off 2 larger shards of glass from his face and chest. Without the slightest bit of trepidation, he charged towards Simmer. Jabla! Moran's bone blade was still hanging in mid-air, still dozens of centimeters away from Simmer's head, and it had already pierced through his chest. Suddenly, Moran grabbed Simmer's bone blade with his left hand. Hey! Gotcha! Click! Moran cuts off Simmel's right hand, then blasts Simmel's left fist in the face. Simmer lost an arm and took 2 steps back on his legs from the punch. His right bone blade jammed into Moran's chest. Now that you have one hand, you can still beat me? Moran turned his right hand into a fist and charged at Simmel's face again. Seamus grinned and charged with his left fist like a cannonball. Knock! The fists of the two hit each other on the opposite side of the door. Immediately afterward, the two of them, as if they were fighting red-eye, were not talking about any technique, by virtue of a passion to smash each other's faces with their fists alone. Punch after punch, 2 punches after 2 punches, until the fists were bloody and the face was bloody. Moran was blasted blind in one eye, and Simmer had long been blind in both. As Moran threw his final punch, Simmel went down. What an over-the-top showdown. Moran, boy, thank you. Interested in joining our family for something big? Moran sat on his ass, unable to lie down, with a boneblade severed arm still stuck in his chest. Simmer shook his head. No eyes, but now I see a lot. It's time for me to leave, and I'm done with everything that needs to be done. You start a war and don't go preside over the big picture? Moran inquired, touching his blinded eyeball. Simmer laughed, revealing 3 or 4 missing teeth in his mouth. Most of his teeth were broken and swallowed with the blood in his belly. All that is needed to start a war is to provoke a point, like lighting the fuse of a bomb and setting the alarm for the time. It is the beginning of something unstoppable. Moran shook his head and smiled. Yes, very strong. Aren't you afraid this is going to start playing big and screw up the ending? So what? Isn't the development of civilization one adventure after another? Simmer laughed. Simmer then inquired on the occasion of Moran's silence. In the old days of our ancestors, the world was a beautiful place in those days, wasn't it? The air went suddenly quiet and, until Moran said with a smile, yes, very nice. No one suffers from hunger. No one divides their fellow man into 3, 6, 9, or 9 classes. There are no greedy hearts. Nobody destroys the environment for profit. People live together as equals and respect each other. I've never even heard the word war. Simmer took a deep breath. What a wonderful world. A beauty I can't even imagine. I wish I could see it for myself. With a smack of his lips, Moran rose from the ground and said, Simmer, I respect your choice. It's time to be on your way. Do it, child. Find your light in the infinite darkness. Jab. Moran drew the bone blade from his chest and pierced Simmer's head, leaving a message. Farewell. With that, the injuries on his chest as well as all over his body instantly recovered completely. Moran spread out his cellular tentacles, absorbing all the green sticky liquid like a plant's rhizome. Ding! Good stuff. There's a bacteria in here that secretes a substance that can slow down cellular aging and repair cellular damage. It's like a super nurse. It's not like I'm going to get old. I can repair my injuries on my own. Grizzly, that's something you can use on the monsters you create later. By the way, how about using this liquid to grow Mad Dog 2 germs now? Ha. Save it for now, until we get into the Keter Biochemical Museum to get the sea snail. At that time, a projection appeared here. Humph. Nice fight, moron, or the humans who came before the ages. I need you to teach me all of Chinese, and I'll give you anything you want. Moran looked back at the projection and said, Raj, not bad for you. I guess you're even more difficult to find than Simmer, aren't you? I like a fair deal. I can give you the city of Keld for a mere need for you to teach a language. Pretty good offer, right? Moran rubbed his newly grown eyes and snapped the boogers off. Then said, I'm a man who seeks simple things. I've recently gotten hooked on biology, and I've heard that the Museum of Biology in Keter is great. So, I'll give you all of Keter, and Mayor Keter, even if he's not happy with me. But he's ultimately just a small man. What's a museum of life in the district? Would you be interested in becoming mayor of Keld? Then take me there first. Chapter 82 Protests in Kedah. Late night, outside the Museum of Life in Keds. Even if it was late at night at the moment, it didn't affect the crowd outside. These people, naturally, could not have lined up to visit the Museum of Life at night, guilty of loving science so much. On the contrary, these people out there are staging a protest. Protests are being held throughout the city of Ked. The protest group was marching, and demonstrations were being held all the way from the city hall as well as at several landmarks. The whole thing was very lively, just like New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve is sure to have people setting off firecrackers, and the riot squad's tear gas, high-pressure water cannons, and electric batons will surely greet them together. The entire city of Ked, every corner of it, is engaged in such activities. Citizens are protesting that the city of Kedzi is on the wrong side of the fence. The cities of Tijiangmer and Tata should be joined together to fight against the oppression of the Human Federation. After all, there are excess taxes to be paid every month that, on the one hand, we must support the municipal government. On the one hand, they have to support the Human Federation, which does nothing. It's like keeping a bunch of losers, and the losers you keep sometimes give everyone a hard time. And, the Human Federation was also an organization that was suddenly created 160 years ago. According to the literature, the Human Federation ended the War of Secession and won big. Reconnecting humanity is subdivided into 3 main cities, but after all, no one cares what the Human Federation ever did to contribute. People only care if they spend their money where it counts, even if it's used to support the current smash hit Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs. Don't want to support the Commonwealth of Man either. Funny how the world works that way. At this moment, an airship descended at the entrance to the gate of this place, taking the 3D projector with the help of a nearby machine attendant. A 3D cast 1 man appeared, with a young man in tow, making a beeline for the entrance to the Museum of Life gate. Raj, Is your city always this busy? The young man said as he looked ahead at the noisy crowd wearing sunglasses on a big night. The 3D projected man is none other than Raj. Fong Moran slaughtered him and went for a game of borrowed body. But there was nothing for him to be angry about. A body was just a body that could be swapped at a whim. It's like changing your panties and underwear and sanitary napkins, and it changes more than once a month. The maximum life expectancy of a clone is no more than 7 days. He, like Simmer, had to be ready for clone replacement from time to time. It's normal to change shells randomly when you're not comfortable. Facing the question posed by Moran, Raj said with a faint smile, "These are just unimportant citizens. Something to make a fuss about. Let them have their way. What impact can shouting meanly have?" As soon as Raj's words were out of his mouth, outside the door of the museum, the crowd on the street walked suddenly. A man with a loudspeaker shouts, "The president of the Human Federation is stepping down. We don't need the Human Federation. The Human Federation is trash." At these words, this one, who had shouted most fiercely, he was served on the spot by a soft riot bullet from the bomb squad. Taking the shot, the man wilted in the crowd and crouched down, covering his chest. But the shot, which apparently roused the public's ire, citizens began to make physical contact with the rioters. Moran pushed up his sunglasses. "How do you get along as president of the Human Federation? If you can't make it, don't make it. You might as well get a horse, right? Humph. What do people like you know? In the face of absolute interest and right direction, all public opinion, all resistance, is but a speck of dust that stops the gears of the machine from running." That said, Moran was not happy on the spot and yelled at the crowd 50 meters in front of him by pulling his neck. "The president of the Human Federation is here." When this statement was made, it was like lighting the fuse of a bomb. The citizens became even more frantic and rushed towards the location of this airship. Now, even the more than 200 rioters at the scene can't do anything about them. "We can't shoot anyone. If someone gets killed, Mayor Kurd won't let them go." Most of all, it made this group of riot officers angry in their hearts. The Human Federation went wrong, and they had to wipe their asses with the people of Keld. Dog president stepped down. "We don't need you." The Human Federation, which has never done anything to contribute to the people. Some time ago, the Human Federation went on a massive ecological cleanup because of the Moran family's monsters, leading to the extinction of many creatures. The Human Federation should just step down, with a cry as well as a spit. Originally 50 meters away, the populace forced its way to less than 20 meters away. This was only stopped by the plasma fence that rose up outside the museum gates ahead. Moran snickered at this. "It turns out that the two of us have long had a meeting, and my little brothers were taken care of thanks to you during that time. Without this fence, I suspect the gang might tear this museum down." After saying that, Moran looked back at the huge Museum of Life behind him. It was a structure even grander than a pyramid, and the whole could be seen as a square hundreds of meters high. After all, the symbol of the city of Ked is the square, and the square held in the hands of the father of mechanics, Patricia Lee, symbolizes life. That's why the architectural style here is, for the most part, square-based. And, of course, it's just a sign of the cities of Tadu and Taijangmer. 2. Do not build their cities in triangles as well as circles. It's time to go. I won't go back on my word. I'm always honest as a person. This museum contains all the life found in the world, as well as all bacterial viruses. I know you're a guy who must have more than just a hobby biology, so just say what you want. The corner of Moran's mouth picked up, came to a crooked-lipped Dragon King smile, and said, "Worthy of being Raj, a big brother is a big brother." Very direct in speech, open to the point very well. Raj mused, "I don't like people who beat around the bush, and I've spent centuries proving that beating around the bush is just a waste of time. All I want is Chinese. You teach me, and I'll give you what you want in reasonable exchange, and it's a deal you can offer a higher price for." Very good. Very brash. People who make it big are never modest. Moran gave a thumbs up. Eventually Moran and the mechanical servant next to him, as well as Raj's projection, entered inside the Museum of Life. Once inside you realize what the future world can be magically like. Elephants with 4 tusks mutated into rhinoceroses with thick hair on their bodies. Lions with black and white fur. All sorts of bizarre creatures held within a false ecosystem that, and among them, there were quite a few management robots flying through the sky. It's late at night outside, but the sky here is still blue. In other words, like being on the Kenyan savannah. This is a grassland environment, along with a variety of other ecological structures. What is the species you are looking for? Raj's 3D projection said flatly. Moran grinned. Raj grimaced. Everyone has their secrets. I don't care what you use them for, and I don't have to care what you use them for. A seaweed-eating thing called a sea slug, a species you discovered 3 years ago. At that time, Raj whistled and a management droid flew over. Take him to one of those things called sea slugs. Moran, I'll wait here for you. Chapter 83, Acquiring the Sea Slug Gene. Some of them are already dead, but he's still alive. Like this one with a projection panel hanging from the glass. A line of handwriting is recorded which reads, "The team of the scientific expedition Simmer discovered this amazing creature on 554. Moran stood on a hovercraft iron plate, followed by a management bot, one after the other. These various ecopods were walked through. Most of these ecological spaces were found by a scientific team called Simmer. The true identity of Simmer, too, is now coming to light. And the Simmer represents not someone's name, but an identity, a spiritual symbol. Over 200 years ago, mankind produced a remarkable scientist. The name is Simmer, and he has contributed to science to a great extent, but provoked the War of Secession, and it is believed that he died on the battlefield of secession. Therefore, people are honoring his memory, giving this name to the man who has done the most scientifically significant research on mankind. Time has changed and there have been many Simmers, but in reality, every Simmer is himself, truly a vestigial god. Names like Simmer have also become a symbol, and scientific teams of significance to mankind have been given the reputation of Simmer. Same thing as the Nobel, except the award is named directly. While drifting past one rare animal ecobin after another, one finally arrives at the location where the sea slugs are located. This place, nearly 200 meters above the ground, and the neighborhood, with its countless glass containers neatly arranged like a beehive of. The species housed here are small species that live in saltwater. Moran peered into the glass container in front of him. A dozen sea slugs bathed in artificial sunlight. These sea slugs, white with a greenish tinge, are the size of 2 fingers long and wide, swimming lazily in the ocean water, living a leisurely life of sunbathing, eating seaweed and living off the grid. Open this jar and I'll taste if this stuff tastes good, Moran said, pointing to the glass container in front of him. The mechanical management staff hovering nearby replied, "I'm sorry sir, this is a protected species and the culture containers are not open to the public for viewing only." Is that even remotely true when Moran hears it? Also protecting species, not placed within themselves to protect the genetic structure, in case an atomic bomb falls here someday. A nest of them all. Then when the time comes, protection my ass. Open up. It's a meet and greet gift from your boss. The machine managers still had the same cold attitude as before. "Excuse me, sir." At that time Moran backhanded the robot's head. "Are you hitting it or not?" The machine manager was silent for a moment, but still answered firmly, "Sir, you are employing threats against me, which is vandalism of public property. Click here." Moran's fingers grew progressively harder, and fingerprints were already appearing on the robot's face. "Sir, I'm just a robot. Even if you use threatening attacks on me, I'm not afraid." Moran gave the robot a friendly smile at the sound of it, before backhanding the glass surface. "Knock. My hands were numb, but I couldn't help the glass. Sir, this is extremely strong force glass. Most materials are not as strong as this glass," the machine management staff said with some complacency. A robot is capable of having a smug tone of voice, so this is really anti-common sense. Moran didn't care about that, and had a bigger idea in mind that, if you can harness this glass, won't it be invulnerable to knives and guns in the future? "This glass, why aren't you using it on a military technical level?" The robot replied, "This glass is too strong to change the physical structure and is not applicable to other fields. What comes from the factory is what comes from the factory. It can only stay flat, and there's a time limit on the lifespan. Over 300 days or so it will automatically fall apart and need to be replaced." Once again, Moran pressed his right hand against the robot's brain. "Open up or I'll kill you. I'm a robot. I'm not afraid to die." Molan frowned, and without even bringing thought to it, he backhanded and stabbed the energy electrical box next to him, pulling out the wires and stabbing them smoothly at the robot. Even the robots are crossing the thunderbolt with him. It didn't stop until the robot's electronic chips were smoking and shorting out, and Moran had burned an exploding head. "Now will you hit it or not?" Restarting the program. "Hello, Museum of Life Management Machine Worker 9527 is pleased to be at your service. Open this glass container." "Yes." The robot, with its electronic chip short-circuited, floated over to the glass container and tapped the next inconspicuous button as you go. "Just see." The level drops, the glass follows, and the container opens up an opening. Ding! Ha ha ha. 0 IQ little mosey. The brainless eunuch MO. Ha ha ha. Molan was in no mood to pay attention to the system, then reached into it and, without saying a word, a dozen or so instantly punctured the sea slugs inside. Before he could feel the pain, before he could even react, he was swallowed clean. Only a couple small ones were left in there. Okay, The stuff is already here. I'll just synthesize the genes and it'll be okay. Ha 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 ha. On the way back, Moran had already had heavenly ideas about the place. This is not only animals, plants, but many bacterial viruses are also in the culture containers. It's like a natural gene pool. To others, it's a museum, a place to visit and see life. But in Moran's eyes, this was the strengthening of the flesh factory. It's bound to be a matter of placing a person here with nothing to do with genetics. It wasn't long before we were back at the entrance, which was still a vast expanse of man-made grassland. Raj and his machine servant had been waiting in place for quite some time. This is a really nice place. I plan on coming back often. Moran waved and smiled, only to see Moran floating next to Raj with his feet on the hovering flying iron plate. I gave you what I promised you, and it's time to fulfill what you promised me, isn't it? Of course. I'm a man who never goes back on his word, Molan assured with a beat of his chest. Very well. Do you recognize this handwriting? Raj's words landed on the ground, and at once a piece of bestiary literature was ejected. The very same one that Simmer showed Moran. Only, what was recorded on this animal skin literature was all chicken scratch. For example, how many kids hatched today? How many people starved to death? What are you going to do tomorrow or something? The father of the machine, Patricia Lee, can even keep a diary. Raj, are these the last words the father of machinery left for you? Moran inquired curiously. Raj sneered. You sure can read all this. It was just written down randomly by father in the first place. I don't know what it means, but obviously it doesn't do much. And how could I possibly give you the actual suicide note record? Molan, full of disinterest in this, said seriously. Then you'll start studying now. Baka Yalu. It means hello. 8 ballasts? Wrong tone of voice. Hello? You should say chi. Baka Yalu. 8 ballast is hello? Baka Yalu. Chapter 84 Large bottles of water. When Moran opened his eyes, he found himself in a very strange state. There were a couple of burning cigarettes in front of him, and there was a plate of fruit pastries and 3 bottles of toilet cleaner presented in a zigzag shape neatly arranged. And one sits on a raised platform as if one is 4 to 5 meters above the ground. The more it feels, the more wrong it is. A mental body somewhere between solid and illusory flies out for a view. Moran was barely out of breath. One lives well and ends up being offered on the altar. Exasperated, Moran picked up a bottle of toilet cleaner on the spot and gulped it down, then shouted from the altar. Wulong? Phoenix, which one of you screwed up? Meanwhile, far away in the Museum of Life in Ked, inside the room that no one but the curator can enter, Moran left a body here. Again a member of the Moran family with consciousness. There is also a 3D projection of Raj in front of him being vain. Curator Moran held a piece of paper in his hand, on which was written, The Great Straw Man. Listen up. Don't know those 3 words read you know. Yeah. No? That's right. Those 3 words are pronounced you know, meaning no idea. Raj nodded, writing large strokes in the air as an afterthought. According to the meaning of the word, then the word is, no, pronounced you right? Clever. You're too clever for your own good. Come on, connect the dots and read it to me quickly. Linen drop. That's good. Progressing at a rapid pace. Read after me again. Yeah no. Yeah no. Smart smart smart. Come on, let's learn the next word. It wouldn't have been in normal teaching anyway. The big straw man is pronounced you know, which translates to mean I don't know. And on the other side of the world, in Tadu City, as soon as Moran returned to his luxurious villa, though it was from Targia, but he's upset right now, and being offered up on the altar doesn't sit well with anyone. What's that supposed to mean? It took half a day of shouting to see Phoenix come out of the room. Boss, you're finally back. Where's Wulong? Why am I up here? What the hell are you guys up to? As Moran finished speaking, the bottle of toilet cleaner in his hand gently smashed against the iron plate of the altar of the god, expressing his anger. It's okay to be offered on the altar, but the boards used for this altar are not even wooden boards. What is this altar of God called when metal iron plates are used? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Moran simply jumped off the altar board and turned around to look at. Behind it hangs a large inscription on the altar. The Raj words on it read, Boss Moran fluffs and the Moran family rises. Saw the crooked words and a couple of them were misspelled. Moran knew that the person who did this kind of thing was, in all likelihood, Crouching Dragon. At that time, Phoenix yawned and said, the world is going to be at war in a while. Does the boss have any ideas? This stuff is Wolverine's doing. I can't stop her. She's got nothing better to do than to put you on a cigarette. Moran's eyes went wide. The smoke is still lit, so it must not have gotten far. Where did Wulong run off to? These days Wulong has turned into a big celebrity. And Targia also sheds money, and has just gone out to open a new product conference. Phoenix finished scratching his head. By now the white hair on his head had been pulled down to just below his eyebrows. It looks like it's overstudied and become a little lethargic and haggard. Even Molan wasn't sure how much knowledge Phoenix had in her head, not daring to engage in knowledge sharing with Phoenix. I'm afraid that if I can't fit my brain in, I'll become obsessed. It's like an elementary school student suddenly being lectured to about high school students. Definitely half understood and incomprehensible. Why bother to understand the knowledge when you can't even understand it? The duo then stayed by the TV. The midday news begins. Today, August 26th, the mayor of Tadu, Simmer, has been certified to have died a horrible death in the city of Ked. The people of the city of Tadu have expressed strong anger in their hearts about this. And beginning on September 1st, the city of Tadu will fully deport members of the Human Federation organization within the city, as well as within the 26 affiliated cities. Upon hearing this news, Moran applauded. An old fox is an old fox, and he can still keep his hand in again even after death. Immediately afterward, the host read up the next news item. The sales of Longfeng Sanquan have reached another record high and have already achieved extremely high sales in Tata City as well as Tijiangmer City. And Tale has already proved to us, by his practical actions, his high moral character as a businessman. A quarter of Tatu City's military spending is supported by Targia and all his business resources. Now we link to the launch of the 3 springs of the Dragon in Phoenix. The scene changes. The launch site of Longfeng Mountain Spring was crowded with people, gongs and drums, and guns. That's right. The opening act of this launch was the firing of the cannon and the firing of the gun. Because the Dragon in Phoenix 3 Springs had gained the support of the army, 50 fighters lined up in the herringbone of a goose, flying above the sea of people in the plaza's open space. The tail of the plane pulled purple smoke to set the mood. Steel guns and iron cannons were set up on either side of the high platform. On top of the high stage, Tale was on stage addressing all the loyal fans below. Today, we bring you the 5th new flavor from Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs, and it's called Imp Virus flavor. When these words came out, the crowd of nearly 100,000 people on the lower side of the stage cheered. Even more exaggerated was the fact that Tale retreated back to the high platform. The atmosphere was instantly ignited. It was supposed to be a concert in broad daylight. The key to these facilities is that they're really extraordinary. The 3D projection effect rises up in the scene like a roaring fire from hell, and a huge flame erupted from the high platform. And when the flame dissipated and went away, a beautiful figure appeared from the flame. At this moment, everyone on the stage shouted in unison amongst the projections of burning flames, "Crouching dragon! Crouching dragon! Crouching dragon!" The whole scene was more energized than a cocktail. Besides, the beautiful figure that appeared on top of the high platform was, needless to say, Wulong, dressed in a hot red flaming suit. The purple ponytail behind her had trailed down to her waist. Her left leg was in black silk, her right leg was pulling on a fishing net, and her pink thong was tied in her hair as a hair tie. Seeing this kind of dress, Moran spat out the birdie vodka he had swallowed in his mouth on the spot. Holy, I've only been gone for how long and you guys are too good at this? It's all started with concerts, Molan said as he looked at Phoenix Child in shock. Phoenix's finger pushed up her glasses. I designed these and I taught her rap. She's going to perform a rap this time. The name of the song is called, Big Bottle of Water. With that, among the projection screen, with familiar music playing, Wulong holds a bottle of Dragon Phoenix 3 Springs mineral water as a microphone, followed by a dance style that resembles the dancing of a great god, singing a brand new rap. Look at this bottle. It's long and round, and look at the water in it. It's clear and bright. This big bottle of water, it's not expensive. Don't talk yet. Drinking water won't get you drunk. Drink this water and everyone shuffles inside hell. The audience on stage then sang along. Look at this bottle. It's long and round, and look at the water in it. It's clear and bright. The Morlocks all looked niggardly and silently gave a thumbs up saying, Fluff. Chapter 85, Brothers, let's get to work. Moran sat alone on the balcony, reflecting on the various events of the past few days. If you don't think about it, there's a whole lot of things waiting for you to do. Keld, the last words left behind by the father of machinery, Li Igwa, may hold the last hope for civilization. That old fox, Raj, had become so sophisticated, and with the recent start of deteriorating relations, it was all starting to look bad to fool around these days. Naturally, you don't just hand it over. That's one. Simmer's death kind of ended things, but again, his death started the era of civil war for humanity. Obviously, Simmer had anticipated all of this. Today is September 1st, and the city of Tadu, along with the city of Tijiangmer, has begun a war with the Human Federation. Human wars, and naturally, Moran couldn't just stand around and wait for them to be done fighting. It would be too much of a stretch not to throw a little oil on this blazing fire. That's two. According to Simmer's sources, the steel body program will be completely finished in 5 months. So that means it's possible that this war was just the trigger for the human cutback program. After all, with a population of up to several billion people, it is impossible to replace them all at once, and there's no word in the world about the Iron Man program. That is to say, there are probably only a few 100 million mechanical bodies that could be available for humans to replace their flesh. War is a catalyst for human progress, and there is no way that Simmer is going to go on this civil war campaign just because of a temper tantrum, even though he is dead. Simmer is dominating the ultimate direction of the world. It's clear from here that Raj is too much inferior to Simmer. This is the third, the Mad Dog 1 virus, which has gained excellent spread in the 3 springs of the dragon in Phoenix, currently infects nearly 1% of the world's population. It's not a small number, and that 1% could be raised to 10% in an instant if Moran wanted it to be, because people are contagious. 1/10 of the population lives and dies dominantly in the Sumeru. This chip, at any time, can threaten all of humanity. This is the fourth. By then, Moran looked to his left hand, which already had a little green speck on it that, normal photosynthesis takes place in the sun, bringing a level of nutrients within the carapace. This ability is so critical, and capable of feeding most of the Moran family. So that by the time the war is in full swing, there will be no mass starvation. This is the fifth. Being able to absorb inorganic elements and take up plant cells means it's time to cultivate a new killer app. On the one hand, it's important to cultivate cold and flu germs to take advantage of the fall flu season, which can boost sales of LWF. On the one hand, the Mad Dog 2 virus was also completed at the urging of the system. A small pile of black dots appeared in Moran's right hand, which was the Mad Dog 2 virus pathogen. Mad Dog 2 is very unusual in that it's a germ modified into a virus that exists. It's literally the cross-species equivalent of manufacturing, to put it bluntly, planting potatoes to grow groundnuts. The lethal effects of the Mad Dog 2 virus abilities are so intense that the infection is no less potent than even Moran's cancer. The lethality is extremely high, coupled with the effects of the Mad Dog 1 gene. Mad Dog 2 is capable of infecting a human's brain, causing it to act crazily and keep attacking its own kind like a zombie. Mad Dog 2 is a virus that was transformed from a germ that could initially provide good results to living things into a virus with top-notch lethal effects. The effects are too erratic to try lightly. This is its sixth. On the other hand, fall means the harvest season. And if this is the time to go and infect food and cause widespread famine, then it would be the perfect move to kill. But this is a trick that can't be used this year, because humans have to fight, and they can't fight without food. But that doesn't mean that viral pathogens that infect plants can't be cultured. This is its seventh. Creating a germ virus doesn't consume many evolution points or mutation points, but creating biochemical monsters is different. Creating a biochemical monster is the equivalent of creating a whole new life. Not only do we need the genetic origin of the modifier, but we also need a large number of evolution points and mutation points to support the evolutionary mutation, enabling it to be a formidable fighting force and still not affecting the presence of the Moran family members. It's simple to see that Moran can't be changing his body cells for crisis situations all the time. If you want to play with discharge, have an electric eel gene segment that. If you want to play Spider-Man, here's another spider gene segment. Then over time, Moran cancer cells will undergo uncontrollable genetic changes. You can play yourself to death if you don't get it right. At this time, it is natural to create other external forces that individually strengthen a particular aspect. If you're not happy with a city, create a monster like Godzilla to attack it. Creating minions to fight is much more comfortable than fighting yourself. Also, all creatures created, germs and viruses have a part of Moran in them. The source of life had become one with Moran. All the germs and viruses and biochemical monsters are in Moran's mind's eye. The only drawback, biochemical monsters do not allow for consciousness transfer. It's not really a drawback. You can't be too greedy to be a monster. This is its 8. On a final note, the six-eyed heartthrob was found by a human. The reason Six Eyes has become Moran's confidant. The main thing is that Six Eyes' personality is a lot like Moran's. Almost like a mold. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is like a twin brother. Once of 21 family cadre members, each one carries a part of Moran's consciousness. Only Six Eyes was the most loved by Moran, and Moran gave Six Eyes the highest authority. Crouching Dragon Phoenix and Moran are the equivalent of monarchs and ministers, and monarchs and ministers have been different from each other since ancient times. Then Six Eyes and Moran are the equivalent of brothers. Six Eyes reigns alone in the forest. It is possible to develop the Moran family as you wish without having to worry about Moran's wishes. If a second chair truly exists in the Moran family, then it is a chair that is not Six Eyes. In the middle of a bunch of things weighing on Moran, something suddenly happened to Six Eyes. On August 28th, the Human Federation, in a good-natured attempt to clean up the Moran family, was forced stationing in the starting nature reserve in Tadu City. They say they're cleaning up the Moran family, but in reality they're just trying to build a military base to fight against the city of Tadu, in a forest preserve. Because of this, Moran also talked to Raj, but in the end the conversation resulted in no agreement between the two sides. In the face of real war, no one is willing to give in. There's no such thing as a concession in war. Like playing chess against an opponent of equal strength, missing a move and letting the other player have a penny would mean losing the game. Tadu City and Submitter City teamed up to take on the Human Federation, the Tribunal, and the city of Ked, which was sandwiched between the two. The storm that swept the world, fueled by the dead Simmer, he left the world, a huge mess, and where the world could end up, what could become of it, no one knows. Phoenix, do you have your things with you? A voice came from the living room. Answer boss, maps, transportation, drone scouts, electronic binoculars, and I hacked a satellite. The situation is in tight hands. Crouching Dragon, do you have your stuff? No problem boss, I took a month off. Chips, cards, video games, board games, peanuts and melons birdie vodka at the ready. Moran got up and turned his back on the two, looked into the distant sky and said, brothers, get to work. Chapter 86 Scarlet Forest. First time here. The war brought meritocracy and egregious horrors. September 1st, mid-afternoon. Located in the region of the city of Tadu, inside the starting forest near the Arctic Circle. Worldwide, this forest is almost the best preserved. To be able to be called the starting forest and to be given a top-level pristine nature reserve has its own value. It has been inferred that the father of machinery, Li Aigua, took people step by step from here to reproduce. But that's about it. The place where man eventually built his first city was on the African continent. Kada. Time has changed and the climate here has warmed up. Most of the ice in the Arctic Circle melted, opening up this continent to the world. And at this point, even the forbidden land that no one had set foot in for years was finally flooded with war. A massacre was being staged below the leaves of the giant wood forest. Bang! A gunshot. The elk that was munching on the weeds fell into a pool of blood. The bullet flew out of the muzzle of the gun, smoking a little. Electromagnetic firearms are held in the hands of a soldier in black armor. He then released his steel index finger from the trigger and turned his head to his partner next to him. I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Telling us to come here and exterminate the wildlife? Why go to all this trouble when you can just radiate bombs all over the terrain to clear it? The armored soldier standing beside him popped up his helmet and a cloud of smoke rose up along his helmet. With his right hand, he took the cigar out of his mouth and flicked the ashes. With teasing, he said, we'll do whatever we're told to do from above. Who doesn't know there's a war coming? Military bases were erected in the name of cleaning up the Moran family. And in the end, people died and were injured. The ones who become cannon fodder are still those of us who eat with guns? At the words, the man who had fired the shot smiled bitterly. A message was then received and a projected photo popped up at the wrist. The photo features a woman holding a baby. The photo was accompanied by a message that read, the first thing my son called was mommy. You lost the bet. The soldier slung the firearm in his hand behind his back and said to the projection screen, I'll be back with you guys when it's all over. Just wait for me. Suddenly, the projection showed a failure to send. No signal. Strange. It was fine just now. Why is there suddenly no signal? After the soldier finished speaking, he kept moving his arms, trying to find the signal. Haven't you ever seen a movie? Those who send messages to their families during a war are usually the first to die first. Another soldier said as he took a puff on his cigar. A movie is a movie, after all. And how can it be such a coincidence that something happens when you send a message to your family? Besides, with the sudden lack of signal, there's no message that can't be sent. The soldier who fired the shot said as he took the projection screen back into his wrist. What if that's it? Are there fewer cases of movies being based on real people? If you die then, you'll have to drag me into it. After saying this, the soldier stomped the cigar in his mouth on the ground, where it was rubbed between the dead leaves by the feet of steel and then extinguished. Hey, that deer seems to be moving. At that moment, the two men looked in unison in the direction where the road elk had fallen. At first glance, and true to form, the moose slowly rose from the ground. Ha ha, we both hit the jackpot. That's quite a Moran family member. You set up the guns. I'll get the radiation weapons ready. With that, the soldier was seen removing the radiation gun from his back and aiming it forward again. Be careful. The Morons are extremely aggressive, but once they take the shot from me they'll be fine. Then, one man with an EM gun and one man pointing a radiation gun walked towards the elk by the giant tree. And the elk that had been shot earlier had healed from its wounds and stood at the edge of the tree, watching with wide eyes as the duo walked towards it. Aren't the Morons smart? How come this deer won't run? What if it's a stupid elk? Don't tease. The silly elk has long been extinct inside its natural environment. This is a moose. I even went to see the silly elk inside the Museum of Life last month. Just as the two were fighting, the elk standing in front of them suddenly spoke human language. Are you guys still fighting? Boss Moron is getting tired of waiting. The fact that an animal can speak human language is clearly a sign that it has become an animal. It doesn't matter if you're a sperm or not. Boss Moran? These two soldiers had certainly heard of Moran. The duo first looked at each other in all directions, then jerked back to see three men standing behind them. All three were carrying huge backpacks, and there was a small silent hovercraft floating next to them. You're Wolverine, little beauty? Boss, he actually recognized me first and not you. Crouching Dragon was shocked. Her backpack was the largest. After all, it was equipped with full dry goods. Who asked you to be our mascot? It's only natural that they recognize you. Now you're more famous than even Boss Me. Happy? Wolon laughed cheekily. Happy? Everyday people who aren't afraid of death seek me out for private meetings. It's killing me. Molan smiled faintly and looked at the two soldiers in front of him. What future is there in hanging out with the Human Federation? That Raj guy is just lame. How about hanging out with me? The duo obviously didn't appreciate it at all. A radiation grab and an electromagnetic bullet gun were raised and aimed at Moran in a gesture to shoot. Suddenly, the two men's fingers couldn't pull the trigger no matter what, as if they were tightly gripped by a large hand and couldn't make any effort. An even weirder scene appeared as two men aimed their guns at their companions as if they were being pulled alive. Moran wiped the sweat off his forehead. Using his willpower to arm wrestle with the mechanical power of the armor was almost too much to handle. I'm going to count to 3, 2, 1. Feel each other. Electromagnetic bullets. Radiation death rays. Who really hurts the most when you hit them? You guys come and say how it feels, huh? Okay. Start aiming for each other's chests. The soldier with the electromagnetic weapon in hand shouted. Monster! Do you take our lives for granted? Stop it. You sick monster. Molan smiled crookedly. Sarcasm in his smile. You guys were treating the lives of our family members like child's play just now. What? You're not happy now that you empathize? Stop. I don't want to die yet. It's not fair. The world is not supposed to be fair. Get used to it, you. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Zigzag. Electromagnetic bullets pierced through the armor, causing the man's torso to explode inside the armor. And from the outside, it looked like the armor on his chest had, at best, been punched out with a finger-sized eye. But the inside has long been bloody, and all the internal organs have been shattered. The man walked away quite quickly, and after a shout the man was gone, and woe betide the one who suffered from a radiation weapon. The super-strong radiation from the radiation gun instantly penetrated his armor protection. He was the first to feel a metallic rusty taste coming from his tongue, and finally collapsed limply to the floor. Moran looked at the fallen body on the ground and said, What does it feel like? I am so upset. Moran sighed. People are supposed to die eventually. It's just that it's normal for some people to live for hundreds of years while others are gone at birth. Chapter 87, The Scarlet Forest. I'll show you something good. Boss, you're finally here. Now. Moran shook his hand, signaling the elk in front of him that he didn't need to say anything. I pretty much know what's going on here. Let's go and save Six Eyes. Somewhere in the Forest of Beginnings, outside a cave, ancient trees that could have covered the sky are falling to the roar of the engines of large logging machines. The forest was as if a large piece of skin had been ripped off by an open space is gradually emerging, and in the middle of the clearing, all kinds of military weapons are coming here from far away. Like mosquitoes flying from the sky, they bypassed the city of Tadu from the direction of the North Pole and copied the back door of the place. War robots tens of meters tall came across the sea, trampling everything. Nearly 100 fighters were neatly parked on the newly constructed flying platform. An uncountable number of working robots, like termites, tirelessly built everything here. A military base that is rising from the ground in a weld of steel and sparks. The reason why it was chosen to be outside of this cave was because one of the members of the Moron family's cadre resided inside the cave. The Human Federation has blocked all exits from this cave, and in that name has forced a military base to be built here. The American name is House Moron Monster Cleaning Up the Battlefield. The passers-by know what's in their hearts, and this isn't even about dealing with the Molan family on the surface and the city of Tadu behind their backs anymore. That's picking a fight with the city of Tado. It's natural for Tadu City not to let up when it comes to Tadu. In the middle of this brand new military base, the southwest bit of the camp, there was a makeshift command room. The Major General of the Commonwealth of Man is personally conducting this event, and at that moment, like a soldier obeying an officer's admonition, he, with his head bowed in silence, and in front of him stood a 3D projection. I have received word that the first round of Tadu City troops will be arriving here tonight, at which point you may have your first round encounter. The Major General took a deep breath and lifted his head up a bit and said, Our frontal combat forces have not yet arrived here. Mr. President, Do you really intend to start a war with Tatu City here as a first base? The president of the Federation, who was naturally Raj, looked back at the officer with some contempt in his eyes. This major general was promoted last month, and his overall personal military capabilities are not bad, but anyone is a child in Raj's eyes. Raj said thoughtfully, the Forest of Beginnings. This forest is so big that it spans almost half the size of the planet. So big that at one time our ancestors were lost here and nearly became extinct here. And I don't like this place. Hearing this, the Major General said with some surprise, Mr. President, our ancestors, did they really come from this place? Yeah, no. That's another language that doesn't know what it means. And I don't know anything about that. Also, don't you think you're asking too many questions? Raj looked at the Major General and spoke flatly. The Major General's tiger's body shook, and he thought to himself, surely the President of the Federation is unpredictable, and actually knows a foreign language? Not daring to say more, the Major General bowed and withdrew from the room to get ready to face the war. Inside the shadowy cave, Six Eyes still maintained the same appearance as in the beginning. Sitting on a boulder, the heart seems to be burning like fire, anxious, looking at the thousands of animal brethren in the cave, and now, like a turtle in a jar. At that time, Six Eyes suddenly stood up from the stone, lowered his head towards a gray wolf and said, Boss, I failed you. Only this gray wolf spoke. Can't you escape from here? This place is cut off by the radiation network. You can't even make a hole to get out. I really can't imagine. What do these people want? Six Eyes said helplessly. War. They've been premeditating this for a long time. And now our family is just an excuse to use the war to change the landscape of this world again. Grey Wolf said decisively. Reshuffle? Six Eyes seemed to understand something. That's right. There can't always be someone who can be a banker. And the army of Tatu City will be here for the first eviction war. Sure enough, peace is all an illusion. And in less than a month's work, the war has actually started for good. Six Eyes mused. Boss, what should we do then? Do nothing, and the Human Federation won't really wipe you all out. After this gray wolf finished speaking, it rechanged its earlier appearance. The night is coming. Everything is moving the world according to the whims of their respective powers. A storm that no one can stop is about to sweep the world. Somewhere in an open field near a Human Federation military base. Pair of threes. 2-2. No more king bombing? Crouching Dragon shook his head. King Fry wasn't at my house. At that time, Phoenix flipped out 2 trump cards and said, Boss, the king bomb is at my house. Moran grinned. Good. What are your plans? Phoenix said as she looked at the projection in her hand. Satellite location maps show that the military forces from Tatu City are on fire to this location and will arrive in half an hour. The city of Tijiangmer has detached a wave of 300 stealth bomber air units to rush here, presumably to bombard the Human Federation military base with destruction. Oh, Phoenix has really hacked a satellite. Awesome. Then how do you plan to mess it up? Phoenix Child looked at the various positioning dots on the screen and hit the king bomb and said, Thanks for the compliment, boss. Still mixing in with the other side and taking the enemy general's head, so that the scale of the war is maximized, and we sit back and reap the benefits. Moran nodded, then leaned back to look at the leaf-covered sky. It's good to fight. Weakening the humans means our family becomes stronger. Tinkles. Get ed up. Kill people. Kill people. Evolution points. Evolution points. Special rewards. Awesome. Oh, yeah. You're excited my ass. What are we doing with evolution points when humans are killing each other? You're a grizzly. The ones you killed are also equivalent to the ones you got killed. Otherwise how would you get evolution points for blowing up the mine? So what's the special reward this time? I don't know. Why do you think so much? Go increase your performance. Moran laughed bitterly for a moment, then hit his things and walked towards the Human Federation barracks immediately afterward. Located at the sentry gate of the Human Federation military base, 5 armored soldiers were patrolling the area when suddenly they all heat-sensitive helmets saw 2 men walking towards the area. Stop. Accept the inspection. The 5 aimed their guns at the 2 figures that came forward, only to see a dark-haired boy holding a purple-haired girl. The steps were hard and the clothes on his body were tattered and torn. Help me. This little girl is starving. With that said, the duo headed towards the sentry post. Stop or I'll shoot. Wait. Isn't that little purple-haired girl the crouching dragon who is currently endorsing the 3 springs of the dragon in Phoenix? You say that like it's a little out of place. And by the way, what kind of sunglasses is that boy wearing at night? By then, the 2 men, assisting each other, had reached the sentry post. The dark-haired boy then said as he pulled a small metal ball out of his chest. By the way, for your information, this contraption is very useful. It can block out signals from a distance of 20 meters around you. Chapter 88, The Scarlet Forest. Major General Danger. At the checkpoints and gates, the sentries were wide-eyed. Then one exclaimed, Oh no, we've lost signal connection with the others. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly saw the dark-haired boy yanking the purple-haired girl's right hand with his left hand and flinging it violently towards the forwardmost sentry. Go! Crouching Dragon Pikachu! With that, the powerful force caused the purple-haired girl to spin around in place like a gyroscope, with both hands still flinging themselves in the air non-stop, and finally bang! It crashed into the foremost armored sentry. The other four looked dumbfounded, silly enough to be completely stunned to even pull the trigger. What kind of tactic is this? A big human Euro? The purple-haired girl was seen spinning and crashing into the process, punching out the body of the armored soldier who was at the front of the room. It was only in this instant that the few remaining sentries reacted to the fact that this was an enemy spy invasion. Moreover, this purple-haired girl, pressed, could not be the current big red crouching dragon little beauty. How could Wulong be so vicious? Emotions are deceived. Without saying a word, the remaining men set up their guns and discharged them. Bang bang bang! The guns all hit the purple-haired girl, and they were blown to pieces on the spot. And in that moment, the body that was blasted into pieces of flesh violently scattered a dozen tentacles. Bared. Each tentacle, with precision, pierced the masks of the armored personnel, sending them into the sky on the spot. It took less than a second of work to take care of everyone. Boo! A small patrol robot was taken from 8 meters above the ground by an invisible hand. It was yanked down hard and slammed heavily into the ground, smashing into a pile of scrap metal. The 5 fallen sentries then reared back from the ground and addressed the dark-haired boy in unison. Boss Moron Fluffs. Moran smiled faintly and withdrew his mental body floating in the air, making sure that there were not many eyeballs around. Through the mental link, he inquired to Phoenix, who was watching the whole situation from the shadows. Phoenix, there's nothing more wrong here. What should we do next to get in? On the other side of the room, Phoenix threw a chip into her mouth, her eyes glued to the screen in her hand for all the data information. Replied, Boss, it's not a good time to go in. It is expected that in 10 minutes, a fleet of bombers from the city of Tijanmore will launch a full-scale bombardment of the place. According to the data I've hacked, the stealth bomber team, the bombs used are particle cluster mini-bombs. It's capable of inflicting, nearly, a full-scale bombardment of this place for tens of kilometers around. Moran raised an eyebrow and inquired curiously. These people have nothing better to do than just drop an atomic bomb. There are rules in the Human Federation courts that prohibit uncontrollable weapons of mass destruction from being used in any form of warfare. Mullen nodded, addressing the crouching dragons that were rapidly gathering into a single human form in front of him. Electromagnetic concussion bullets. Now, don't affect us too much anymore, but don't mess with me. The particle cluster bombs are coming. Did you save what I told you to save? Crouching Dragon twisted his head around and gave a cheeky grin. Don't worry, boss. I've locked Phoenix's cells inside the refrigerator for a quick freeze, and I've put mine in freshness. Absolutely nothing will happen. Moran smiled sarcastically. Okay, now let's not do anything rash and just see how the Human Federation faces this bombardment. Inside the Human Federation military base, in-transit airstrike detected, due to arrive in 5 minutes. Are plasma shields enabled? The Major General took a deep breath and looked up into the darkening sky. How many teams are coming from the other side? In reply to the Major General, the exact number could not be detected. It is expected to be over 100, possibly carrying large destructive weapons. They won't just use a weapon of destruction, and if they dare, then the President will use an even more brutal weapon of destruction on Earth. By then, they will have seen what it means to be a true weapon of destruction. Activate plasma shields. Prepare military air defense weapons for full counterattack. At the moment, the Major General stood on a platform in the military base, followed by a machine adjutant. Ahead of him, rapidly speeding up in the farthest reaches of the sky, was a fleet of stealth bombers with extremely high flight speeds in both optical vision and radar detection. And that's when a military base that had only been erected for a few days quickly raised a huge light blue plasma shield from the far corner of the forest. It wasn't long before it was like a cauldron enveloping the land. Then, nearly 10,000 meters in the air, uncountable small cluster bombs were flung down by the bombers. It landed here like a handful of dust being sprinkled. This kind of bomb, with its extremely high chain reaction, is able to continuously superimpose the resulting power in one explosion at a time. And the Human Federation military base below was no slouch. With the first air defense weapons established outside the military base, it's been building up for a long time, emits ultra-high pulse frequency waves that are used to counter these cluster bombs, causing them to burst high in the air. The only thing that could be seen was the ground flying upwards like a wall of waves. When the cluster bomb and this wave collided together, located 3 kilometers in the air, it erupted with a light brighter than the sun. Like a wall of fire, it burned in the sky. More and more cluster bombs passed through these walls of fire and slammed back into wall after wall of pulses. making it burst into the sky, bursting into wall after wall of fire. It lit up the sky and then landed on the plasma shield. Like a sea of fire hitting this transparent cauldron lid, baking this lid to pieces. More and more cluster bombs fell on the military base. One small chain of explosions after another engulfed the place mercilessly. And at this time, the first wave of the breakout army from Tata City arrived here, just 10 kilometers away. In the forest to the south, trees were falling one by one, and the torrent of steel was rapidly advancing towards the area. And in the midst of this smoke-filled battlefield, the flames have not yet cleared, and the 200 stealth fighters that had been flying in the sky have respread another weapon. Hellfire solidified fuel incendiary. Only more and more small cylindrical objects were seen descending from the sky. At least, there must be nearly 1,000 of them. As the incendiary bombs hit the ground hard, the fuel inside splattered over the armored soldiers. A scene more brutal than hell surfaces. Thousands of degrees make this place as hot as the surface of the sun. The metal armor gradually melted under this heat, and the robot began to gradually short-circuit and stop functioning normally. At that moment, the Major General stood on the platform, looked at the blazing fire below him, and clenched his fists in the flames. If we could have delayed for 2 more days until the frontal forces came here, how could we have been beaten so badly? And at that moment, a soldier came to the place and quickly ran next to him and said, "Major General, 2 sentries have requested to see you immediately. They have important news." The Major General's brow furrowed as he turned around and chided, "An ordinary soldier crossing over to see me? Isn't this disrupting military discipline and committing crimes below? It's okay if they say you don't see it. I'll be there when I get there." Suddenly, the soldier slammed a piece of meat in the Major General's face. Chapter 89, The Scarlet Forest. Fighting for the Union. Above the steel platform, the Major General, who had suddenly been thrown a piece of pork in his face, must have been upset, and raised his hand to tear the meat from his face and hold it tightly in his hand, blowing his nose in the face and almost kicking towards the armored soldier in front of him. If it hadn't been for the iron lump across the street, he'd have done what he did when he did. "What are you doing?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the Major General's face changed, and he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This piece of meat in his hand seemed to be writhing with life force. By the time he reacted, it was too late, only to see this pile of meat, in an instant, drill down his palm and travel down his arm towards his body. In just under 3 seconds of work, before the Major General could scream and yell, his entire body collapsed helplessly to the ground. When he stood up, his eyes were like a different person. It turned into the red vertical eyes of a reptilian cold-blooded animal, and then temporarily morphed back into normal human eyes. "Phoenix, everything went well. So well that I'm a little surprised. The decapitation is complete. The top commander here has been taken down," Mullen said through a mental link. "Boss Fluff, the frontal forces in Tatu City are about to enter the main battlefield. The 200 stealth bombers from Tijiangnuo City have also been withdrawn. This engagement battle looks like a complete victory for Tatu City," Phoenix replied through a mental link. Moran smiled grimly, once again pinching the power that wasn't his. Surely he had to let loose and play with it a bit. At that point, the mechanical adjutant, who was following the Major General and was completely confused about what was happening, said, "Major General, most of our soldiers are hidden in underground air defense buildings and have not suffered a ripple effect. Are we engaging the frontal forces of Tatu City to the south? How long before the frontal forces in Tatu City reach the battlefield?" Suddenly, the mechanical adjutant pops up a projection of and in this projected image, the steel torrent of mechanized troops. Within this night, hard by laser cutting, missiles bombarded the mountain to open a path within the forest and came. In reply to the Major General, the frontal forces in Tatu City are warming up their weapons and are expected to be fully ready in 20 minutes for a major war measure here. The mechanical adjutant retracted the projection back into the projected luminescent hole and turned his head to look at Moran and said again, "Major General, is there an immediate counterattack? Rally my team in these 20 minutes. A platform place, not far away, was a blazing fire, and here were tens of thousands of soldiers neatly arrayed. Among them, there is no shortage of fully mechanical body-intelligent combat robots. All in all, these are just death squads, cannon fodder to open up the frontiers for the larger forces in the rear." And in front of the crowd, there was a large iron basin more than 5 meters wide, filled with liquor, and behind this large iron basin stood a rigid, iron soldier. "Brothers, we may die today, but we die with honor and dignity, because we are for MO, because we died for the Human Federation. Long live the Human Federation. Fight for the Federation. Long live the Human Federation. Fight for the Federation." Afterwards, Moran poured a bottle of liquor, which had been doctored long ago, into the large iron basin in front of everyone. "It doesn't really put anything in here. It's just the Mad Dog 2 virus." Then he exclaimed, What I have poured down is Gotzi wine from our old home. Not enough to share, but everyone is bound to taste it. Drink this bowl, and cheer for the next brother to die. Hoo-ha! In the midst of this chorus of hoots and hollers, there suddenly came a woman's voice that didn't match the cut. Boss Moran fluffs. Moran coughed dryly, pulling all the soldiers' attention back to himself, and finally blurted out. It's expected that in 10 minutes or so the gang of dodgy people from Tatu City will be hitting this place. So now let's raise our glasses and drink together to a perfect end to life. Hoo-ha! Subsequently, more than 100 working robots prepared small glass wine glasses and filled the large iron basin with wine in order and delivered them in unison to the armored soldiers. Moran was the first to take a drink in front of everyone, followed by all the soldiers opening their helmets and swallowing the little bit of liquor inside the small glass into their mouths. Now lads, fight for your honor. At a command, the nearly 10,000 soldiers scattered in unison. The infantrymen wiping their hands on their guns and the artillerymen returning to their cannon operating bays. Fighter pilots also jetted into the air in their fighters. Everything is in order and ready, until the first round of engagements comes around. At the forefront of the battlefront, a gun went off. In the midst of the exploding blue plasma, the log fence of the military base blew a large hole, and through this large hole, there is the inverted triangle marking of Tardo, the gun port of a strategic siege tank. Human Federation forces, please exit this place. This is Tatu City territory. Your rights are no longer recognized by the Tatu City Council. If you are bent on having your way, then we can only take military measures. When two armies fight, they must first curse. Of course, the cities of Tatu and Taijanmer are apparently not very ethical, and blew the place up before they came back to swear. Outside the enclosure, the sound of the Tatu City Army loudspeaker was the first to be heard, and a cry came from inside the enclosure. I'm the Supreme Commander here, a Major General of the Human Federation, and we're here only to conduct ecological nature testing. You're harboring Moron family monsters, and we have the right to conduct an armed cleanup of this place. Outside the enclosure, another sound came from the loudspeakers of the city of Tadu. This piece of land no longer recognizes the power of the Human Federation, and even if we were to clean up the monsters, it would be our business in Tatu City. Please leave this place immediately or we are about to carry out a military strike. A voice came out from inside the wall. I'll take your horse. I'll take your face. Right? If you want to fight, then fight. Fire. As soon as the words landed, only hundreds of cannons inside the military base opened fire in unison. Instantly, countless plasma cannonballs and high-energy concussion shells were fired towards the outside of the fence, leaving only a small glow in the night sky. It quickly fell amongst the Tardu army in the forest. Bang! 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 The explosion carried limb after limb of metal up into the air as the shield machines of Tatu City unfurled wall after wall. With the plasma shield on, it managed to intercept some of the attacks. At the same time, a second round of ground bombardment was conducted towards the military base. Now it's all about whose artillery is stronger. And the human federal base isn't enough to blow up in a few round trips, and from the gap in the wall that was blown open, countless infantry gun teams rushed in, and as soon as they came, it was as if they had robbed a bank. With guns flying in the air and bullets raining down, the fight in the sky was equally fierce. On the one hand, the Human Federation fighters had to bombard the ground. On the other hand, they were still fending off the fighters flying from the opposite side of the raid, as swift as a blitzkrieg, only to see one fighter plane after another, crashing down in the sky, trailing black smoke and smashing into the middle of the crowd. In the face of such fierce firepower suppression, the soldiers of the Human Alliance base can really have a strong heart but not enough, can only fight and retreat, a back and forth under the completely beaten to the fight. When you go to war like this, a few people are happy and a few people are sad. Moran was perched high above, looking down at the ironic battlefield below. The soldiers blasted into cripples in the baptism of gunfire. Ding! Boss Moran cheats. Intelligent lifeforms are just worth their weight in gold. 10,000 evolution points are in the bank. Chapter 90, Scarlet Forest. Doomed situation powerless to change. The battlefield was at its most chaotic when Moran came to the mouth of the cave. The periphery of this cave is wrapped in a strong network of radiation, and the intelligent mechanical adjutant kept following Moran. Open the radiation network here. Yes, please Major General. Enter security commands. The mechanical adjutant returned icily. Click. Moran said as he twisted off the head of the machine's lieutenant, holding the head in his hand over his chest. It's just a pain in the ass to deal with robots that don't move and command this way and that. Tossing his head aside, the mechanical lieutenant's body collapsed with a loud thud. Molan inquired to Phoenix through the mental link. Phoenix, what should we do to destroy the radiation network here? Okay boss, according to my preliminary data, the radial network wall of this kind of All that's needed is to destroy the four corners of the southeast, northwest, and northwest where the radiation points occur. Well, you gave me the location. There's a radiation generator located in the southernmost part of the cave. In this place, there was a huge diamond-shaped ore of radiant energy, suspended on a metal platform, catalyzed by high-energy currents that emanate a wall of radiation, linked to the corresponding corners of the wall of radiation in the sky, forming one massive radiating wall after another, forming a radiating cube deep underground. There's not much of a protection detail here, and there's not likely to be. People go to war, no one has any spare time to fight a war to protect a radiating wall. With that, the only thing that could be seen was Moran's entire body splitting into two, using the other Moran to destroy that radiant energy ore. It took half the mass out of Moran's entire body. Only a Moran about 1 meter 5 tall came to the location of the ore of radiant energy. Without saying a word, he used all his strength and blasted his fist on the ore, and at once the system rang out with a bang. Ding! Moran, you found a treasure. This radiant energy ore is available to you. Just use a specific current to emit radiation. This is something you can keep and use as your own weapon to use. Hearing this, Moran changed his strategy from destroying this radiant energy ore, and, instead, he clutched this 1 meter high, half-meter thick diamond-shaped ore with both hands. After that, with all the brute force in his body, he forced this energy ore suspended on the platform to pull it down hard. Once it's pulled down, the southbound radial network is suddenly missing a connection. A cube loses its diagonal two faces. At the same time, the Moland family, which was blocked inside the cave, dug out a large hole from between the stone walls of the cave in unison, and took advantage of this and ran out in full force. It's no exaggeration to say that it's the same as a zoo cage breaking and the animals escaping. And among these miscellaneous animals, a monster with bone spikes all over its body and 6 eyes on its brain came to Moran under a few jumps. Groveling, he said, "Trouble, boss." "It's nothing. Are you still dreaming all this time?" Moran inquired flatly. "Occasionally I dream about Dad." The 6-eyed monster's consciousness came from Moran, who had shared some more emotions with it some time ago. Much of it is sealed within it from Moran's former family past, and is the most vulnerable part of Moran's relationship. "Come on, let's fight." In the distance, inside the Human Federation's military base, the place had already entered the white heat of the battlefield. The Human Federation's troops were defeated, and the reinforcements they had been waiting for were slow to come. The gang, as if abandoned by the human commonwealth, are here to put up a pointless resistance? At this moment, it has truly reached the place where it is out of ammunition. A Human Federation soldier pulled the trigger, firing his last round of ammunition, and then turning his head, with the intention of asking for some bullets for his companion at his side. As far as the eye could see, the last brother went down in a hail of bullets. The remaining soldier suddenly realized that he was the only one left in the area, and ahead of him was the ever-advancing Tato City Mecha Steel Force. He looked up silently into the sky, and a sound of steel scraping against steel came from the air and, flying past warplanes that kept morphing in mid-air. Finally, it transformed into a huge humanoid mecha and smashed into the ground with a bang. Immediately afterward, this one mech, descending from the soaring, raised the barrel of its massive trillium gun and pointed it at this last soldier. At the moment, it was as if he was the only one left to face the entire legion of Tatu City. And at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared in the battlefield. The numerous Human Federation soldiers who had fallen suddenly and bizarrely rose from the ground, and this remaining soldier, suddenly realizing something was wrong all over him, too, as if there was a tremendous amount of energy inside his body that was constantly traveling from his toes to his brain. It made him even more insane. The Mad Dog 2 virus, at the moment, was working under Moran's control, only to see this soldier yelling and screaming, using the gun in his hand as a blade towards the steel mech in front of him. Bang bang bang. Bullet after bullet tore through his body, ripping off his hands, his arms, and in the end he had even just one leg that also bounced to the feet of this flying mech. With a thud of his head, which was half knocked off, he knocked off a screw at the foot of the mech, but it was futile after all, as this mech lifted its leg and stomped the soldier into the ground with a blast. The pilot of the mech did this and twisted his head to look at the battlefield next to him. Many of the Human Federation soldiers came back from the dead, falling and rising one at a time on the battlefield. Even if it was like a mad beast, it took a certain amount of casualties against the Tatu City assault infantry team. The mech pilot grimaced. It reminded him of the Moran family, but it didn't feel like it. In passing, he grabbed the Dragon Phoenix 3 springs that was placed on the driver's seat and gulped down a large mouthful. Was about to fire at the soldiers who had risen from the dead on the battlefield. Suddenly his sanity became dull, his consciousness began to blur, and he left clear drool in the corners of his mouth. And on the battlefield, as more and more Tartu soldiers realized something was wrong with their fellow soldiers around them. Like a nerd, neither acting nor talking much in the battlefield, just standing still and staring. At the moment, a bizarre scene is taking place with many soldiers who have somehow turned their guns on their fellow soldiers. The original situation of complete victory began to reverse in this bizarre situation. The soldiers in Tatu City began to kill each other. And all of this happened while Moran watched. Ding! Evolution points. Ha 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 ha. Evolution points break through 100,000. Nope, 150. 000 now. Little Molan baby, this palace can pamper you. Moran smiled faintly until Raj's voice came from the radio contact on his chest. Well done, Major General. I can't believe I was able to attract 1/5 of Tatu City's military force here. The Human Federation won't forget the contribution you've made. As soon as these words came out, Moran's pupils shrunk together violently, and a feeling that went from cold spine to skin was born from within. It's pretty obvious what that means. Raj is just using this place as a decoy. When the fish are plentiful, it's time to cast the net. Moran snapped his head around to look at Six Eyes behind him, opening his mouth to say something but not knowing how. Boss? What's wrong with you? Isn't everything still fine? Moran gulped. Sorry bro, the boss couldn't save you. At this moment, Six Eyes seemed to understand something and grinned. Being able to work for the boss. Boom. Everything that was an object turned to dust under the glare. Not even ash. And was broken down to molecular size. A ray of light pierced the atmosphere. And as it fell to the ground there's an extra spot of light on the planet. Thousands of kilometers of land in a radius went up in smoke under the glare. And the light, from the weapon that Simmer had cautioned Moran about, was a destructive ray from Mars. Chapter 91, The Great Outbreak. The city is broadcasting sad news. Yesterday, September 1st, around 3 a.m., the Human Federation has used weapons of mass destruction privately, in violation of the laws set up by the Human Federation Tribunal. So much so that the starting forest, more than half of it, was reduced to ashes, directly resulting in the deaths of nearly 120,000 Tatu soldiers. And while the mayor of Tatu has remained unelected, the teen idol has instead bravely stepped forward at a time like this. We have invited the Dragon and Phoenix Three Springs spokesman, Wulong, who has been quietly supporting the army, to give us a speech. At that time, Wolverine stepped over the podium. Usually dressed in fancy clothes, she changed her style today. A plain black outfit looks especially formal, and even his usual big-hearted style has been toned down, because at the moment, the consciousness in her head was Moran. Moran looked down at the countless people below, the countless cameras, and said in this moment facing the world, the war has destroyed our homes. My countrymen have been reduced to ashes under the flames of war, as if victory had left us, but we will never give in. We will not tolerate the symbols of the Human Federation. In our area of Tatu City, we will fight until the end until we liberate this land. Let this land be truly free. We will break free from the brutal grip of slave owners and, with our flesh and blood, open up new horizons of freedom for generations to come. Freedom and victory, in the end, belongs to House Moran. When these words came out, the people on the stage were dumbfounded, followed by a big wave of Moluan's hand on the stage. In the blink of an eye, I dare to call the sun and the moon a new day. Coughing, drooling, infected as if under control. Taking your own pathogen and spreading it to someone who isn't infected. In an instant, half of the citizens of Tatu City were infected. In other words, in that split second, a city was instantly taken over by the Moran family. In the world, 1/3 of human resources fall into Moran's hands. Everything has been in preparation for a long time. It's just for an instantaneous outburst, an outburst that no one can recruit. Countless people in the city shouted in unison, House Molan fluffs, House Molan rises. At this moment, Moluan, who was located on the high platform, made a move with his virtual hand, and a small mass of black liquid fell into his hands from the square held up by the father of machinery, Li Aigua. This is none other than the pathogen of Mad Dog 1, who is hidden in the hands of the statue, Patricia Li. Ding! Well done. 16 million evolution points have arrived, and more than 2 million mutation points. Putting in a long line can really catch a big whale. I'll arrange the secondary evolution gene segment for you. Meanwhile, inside the Museum of Life in Ked, when Raja's projection arrives, it sees a scene that will be remembered for the rest of his life. What was once a nice museum of life no longer exists. All the creatures have all been gathered inside a huge cocoon of flesh, which contains the genes of all the species collected by the Museum of Life in Ked. That means fungi, viruses, bacteria, plants, animals that fly, swim in water, and run on legs are all in there. This flesh cocoon was over 60 meters tall. With one sheet, it was as if a heart was performing a slow beat inside a cocoon of flesh. A huge monster that is hatching inside. And that's when Moran, who had been teaching him a foreign language, came next to the projected Raj. Moran said excitedly as he looked at the creation in front of him. The Lord of Merit dares to call upon the Lord of Heaven to fold. All things are silent, and the ripples of death and destruction spread out into the distance. How did you do it? How is it possible to make this kind of terrifying existence in one night? Raj's 3D projection said with wide eyes, looking at Moluan incredulously. Moran looked at Raj with his arms folded. I can create life as well as destroy it, and I created life to destroy it, and as for what you can make of it? Raj looked at Moran in horror and shock. You're not even from eternity ago, and you don't have much of a human soul. You're one of the ruthless creators. Give me what Liigwa left behind, and when the time comes, I'll let you walk away with some pain. No way. You have imprisoned us in this solar system and limited our development, simply because we, the human race, were created by you to play with? Raj pointed his finger at Moran in grief. Then I have no choice but to come to your door and find you myself, and take back what belongs to our civilization. Keep your eyes open for the whole process of this wonderful life breaking out of its shell. Finally, only the activity of this flesh cocoon became violent and clicked, like the great claws of a lizard tearing a gaping hole in the. Then, a terrifying figure walked out from within the flesh cocoon. This monster, containing the genes of all the animals within the Museum of Life, was forced into a perfect and skillful combination through the ability of the source of life. Just behind this lizard monster, a bone spur like a mountain peak accompanied by a burst of thunder and lightning swam around, rushing up the tail to the head, accompanied by the roar of the great lizard. A bolt of lightning broke through the top of the Museum of Life and shot up into the sky. Monster! You have created a monster that cannot be controlled. Don't get so excited, big strawman. I named him Godzilla. You see what a beautiful creature it is. Originally, it was the king of monsters that existed in fantasy, but when I created it with my own hands, can you understand this feeling? This is an existence beyond human creation. I have created a life. Raj squeezed a glacial frown out of his brow. You're the forgotten creator, aren't you? We can work together. You and I don't have any grudges in the first place. Make an offer. What else do you want? Moran looked at Raj flatly. There's no need to make any more conditions. You can't give me what I want. No one can understand how great what I've done is. Creating life and then finally destroying it. And the process of it, the struggle for life, the destruction, that is the most perfect art in the universe. Only the monster, named Godzilla, leaned down and bowed towards Moran, followed by a violent flick of the tail. Bang! Sweeping a large crack out of the wall of the Museum of Life. The entire body then passed through the air as if it were, knocking down the steel walls of this one-story Museum of Life and reducing it to rubble underneath the collapse. Where do you want it to go? Raj inquired grimly. Since it's called Godzilla, surely he can't be afraid of radiation, and I'm going to have him attack your radiation weapon mineral processing plants. Don't you, the Human Federation, play with radiation weapons in all sorts of ways? Raj smiled grimly and said, You madman. You've slaughtered all the humans. So what? You can't leave the solar system all the same. Has your creator locked you up within the solar system and won't let you out? Moran inquired casually. How am I clear? At the edge of the solar system, there's a limitation that can't be flown out of, like invisible walls holding us in. You and I will join forces to open this shackle, and the stars outside will be the true heaven and earth. If it's just the two of us fighting it out here, and in the end, no one can get out. What's the point? Moran smiled lightly. You're right, hatred only clouds one's judgment. Perhaps we can actually work together. The Iron Body program, which was conducted on Mars, as you should know, there are too many people, and that Simmer guy wants to cut down the human population through war. One has to admire the fact that, in the face of right and wrong, Simmer always makes the right choice. Moron, I'll leave Earth to you to play with, and I'll wait for you on Mars. Chapter 92, Darkest Hour. A horrible creature has appeared in the city of Ked. Standing over 60 meters tall, it is like a marine iguana walking upright. The back has a protrusion like blades stacked on a mountain. A clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that this monster was almost created in the very mold of Godzilla. And at this very moment, this monster has made its way across the city, and no one can stop it wherever it passes. 2 fighters flew in from the sky, and 4 missile fire blasts hit its body, resulting in only a layer of scales being scraped off. And the damage from the hit was repaired in a moment. Not even a scratch. But that little bit of damage apparently angered the Godzilla monster. Godzilla was seen swimming in lightning, his mouth aimed at the 2 fighters, and he sprayed them violently. A huge lightning bolt carried an unstoppable power in the air and instantly struck the 2 fighters. After all, metallic materials are electrically conductive. 2 fighters dragged black smoke through the air as they smashed their way toward the inner city roads. Bang! A cloud of black smoke rose straight to the sky. The exposure to reporters on the scene was enough to cause panic in the city. And Keld's own army, much of it pinched in the hands of the Human Federation. In layman's terms, the city of Keld has been turned into a pawn under the Human Federation, with its power and military strength completely neutralized to be used against the other two cities. And the direction the Godzilla monster is headed is to a small island somewhere in the Pacific Islands, where the top militarized processing plant for radiation weapons is located. On the other end of the spectrum, the city of Tadu fell completely into the hands of the Moron family. But the city of Tijiangmer is currently unaware of all this. Their own city is similarly infected with the Mad Dog 1 virus. So today, September 2nd, after Moran's speech in the body of a reclining dragon, the mayor of Tijiangmer himself visited. Inside the Tado High-Level Conference Center, the one in the conference room facing the door was sitting in a power chair and had been facing the visiting mayor of Tijiangmer with his back turned. The city expresses its deep sympathy for the tragic situation suffered by the Tadu city military in the early hours of the morning. Mayor Tijiangmer said with a saddened frown, "The Human Federation, they are making a last stand. Has anyone been called to Mars in the recent past?" An icy voice came from the backrest that had been turned to Mayor Tijuana Moore. "You sound very young. This gentleman, are you the newly elected mayor of Tadu City?" Mayor Tijiang Moore inquired curiously, only to see this back chair suddenly turned around. A young face to the mayor of Tijiangmer. And the face floated shallowly into a smile. Mayor Tijiangmuo suddenly felt a coolness that went down from the soles of his feet to within his mind. "Are you the head of the Moron family, Moron? I'm glad you know me. We should put aside our old grudges and come together to face the various crises of the Human Federation," Moran said expressionlessly. Mayor Submission Stranger hurriedly got up to leave, and when she looked back, she suddenly realized that all the bodyguards she had brought with her had long since been killed off. And everyone in the room, with the same expression, coldly smiling at her. These people are as appalling as manipulated puppets on strings. Mayor Tijiang Moore knew full well that the situation was no longer within her grasp. Taking a deep breath, he could only commiserate. "What do you want from me? Don't say that. This beautiful woman with a mature demeanor. We should be on the same page. Not what I want you to do, but what we should do together." After finishing with a smirk on his face, Moran then rejoined, "Now that the Martian colonies, even your 3 city co-colonies, have all fallen into the hands of the president of the Human Federation, and the Mars colony, too, has yet another weapon capable of rendering us all helpless." Mayor Tijiang Moore's face was grim as he nodded. "Yes, all of the Mars colonies are now in the hands of the Human Federation, and more than that, including our scientific space station on Jupiter, even the moon base, and all facilities outside the solar system's terrestrial boundaries have fallen into the hands of the president of the Human Federation." Moran crossed his arms, fighting somewhat for the humans. "So, now that we're all locked up on Earth by the Human Federation, and he's got your last human ace in the hole, the Iron Body program you want to carry out falls on Mars, and only he can come to complete the Iron Body program." Mayor Tijiang Moore frowned when he heard this. The heart knows that being locked up on Earth is the same as being locked up in a cage and being at the mercy of others. Mullen then snubbed. "Our family said that we would go to war with all humans, but in reality, it is just a front. You see that this place is still a peaceful country and a peaceful people. The people are rich and strong, and everyone is living and working in peace and happiness, right? So, together, we should fight against the city of Ked, and the Human Federation. And what about that court? Only then will we be able to get our feet on the ground now on Earth, and then launch the rockets to carry out our alien bases. We can't let the Human Federation always be one step ahead of us." Talking to a monster about what's next sounds a little ridiculous, but it's not up to Mayor Submission Stranger to say no right now. The 3 cities had been pushed to the brink, and the strength of the Human Federation was no longer in doubt. Coupled with Ked's cornered assistance and the deadly blows of those planetary weapons on Mars, there was absolutely no choice. The lives of all the citizens of Jiangmore City fell into her hands. What could be done? It was left to shake hands with the moron before him and work together to figure out how to face the military threat of the Human Federation. "Moron, I've heard a little about what you said about the Human Iron Body program, but I didn't think that the president of the Human Confederation, for the sake of this stupid program, willing to sacrifice all of our humanity." Mayor Submitter said breathlessly as he brushed his bangs of hair behind his ears in front of him. "You're guessing wrong if you think so. The president of the Federation isn't that bold. It was a decision made by the previous mayor." "Simmer," Moran said with a spread-eagled smile. Subsequently, after submitting some of the ideas that Mayor Stranger and Moran had talked about, it was determined that the 2 parties had reached an agreement of friendship and cooperation. Mayor Tijanmer left Tado City quickly. When Mayor Tijiang Moore left, a 3D projection fell in the room. When are you going to teach me Chinese in its entirety? Moran coughed dryly, lifted his glass of water, and took a sip to moisten his throat. Don't be in such a hurry. Just keep that thing safe. I'll come to your door and teach you myself. You said you'd given up on Earth. Let me play it how I want to play it. And I want to play it war. That's all. And I just love to see humans disappear. Immediately afterward, the two smiled at each other. I'll pick some people to take with me, as well as some resources, and there's no reason for you to come and do some indifferent damage to me? This place, now, is completely yours. Moran grunted. By the way, give me supreme military command of the Human Federation on Earth. You're not going to be in charge here anyway, are you? You know, once in a while it's kind of fun to watch the two waves in your hand fight each other. Chapter 93, Mr. Brother, are you really eating? It was mid-afternoon and the afternoon sun was still so warm. Located in the land of the South Pacific Islands, the sea breeze caresses a coconut tree. It's just a shame that this coconut tree grew a little mutant, with curled leaves, in front of the Human Federation's military radiation weapons processing plant. It's not a small footprint, and brand new radiation weapons, as well as processed radiation ores, are shipped out of here every day. And today, a ship with the markings of the inverted triangle of Tatu City landed here. Here come three extraordinary characters. Wolverine, turn the volume up. I'm feeling high as hell right now. Wolverine then cranked up the volume on his shoulder speakers to the highest level. Under a weird DJ dance song, Crouching Dragon and Moron just danced awkwardly in place in front of the factory. Standing on the sidelines, Phoenix was at a loss for words. Boss, I want to make sure again. Are we here to blow up the factory, or are we here to dance? Phoenix said with a quirk in his throat, swallowing the foam. Dancing while blowing up factories, Moran said as he crossed both fingers in front of his eyes. At that time, two patrol boats flew out of the factory, only to see them stop in front of the three men. In unison, he said as he raised his gun and pointed it at the three men. Military weapons factory. Idle people are forbidden to stay. Get lost. They're airships from Tatu City? Humph. There really are guys who aren't afraid of death. Ugh, don't you think this woman looks like that who? This seems to be the little star of Tatu City. Wulong to come? Meanwhile, the DJ stereo on Wulong's shoulder was still so high, and with a shake of his left hand he pointed at the guys in front of him. Come on, your ing left hand and my right hand draw a dragon. Come on, let's get high. Right hand on left hand, draw a rainbow, driven by music and magical dance. Only, these 7 patrolling soldiers coming down from the airship unconsciously shook their heads along with the gun in his hand fidgeted one by one, but still said in a serious manner. Idle people are not allowed to stay here. Hurry up. Ugh, this brother, don't panic. Listen to me sing you a song. You're damn near done. Just shake your head at the end of your life. Crouching Dragon said as he stepped on the beat. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste your time here. Even if you are a real Crouching Dragon, we won't show you any mercy. The patrol soldier at the head who couldn't help but shake his head chided. This kind of person is just boring. Life is coming to an end and he doesn't know how to indulge himself. Moran took off his sunglasses and looked at the man and said, in this moment, only the earth was shaking in gusts, and the sea rolled up in waves in the churning earth, and came down toward the ground in a shower of, with a resounding roar, a huge monster stomped on the waves and stepped onto the land. This monster is, of course, the Moron family's Godzilla. Meanwhile, the island's radiological weapons processing plant is operating at the highest military level of defense. Dozens of missiles were seen flying out of it, leaving a white smoke track in the sunlight, bombarded towards Godzilla's body. Godzilla ignored this without batting an eyelid. Boom, boom, boom. The bombs hit Godzilla, sending up layers of smoke, which, according to the law of no smoke, no harm, Godzilla was still injured, but, in the blink of an eye, recovered. This time, the speed of blood was just like standing inside a pool of blood, as if to express, you hit for damage, but I just don't duck. Ugh, just play. It also roared into the sky once more as a huge bolt of lightning converged in its mouth. A huge bolt of lightning, just like the great Tamato Spiral Maru, slammed towards the factory. Boom! Just inside the factory was that huge pile of lightning spread out across the ground, traveling along everything inside that was conductive. In a flash, many of these mechanical structures failed. That wasn't all. Godzilla ran towards the factory with great strides as if he was mad. 2 large lizard legs, crossing above Moran and the 7 sentries in front of him. Every run made the ground shake 3 times. Missiles, lasers, and even some radiation bombs were fired from inside. However, any attack blasted at it had no half effect. After all, for this thing, it was Moran who had spent all the special mutation points, plus 100,000 evolution points, and had gathered all the creatures in the Museum of Life. It's a big job, but not time-consuming. After all the genes are readily available. It took a good deal of persuasion on Moran's part to get the system to build the sea and land overlord. When Godzilla rushed inside, it's like a little kid rushing into the hand-me-down section of the house, smashing, stomping and kicking with his feet, and swishing his big tail like he doesn't want to die. It wasn't like it was built with his energy anyway, and it wasn't polite at all, much less half-hearted. The steel mills inside were ruthlessly destroyed. Workers fought their way out of the blast, all of which made a ringing in Moran's head. Ding! Not bad. You got another 50,000 evolution points in a flash. By the way, it's Godzilla I'm building. Can it absorb radioactive material? I have high hopes for it. This is a bit difficult, but this biochemical monster has quite a bit of radiation resistance in it, and it's already remarkable that it took 469 special mutation points to create it. You'll have to let it get used to it. After all, it's not like it's your Moran family's cells, and it's not even close to being able to heal itself as well as you are. Moran mused. If I put a little bit of the Moran family's cells in its body, cells that are not used for fighting, but only for healing its wounded body, do you think it can carry it? Hey, did little Emo-chan drink brain platinum and become brainy? You're quite the little genius to try. Moran nodded, then said to Crouching Dragon next to him, Crouching Dragon, dump some cancer cells on Chief Brother. Okay boss. Only after seeing Wulong finish speaking, he jumped up and down and walked towards the factory where explosions were going off. By then, the 7 patrolling soldiers had long been stunned, unable to stop shivering, and everything that happened back there. It's no different than the monsters inside hell crawling out to destroy the earth. The patrol soldier in the lead, stuttering and trembling, looked at Moran and said, You are members of the Moran family, and that monster is coming out of Ked City. Oh, I congratulate you for getting it right, but there's no reward, Molan replied with a smirk. Your family don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have monsters. Crouching Dragon and Moran shared a smile. Then Moran pushed up his sunglasses. Sorry, there are monsters that can really do whatever they want. Phoenix added from the sidelines. Either die or become part of our family. The man at the head, the captain of this squad, had veins bulging on his face. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't find the words to retort, so I could only say with a clench of my teeth, Can you spare the lives of our brothers? We've actually always admired the Moran family. Yes. I'm dreaming of joining the Molan family. I especially want to join the Molan family really. Another person immediately chimed in. The remaining 5 people heard that. What's the point? If 2 people have gone rogue, how can you not go rogue yourself? We're all willing to join the Morons. Suddenly, just then, Godzilla, who had been wreaking havoc inside the factory, plunged his sharp claws into the ground and grabbed a handful of glowing ore along with the protective metal layer. These, in turn, are the very same radioactive minerals that are in the plant's storage compartments. Then, it was shoved into the mouth like fudge. Standing at its feet, Wulong, who had just thrown out a little bit of cancer cells, exclaimed in shock at this. Brother General, you dare to eat it now. Is it bitter or not? Do you want to add some white sugar? Chapter 94, Brother General, the family's highest fighting force. At this very moment, inside the radiation minerals weapons processing plant, after Godzilla swallowed those radioactive ores inside his stomach, it was a heavenly pain in the ass. Originally, Godzilla hadn't evolved complete resistance to radiation. Now, when one eats it, it's like one eats red-hot coals of fire. One rolled on the ground with vigor, his big tail and paws thrashing vigorously on the ground. The factory, which was already in disrepair, has been turned into a dumping ground by this destruction. Moran looked at his heart palpitating. This is his own personally bred pups, just like his own flesh and blood. Now all of a sudden, if you get a bad stomachache and play Godzilla to death, isn't that a big joke? System, what's the situation now? Why is Godzilla eating radiant ore? Ding, didn't you say you wanted to incubate Godzilla? I just showed it the full series of Godzilla movies while it was incubating, so I guess it was hypnotized. Now it really thinks of itself as Godzilla, and it's expected to go for a fight with King Kong in a little while. I didn't expect this pussy to be so fierce that it actually eats radiant ores. Then what? Doesn't Godzilla have a radiator reactor inside him? The key is that there is no What else can we do now? You hurry up and save I'll find a way for you to create a reactor inside your body. Hearing this, Moran scattered his legs and ran toward the factory. Coming to the Godzilla was seen on the ground on his back with 4 claws kicking up into the air and his big tail swishing down to the ground. The look was so pathetic that Moran had empathized with it and could feel its pain. Looking at Godzilla's big lizard eyes, it was as if there were tears coming out of them. Molan looked at the heart of the pain. Without saying anything, stepped on Godzilla's scales. A few jumps stood on its head. Then, Reaching out, he stroked the skin on Godzilla's head. One kept saying, "Don't be afraid. Daddy's here. Daddy's here. Ding. If you're its father, then I'm its mother. Moko, we're having a baby. Stop babbling and figure it out." At this point, with Moron soothing, Godzilla was then able to hold back the pain. But the agony inside those large eyes remained unabated. "Okay, I've got an idea. Isn't this a factory?" Absorbing some of the metal elements, which I then combined into a small reactor. A radiation reactor was built inside it and then superimposed with the life form. This will complete our baby Godzilla into a true Godzilla, and is expected to consume 1 million evolution points. Not bad for the kid's mom. Just smart. How big is 1,000,000 points? Get up. A command from Moron was followed only by Godzilla passing out. A loss of consciousness under the control of the system. Alleviate the pain it suffers while Godzilla's body sprouts like a plant, branching out inside the factory. Within a short time, a 100-meter radius was covered with a kind of flesh-colored root. These are the very characteristics of plants that utilize these roots to absorb a wide variety of metallic substances out of the ground, as well as all the inorganic substances that can be used, collected within the body. The metallic inorganic matter builds up into a small mineral reactor. Under the system's delicate manipulation, Molan went to check it out through his spiritual senses and realized that Godzilla's body was like a big, round lump of iron. It is connected to these organs through the connection of blood vessels and the organs of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. After about half a bell or so, this is a great success. Ding. Okay, it didn't cost $1 million, and the evolution points only cost 960,000, which is a lot faster than expected. It's worthy of being a biochemical monster that combines the genes of all the creatures on Earth, and it's just convenient to be able to find a lot of genes in there and put them together. Accompanied by the system's joyful voice, Godzilla was seen opening his eyes, and his first reaction was to rub his stomach with his large claws. After a high-pitched roar, "Woohoo!" only a beam ray was seen rushing up from Godzilla's mouth into the sky. Not only that, but there was lightning mixed in, as well as excess radioactive material in the body. The light shot straight up, punching a big hole in the sky's cloud cover, and Moron, standing on Godzilla's head, watched in awe as this big mouth in front of him spewed out a big beam of light that, even without facing that kind of damage head-on, the heat coming from the air alone, as well as the waves of radiation, made Moran's skin toast a layer. It felt like standing in the crater of a volcano and witnessing an eruption. By then, Wulong, standing under Godzilla's head, carried the stereo and yelled, "Boss Moron cheats! Chief brother cheats!" Godzilla was then seen slowly rising from the ground, extending his massive claws so that Moron could jump on them. Immediately after that, looking at Moran with an extremely tender gaze, a gaze that was extremely loyal. It's like a hard-earned wolfhound seeing its master, not the blank stare that Era gets. Moran looked at the huge figure in front of him, eyeing the fact that it seemed to have grown taller to over 70 meters from the previous 60-plus meters. Pride said, "From now on, this will be the highest fighting force of our Moron family, combining all of our abilities in one, unafraid of radiation, with superb self-healing abilities, and photosynthesizing to provide nutrients to the body. At the same time it absorbs the inorganic matter of the world to form its body. That's the true meaning of a perfect life form." The words, "Boss, there are 20 fighters heading this way and the missiles have been fired, so keep an eye out," Phoenix said through a mental link at the entrance of the factory. Moran has yet to reply. Suddenly, only Godzilla's own claws were seen gently squeezing Moran. Bang bang bang, dozens of missiles locked onto Godzilla's head, as well as his chest-torso area. These are high-explosive electromagnetic bombs, Hellfire missiles, and even a nuclear weapon warhead. Only 20 fighters flew in the distance. These were the vanguard that came to avenge the factory. The creature had been locked on long ago and was bound to be destroyed in general. Only, they were now facing Godzilla whose combat power had been exponentially increased. The Morlans are at the top of their wargame. Then Moron's mental body flew out of Godzilla's claws, and as soon as it did, it saw the horrific scene of Godzilla was seen opening his oversized mouth and spewing radiant thunderbolts of light at the group of fighters that were more than nearly 3 kilometers away in the distance. In a flash, this ray of light struck, possessing a speed comparable to that of light. A black dot 3 kilometers in the distance, instantly exploding with sparks after sparks. 20 fighters, gone in a second's work. The only indication that they had been here was the fireworks in the sky that had not yet dissipated. By then, Godzilla released his claws, and Moran fixed his eyes on the Godzilla's body, which had just been damaged, rapidly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Phoenix, where did those planes come from?" Moran inquired through a mental link. "Answer the boss. It's flying out of downtown Ked." "Great, let's go and have some more fun in Keld." Chapter 95 War Strategy Game. September 3rd. Around 10 o'clock in the morning. Downtown Keter. In the conference room of the Four Corners building. Snap. A big slap in the face. Just step on it, you're the mayor of Ked. Pop. Another big slap on the head. You're pretty wild. At that time, a small purple-haired girl pulled the collar of this middle-aged man who kept retreating and yanked him in front of her. I'm asking you a question. You dare not say anything? You're pretending to be deaf, aren't you? The people attending this meeting are afraid to speak up. Pressured to. The meeting wasn't quite finished early this morning. Suddenly, 3 men rushed in, and without saying a word, they took the mayor and beat him. Nobody dares to say anything. Why? A large pair of eyes outside the window stared in. No one dares to move. Just by the sight of those eyes. Just have to sit in your seat with your eyes open and breathe a little quieter. For fear of disturbing the pleasure of these 3. And their mayor is holding back. One held his head with both hands, not even daring to beg for mercy. As mayor of Ked, he had never been so stifled in his life. The powers belonging to the mayor have been hollowed out by the Human Federation, and there's just a mayor's name hanging around. The people who met with him were also all undercover spies arranged by the Human Federation. Now it was even worse. A large lizard over 70 meters tall was outside just staring inside the conference room. And he himself, being held down and beaten by 2 people, a man and a woman. The white-haired boy next to him looked svelte and didn't make a move. Where can I say that? There's no God. You too. What have I done wrong? Why are you doing this to me as soon as we meet? Mayor Keed said with tears in his eyes. Yo, who the hell told you to talk so loud? You can talk so loud even if you want to. How dare you ask why? Why don't you go ask around and find out who our boss is? God gave you face, right? The purple-haired girl swung her fist and yelled before making a move to punch down. Ahem. We're more or less guests. Be friendly to the host family. The white-haired sunglasses boy standing aside coughed dryly. Who else could these 3 be? The door to take revenge on moron Crouching Dragon Phoenix, but also with the brother general. When Wulong heard this, he disciplined himself a bit and, as if understanding something, comparing 2 fingers, he inquired to Mayor Kurd, how many does 1 plus 1 equal? Mayor Kurd frowned and replied, equals 2. Boss, this guy is very smart. Eat it and you might be able to grow your brain. Crouching Dragon said with a surprised face, you can't make it up with anything you eat. We didn't come to the door to eat. After Moran finished speaking, he obediently sat down in the mayor's seat, facing the crowd. He said, I believe all of you have heard that our Moran family has always been known for being reasonable, honest and friendly. At this statement, I don't know who didn't control it, but the smell of urine came into the air. Now the crowd understood that these guys were cannibals or sworn to destroy the Molan family of all mankind. Maybe, Moran, the head of the Moran family, is in there, with his legs on the table, revealing his high-topped black leather shoes. Moran leisurely fell backward and, a lazy face said, I take the liberty of asking you all, who does the talking here now? President of the Commonwealth of Man. Ta-da! Moran casually snapped his fingers, and Chief Brother, who stood outside the window behind him, spewed a blue fire from his nostrils. Snap! Instantly melting the glass and baking the man's exploding head, sending him to the sky in the process, only to see his chair hit the ground as hard as it did on the hearts and minds of all the people in here. A sense of ready death oppression was born from this. Moran sighed a little, and looked at the crowd with hatred, as if he had come with love and peace, said, it has been said that I am a reasonable man, and now I take the liberty of asking once more, who counts for what is said here? The air instantly froze, a black smoke rose from the toasted one, and the whole room smelled of burning. Is that a hard question to answer? Mr. Mayor Kurd, give us all an idea of who's doing the talking here. You do the math. Mayor Kurd knows that it's better to know what's what. Meanwhile, a projection of a man's face suddenly popped up on the table of the room's conference room, dressed in the square-marked uniform of the city of Ked, and said anxiously, we are in an all-out war with the 21st downtown area of Tijanmore, with over 5,000 casualties among our troops. Observations have been made that an unknown biochemical monster is now present at the Four Corners building. Do we need to send troops back for support? No need. Get the hell out of here. Mayor Kurd in the conference room immediately shot back. Mayor, is it true that we don't need to send troops back for support? Don't you go anywhere and say it's fine. Just get out. Mayor Kurd had just finished his sentence when suddenly there was a loud bang. Slow down, Moran said as he looked at the 3D projection in front of him. Now it's a matter of who belongs to the upper hand of the battle and which team has suffered more severe losses. This soldier projection turned his head with a bewildered look on his face and said, right now we belong to the top, and are expected to be on the verge of capturing downtown Taijangmer City 21 by noon. Good. Now your commanders have changed. Prepare to receive new orders. The soldier's projection then disappeared, And Moran turned his head to Phoenix. The Admiral of the Human Federation is actually an intelligent robot. The President of the Human Federation has already given me the directive. Phoenix, can't you hack satellites? Find out where the Human Alliance Admiral is. I've given you the instructions. You control it this war. Hearing this, Feng Zhao's eyes were glazed over and he could hardly suppress his excitement and said, Boss, is it really possible? You've been sad for the past few days, so I guess you couldn't have any fun if I brought you along. I'm taking Wolverine on a vacation, and you'll be in charge of Tadu City, the military forces of Keld, and the Human Federation. Phoenix took a deep breath. Boss, in case I mess up. Moran shook his head and laughed. What's to play or not to play? There was never going to be a winner in this war. Do as much damage as you can. Just use your own soldiers to fight your own soldiers and play it as a war strategy game. Okay, boss. Then Moran swept his eyes to the people in the room and said in a sincere manner, as you all have heard, this is a situation that no one can change, so hurry up and go hide on Mars if you can. At these words, all the people in the conference room looked at each other in dismay. Seemed to understand something? But then again, it's not entirely clear. The Iron Body program is something they only half understand, but don't fully penetrate out. Moran rejoined, I'll be honest with you all. Earth has been abandoned by the President of the Human Federation. Extra people would only be a burden to him, and now that he's found a way out of the solar system, the intention is to form an Iron Legion to colonize the extraterrestrial galaxy. This is half true and half false. Raj has no idea how to leave the solar system, but the effect of saying this out loud, it was explosive. These guys are all dignitaries. Naturally, the news would be spread, and then humanity would surely set off a plan for the higher beings to flee the planet. The effect had been achieved, and Moran didn't intend to stay long. Phone Daisy, I'll leave this place to you. Crouching Dragon, go with me to the deep sea trench. You didn't go last time. I'll take you there this time. Chapter 96 Prophecies of Managers. In the middle of the deep sea, within the undersea temple. Last time, Moran got the life source here, and this time, the main thing is that there is a god who called him, with Brother General Escort. The water pressure of the deep sea is not a problem at all. Even submarines do not want not much time to come here. Once inside, it was still the original layout, with 3 glowing stones located in 3 corners. Ding, ding, ding. The cosmic administrator, who was carving with a chisel held in his octopus-like wrist, the other hand holds a hammer, and with each strike of the hammer new lines are struck to form a pattern. In this lonely underwater world, he alone, one god, completes the historical carving of human civilization, and he adds out the previous patterns. Moran didn't say a word, signaling Crouching Dragon not to chime in, either. The two stood behind the administrator, looking at the newly carved out pattern. The carvings on it tell the white story. It's the father of machinery, Patricia Lee, repopulating the ground with 1,000 fertilized egg cells. Subsequently, mankind grew in strength, and among the carvings therein was a war, the War of Secession. It had been developing until now, and Moran's face appeared on the statue as well, after the last knock. It was at this point, too, that the administrator turned to look at Moran and, with this glance, he instantly made the space here appear distorted in time appear misplaced. Moran told Wulong to close his eyes together, then said with his eyes closed, What do you want from me? The administrator said in Chinese, What do you want from me? No, you're the one who called me here. You said you had something good for me, Molan said with some confusion. The administrator murmured in a raspy voice, So it was you who called yourself here, and you experienced a complete and utter death so you let you come back to see me. Ding. Time and space can stand still. It's impossible to turn back the clock. He should have foreseen the future. This guy is kind of awesome. Even I can't see through him. After hearing the system's reply, Moran's heart thumped. So much so. That is to say, if one follows the normal course of events, then one will die in the future? Who, in their place, can't take it? Will the world still die with its own cells? And is that going to blow up the planet? Can't really tell. Blowing up the planet isn't enough. And quite a few of the people trying to escape the planet have been infected by Morlun. The very least that would have to happen in a normal progression would be to blow up the solar system. Suddenly, the administrator stepped in front of Moran's. Moran didn't open his eyes, much less radiate his spiritual perception. One could only keep one's eyes closed. But at this point, being able to feel that strange sensation created by the proximity of the opposite side of it seemed as if its existence didn't conform to the limits of this space. As if a bug had appeared and caused the world to begin to fall apart. Immediately after that, Moran felt a hand pressing on his head, while a memory appeared out of nowhere in his mind. In this memory, Moran felt like the creator of the universe. Hitting a planet with a planet makes the star fall into a black hole. There are even images of neutron stars being eaten for dinner. This is your future path. You are destined to destroy this place. Suddenly, another memory reintegrated itself into Moran's mind. In the midst of this memory, he was alone, left with cell after cell struggling to survive in the universe. Finally, struck by an unknowable high-latitude weapon, until even the last cell dissipates into the universe. This is another part of the road you're going down, and you're destined to perish here. Moran gritted his teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to destroy this place before I get destroyed. Choose the path you will take and you can change the future of this universe. The administrator then pulled his hand away from Moran's head. Moran closed his eyes and tried. I think I remember you calling me over to give me something. And you haven't given it yet? What I'm going to give you isn't in this galaxy, and you can't let the human race go completely extinct, or the existence of this universe will be meaningless. After the administrator finished speaking, the space around him became calm and no longer had that distorted feeling that it had just had. Moran opened his eyes and saw that the place was empty, just him and Crouching Dragon. It's as if the administrators never existed here in the first place, but the new carvings on the stone tablets on the walls were proof that he had been here. Moran's brows knitted together. This universe was so complex that it was the equivalent of a laboratory made specifically for humans. But there are too many uncontrollable factors in the lab. If the experiments are destroyed, then there's no point in the lab existing. When that happens, will this universe self-destruct? Or will it be abandoned? Or will it be? These are things that amount to puzzles that can never be figured out. What kind of terrifying existence is a civilization that can build a universe to use as a laboratory? Dare not think deeply. Boss, did you see that thing just now? It looks like a female ghost. Oh. Crouching Dragon said somewhat sheepishly. He will take the shape of what you imagine in your mind, and he will become whatever you think of. Moran finished speaking and locked his eyes on the glowing cube in the corner. Humans used to be able to take a glowing cube with them. Why can't I? It's not like my family to leave empty-handed. Moran thought to himself. The energy inside this kind of thing doesn't dare to think about. Let's say the glowing stone in the middle of the cave more than 10,000 meters underground. It's been so long and the light is still so bright. Maybe there's a very powerful energy source in there. You have to act on what you think about. And it's not easy to come here, so you definitely need to bring a little something back with you. So then Moran and Crouching Dragon looked at each other, smiled, and made up their minds that they wanted the glowing cube inside the far right corner. The duo then took the form of tentacle monsters and used their tentacles to bind the glowing cube in the corner. However, no matter how much force was exerted, it could not be ripped off, and could not be shaken at all. Moran then thought for a moment and attempted to use the spatial field ability, a casual gesture with his hand towards the rock, and suddenly, click, it ripped off easily, and as if it didn't have any weight, just like air, the stone gradually floated into Moran's hand under the wrapping of spiritual power. It's a cube about 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters. Moran weighed it, and it really didn't feel like it weighed anything. There's no gravity at all on such a large rock. Definitely not ordinary, but also luminous. Less said to the flower and bird market that can be sold for a sky-high price. System, take a quick look at this and see if it's worth anything? Ding. My friend, you're not making any sense. I'm a professional treasure connoisseur. You take a piece of glowing glass and show it to me. Aren't you fooling me? Just how much stuff are you looking at? Stop nagging and see if this stuff works. I'll take it all if it does. Don't be in a hurry. Wasn't I just looking very hard at this thing? Good stuff. There's a very refined isotope of psionic energy in here. And it's an energy source that would have to be at least a tertiary civilization to get its hands on. And do I use it? I'll try to help you use it. Take it with you. One piece is enough. By the way, I've got the second evolutionary gene segment for you. Okay, I'll go back and evolve. After that, Moran and Crouching Dragon left this underwater temple, feeling empty behind them as soon as they went out. When I look back, the underwater temple is gone. Boss, it's a haunted house in here, isn't it? It was fine just now. Why is it gone? How do I know? Let's go. Members of our family cadre are having a party trip. Chapter 97, Pope in the Ruins. On 12/20, the finalization phase of the war. It's the final cleanup. The human regime that once existed has disappeared into obscurity. Only a handful of humans remain, caught in the wreckage. Now that this place has become truly post-apocalyptic, there are biochemical monsters roaming everywhere. Deadly radiation is scattered over 90% of the area, and clean water sources are minimal. The leading members of the Human Federal Tribunal went to Mars. It's a no-win war. Perhaps the only winners were the Moran family, as Moran had raked in a full 4.2 billion plus evolution points. 4.2 billion. The mutation points don't matter anymore. Most of the genetic systems of lifeforms on Earth are stored. Not to mention Moran, Even the system didn't know what to do with so many evolution points. The Earth of yesteryear, burning in flames, with nuclear warheads visible almost every day. Even large antimatter bombs look like they explode in cities. Large antimatter bombs are so overpowered they can even cause space to collapse, to produce a chain reaction of molecules breaking into atoms. But don't even forget that no matter what kind of catastrophe happens to the Earth will always be safe and sound. It is only the life that exists above that is always implicated. How big a deal is it for the planet? Skin diseases don't even count. They're recultivated back to life after a while, but the life above is sad. The population of 3 billion is down to just a few tens of millions, with about 100 million running off some time ago. These were allowed by Moron, and also helped these people to escape from Earth to Mars or within other extraterrestrial colonies. At the moment, members of the Moron family cadre were sitting on Godzilla's head, heading towards the next human gathering city, and behind them were small cities reduced to rubble. Only Godzilla's head was visible, with the exception of Moron, Phoenix and Crouching Dragon. It's just those 7 cadres. 2. What with Captain Salty, Captain Octopus, Scorpion Nana, and the like? There were originally 8 cadres, but one was blown up some time ago. There's a saying that the art of the game is a big one. Some time ago, the Morons played handkerchief throwing with a bomb, accidentally took the wrong one. It was an antimatter bomb and ended up without a cadre. The most important thing when people die is to be happy. And none of the Morons take life seriously. Sitting on Chief Brother's head, the sun in the sky was not at all polite about its temperature, and the air around him was like an oven. At the feet of Chief Brother is black sand and white desert chasing the wind, and in the distance is a ragged and depressing landscape. The dust of war has scattered every inch of the Earth's soil, perhaps feeling the heat, only to see Moran's right hand break his left hand off with a snap. It's like breaking off a fruit. After that, put it in your mouth and gently bite it. Crunchy, cucumber flavor, juicy, sweet and refreshing. In less than a second's work, the left hand quickly grew back, eating there and mending there. It's true, the cells of the Moron family can now do a random switch between vegetative and animal people. Wollongong, who was playing cards on the sidelines, had a cantaloupe on his head. This poker game, it's just a few of their cadres playing. Phoenix had been playing with the electronic editing screen in her hand and turned to Moran. Boss, it's expected to be over 100 kilometers to the next human gathering place, which is conservatively estimated to have over 500 humans. Moran nodded without speaking. Then from his pocket he took out a letter, which the mayor of Tijanmo had given him yesterday. After Mayor Tijang Moore gave this letter to Moran, there was no later. Self-termination. Looking at the letter, Moran sighed. The last words were not pretty. When opened, the yellow letterhead said, "Moron, you're secretly controlling all of this. Let the humans attack the humans. All you've done is to bring about our demise. To my dying day, I don't understand what we did to you, and why you will treat us like this." Upon reading this, Moran tore the letter up. There was no point in reading further. This was all nonsense. In the middle of a black and white desert, there are several mountains surrounding a place. Under the protection of this one mountain, there is an oasis. One of the few places that is not contaminated by radiation coverage. Put in a few months ago, it was a huge, vast forest. Now it's just black sand and white desert. Here is where Six Eyes once brought Moron to find the tablet. Over 600 years ago, the place where Patricia Lee took mankind out. Nowadays, the black sand is burnt soil and the white desert is trees that have been turned to white ash. The good thing is, there is a rich source of groundwater at the foot of the mountain. The exact number is 629 individuals. These men use tin walls to block the advance of the black sands and white deserts, isolating small farm after small farm inside. And this group of people, living within the surface cave, were blissfully unaware of what lay beneath it. It's December, but the weather is as hot as summer. Under this hot sun, a girl, her skin reddened by the sun, looks at the potato seedlings wilting down in front of her and tries to block the sun with her body. But how do you grow potatoes in December? Suddenly, the blazing sun was blocked here, and the girl couldn't look up in time to see how long it would be before the clouds were blown away by the wind. At that time, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a 5 or 6-year-old boy rushed to this place with a little bit of water in his hands. "Sister, the water is coming. Why don't you find a container for water?" The youthful girl, who looked like she was only 12 or 13 years old, beamed with a bit of unhappiness on her face. Instead of talking, the boy quickly poured the water towards the potato seedlings. Suddenly, only to see these water droplets in the air still, but also slowly gathered into a smiley face. "Sister, is this?" The little boy jerked his head back and his whole little body suddenly sat paralyzed on the floor. At some point behind the tin fence had stood a huge lizard monster, blocking out the sun without even a hint of movement being heard. Watering in the hot sun can easily kill the crop. It wasn't until then that the little boy and girl noticed that there was already someone standing in front of them. The man was then seen bending down, his hand caressing the potato's withered seedlings. And a miraculous scene appeared. The potato seedlings grew rapidly and became mature in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, the man thrust his hand into the ground and ripped out 2 fist-sized potatoes. Do you guys want this? The little boy looked at the man dumbfounded. And as soon as he picked up the surprise, he said, "Brother, you're a superhero. You were sent by God to help us. Won't this monster attack us? Did you raise it?" The little girl said as she pointed her finger at Brother General. Suddenly, an exclamation came from behind. "Oh my God, what is this? Hurry back. The monster will eat you." A middle-aged woman in tattered robes came limping in with a wooden stick. Her mechanical prosthetic leg was used to keep up with the canned meat some time ago. Wasting most of his effort to get here, he quickly shielded the boy and girl behind him. "Who are you? What's that monster got to do with you?" "I am Moron, and I am responsible for you all living the way you do." At these words, the woman's body carried a tremor as she said sadly, "House Moron, do you want to kill all of us before you are satisfied?" Moran shook his head. "Actually, I'm only saying this to make you feel better. It's more plausible for monsters to destroy the world than it is for humans to clean up the excess of their fellow man. That's all. I merely sped it all up so that you would suffer less." Speaking of this, Moran smiled bitterly. "I've been to many human gatherings, and where we've been, they've eaten crops that can grow healthy all the time. And the same is true here." Molan then took out a bottle of liquid, on which was written, "Dragon and Phoenix 3 Springs. This bottle of water will actually repair your mutilated genes and you will be able to conceive." "Forget it, I don't care to explain. It's much freer to be a real bad guy." Moran then twisted the cap off the bottle and dumped the water on the 3 men. "And they, in turn, will infect more people with the Mad Dog 1 virus." Immediately afterward, a handful of seeds appeared out of thin air in Moran's hand, and he threw the seeds into the land casually. In the blink of an eye, these seeds began to germinate, and wheat, rice, and all kinds of crops capable of using use began to grow rapidly. After the 5th wave of these food harvests, they will become normal growing food, so don't try to be lazy. At that point, Moran twisted his head and prepared to leave. "Why are you helping us?" Molan didn't turn around and smiled faintly. "I just like to see you guys struggling to survive. Live hopefully like a true human being before everything is destroyed." The little boy, clutching his potatoes, took 2 steps forward and mustered his courage. "Big brother, you're a real hero. I can feel it." "Silly boy, don't think about being a hero. There are no real heroes. If there really are heroes, heroes must all be crazy people who are not understood." Afterward, Moran said to a body of consciousness within him, "Simmer, you're amazing. Son, this is what you volunteered for. It's just a pity that you didn't get a single reputation and you're left with a bad reputation. Ha ha ha. This time, it's time to send you on your way for real. It's satisfying to see this." Afterwards, Moran erased Simmer's consciousness, looked at the brother General Godzilla in front of him, and laughed. "Is there any more Moran family style without destruction?" Bang! I saw Mr. Brother stomping on the tin wall, and in the midst of laughter, the group of people just took off, and behind them in the rubble is real hope gradually growing. Chapter 98, The Visitor from Heaven. Moran Family Spaceship Processing Plant. Here was a great open flat, and in the midst of it there was a huge oval-shaped organism close to 2 kilometers long and over 600 meters high that was gradually developing step by step. Countless biochemical monsters of the Moran clan carried meat, metals, radiant ores, and all sorts of energy to be fed into this monster's huge mouth. The creature had a surface layer with exoskeletal links like insects and 2 fins over 400 meters long at waist level, purple and black in color. The whole shape looks like a huge blue whale that has eaten a golden bumpkin, and this blue whale's tail, in turn, has an insect-like abdomen. In other words, they're building the sci-fi monster of the game, Leviathan. Yes, this family has embarked on a cosmic migration program, with the ideals of love and peace, and the ambition to contribute to the whole universe. What a great family. At this point in time, underneath this giant biochemical monster, with a frown on his face, Moran was carrying out a very critical step in liquid manufacturing. A rectangular rusty metal table sat in front of him. And on the table were a bunch of beakers, liquid connectors, and other containers of chemicals. "Wolverine, give me pure water and liquid fluoride." No one responded after Molan finished speaking, and when he looked back, not far away, Wulong was playing beach volleyball with a few family cadres. The volleyball played was unusual, a round metal bomb, and, still, the timer switch has been set, only to see Wolverine jump up for a snapmare, that metal bomb heading towards Captain Salty on the other side of the ring. Captain Salty raised his hand and just caught it when suddenly the bomb countdown ended. There was a drop. Bang! Luckily, it wasn't an antimatter bomb. It was a high-energy concussion bomb. Straight away, I saw plasma sparks rising dozens of meters from the spot. All of the volleyball-playing cadres within a 100-meter radius were blown into a pile of broken flesh. The pile of broken flesh then gradually gathered into the shape of a cadre of family members. Have fun with it. Since completing their second gene segment evolution, the Morlocks have gotten even better at playing. It's not fun to play volleyball. You have to play with bombs. And it's hard to die anyway. Moran sighed, thinking that he still had to do everything himself. Then grabbed a small bottle of liquid water from under the table, and a metal bottle of frozen liquid gas mix. Subsequently, by converting all these liquids, by means of various chemical paraphernalia, the last fruits produced dripped down amongst a vial containing a dozen drops of blue liquid. Moran licked his lips and picked up the vial and tasted it. Suddenly grimacing, he cursed, ********. Shouldn't have blown up the toilet cleaner factory? TMD can't dispense it now. Ding! The most basic structure of the airship has been built. 50 million evolution points are needed to strengthen it so that it can take to the skies. Only 50,000 evolution points? What are you playing at? Now that there are billions of evolution points that can't even be spent, can't you spoil it a little more? What can I do if you can't spend it all? You have the ability to go and evolve to eat planets. I also plan which planet to be the engine. Where's Brother Chief? Can't you just reinforce the kid? You're a horse's ass. We've reached the tipping point now, and there's no way to continue strengthening until there's a better genetic structure. 50 million is 50 million. Strengthen it. As soon as the words fell, the only thing that followed was the huge creature that covered the sky next to him, bursting out with layers of flesh cocoons. Feeding was stopped and a third genetic mutation was initiated. By the way, I haven't given you your special reward yet. Yes, now. There are many people here. In front of so many people, it is inappropriate to ask for it now, right? Mullen was speechless for a while. The level of speechlessness in his life had risen to a new level, and then he laughed and cursed in his heart. I want you to give it to me. Is that what it is? I haven't even started to take it off yet. Okay. You're so full of. What's the special reward? Psi-energy psychokinesis. Didn't you discover the psionic isotope? That thing is so attuned to psychic energy. I've studied it. It can take your spiritual power up to a new level. Okay. Mullen felt a strange power rush into his body all the way from the ceiling. It didn't seem like much at first, but suddenly Moran realized something was wrong. Unimaginable pain racked his consciousness. Moran had died an unknown number of times, and had come to treat pain like food in water. But this pain, the sensation that overrides the flesh, equal to the pain produced by the whole soul. It's as if the soul is being fried in the fires of hell. Moran then flew out of his mental body and viewed it with his physical eyes. Suddenly, he realized that the originally white mental body was being slowly infected by the blue-black power. Moran murmured with forced pain. Is this the legendary blackening? Ding! Blackening a hammer. White or pink? How can it turn black without experiencing friction? Speechless to retort, Moran sat on his ass, hands clenched, nails embedded in his flesh. Take your time with this pain and pleasure. Presumably, this is called growing up. It wasn't long before it was dark when Moran opened his eyes, and the mental body floating in front of him felt like it was getting firmer. It's turning a beautiful blue-black color, and maybe one day it will turn purple-black. After taking his mental body back into his body, Moran stood up and looked behind him at the ship still undergoing mutation. And the members of the family gathered around with a blazing black fire in the center. No one's talking. It's so quiet. Even Brother General, who was like a mountain, was sitting on the ground, with his two little fat legs coiled in a disciplined manner. Moran stepped forward into the midst of the many members of the clan and looked at the black bonfire blazing in front of him. It always felt wrong. Where are the flames black? And the burning stuff is weird. A large disc with a diameter of over 10 meters burned like firewood. The more you look at it, the more it looks like a round ship. Suddenly, Moran thought of the pattern on the statue. Wasn't the Martian symbol a circular spaceship? What's the deal with this thing? Everyone else shut up. Phoenix, you explain. In answer to boss, not long ago I was supervising the hatching of Leviathan. Suddenly an airship fell from the sky, and the members of the family used the fire on it for barbecuing. But the roasts all disappeared, and they were confused, and so was I. Moran's head was spinning at the sound of a spaceship falling out of the sky. The first reaction of the crowd was not to detect any danger, but to gather around and bake, and it's missing the meat? Ding! There's some intelligent lifeforms in here. Fish them out and slaughter them for genes, mutation points, and maybe even special mutation points. Subsequently, Moran used spiritual perception and found that the perception range was several circles larger, expected to be around 100 meters. None of that mattered. What mattered was that there were species that looked like humanoids huddled inside in the midst of the blaze. Help me. I'm here to help you. Molan's eyes lit up. This type of communication he had experienced, and the administrators used mind communication as well. Chapter 99, Technological Limits of Civilization. Guys, stop looking. There's something locked up in here. Let's find a way to get it out. Crouching Dragon was frustrated and said with a sad face, but boss, those things we just roasted. Moran raises his hand and gives Wolverine a little melon. Knock. You guys are addicted to barbecue, aren't you? What can this fire cook? It's so dark. Hurry up and put it out. Crouching Dragon understood, then took a deep breath. Ha! Bah! 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 Knock. How can spit put out a fire? Told you this fire was unusual. Moran chortled. Boss, let me try. At that time, Octopus walked to the fire, only to see the body bulging like a balloon like. Octopus' mouth turned up to the fire. Ha! Vomit. A large puddle of black ink was spat out all over the flames. As a result, the black flame was like a black hole, swallowing everything, and all the ink spat out by the octopus disappeared. Moran looked to say something, but it was always rude to swear. After all, it's your own family members who are being scolded anymore. Molan touched his head, his hair giving way to baldness, and looked at Fengxiao with a helpless face. Fengxiao nodded and said with understanding, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. Since we can't get this fire out with water, bury this fire with dirt. Maybe just extinguish it. Moran gave a thumbs up and commanded. Everyone heard what the master at arms said, right? Dig up some dirt and bury it. After that, a bunch of monsters hugged clumps of dirt, rocks and threw them into the fire. Throw it in. No reaction at all. It was like being thrown into a bottomless pit and never being able to suppress this fire trend. Just when there was nothing to be done, various brothers, who looked like a mountain on the sidelines, always stood up and, lifting his big foot, he laid it down in a sweeping stomp that shook the ground straight up. Moran looked dumbfounded. But there was a creature in there. So was there any more to this kick? Then, only various brother chiefs' faces clouded over, as if he'd stepped on a nail. He sat on his ass and squashed a number of moron family members, and shouted at the sky. And brother general's right leg under the footplate was burned a big scar. A moment to effort less than healed again, only to see the ground that had been stepped on smashed down into a large pit. And in the midst of this large pit, it was good that the flames had cleared, and the ship was finally revealed for what it was. A bright shiny silver metallic color. Standard round shape with a body like a large disc, but thicker in the center and thinner on the sides. After the flames cleared, Moran attempted to use his mental powers to lift the object of the, by the way, to test how effective the enhanced mental powers are. Only the large metal disc that was in the ground slowly floated up. Only, there was a hole in the center of this large disc, blocked by the flames from earlier, and now it appeared to have taken a hit. Molan, without a trace of joy in his heart, lifted the thing without using much force of will, and it seemed that the strengthened mental power was stronger than just a tiny bit. Not long after, the circular window cover opens a hole and a gray humanoid creature about 1 meter 4 tall walks out. Moran couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw what these creatures looked like. Little gray man? Why is it like an ET? As soon as these words came out, only the gray layer of skin on the little gray man's body opened up like a protective suit, revealing the original appearance inside. And underneath that gray outer skin, as it were, was a face like that of a human child. Only, the face was somewhat ghastly, the mouth degraded and completely bloodless. Thank you for saving me. You are the highest intelligent civilization on this planet, aren't you? We are your creator civilization. It wasn't a sound that traveled through the air, but rather it resounded directly inside Moran's head. Moran took a deep breath. Crouching Dragon. Reward it with a big mouth. Hearing this, Crouching Dragon rolled up his sleeves, and without saying a word, in the little gray man's confused eyes, snap, a big mouthful went up. After the fight, Crouching Dragon took 2 steps back, leaving the frozen little gray man covering his face, not knowing what to do. We created you. All life on this planet is of our bloodline. Moran smashed his mouth, his eyes signaling Wulong to go up and give the girl another big mouthful. Snap, snap. Wolverine went up and backhanded him directly with 2 big smacks, then backed off again. The little gray man's whole being was bad on the spot, and the protective gray clothing on his body remerged and it makes its whole person look like the little gray man inside the movie. Now, your attacks have no effect on me. Crouching Dragon knew what to do without Moran opening his mouth. Get up there and pop. 3 big slaps on the mouth went up. However, as if hitting a mud puddle, The power melted away along the gray skin without hitting any little bit of effect. I have already said that your attacks. Bang! Wolverine kicks this little gray man right in the ass. After about 3 seconds or so, snap! That's what dropped out of the sky and hit the ship. Please stop your attack tests. I don't really mean you any harm. Hearing this, Moran squeezed a friendly smile on his face and raised his hand to block Crouching Dragon, telling her to stop fighting into. Then he walked over to the little gray man and smiled. Don't be angry, little friend. Just now the uncles were just testing to see if you were physically qualified. And it seems to be very qualified. Please wait. I can't directly understand the meaning of your language. Can't you establish a mental communication with me? The little gray man said as he waved his hand. Afterward, Moran unfolded his mental domain and tried to use his mental power to directly express what was in his heart. You, treadmill, dinner didn't. That place? Apparently, the mind communicated directly, and Moran, unfamiliar with it, was somewhat incoherent in his expression. Then, the little gray man was seen waving his hand and beckoning a small, thumb-sized metal hovering ball from within the ship, only to see that this metal hovering object flashed out a light and swept over everyone afterward. With that light sweep, the little ball knew how to use the Raj language. The little gray man said in a voice through his little ball, I come from beyond your galaxy, where we once planted our lives, and you are all the lives we have nurtured. Moran raised an eyebrow. You are wrong. You are from Mars in this galaxy. Not really, we're from a galaxy far, far away. We seeded life here and then blocked it off. Moran raised an eyebrow. It seemed the Martians had lost their history as well. So you come to say you want to help us. Help us for what? Before the little gray man could reply, Wulong pointed his finger at the little gray man and cursed. What's with the black flames on your stupid boat? We were having a barbecue here a while ago. Why is everything we grilled gone? The hovering blob made a sound and said, that flame is a protective measure that keeps me from being exposed to a vacuum, and as a protective effect, vaporizes everything that touches the object that you are talking about should vaporize. Don't concern yourself with barbecue or no barbecue. What are you here to help us with? My compatriots have discovered that life is reviving here, and as subjects of a failed experiment, we will destroy you. Hearing this, Moran hit a deep meaning and looked at the little gray man. So, you betrayed your compatriots and you're coming to save us? Not really. I've come to give you a revelation. Here, suddenly, are 3 intelligent civilized lifeforms. We're relieved, so you're going to destroy the other 2 intelligent lifeforms. I see what you mean. 1 type of human in the flesh, 1 type of human in the mechanical body, and 1 type of human in our Moron family. But I have a question. Your civilization has been developing for so long. Why do I get the feeling that your technology is average as well? The hovering blob replied, all civilizations in the universe are limited in their technological development by rules that our technological civilization has only reached the 2nd level, close to the 3rd. The highest known cosmic civilization is currently at level 3, approaching the ideal level 4. Holy crap, not even a level 4 civilization. So what level does a quarter of the speed of light belong to? Approaching first-class civilization. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought I was going to see the returner. Chapter 100. The Molan family enters the cosmic era. Late at night, with the moon dark and no rain, the breeze scrapes the sandy soil. It's the ground with, like, one little dirt bag after another. Most Moron family members dig a hole and bury themselves in it as if they were sleeping and absorbing inorganic elements from the ground. By the way, why did your ship get a big hole blown in it? Molan said as he broke off an apple from his shoulder and handed it to the little gray man in front of him. I accidentally ran into interstellar pirates on my way here. They intercepted my folding passage and thankfully I escaped. We've given up on getting energy by eating. Most of the universe's intelligent lifeforms have given up on that approach, which is very low level. Moran coldly swept the little gray man a glance. Giving up on eating, which was the equivalent of giving up on deliciousness. Click. The fresh, crisp apple exploded in Moran's mouth. Said as his tongue stirred the apple pieces. Is the universe out there going to be brutal? There are actually interstellar pirates? Let's say there's a resource grab between civilizations, moving to clean up lower-level civilizations and such. Energy wars are a very common thing. Tertiary civilizations don't have to war over energy anymore. It's mostly first and second-level civilizations that wage wars. Moran nodded, puzzled. Why are you so truthful? You answer whatever I ask. So tell me, how do I escape the solar system? It's simple. Our civilization allows it and you can leave. Moran couldn't disdain. Cleaning up other intelligent civilizations, right? It's the same as raising a parasite. Only one type of intelligent life form is allowed to exist. When he was finished, Moran tapped the little gray man on the shoulder and realized that his cells couldn't get through the layer of skin. This layer of gray skin is the equivalent of a little gray man's spacesuit. Ugh, what are you made of? Can you spare some for me to play with? Moran raised an eyebrow. No. If I give you this material, it will interfere with the rate of development of your civilization, and it's not in accordance with cosmic law. The hovering metal ball next to the little gray man refused categorically. Molan's head was spinning after hearing that. There were already cosmic laws out there, so wouldn't it be the same thing as the Human Federation? Okay, stingy thing, I understand what you're going to say. If you want to go, hurry up, the little gray man said with some discouragement, pointing to the ship next to him. My ship has broken down and I can't leave for a while, so I guess I'll have to wait for my compatriots to come and help me make repairs. Moran gave the little gray man an odd look. What the hell are you guys doing? Oh, level 2 civilization. Peak level 2 civilization. You can't even get a ship to work. What the hell has your civilization been up to all this time? Our family came up with a spaceship in less than a year. That's why we're so interested in your civilization only. I guess a few more revolutions of this planet and my compatriots will be here. The little gray man shrugged his shoulders. Ding! What the hell are you doing? You're going to let people run away? Do you want evolution points? Do you want mutation points? This kind of advanced intelligent life form getting one killed is worth at least 10 evolution points. People TMD second grade civilization. Second grade pinnacle ugh. Now offending people to play gross? I'm afraid of epilepsy. It's a big deal. I'll just slap you to death. But I won't die. I'll support you if anything happens. Go chase a TV show you. And so the night passed. More aliens. A little gray man who had an accident very much halfway through and gambled his little life away to come to Earth just to deliver a revelation. And it says that in a few days, its little friends will come to its rescue. Moran always felt that this kind of alien was dull. After 3 days in a row, enough to cultivate affection. The little gray man and the Morlocks have hit it off. 2. Follow the good guys and learn from the bad guys. Follow Crouching Dragon. Then learn to wear stockings. At the moment, the little gray man was fine when he arrived, but now he's out of shape. The head was covered with the latest thong, and the small arms and legs were covered with the tightest fishing nets in black silk. Crouching Dragon was also very patient in explaining to the little gray man how to get out of the air in stockings. Just at this moment, for example, Moran pulled Phoenix along to work out how he should formulate the flavor of the toilet cleaner. Of course, it's all Phoenix's fault, only to see Phoenix Daisy carrying a large cup of blue liquid and handing it to Moran. Okay boss, I've worked out the formula for the toilet bowl cleaner. Now that everything is paired up, taste if that's what it tastes like. Emoru took it and downed a mouthful of booze, and immediately compared his thumbs up to the. All the pores in my body stretched in a flash. That's the smell. On the other end, along with the cheers of the many Moran family members, a modeling runway show began. Only on the flat ground, a walkabout made of flesh and bone was erected. And in that the runway was still built very rules. There was a huge curtain blocking the backstage, accompanied by cheers from the many members of the Moran family. The curtain goes up. Leading the way was Captain Octopus. Octopus monster play walk. This is rare enough. More rare is this octopus monster body dress. 9 human skulls were made into a bead and hung around the neck similar to how the sand monk was dressed in the first place. All that hangs from his octopus legs are bones, animal skins, and other ornaments made of. It's like playing with the ancient savage winds, before walking down the runway, and striking a few weird poses with great panache. This made the audience of the Molan family on the stage as restless as chicken blood. Moran gulped and thought to himself that these pussies would always find fresh ways to play. After Captain Octopus retires, here comes a heavyweight, Wolverine. The whole place was fired up by Wolverine's entrance. Still hot, still unique, still able to play with whatever lingerie stockings are available. A random plug can drive a family member crazy. Wolong, Wolong, Wulong forever God. Crouching Dragon threw a wink at the crowd and walked down the runway, followed by an even more remarkable presence on stage. Little Gray Man. Upon seeing the dress on the little gray man, Moran spat out the birdie vodka he had just swallowed. Boss, did I configure the flavor wrong? Phoenix was puzzled. No, I just can't figure out how Wolverine got the little gray man to voluntarily wear these things. That only saw the runway. The little gray man's dress dare not be detailed. There's a saying that the blue is better than the blue, and it's even more perverted and unorthodox than Crouching Dragon. Little gray man, little gray man. We all love the little gray man. Moran glanced at Phoenix and murmured. Luckily, not all in the family are as good at playing as Crouching Dragon. These grifters are always able to come up with new tricks. Ding! The spaceship is estimated to hatch in a couple minutes. So name the baby. Moran glanced back at the huge whale-like craft behind him, obscuring the sky and encased in a cocoon of flesh. Naming? Doesn't the baby's mom usually do that? Zexin, Zihan, Zexuan, Yuchen? Alright, don't play a little stunt. A spaceship is a ship. Why don't we just call it the Moron Cheat? It's hard to hear. We might as well call it the Little Duke. The child looks like this and you call it a little male? Are you insulting the child? Call it the Titanic? You're cursing the sinking? How about a small boat? Moran shook his head. Guys, stop playing and come over to the meeting to discuss what to call this ship. Chapter 101, Next Stop. Unknown Starry Sky. Based on your votes, I'll start by looking at the first highest voted name. Dish Virtual Kuan? Moran looked at the one snout in his hand and inquired curiously. Who came up with that great name? Explain it. Captain Octopus was seen raising his octopus hand proudly from the crowd. Boss, I do. Don't you see we have a big boat? We can also grow some vegetables on our boat. So I'll take the first word, vegetable. And where we're going is the universe. And the universe is the void. So let's take this imaginary word. Besides, our ship, which looks like a koan, signifies a kuanping spreading its wings. And the dish void koan is just right. Moran nodded, then tore the note off and read the next entry. The Miles of Sunshine? Ding. This is the name I got from chasing anime. It's a good name, isn't it? We don't become pirates. Next article. Wakita is too metaphysical. Next article. Arc, we're there to do a fight, not to poo-poo the world. Next article. Morex. Never mind. Let's call it Moron Leviathan. Confirmed the name of the ship and now ready to set sail. Moran looked proudly behind him at the huge ship that was about to break out of its shell, as well as in front of them, as many as hundreds of thousands of Moron clan biochemical monster members. The little ones? This is a big step for our family, and one that hasn't ripped our balls off. At that time, the many members of the Molan family raised their arms and shouted, Boss Molan Fluffs, the Molan family rises. Moran waved his hand to indicate that a couple of random shouts would do, and continued, we're heading out into the universe, and naturally we're going to leave some of our members behind to continue to thrive on this planet. Salty, Octopus, Scorpion, Crouching Dragon Phoenix, Brother Chief, you guys are coming out with me. The rest of the cadre members, this place is all yours to take care of. When these words came out, no one objected, and even a salted fish was high-strung with chicken blood. Subsequently, bang, behind him, the Moron Leviathan exploded into a cocoon of flesh on his body with a loud bang, revealing a whole new look. Still a koan, still the same beetle structure of an insect. However, it looked more hideous as well as ferocious, and grew a little bit unexpectedly in size. It was 1.2 kilometers long and over 600 meters high. Upon rehatching, the massive creature opened its mouth and roared. At this roar shook the heavens and the earth, swirling up one sandstorm after another. Then, it was suspended in the middle of mid-air, like a suspended empty island. It's remarkable. Your biotech civilization has reached the first level. I'm here to congratulate you and hope that you can contribute even more to our civilization. The hovering blob beside the little gray man said. Moran raised an eyebrow and smiled. We Morans are free and not under anyone's control. Any civilization is in need of restraint as well as control, and you will ultimately submit to cosmic law. Complete your mission and become the most powerful civilization in this galaxy. After the little gray man finished speaking, 6 metal discs suddenly emerged in midair about 50 meters off the ground. It's as if it's been there for a long time, only now it's showing its shape. The little gray man turned to Wolverine reluctantly. Wulong, I'll miss you. I won't forget the past few days we've spent together. Thank you for making me realize for the pursuit of beauty. Wolverine looked at the little gray man, took 2 steps forward and snapped. A big reward for a big mouth. Remember, this is the ING way our family says hello. The little gray man nodded and, afterwards, only this short gray figure instantly disappeared in place. The 6 metal discs suspended in midair disappeared and were gone in an instant. Seeing this, Moran's brow twitched a little. The pinnacle of the second-level civilization, true to its name, was by no means as simple as it appeared on the surface. Gaze then swept to the disc metal ship that had been pierced in a hole in the ground pit. This is a ship at the pinnacle of a second-tier civilization, and if we can understand the technology inside, and these metallic elemental substances, then wouldn't the strength skyrocket? Ideas are good. Reality is cruel. The little gray man hadn't been gone long when the ship on the ground suddenly began to fall apart. It's a gradual disintegration. In a weird way, it was as if it didn't belong to this space, and in the end, it was slowly swallowed and recycled by the space. How could Moran let the duck in the mouth fly? Without saying a word, he sprinted forward and grabbed a large handful of metal shards the moment the ship disappeared. But, like sand that can't be grasped, these metal fragments dissipate so quickly in the hands of the... So much so that Moran couldn't help but swallow these metal shards into his mouth in one gulp and gulp them down into his belly. With every cell in his body, he tried to absorb these metal elements, even if it was just a little bit. Ding! Unlocking the Edelman alloy alignment. How did your kid's brain turn so fast all of a sudden? I didn't even react. Moran laughed and snickered. Edelman alloy. So isn't it possible to turn into Wolverine? You're overthinking it. Edelman alloys speak to the way the atoms are arranged in the same way that carbon atoms are arranged when they combine to form a diamond. There's no way you can get these metals to work. But I can get you an alloy out of iron, gold, whatever. In this arrangement, they're called Edelman alloys. Do you understand? Hey, you're the boss. You're the cheater. You drum it up. I'll help you get as much as you need. It's good to know. Now we can go. The next part of the gene alignment is still a little short of fire. You look for a special genetic structure that carries the affinity between the cell and the element. Where to look? How do I know that? It's a shame about the little gray man's skin. I studied it for a long time when he was playing Wulong. You don't have enough cellular capacity to dissect it, but the psi energy isotope, you could develop that. Hearing this, an idea arose in Mo Nang's mind that there was a connection between psionic isotopes and spiritual power. So how did Young Heron's research team get this thing off the ground in the first place? Guess it's hard to find out. Molin's mind moved and he looked at Brother General who was a few dozen meters away from him. A casual move. A cubic square was ripped out from within the Brother Chief's stomach. Originally, Moran had planned to give the psi energy isotope to Brother General to absorb. After all, the Brotherhood is a large laboratory within the body. Anything can be broken in there and rearranged to make it. But now there's a better alternative. That's the Moron Leviathan hovering in midair. Now, the title of Supreme Combatant has changed back to Moron Leviathan. This was a biochemical monster created by combining the abilities of the entire Moron family, as well as the resources of Earth. There's all kinds of stuff in there. Heavy metal radiation elements up to level 3S. Enough to store over 200 tons, but it's still in the storage phase. And the class 3S radiant minerals Moron can't handle at the moment. The 2S class is all unplayable at the moment. There's a whole mountain of gold waiting to be mined. And the universe. Another bigger slice of gold. Guys, get in the boat, Moran said, holding the psi-isotope cube aloft. Tens of thousands of snake-like striped tentacles then exploded out of the Leviathan's body, coiling up Moran and the picked family members, tugging the Brother Chief's body along with them and pulling them into the body. Chapter 102, One of the 10 Tablets. In the troposphere, a huge monster is spreading its wings, churning and swaying in the early morning sun. It was like a senior disco. This is none other than the Moron family spaceship, Leviathan. Besides, there's a huge space in the middle of this Leviathan's head position. Members of the highest cadre of the Moron family are inside planning the next step. The biggest natural brother always, half exposed, half set in flesh. Even if brother is always tall as a mountain, moving around the ship is just as easy. The flesh of the ship would act like an intestine, squeezing various family members elsewhere. So there are no hatches, for reasons that can be shared perceptually. The members of the Moron family were on board the ship and were able to know what was going on inside and outside the ship. So, naturally, there was no need to open any windows. Leviathan had the presence of observation eyes all over his body. Grow it whenever you want. And on the walls of flesh and blood inside the airship, mushrooms grow. Fruit, even groundnuts. The pinnacle of biotech spaceships. Handy as hell. Let's stipulate the plan. Aren't we in Earth's troposphere now? Once it reaches space, it's going to undergo some kind of plasma jet acceleration and then run into Mars orbit. Isn't there a base on the moon? Let's go ahead and take that place out by the way, and loot the resources there as a refueling station. Phoenix toys with the electronic screen editor in her hand, which, while human technology, however, with Phoenix's modification, it could be recharged through a flesh and blood connection, which was equivalent to an overlay of the two technologies. Only, the thing popped up a letter. Phoenix Child said, "Boss, Raj also knows that we have carried out a cosmic migration. Currently we are still in a cooperative relationship with him. Would it be too early to fall out with him?" Phoenix finished and opened the email. It reads, "Moran, I'd like to start by congratulating your family, and now it's time to work together. 2. You need my help, and I need yours just as much, and the only way we can get out of this galaxy is to join forces. Please park your ship in lunar orbit. I need to speak to you face to face on the moon." Moran seemed to read the letter and grunted and laughed. What was once a false friend is now a real enemy. The little gray man's compatriot has also lowered a spaceship on Mars, and he must have received the little gray man's revelation as well. Phoenix nodded at his words and began to mull over the information he had gathered. Many of the people fleeing the planet are infected. Even if all of them were transformed into cyborgs, it would be fine. People always have pets. So it's not unusual to have family members like kittens and puppies witnessing little gray man spaceships. What do you mean, boss? Phoenix raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Moron mused. Find a way to take out the little gray men. And if you can't, run out of here. You can't keep playing by their rules and what's the point of cleaning up the cyborg human civilization? versus the people on the planet that were cleaned up who were living on their own, successfully leaving the solar system and still not a dog on a leash in someone else's hand? In the end, we'll just keep getting clutched by someone else. Raj, if he's smart enough, we'll figure out what to do too. Phoenix nodded. Since the boss has decided on the main big picture, I'll give my opinion on the smaller situations. As far as the outer solar system barrier is concerned, I've probably figured out that it's a force field, one that neither mankind nor we currently understand. That side of the Human Federation already knows how force fields are formed. There's an alien tech building on Mercury, and that building, that's the lock that produces the stance. The key point of the key they need to find is what Lee Patriot left behind. Moonbase. One semicircular, fully enclosed house stands here. There are nearly 5,000 mechanical residents here. There's no air here. It's certainly not suitable for colonization. Even a mechanical body would be enough to drink in this environment. Leviathan orbited the moon first, and the valve that ejected plasma from the back of its ass slowly closed. Finally, a slam dives straight toward the moon base, until it floats above the moon base and dumps down a few pipes. Down came two figures, Moran as well as Phoenix. The duo had changed a bit physically as well. There was no air in the vacuum and it wasn't normally cold. A thin layer of glossy black exoskeleton covers the outside of the body in order to equalize the air pressure. It looked like a humanoid beetle in general. And ahead of them, with a dozen or so residents who had come to greet them. It looks exactly like a human. It's got a nose. It's got eyes. It's got a mouth. Only just similar in shape. It's now a fully mechanical body structure. Congratulations on your first step. The president of the Federation has been waiting for you inside for a long time. Then followed the guidance of several people in a lunar hovercar through one semicircular white-roofed house after another within the moon base. Come to the door of the largest base house. With a puff, the hatch opened and the crowd entered it. The hatch closed. And with a puff, another hatch opened. Inside it was bright and shiny and spacious. Like a small park. The base is also planted with plants from Earth. And the plants are equally capable of infection. It's just a shame that Moran didn't have his hands on the moon base, where there are very few colonists. With door after door opening, Moran arrived at his final destination, the room Raj had prepared. There was nothing more prominent in this room than the statue right in the middle. It is the statue of the father of mechanics, Igua Lee, holding a child in one hand and raising a square cube in the other. Raj stood beneath the statue, spread his hands, and said in a welcoming gesture to Moran, "Originally I was waiting for you on Mars, but it was an emergency, so I brought my stuff here, and now it's necessary to look at it." Finally Raj waved his hand and a black monolith several dozen meters high was projected in the room. Moran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this. The monolith looked like the kind inside a temple, but Molan was certain that the monolith was just a replica, and the materials couldn't possibly be the same. "Our father left 10 stone tablets before he died. This is the first one, and I want you to decipher the message of this one." Hearing this, Moran looked toward the stone monument, at the top of which was a one written in Raj. The rest of the text is in Chinese. "Why don't you learn to undo it yourself so I can teach you?" Moran snickered. Raj shook his hand, helplessly. "Chinese is so hard to learn. I could never fully understand it, and I still haven't figured out how all those words you taught me fit together." Immediately afterward, Raj said with a serious face, "Have you learned any bad news? Let's say letters sent by certain people, or conveying certain meanings, or something like that?" Moran shook his head and smiled faintly. "I don't know what you're talking about. We're partners now. But I hear the smell of you trying to nest with me." Raj grinned. "We are a community of destiny. How can there be infighting?" Chapter 103, Rekindling of the Flames of War. Moran disperses his mental senses. Above the stone tablet, in Chinese, from right to left, it reads, "I think the last hope, needing qualified heirs to find. I left my last words in the year 122 of the recovery era. We've always been confined to our solar system, and human civilization dissipated in 2459 A.D., and we've always been confined to our solar system. I revived human civilization after thousands of years. However, these are incomplete human genes, and the ability of most people to reproduce is fading. In the 14th year of the recovery era, the creator civilization came back once more. They frightened my child Raj, and my lovable Raj should never have seen them. Originally the creator civilization wanted to destroy us, but another, higher civilization stopped our creator. I don't know what he is. He gives us another way to open our chains. He left an opportunity at Mercury, an opportunity to destroy the force field. The writing on the stone tablet is finished here." After reading it, Moran looked at Raj and said, "What about the next tablet?" Raj didn't reply, and with a wave of his hand, this projection dissipated. "Friend, said we'd share with each other, can you tell me what's written here?" You've seen the creator's civilization before, but you don't know anymore. Moran mused. That alien structure on Mercury was made by another, more advanced civilization. Hearing this, Raj's face became agitated. That building, is it really capable of destroying the force field? Moran nodded. What about the remaining 9 steels? There is still some news I need to find. Raj laughed softly. You're lying to me. That alien structure was made by our creator's civilization. There is no civilization higher than the creator. Are you stupid for stepping on a horse? Moran chortled. Raj's mechanical face, flushed with an eerie smile, looked stiff as hell. Enough is enough to know that this message, that the creator has not lied to me. As soon as you, and the remaining human scum of the planet, are cleaned up, that building will open automatically and we will be able to leave the solar system and live in the universe with the creator. Oluan somewhat regretted not bringing Wulong here. If Wulong came, directly give him a few big mouths. Don't be silly, okay? The grizzly creator is just the creator. Why do you believe in him? Raj laughed next with a big smile. Humph humph humph. You're still lying to me. The creator has already told you that only one of us can exist between the 3 intelligent civilizations. Moran spread his hands helplessly, not thinking that someone like Lodge would be easily brainwashed. I don't care if you're retarded or not. Give me the remaining 9 stone tablets. Since you only need 1 stone tablet, that's enough. I want the remaining 9. Mr. Moran, you have no integrity at all. I think our partnership should end here, Raj said with a deadpan stare at Moran. On the side, Phoenix swept Raj with a cold glance and said, you're even dumber than we thought. The creator civilization is but one of the civilizations in the universe. He has even been robbed. What's the big deal? 3 or 2 words in the district let the relationship between each other break down. You are not sensible enough. Shut up. The creator created us, gave us life. And you, the Morans? Ridiculous. Just a lowly creator. A lowly creator civilization forgotten on Earth. Created beings are ugly monsters. Moran couldn't help but laugh softly. Simmer was right about you. Guys like you just can't get the courage. On the one hand, you don't want to accept the creator in your heart. But on the other hand, you're complimenting the creator. You're hilarious. Raj's steel face actually turned a weird shade of red. What do you know? In the old days, I misinterpreted the creator's meaning of his coming is our salvation. He is trying to show us that only a mechanical body is a perfect life form. So when we became mechanical, the creator appeared. There's nothing wrong with the route he tells us to take. I've been right all along. Moran had a look of disgust in his eyes. Go live your life with your maker. Give me the 9 tablets and we'll each play our own game. The air was quiet for a while now. Mr. Moran, are you still not listening? The war started when you were dishonest. Moran said with disdain, then a middle finger. Launching a light weapon from Mars to the moon would take at least a few minutes. My ship would have been long gone. You're a genius. Raj snorted coldly. Moron. Your family's civilization never belonged here in the first place. I'm assuming you're a remnant of some previous civilization that came to Earth. Happened to live for a while with what was once a human. Only now it's revived. There was a pang in Moran's heart, and the level of speechlessness was raised another notch. By Raj. This guy's brain power is out of this world. Alright. You're bent on not cooperating. So be it. Keep the remaining 9 steels for me. That's something your father left behind after all. You can't afford to break it, right? That's natural. I will take the relics left behind by my father and join the creator's civilization to survive intergalactically with the creator, Raj said with a hint of pride. Moran listened with revulsion to the core. You bastard. You're making me puke. You're not strong with this light weapon. Why aren't you here now? Are you going to take the miles with you and give it a burn? Raj turned his back to Moran. They all died for the future of humanity. They are proud even in death. Boom! Moran punched into Raj's chest from behind, backhanded into a claw, and a handful of mechanical parts and wires were ripped out of it. Looking at these cold mechanical parts in his hand, Moran sighed. There's also a difference between machinery and mechanics. And your dad and you are just worlds apart. You really are cold machinery. You don't even have the slightest bit of warmth. It's pathetic you. Boom! The destructive rays from Mars reached here. A bright light accompanied by ultra-high temperatures. A 2,000 kilometer radius was scorched and vaporized by the immense light, and the moon base was gone in an instant. Thousands of lives up there gone in an instant. It's gone. Unexplained. When you go to Hades to complain, you don't even know who to complain to. And what was happening on the moon was clearly seen by Leviathan, who was flying in the distance. Leviathan belly space. There was a meat pit pool, in which a pool full of green slime soaked countless cellular native bodies. These cellular origins, all of which held important members of the Moran family cadre. In this, the 2 clusters of cells absorbed the surrounding biomass and reassembled a physical body. Just flew out of Earth and Raj the Grifter flipped out on us. It seems that it won't work without fighting them and destroying the pussy. Boss, I've located the destructive ray weapon on Mars. We'll pilot the Leviathan into an area where the destructive weapons can't sweep it, so we can avoid being attacked. Moran nodded. The good old days of fighting are back. 104. Smuggling of the Moron family. Above Venus, the huge Leviathan ship washed into this thick cloud cover like a whale, and the Leviathan ship was riddled with scars, blown apart by various high-energy particle beam cannons, and immediately behind Leviathan was a small carrier formation of 12 human Federation spacefighters. These steel carriers will be much less combat effective when they enter the Venusian atmosphere. Venus, as a hot planet with surface temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius, it's horribly corrosive to machinery. Not only is the cloud cover thick, but the greenhouse effect is dramatically high, and it rains corrosive acid rain from time to time. The air was so hot that it was like being inside an oven, and the dim light made the place hazy. The 12 human Federation starfighters hesitated. The fleet officer deliberated for a moment, and decided that he could not rush in. The morons don't care a bit about these temperatures. It's like taking a hot bath. But they couldn't afford to gamble. The human Federation hadn't yet placed a colony on Venus because the environment was unimaginably harsh. Precision mechanical parts in case of breakage, an entire small fleet, would be lost for nothing. Afterwards, the 12 warships turned around in unison and left this place. This planet was not something they could freely enter and exit. Suddenly, just as the 12 ships were preparing to leave, a ray of radiant lightning, breaking through the clouds, the light lashed them like a whip. Bang! The 12 ships went up in smoke in an instant, leaving only 12 beautiful fireworks dissipating in the air. And that's when Leviathan closed his big mouth and jerked around, slowly descending on the surface of Venus. Frankly, Leviathan just hid his strength. I was determined to run, but I didn't realize that the opposite side was crispy as hell. After that, the flesh-colored tentacle structure of this Leviathan ship was seen rooting into the ground like a plant, covering all land within a 10-kilometer radius of the surrounding area. Venus, an extremely active planet with violent geological changes. Volcanoes are predominant, and the smoke from them creates a heavy cloud cover. And what flows through the ground is either magma or a liquid mixture like sulfur. These elements, utilized well, are extremely high nutrients. The Leviathan ship had just taken damage that was rapidly healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At this moment, in the middle of the Leviathan ship, these grifters, they own the whole solar system now. Moran growled as he took a swig of birdie vodka. It wasn't so long ago that they were sailing like a happy little fish amongst space. Suddenly, halfway through, the road was cut off. It was met with a concentrated fire strike between almost the entire solar system, between all kinds of long-range destructive weapons. It's too much to handle. Luckily, this Leviathan ship was born to be a hard-working one. It didn't get dried out halfway through and fought hard. Phoenix toyed with the electronic screen in her hand, disassembling the data obtained from the decryption. Step by step, rearranging the disassembled data sets together said, "Boss, now that we're rushing into Mars, we're naturally going to take a huge hit. At present, numerous planets in the solar system, as well as moons and even cosmic space stations, are covered with the eyes of the Human Federation. They are proliferating on such a large scale that they are bound to complete their final act." Feng Shao said this and paused for a moment, then said with a firm face, "Decapitation programs never go out of style, and I propose to build small airships that, let's get inside Mars first and take it in one fell swoop from the inside out." Moran took a deep breath. Times are hard for the families on Mars right now. 2. The Human Federation is starting a massive EPET push to wipe out carbon-based organisms. Kittens too. It's shameless. Crouching Dragon shouted, "Boss, we can't delay any longer. Let's fight them." Knock. Moran withdrew his hand and said, "Spell it out my ass. Take it one step at a time, make it bigger and better, and make it great again." Talay has made a career out of being on Mars. Although he has become a machine, he still hides the cells of our moron family in his body. I'll find a way to get him to give you a secretary. I stepped in as general manager and Phoenix came to be my assistant. Day your soul oh. And by the time Mars casually plays around with it, it's done. Phoenix Child's eyes glowed. By the way boss, after about 60 hours or so, Talay's industry is going to send a ship through the vicinity of Venus, so we can use that to blend in. Okay, that's it. Outside the Venusian atmosphere, under these dozens of hours of remodeling, Brother Chief can already fly, bobbing through the clouds like a big flying lizard. Through Leviathan's gene sharing, Brother is now always able to get a radiant polygonal ring out of his tail. One verse is better than the next, with a constant downward swoop of ring after ring of energy from the tail. The energy creates a reverse force that propels the Brother General forward. Molan, Crouching Dragon, Phoenix, and the three of them sat on top of Godzilla's head, gradually leaving the atmosphere and rushing backward toward space. And behind them was the Moron family, who were absorbing the various elements on the surface of Venus for the construction of a small Leviathan ship. Venus is a surprisingly good environment for the Morans. Even beyond Earth, the Morons have successfully cultivated fungal crops up there. What the Human League didn't want could be just the right place for the Moron family to base themselves. Ding! Expected to consume 5 million evolution points for the first reinforcement of the fungus carpet. Only 5 million evolution points? How long will it take to spend them all? Can you grow mushrooms? Mushrooms? What's wrong with mushrooms? A little mushroom picking girl would be fine. By the way, I want to breed a monster that will be used exclusively to assist me in my research on genetic alignment. How about giving me your scorpion minion? Scorpion? He's always had a dream of becoming a biochemist. I'm relieved that he's learning from you. Thank you, Boss Moron. I love you. Come on, kiss me. I don't mind your bad breath. Molan winced in disgust and returned. It's not like you can kiss it. Don't be disgusting. Not long after, Brother General broke through the atmosphere and flew inside space. Space, empty and cold, is an environment in which Moran and the Crouching Dragon Phoenix cloaked themselves in a thin layer of outer space insect armor. Moran communicated through the mental link. I guess in a while, we'll be able to see that ship in space, and when we do, we'll have to find a way to avoid the surveillance here. Phoenix said, we can hide behind Venus's moons, avoiding the scouting eyes of the boss. Informed Talay to just get the transport ship close to Venus moons. In the midst of the stars, a ship transporting minerals sailed by. It's a ship flying from a Saturn or mining plant. Talay had long ago moved all his assets and opened a spaceship transportation industry on Mars. Inside the cab of the transportation captain. Okay boss, change flight paths closer to the moons of Venus, right? There's a cargo that needs to be smuggled? Don't worry boss, won't let the Human Federation find out. Their little level is not enough in my eyes. The captain then forced the ship's orbit to go around the moons of Venus. Chapter 105. Inside the captain's cockpit of the transport ship. This ship doesn't need a first mate, a navigator, just one person to make decisions. Now that humans are connected to machinery, as such, the ship, up and down, was connected, via data, to the electronic chip inside the captain's brain. At this moment, the captain was a little distracted, looking at a carton of paper cigarettes on his desktop. The pupils within the cybernetic eyes contracted slightly and slowly opened again. He looked similar to a normal person, very much like he was made of meat, but that was all. It looked like it. This captain used to smoke. He was seen taking out a cigarette and touching the tip with his index finger, and the cigarette caught fire. With a cigarette butt in his mouth, tried to inhale it and found I couldn't do it, having long since lost this function of breathing. Approaching Venus 1 satellite orbit, receiving alien cargo. A mechanical, cold voice rang in his ears, and the captain looked toward the projection screen with his cigarette in his mouth. In the image of the projection screen, he saw a huge glowing tail at the external hatch. The external receiving hatch was then closed. Lieutenant, replay what you just saw. Yes, Captain. The camera then plays the eerie scene it just captured, only to see, in the middle of this space, a huge lizard monster flew into the transport ship from Venus's moon 1. What the hell is this thing? How can a lizard grow so big? The captain of the transport ship murmured silently. Suddenly, a red light came on in the cab, accompanied by a dripping alarm. Warning, unknown creatures, sabotaging the ship. Warning, 26 armed crew members have been killed in the counterattack. Warning, unknown creatures, moving rapidly toward this location. Bang! Click! Suddenly, there was a sound of metal being twisted and torn apart inside the cab. The captain jerked back as the 3-centimeter thick metal hatch was being ripped open by a pair of sharp metal claws. Hello, Captain. Are you going to sail us far away? At that time, 3 figures walked in, covered in exoskeletal armor like that of an insect. The body is glossy black, and as these armors melted away, they revealed 3 faces, 2 male and 1 female. Hello, Captain. Thanks for giving us a ride. You're sending us to Mars, right? How much shall I pay you as a reward for this journey? The words landed in his mouth and the captain instinctively took a few steps backward to sit back in his chair. Seeing the monster, according to the instinctive reaction, he should feel afraid. But now, he felt just a little weird, and didn't feel as scared as he'd imagined he would. It seemed that human feelings had left him. Who are you people? Are you the goods that Talay told me to smuggle? The captain threw the cigarette in his mouth onto the floor, then stomped it out. I gripe. Forget-me-not grass. Haven't touched the stuff in a while. Just to see the girl finish excitedly, as if it were her own home. Quickly, he ran over to the captain and gripped a carton of cigarettes from the tabletop, and very deadpan with a cigarette in her mouth. She nodded her head, signaling the captain to light her up. For some reason, the captain even smiled a little, only to see his index finger flick up a small blue flame to help light the girl up. Comfortable. The girl sat down on the tabletop with a cozy face, and her mouth began to swallow. I'd like to ask again, are you the goods that Tale told me to smuggle? The answer is correct. You're a person I could tell at first glance was exceptionally nice to be around. I like to get along with nice people. What you have to do is simple. Get us to Mars in one piece. Also, there's a big lizard on this ship, and I don't know if you've seen it. We'll find a way to hide it. After we get to Mars, I'll ask Tale to give you a promotion. It's that simple. The captain smiled faintly. I'll do my best. Mars colony. Airship entry gate. Although this place on Mars is only a colony, it is no less prosperous than Earth once was. After all, over 100 million people have relocated here, plus the population of the former colonies, plus the RoboCorp program to create robots with human consciousness. That translates to a Mars colony of well over 300 million people, and over 4 billion intelligent robots. To put it bluntly, with over 4 billion robots serving 300 million masters, the humans here must be having a dashing time. But Mars also has a huge problem in that it can no longer make robots with human consciousness. The previously stored body of consciousness is used up, but the Human Federation doesn't care, because they have complete faith that the Creator civilization will help them. In order to separate humans from robots, people have designed themselves to look like the people they once were. That's all. Earth is very anti-fully intelligent robots, because at one time it was felt that, sooner or later, intelligent robots would go unchecked and become a threat to human beings. The ratio of the number of robots to humans on Earth is also only about 100 to 1. So the Mars colony has also become a demonstration area for intelligent robots. The results of the experiment showed that this was very much the right course, and that the planet was about to play out with all the human beings on it. Besides, at this moment, the mineral transport ship under Tale's banner arrived at the ship's inspection gate. As a mineral transportation ship, this one was so large that it looked like a cauldron turned upside down in shape. The main thing is that the ship's cargo hold is large, and there isn't really much large area inside the cabin. The ship also had a crew of just over 30 or so, and unbeknownst to them, 26 were dead. The main job is to transport some more cargo around the rings of Saturn, and Saturn's moons, and it doesn't take many people. Plus Tale's transportation company is the third largest on Mars. Come and go. All are already VIP customers here. The staff at the testing station usually just give the green light when they see the square triangle sign of the Tale group. But times are different now. The Human Federation had greeted it, and all ships coming in and out of the incoming and outgoing ships must be strictly inspected. The process has to be followed, only to see 19 inspection robots with suction cups flying at the entry gate. These robotic detections are simple, but also the most direct and tangible, only to see the dozen or so robots scattered in each corner of the ship, attaching suction cups to the surface metal of the ship. Subsequently using a particular way of generating vibrations that, by means of vibration, the ship is inspected inside and out, relying on the wave values collected from bouncing. Check for the presence of extra life forms. After about a minute or so, 19 inspection robots put away their suction cups and returned to the inspection entrance, lit up with a green light to pass. The transport ship was also headed towards Mars. The reason why it wasn't detected was because there really wasn't any extra life forms present inside the ship. Inside the cargo hold of the airship, where not only the transported ores are stored, the weird thing is that the surface of the ore is covered with a thick layer of slime, and above these ores floated a blue-black spherical mental body. Molan broke down all of his and Phoenix crouching dragons, as well as Brother General's flesh into this slimy existence, leaving it devoid of any life force. But there's nothing wrong with the substances that make up the life force that, inside his mental body are wrapped 4 cells. Even if that detection tool was as advanced as it was, there was no way it could be so fine that it could detect the life force of even 4 cells. Moran then dropped the 4 cells into the slime that made up the flesh and blood. A vote just evaded detection, and life began to multiply and grow as the cells wriggled through the mucus. Chapter 106, Waking Up Angry. Mars Steel Refinery. This site is where various metals are smelted. One of the largest steel mills in the Mars colony. Put. The mineral transport ship, with its huge, 100-meter-high hatch opening. Immediately after that, a bunch of programmed robots entered the hatch to transport and carry the cargo, and the ores inside the cargo hold were all distributed in piles. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from inside the just opened hatch of the transportation robots were all blasted to slag before they could even enter them. A huge lizard monster stepped out in a big way, pressing on with no fear. It seems that once you hit the ground, you are a god. And atop the head of the 70-plus meter tall lizard monster, 3 people were still playing cards. Boss, we've successfully landed on Mars, which has much less gravity than Earth. 3 with 1. Phoenix said as she played her playing cards. I'm going to be sorry. Over. Do you guys think our appearance will be too high profile? Mullen said as he looked down below was the metal that had been blasted into pieces. King Fry. No, boss, I think we're pretty low. Crouching Dragon said as he held the only 2 cards left in his hand. Moran bristled. Damn, the King Bomb is at your house again. Looks like you're winning. Are you left with a pair? No boss. I have a 3 and a 4 left. Moran blankly glanced at Wulong. Looks like we're still too low profile. So let's go high. Inside this factory, not far away, was the figure of Chief Brother, who was wreaking havoc on the buildings inside the steel refinery were trampled and flooded with spark after spark, breaking and exploding beneath it. And that was before the army arrived. There's already a reporter with her hovercam coming in to do a live feed. Attention all residents. Sector 9. Mineral Steelworks has suddenly seen a 72-meter-tall lizard monster. It is not yet known if it is an unknown lifeform from another planet. Now, let's interview this worker inside the factory and ask him what's on his mind right now. Hello, Uncle. How will the destruction of the factory affect you? The uncle was seen rubbing his stomach, although he didn't have much in his stomach either, but his previous habits had to be maintained. Actually, I think it's okay. That's like now we're all turned into lumps of iron, with neither food nor drink to worry about. Just find a place to recharge your batteries when you're done. I think life is very stressful now, and it doesn't really matter to me if that factory closes down. The reporter rephrased his query. You can't think like that, Uncle. If the factory closes down, won't you be out of a job in the future? This uncle laughed nervously and said, it doesn't matter. Then the factories here will always be built when they close down. I've actually always wanted to be a musical artist. It's just a shame I can't rob those cyborgs. Silk. Suddenly, a ray of light passes less than 50 meters behind this reporter. Under this huge shockwave, directly the ground was as if a huge ditch had been cut. Uncle looked at the deep ditch in front of him and marveled. I'll go. This big monster can be so powerful. By then, the army finally arrived, only to see 20 warplanes flying in the sky, like eagles spreading their wings in the sky. Rowla! Another ray of light whipped through like a whip, and 20 fighters were gone with a thud, just out of the gate and gone. The older man being interviewed, once again, marveled. I'll go to those airplanes. I go that big monster. I go this is too awesome. Not much later, after the plane had fallen, 2 more huge humanoid mechs, over 50 meters tall, came from the other direction. Each step caused the ground to shake, like 2 steel mountains that could walk. As the saying goes, one mountain is higher than the next. And the lizard monster became even more agitated after seeing the 2 humanoid mechs that were approaching. Without saying a word, with both legs spread out, he charged towards the 2 mechs. With the gradual approach of the 3, I saw that in the middle of the building, which was like a junkyard, the 2 mechs connected to each other hand in hand, blue plasma shields bursting from their body surfaces. And as the lizard monster sprinted in stride, less than 20 meters away from the 2 mechs, with a sharp turn, and a tail behind him like a great long whip, jerking at this plasma shield. Snap! The plasma shield, which was originally intact, became as fragile as paper mache, and had shattered before it could block this move. And that huge tail, with an incomparably astonishing momentum, smacked against the huge humanoid mech's abdomen. And this tail was carrying a radiation fusion ring shockwave. And under this high-energy radiation fusion ring strike, the mech on the far right snapped in half like butter cut by a hot knife. This horrific damage instantly bluffed the other mech next to him. It's not the time for those who know what's good for them to know what's good for them. Seeing that the big lizard didn't look like the reasonable type either, the humanoid mech on the left moved his knees and tried to turn and run. But it's too embarrassing. So many people have seen it, and running back is probably going to be cursed. As he pondered, it was too late for him to do anything about it, only to see this big lizard slap a claw on his shoulder, pull it over, and open its mouth to the mech's head. Boom! Destructive radiant rays of light, interspersed with lightning bolt after lightning bolt from behind the lizard's back, blasting away at the humanoid mech's head toward the ground. In an instant, the originally good humanoid mecha was penetrated through a large hole from the top of its head. In less than 2 minutes of work, 20 fighters and 2 humanoid battle mechs were gone. This bright performance shook all who watched this. In the face of this sudden attack, the commanders of the 9th District Army were guilty of a bitter struggle in their hearts. This horrible destructive force, if we send in more troops, it would just be a death sentence, rather than a long-range WMD strike. And just then, with a twist of its head, the lizard monster spotted a couple of hovering smart cameras that were doing some filming not too far away, as well as the duo below with a dumbfounded look on their faces, looking in that direction. Then only the lizard monster, step by step, was seen heading towards the direction of these 2, perhaps realizing something was wrong. The reporter turned his head with the intention of running, but it was too late, and just as she turned for a moment the reporter felt the sizzling temperature coming from in front of him. The eye saw a huge ray of light slice through, hard enough to cut a large new trench in the middle of the ground. When the reporter turned around, there were 3 people standing in front of him. Hi guys, can I ask if you're the ones who planned this attack? The reporter said and instinctively passed the microphone forward. Ugh, this is kinda nice. All the humans turned into mechanical bodies. It's even better to get along in the future. Not to be afraid and not to run away. My name is Moran, by the way, and I am responsible for this attack. The reporter nodded. So may I ask why you carried out this attack? It's like this. Chief Brother was originally sleeping, so we played cards. Suddenly we're all up in arms. We all get up in arms. Plus seeing that the environment here is very bad. After all, we used to survive on Earth. So Brother always just wants to have a random wake-up call here. And as a result, you see this behavior as assault. I think that's a misconception you have about us. Chapter 107, Farming on Mars. Sector 9 of the Mars Colony. Within the steel refining factory, it was a good ore smelting and processing plant. Now it's like a dump. Broken and pitted, not mellow at all. And in the midst of this rags, Moran begins step 1 land infection work. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, plant trees first. Agriculture is the first element of production. So, it would be too much of an insult to the genes that come from the bloodline not to grow some food here. But Mars isn't much of a place. It's more barren. It's colder, pressing to see rain. And there's something to be said for the lack of light here. The thinness of the atmosphere. The lack of planting. Naturally, it can't be the usual big carrots and cabbages. These things can't possibly live when planted. It's got to be a high-tech crop. A fungus blanket developed by the morons themselves. Fungi are so vigorous and inclusive that they can have symbiotic relationships with many plants. Let's say, for example, that most of the plants in the rainforests produce mutualisms with fungi. More than that, not to mention a puddle of purple sludge on the floor. The overall shape is nothing to describe. Just now my brother spit it out after it was manufactured within the overall body. Thought it was a big pile of purple plaque. Looking at this thing, Mo Lewin lost his heart. This thing was a second-generation fungal blanket according to the system. But looking at it, it's not as good as the man-made fertilizer in the field. Systematic. Is this thing really a fungus blanket and is it as amazing as you say? Ding. You're questioning me. This is a second-generation fungal carpet obtained after first-generation enhancement on Venus, which cost over 8 million evolution points. Moran cut in disdain. He hadn't even paid attention to see what the first-generation fungal blanket looked like. Fingering this large pile of fungus blankets on the ground, the mind inquired. So what does this thing have the power to actually grow little mushroom-picking girls? You're in a hurry. This carpet is taking on the geological structure of this place, as well as the atmospheric pressure, the structure of the components in the air to automatically change the construction, and so on would be good. In that case, Moran had nothing to say, and waited patiently. It wasn't long before the large pile of fungus was seen as if it had come to life. First, it slowly melted away, spreading flat on the ground, and then slowly spreading out. Suddenly, as if the fungus carpet had found some kind of opportunity, it spread out instantly on the ground, and the spreading speed had reached a trend of 1 square kilometer per hour. Ding! Okay, now that this fungus blanket has adapted to the surface soil of Mars and the temperature here, now you can grow some contraptions on it. Moran looked at the large puddle of purple ground and ran his hand over it, feeling soft and slimy, and the writhing sensation coming from the palm of the hand, as if these fungal blankets were like a bunch of tiny soft worms. System, is it really possible to grow things on this? As soon as the words fell, a mushroom that glowed blue slowly emerged from the ground amongst the carpet of fungus, and spat a small puddle of spit towards Moran's feet. Zigzag. Moran looked towards his toes and realized that they were being corrupted by the mushroom's saliva. I'll go. Zombies? This can spit again. I'm just giving you a demonstration. This stuff can spawn fungal life, and it's edible. Oh, you have to try it. It tastes pretty good. At these words, Moran looked at the small mushrooms on the ground a dozen centimeters high. The little mushrooms that had just popped up in that moment seemed to understand something. I couldn't stop shaking. The mushroom cap was shaking hard. I wanted to run but I couldn't run without legs. Moran didn't bring a polite bending down and pulling up the mushroom with a handful of mycelium along with it. After leaving the mycelium, only this mushroom in my hand struggled for a few moments before it was lifeless. Wulong, come and taste it. The boss picked the mushrooms for you with his own hands. Molan smiled and handed the mushroom in his hand to Wulong next to him. That old saying goes, an elder's gift is not to be resigned. Not to mention the fact that it's from the boss. The beautiful and kind-hearted Wulong was thrilled to death, with a big smile on his face, and after receiving it, He took a bite on it without even thinking about it. The texture was similar to chewing raw mushrooms, except this one was juicier and watery to the point of squirting. But water is corrosive, and on the spot only the mouth of the wolverine burned. But it didn't matter. It recovered again in a moment. Wulong said with a bleary eye, "Boss, this stuff is so energizing. It numbs your mouth like a hot pot. It's so good." Moran nodded. Then a seed slowly coalesced in the heart of his right hand. "This is a modified sunflower seed. Mushrooms can grow nowadays. What's the big deal about planting a sunflower?" After burying your sunflower seed inside the fungus blanket, not long after, only this sunflower seed began to take root and germinate. From a small seedling, it slowly grows to a medium-sized seedling, and then grows from that to produce buds, spreading the buds. But after spreading the buds, the first reaction of this sunflower is why there is no sun. Sunflowers started to get confused on the spot and the open buds kept spinning, always looking for the sun's orientation. If a normal person had seen this scene, they would have been stunned. A sunflower just as alive as it can turn its head? An even more exaggerated scene appeared, only to see the branches and leaves of the sunflower stem begin to gesticulate one after the other. It's just like Naruto's ceiling, but it's actually sign language. Translated, it means something like this: "Boss, I want the sun. I want the sun." Moran rubbed his chin and glanced up at the dim sky. The light from Mars wasn't really that bad, but this was a steel mill, and the air that came out of it was murky, and had long since fogged up the place. And it does seem a little weird now, planting a sunflower that turns out to have no sun. This is too much of a loss for sunflowers, but it doesn't matter. All the light from the sun is light from nuclear fusion. Moran beckoned, and the top-heavy brother always lowered his head knowingly, opening his mouth wide to radiate a bright light. Although it's not nuclear fusion that produces light, nuclear fission produces light. Electric light bulbs glow. This light allows the modified sunflowers to start producing seeds without having to be pollinated by insects. In less than 5 or 6 minutes of work, you could just see a bunch of seeds covering the inside of this large sunflower faceplate. These are good sunflower seeds, full and firm, having borne perfect seeds. The sunflower twisted its branches toward Moran. It felt like an invitation to look a little cute and dorky. Click. As soon as Moran pulled off the sunflower's large faceplate, he put it in his hand and looked at it, and thought it was really nice. And a snap of his fingers at the brother chief was followed by a small cloud of fire roasting onto the sunflower seeds from his nostrils. In the air, the smell of roasted sunflower seeds wafted through the air. "Feni, crouching dragon, taste it. The sunflower seeds that boss roasted for you guys. It tastes absolutely great." With that, the 3 ate sunflower seeds in front of the sunflower, who was on the verge of tears. Not long after, the ground spit out a melon shell and Phoenix said, "Boss, I guess in a little while, the Human Federation is going to do a destructive cleanup of this place. Why don't we move underground?" "How much longer is expected?" "They're evacuating the place, estimated to be about 3 hours away." "That's a rush. I'll plant some more peanuts and eat roasted peanuts before I leave." Chapter 108, The Mullen Family Farms. God never fails to reward those who give quietly. The land never fails to treat those who work hard on it. There is no such thing as a badly plowed field, only tired oxen. Mars Colony, Sector 9, 500 meters underground in the middle of a huge cavern. All these holes were made by Brother General, tirelessly digging out one claw at a time, day and night. Mostly, of course, it's still important to stay alive, and if you don't run into the ground, you're a live target for the Human Federation. Plus, inside the excavated cave, the pits are in all directions, borrowing from the way termites construct their nests. And termites, not only do they have a handful of great building skills, most importantly, termites have a very long history of farming civilization. Most termites have a history of growing mushrooms, but in here, it's not just mushrooms that are grown, it's all kinds of plants that can photosynthesize. Let's say at this moment, brother always go for the dig. Brother always go for the dig. Crouching Dragon stood atop Brother General's head, holding up 2 stockings, cheering him on like a cheerleader. And brother always pawed at the dirt beneath him. The hole was dug. Now there is a small problem. The soil dugout has to wait for the fungus blanket to come and slowly decompose. Surely it can't be dumping dirt out there. The Human Federation hasn't found this place yet. It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Above, the metal smelting and processing plant that the Human Federation could not abandon, and which is already undergoing factory reconstruction. And underneath the processing plant is a farm that is gradually being erected. Brother General and Wulong keep opening up new territories, and Moran and Phoenix are doing very important work inside the cave. That is, to build a meal. People are iron. Food is steel. The Moran family does not eat. All must be panicked. Just see the fungus carpet covering all the way inside this cave. A wide variety of crops are grown wherever the fungus carpet has been spread. And in the midst of this cave, glowing mushrooms produced a faint light. Looks a little dreamy here, but after all, mushrooms don't produce enough light for these plants to maintain most of their ability to photosynthesize as well. After all, photosynthesis is still important. Photosynthesis produces sugar nutrients and casually regulates the air in here to produce oxygen. As a result, crop growth has slowed, but it doesn't matter. More seeds, more volume. At this very moment, Moran and Phoenix are directing hundreds of minions to whack large chunks of potatoes as well as groundnuts in the river. The fungus carpet absorbs hydrogen and oxygen elements in the ground to form water molecules. Water molecules are more water, so there are quite a few more channel rivers in there. By soaking in water, it is used to make starch, which can be used to make vermicelli seeds, and those food scraps that are hammered can be used to raise pigs. That's right, not only is there food growing in here, irrigation structures, but there's also a hog farm. Take the genetic structure of a pig, the genetic structure of a cow, and the genetic structure of a monkey and create a cell that, subsequently, the creatures grown from this cell were brainless minotaurs. Not far away, inside the flat cave, which held more than 1,000 minotaurs in captivity, hundreds of minions, carrying the hammered out remains of potato groundnuts, came to work on the feeding. Just see these minions crawling on top of the wall like ants dragging their food. Afterwards, throwing down the food scraps. The 3-meter-tall, muscle-crazed minotaur grabbed the scraps of food that had fallen and began to chow down. These minotaurs, with horns on their heads, bull faces and pig noses, pig bodies and cow tails, and monkey hands and feet can walk upright, but all are creatures that have no consciousness and eat and drink only by instinct. A fully automated biofarm that just produces all kinds of food in an organized manner. Besides, this minotaur, a treasure. Eating can be milking. Milking cannot be slaughtered to eat meat. And the minotaurs, all of them, are clear of the split reproduction method. There is no need for extra mating work, and the ability to reproduce that is exceptional. Among the more than 1,000 minotaurs, there were big ones and small ones, and the small ones couldn't grab the big ones, so they could only wait foolishly on the side. And that's when the only thing that could be seen was the Moran family milking staff coming in with big black buckets to milk the cows. These big black barrels, made of insect exoskeleton structures. Without going into the details of milking, the Morans have always been simple and brutal in their approach. Once you milk a cowboy, you can hear a minotaur scream. It wasn't long before it was time to eat. In the middle of the cave that the Moran family used to rest in, Brother Chief lay on the ground, his mouth spewing radiant fire, while above it, a metal cauldron hung from its flesh and blood tentacles. This metal pot was dozens of meters wide and over a dozen meters deep. The metal material that the Moran family had gotten inside when they demolished the factory. It's so big that it's almost covering Brother General's body. And underneath that big pot, thousands of Moran family members sitting on the ground. Each member of the family received a pail for milking the cows. It didn't take long for the inside of the cauldron to cook. With just a wave of Moran's hand, the food cooked inside the pot was distributed into the buckets in the hands of the family members. The food contained inside the bucket was, naturally, steaming hot pork stew with vermicelli sub. After the starches of potatoes as well as groundnuts have settled well, these starches are processed in hot water. Subsequently hung up to air dry, they are vermicelli seeds. Eating pork stewed with vermicelli is better than living gods in heaven. After the distribution, the remaining pork vermicelli sub inside the pot is Brother General's. Only thousands of people were seen hugging the bucket while Brother General sat up and held the cauldron in both paws. Moran levitated above the crowd excitedly. Through the tireless efforts of our family members, our population of family members here has risen to 231. All the Molan family members held up their buckets and shouted, "Boss Molan fluffs." The Molan family rises. Molan nodded and said again, "During this time, we first commend Brother General for opening up the territory for us. Brother always fluffs. We all love Mr. Brother." Moran pointed to Wolverine again. "By the way, I would like to commend Wulong for her 59th consecutive one-day gastronomy competition, and I hope that people don't learn from her. Go Wulong. Wulong is our favorite." There was Wulong that definitely had to praise Fong Daisy. Lastly, I solemnly thank Fong Daisy for her constructive comments on this place, as well as Fong Daisy's excellent space management skills during this period of time. Phoenix Child is the best. Phoenix is forever a god. Ding. Are you out of your mind? Go out and get tens of thousands of lives if you have nothing better to do. And you're hiding out here running a farm? Oh, I almost forgot. Unakemo definitely needs to open a factory. Is this the East Factory? Or the West Factory? Moran coughed dryly. Aren't I preparing for the future? Plan strategic supplies now and stockpile a little more stuff. With that, only piece after piece of Minotaur cheese was distributed. Everyone eat and drink well today. Tomorrow will be another hard day of work. Oh, let's eat. Chapter 109, The Super Fun Molan Family. Today's Moran family underground farm. Again, another peaceful day. Moran took an insect shell watering can and watered the various crops that covered the ground. After pouring the water out, he slowly stood up, and when he turned his head, the cave behind him was covered with all kinds of glowing mushrooms. And these mushrooms, shining on the gradually growing crops. Purple strawberries hang large, and bananas and watermelons grow on the same vines. Moinan saw this and could not help but feel in his heart that he was already a good farmer. One definitely sows not just crops, but shining stars. Hello Boss Moran. By then a member of the Molan clan walked by carrying a struggling, not quite dead, Minotaur. The Minotaur was stabbed in the neck, and blood sprayed like money, falling low on the fungus carpet and staining a corner. Emoluan smiled and waved his hand. Be frugal. That blood don't be so wasteful. You can make blood want soup when you eat. Okay boss. The family member then went from hanging upside down carrying the oxen a moment ago to hanging upright carrying the oxen by the neck. Just as Moran was about to carry the watering can and fill it with some water in the nearby stream to continue watering, the scorpion's voice suddenly came from inside his head. Boss, why don't you come over to Venus? We have something good to show you. Hearing this, Moran's conscious body disappeared in place and, when I opened my eyes again I came to Venus. As soon as he opened his eyes, Moran rubbed them, suspecting that he had misread the situation. Right now, in this purple blanket of fungus, a powerful colony of creatures is being born. Ahead, a large red tree grows on a blanket of fungus, inhabited by members of the Moran family. And above the large trees flew one small bioship after another. Some are shaped like large bats, some like pterodactyls, and some are more like devilfish in the sea. The most eye-opening thing was that flying creatures of mosquitoes and flies were also present. This is not the most tawdry. The most tawdry is in this lab field. At this moment, in front of Moran, there was a fist-waving cabbage. In front of the cabbage is a potato buried in the ground. And this potato, like a heart that opens and closes, as if a huge explosion of energy is stored inside. Welcome Boss Moran. Scorpion fell from the sky and landed beside Moran. At this moment, the scorpion was no longer in the shape of the big scorpion from when before, but a monster with a human face and scorpion body. The overall shape is much smaller. Welcome Boss Moran. Boss Moran Fluff. A family member not far away shouted. Are you playing zombies? Moran said in surprise. Scorpion nods. Then, a zombie really emerged from the ground on the carpet in front of us. That zombie, naturally, is a member of the Moran family posing as and acting like it, walking with a limp, accompanied by a babbling, didn't go more than a few steps, ran into that potato mine. Bang! Only to see that potato thunder explode. A powerful shockwave exploded, and on the spot, it blew that Moran family member all over the place. Moran looked a little surprised that he hadn't shared his memories with his family members for a while, and as a result they had played out. Before he could speak, Scorpion shouted, the next brother who wants to play is up. Meanwhile, the members of the family watching this race from the trees cheered. The only thing that could be seen was the members of the Molan family, who had been blown up all over the place, quickly coalescing together and a cheeky exit ensued, and a lot of fun was had. At that time, another zombie, holding a stick, striding toward the cabbage, only to see the distance between the two continue to close. The large cabbage rubbed the cabbage fist in his hand. Snap! Before the pole vaulting youngster could jump, he was whacked to the ground and held down by the big white man. Blood and flesh were flying and punches were being thrown. Not far away, the members of the Moran family looked even happier. Scorpion shouted, not bad, try the next brother. Suddenly, only to feel the ground shake, a large member of the Moran family came, a sledgehammer in his hand and a small family member on his back. Molan saw this silently thumbs up. Originally thought he had played in Mars had been out of the ordinary. I didn't realize that, compared to this group of geniuses, each one of them was simply a god. All you see is that the big cabbage punch is like a tickle to the big man. Instead, the big guy is a hammer down and the cabbage is smashed to pieces. At this point, after the victory, the big monster is strutting around the arena, showing off his massive muscles. And the little man monster on his back was giggling with excitement and Scorpion nodded. Next plant up. The words landed on the ground, and at once the inevitable scene appeared, as the boys pushed a large corn onto the field. Immediately afterward, Big Corn angled his corn head, followed by, a giant corn missile was sent vertically toward the sky and fell vertically again. Boom! There was popcorn all over the place, but in the midst of this explosion, the big giant threw the little monster on his back before failing. The little monster was seen flying through the cascading explosions of popcorn towards the big corn. The winner is already decided. The corn was chewed up and wasted. After watching all of this, Moran exclaimed to the scorpion next to him, "You guys, you always manage to give me a little new trick." Scorpion hemmed and hawed. "Boss is lifting us up. It's all because a certain sister taught me well. She told me to do it and said it was fun. It's really fun." Just then, ding, look to your left. Moko. Moran twisted his head to look, only to see a beautiful snake with purple scales swimming out of the middle of that forest. Just see the snake. It's weird as hell. Turquoise green human beauty eyes, arched nose, cherry mouth. Just this face can be called beautiful. But the hair, again, looks like some cross between an insect and a snake. One with its teeth bared as if it were alive. Below the neck of the beautiful snake were hidden scales, as if dressed in purple tulle. Serpentine? Serpentine? Demon? Moran subconsciously exclaimed. This is the flesh that this palace built for itself. If you don't take me to play, can't I build myself one to play with? Moran gulped and pointed at the snake monster in front of him. You built this thing? I'm going to you, Grips. This is your Queen Medusa. The palace has taken the name Medusa. How's it going? Are you pretty? Do you want me to spoil you? The voice that spoke came from the Medusa monster in front of her, but the timbre was exactly the same as the system voice inside her head. Moran's eyelids tugged at the corners of his mouth and moved. Holy, you're so perverted. You guys are all super good at this one. I admire that. Medusa pouted, looking a bit pouty. Just tell me if you like it or not. I like you too. If this was a multiple choice question, I'd go with B, said Moran in disgust. Medusa's eyes were also disgusted, but with a trifle of teasing in them. Unekimo is so big and chooses answer B. Do you have that? Molan involuntarily winced, feeling that sooner or later he was going to be led astray by the system. Okay, stop it. Are these the results of your recent research with Scorpion? Nonsense. Not a single evolution point was spent on you. This palace I genetically aligned myself, Medusa said with her jade hands crossed. Moran silently gave a thumbs up. Good man. Now you're the one working for me. Chapter 110, Mercury's Redemption. Mystery of the Temerian Civilization. Moran sat up violently from the ground and swept his eyes over the place, which was like a palace built of crystal. In the middle of that palace proper, there was a translucent humanoid creature floating towards him. It's been a long time since I've dreamed. Why are I dreaming again today? Molan bent down and touched the translucent crystal floor, murmuring, "Help me, help." It's direct communication of the mind. Again, the meaning coming from the mind consists of several languages. Each language is a foreign language that Moran vaguely remembers. Every sentence is a lifesaver. When the transparent humanoid creature in front of him came forward, Moran raised his hand and touched it. A sensation like an electric shock came between his fingers. Moran immediately drew his hand back, shocked. This dream is so real. Come Mercury. Come Mercury. Psi energy connects you and me. Come Mercury. Come on you horse. This is the building that the alien civilization left behind on Mercury, right? You guys really don't have any aesthetics at all. Moran surveyed the crystals around him and mocked disdainfully. At that moment, the humanoid creature standing in front of Moran paused for a moment, emanating a plea. Help me, friend, help me. Emoluan disdainfully said. Whether you die or not is none of my business. There is no benefit for me to save you. Do you think I run a charity? Benefits. More. With that, only to see the translucent humanoid creature suddenly turn into a snake, instantly strangling Moran with a hand. Venus. A beautiful snake on a warm bed made of flesh and blood was dream rushing and wrapped around Moran's body in a death grip. Moran struggled to open his eyelids and realized he couldn't breathe, though he could have done so without the. But how could Moran stand to be subjected to such violence? Craning his head to look around, his minions were sleeping peacefully buried in the ground. There was grunt after grunt in his ears, as loud as thunder. To make matters worse, the hand inadvertently touched a large puddle of water and snapped to the realization that his entire body was dripping wet. It's like soaking in a puddle. Moran thought he had wet the bed and shook his head, when suddenly he saw a pretty face pressed against his ear and fixed his eyes on it, like a sleeping beauty. But that's not important. What is important is that she's the one who snores, and she's the one who drools in her dreams. The drool dripping out of that little mouth is like leaving a faucet running. Dog the eunuch mo. Gently. Ouch. Why are you pulling my hair? Bastard plum dosa. Why are you sleeping here? I'm going to see you sleeping and calling out for your mom, and give you some love, and you don't even appreciate it? I'll you up. Let go. Why are you so tight? A quarrel between the two, which instantly awakened the surrounding minions. But no one said anything, either. Pretended to be asleep. The feud between the boss and the big sister has nothing to do with being a little brother. Immediately afterward, Metasweet let go of her own serpentine body and stretched out her. This is the real snake waist. Just look at the upper half of the slender lady. Look at the lower half of the body. Think white Susan in the world. My Dusha. I just had a dream about the so-called alien buildings on Mercury. Molan casually glanced at my Dusha and pretended to yawn and said, I'm your system. I named myself Queen Medusa. TMD Queen, do you understand? Silly git, don't call me my Dusha. May Dosha said with a glare in her beautiful eyes. Plum Doja matches your temperament. On the Mars side I told them to develop obscenely. Now let's take a trip to Mercury. Moran shook his head and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the scorpion emerged from inside the ground, flinging its claws in an uplifting manner. Good. Boss Moran gave the word. And our whole family takes over Mercury. Immediately afterward, countless minions emerged from the ground, raising their arms together and shouting, Boss Moran cheats. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not time for a war yet. Quietly. Shoot drop don't. Let's sneak to Mercury first. A sweeping view of space. One with a wingspan of about 20 meters. A large bat with a shiny black insect armor covering its body and a high-energy gas mixture ejected from its back. Use the positive and negative poles of the wings to create an electric current to ignite. Sparks with lightning all the way toward Mercury's location. And inside this big bat were 3 people. The system Plum Dosa, Scorpion, and Moran. According to the news from Phoenix and the route he planned, we can avoid being found by the Human Federation by taking this route. Moran finished, casually drawing randomly and blindly on the bloody ground, which everyone could read anyway. Medusa clasped her hands and looked at Moran without a word. Scorpion was similarly silent, also looking at Moran without a word. Moran was a little weirded out by the look, and then flew out of his mental body to look at himself as well. That boy is so handsome, isn't he? Moran's mental body said as it was sandwiched between the two. Boss is always the most handsome. Scorpion stood up straight, but the scorpion tail behind him was cocked high. Why do you have a glowing symbol on your head? Metasweet mused. At this moment, Moran finally realized why the two were looking at themselves. There's a twisted symbol, like a windmill symbol, stamped on the side of his head. Only this windmill was somewhat symmetrical and glowed a pale white color. You're the system and you don't know what this thing is? Where in the world is omniscience? I think this would be a sign of some alien civilization. Suddenly, I only saw Meidosha's small hand clapping. I remember. This is the symbol of a certain tertiary civilization called Tamaya civilization. Scorpion inquired with an open mind as he moved the 2 large teeth that had popped out of the corners of his mouth. So say big sister. The boss has this symbol, which means the boss is from that Tamarian civilization. Maybe the boss is still a prince of the Tamaya civilization. I knew the boss must come from an extraordinary background. Metasweet shook her head. He's a grifter. The symbol is meant to represent the friendship of the Tamarian civilization, which is the same as being recognized by the Tamarians. Moran's mental body flew back into his body and rubbed his head. So then, it looks like last night really wasn't a dream after all, with an alien saying something about Psi being able to connect me to him. My Dusha grunted. The psionic isotope is the hallmark of their civilization, and it's what keeps their civilization's spirit alive and well. The most well-understood psionic isotope in the entire universe is the Tamarian civilization. At that point, Moran remembered that there was another psi-energy isotope cube on Earth, a piece of it sitting in Leviathan's stomach. If the undersea temple hadn't suddenly disappeared, then one would be pinching 4 pieces of psionic isotope in one's hand. The thought of it energized Moran, and the psionic isotope's boosting power for mental strength was outstandingly effective. But on the other hand, psionic isotopes don't seem to be expendable, as if they don't get scarcer. Regardless of all the tossing and playing around this time, the pyloric isotopes are still as plentiful as ever. So the sooner Mercury goes, the better. On the one hand, capable of destroying closed force fields within the solar system. On the one hand, it was able to force the aliens to spit out more uses for the psionic isotope. Chapter 111, Mercury Redemption. Flower Romance. At the moment, Moran was sitting on the head of a giant bat, and, stroking the bat's head. The bat looked well behaved under Moran's touch, and they were surrounded by a vast expanse of space. Only halfway through their flight at this point. It was halfway through the flight, but the sun looked mostly the same, after all. Mercury was the closest planet to the sun. Groping, Moran flung a slap at the bat's head. It didn't make a sound because it was in space, but that didn't stop Moran from mentally chortling. How long until we get to Mercury? Why are you flying so slow? The bat instantly took heart and emitted more of the gas stored in its body. It's gotten to the point where it's burning your life away. Sessions. Only a slit was made in the bat's back, and a snake came out of it and wandered over to Moran. Ding! It's damn cold outside. I don't know what the Human Federation was thinking, actually planning to start cleaning up what's left of humanity on Earth. I should have asked you to kill them all in the first place. and let them struggle and struggle and struggle and be idle. With that, the scales on this snake's body were arranged more densely, using this to withstand the lack of air pressure in space, as well as the cold environment. How much longer until we get there? I feel like at least dozens of hours have passed. Why is it flying so slow? Moran was getting a little impatient, having just now had his conscious body go back inside the Martian farm to go for a ride. What can be done? There's only the dumbest way to do interstellar migration right now. Smaller bioships can't reach the massive jet speeds of a Leviathan, so slower is slower. Upon hearing this, Moran leaned back against the bat head, pressed against the stars and rivers of splendor in space. Only the light of the sun in front of us was so bright, and it was dark all around, only to see Moran spreading his fingers and breaking them, counting that he had been in this world for almost a year. The year had gone as fast as it had gone, and a tiny cell had mixed up a family of biological monsters, and all of them are highly competent and skillful immortals. Looking back, if nothing else, one is supposed to be sitting in an office, doing simple, boring things for a pittance of a paycheck. But no matter what kind of life it is, there's a destiny that you can't get out of. That life is always just a witness to the universe. Even though I have seen the ebb and flow of the tide, I can't resist the word loneliness. Moron family or not, created biochemical monsters or not, system or not, what appears to be superficial prosperity is, in the end, nothing more than a joke about a young man trying to challenge the universe. The universe is here. It's not going anywhere. It's not going away. It's as ridiculous as a fish locked in a fishbowl, banging its head against the tank and vowing to break it. Without the tank, the fish will naturally die. What the fish does is crash the tank, killing itself, along with the other fish confined in the tank. What a ridiculous result. What a ridiculous effort. Whenever he thought of this, Moran would always laugh bitterly at the capriciousness of life. System. Forget it. It's better to call you my Dusha to be more affectionate. The two of us destroyed everything here. What will be the final result? Moran said as he looked sideways at Metasweet's pretty face. Your question is akin to asking why planting a seed makes it germinate? No one can answer your question, just as no one knows what seeds are planted and what they will grow into. Why do you care what happens to the seed? All you have to do is plant the seed and it's up to the seed to decide what it will become. Why wouldn't you have made the connection that I told you to destroy the universe, and that the universe made the decision on its own? Moran shook his head and smiled. I don't care what I do, except I think destroying the universe is so middle of the road. Don't doubt it, Junior. The dark soul in you is burning brightly. Destroy it. Destroy it all. It's not you that's wrong. It's the world. Ha 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 ha. I feel so middle-aged too, but isn't it nice? My Dusha said. His body coiled next to Moran's, leaning against his shoulder and pointing ahead. Look, the burning star, in a dying struggle. Ahead, the burning sun, glowing and illuminating the universe, burning itself out in the cosmos, igniting the dark and infinite universe. Even the sun, eclipsed in its final moments, and its step into death is the stellar interpretation of the universe. Moran looked sideways at Metasweet, and the two of them looked at each other in all directions, looking at each other for a long time. If you don't blink, won't your eyes dry out? I can be in space. You ask me if my eyes are dry. Suddenly, only Moran casually raised his hand to block, and a thigh-thick metal missile hovered in front of him. The jet flames behind the missiles kept burning, but no matter how much power the missiles put out, they couldn't move forward even a fraction of a second. We seem to have been discovered. Bombs are in your face, and you call that a seeming? Immediately after that, only to see Moran's fingers flipping casually. This metal missile slowly came apart, by a complete missile, being dismantled with the explosive substance inside, the fire fiducials, the ignition device and such. Moran then twisted the silvery metal into the shape of a single rose. The foot twisted out to 28. Then again, the glowing explosives inside were made into decorations that adorned the roses. It is said that the only time most men, receive flowers is at their own funeral. Emonang then waved his hand and these 28 roses flew toward the front like sharp arrows. And where the roses fly away, hidden in that darkness were 28 human Federation space warships. I thought you were romantic enough to give me this flower. I'm so excited, but you're just like a grizzly. Humph. Let's set off a firework for you then. Only to see Moran's hand slapping the bat's head. The bat understood. A fierce acceleration toward the 28 warships ahead. At that time, 28 warships were seen firing in unison, throwing out 12 laser beams, 52 missiles, and hundreds of small cluster bombs. In the face of such heavy artillery fire, Moran smiled in an uncontrollable frenzy, utilizing his mental powers to burst a number of bombs, causing attentive explosions to block the sight of these men. The figure weaves through the fire. 28 ships snapped into a defensive stance. bursting into shields that connected together like a wall of blue plasma light in an attempt to stop the figure in front of them. But a scene that shocked the commanders of these 28 airships appeared, only to see a black humanoid monster standing on the head of a huge bat, in the midst of the artillery fire ahead of them, and the creature was sucking and pulling all kinds of bombs around it, flying rapidly towards here, with a big hand. The weapons that had just been launched from these warships were like a torrential downpour. In an instant, it exploded with a violent light, and the plasma walls shattered in layers. Beneath the shattering was the grinning face of the humanoid monster riding the bat monster, reflected in the glass surface of the forwardmost ship's cockpit. Chapter 112, Mercury's Redemption. Falling ship. If cruelty exists in this world, it must look like this. Hundreds of broken mechanical humans could be seen wailing with their mouths ripped open, amidst the floating metal debris. Only, it couldn't make half a sound. The final end of their lives is the depletion of the power, as well as the energy, in their bodies, floating alone in this boundless universe. But there is a certain amount of mercy in those who do this. It is at times like these that the meaning of mercy, too, begins to become distorted. That's knowing how to clean up the battlefield, attacking the robot humans floating in space without sparing any of them. End the suffering of this group as soon as possible. A giant bat monster wanders through the metal wreckage of the. Each flap of the wings and swing of the claws and teeth always took a robot human life. And on top of this bat monster's head, there was a snake, a black beetle-shelled human-faced monster. And inside the bat there was the scorpion monster that was huffing and puffing. Ding! There's a wrecked ship escaping at 3 o'clock. This ship's engines have been destroyed. Catch up. Moran craned his head to see a small bright spot behind him that was fading away. With that, he only saw Moran make a false move, and a cyborg human with a broken arm flew into his hands. Without more than a second's hesitation, a hand squeezed and the robot's head snapped off, followed by unconsciousness. Only the body is left to float alone in the universe. Perhaps it wasn't as lonely as this either, as there was more than one body floating around here as well. Inside the cockpit of the only ship that managed to escape among the 28 warships in the party, a siren sounded. The energy engines have been extensively damaged and are unable to enter the accelerated leap. 45% or more of the ship's surface area is broken, so please repair it immediately. The signal transmitter was broken and could not be used for Ancebo communication. A radio distress signal is being transmitted and the radio antenna is broken. Please repair it immediately. Air valves are broken and the hatches are being closed to isolate the damaged cabins. And the crew is being asked to gather in cabins that do not have a red light on. Escape pods are ready for orderly evacuation. With a poof, the hatch opened and 3 soldiers rushed in. No good, Captain. The monster is about to catch up. Come with us. I commanded this ship 20 years ago. I have no way back. This is my grave. The man with the captain's hat said as he ran his hand across the bridge. Captain, it's too late if we don't leave. By federal law, the captain should secure his life and continue to contribute to the Federation in the future. So please retreat with us immediately. The soldier who spoke had an anxious face, half looking at the door and half at the captain. I have the right to be destroyed along with this ship. The captain cut in. In the meantime, 2 of the 3 soldiers who had come together had already gone away. The soldier gave a military salute in his haste and then turned around to run when it suddenly clicked. The soldier stared blankly at the 2 figures in front of him. Then his gaze swept downward as his chest was pierced by a hand. Monsters! Jab! The energy core inside him, along with most of the mechanical parts, was ripped out of the. After losing energy to sustain him, his body collapsed to the ground and convulsed a few times, followed by a gradual trance of consciousness. In this trance it was seen that the serpent's tail was wrapped around 2 of the soldiers who had just escaped. Hello there, Captain. Desertion is shameful, right? That's why we've got 2 presents for you. I only saw the man with the energy core in his hand scowl at the beautiful snake next to him. With a crackle, the 2 metal soldiers were flung at the captain's feet. The captain didn't say a word, didn't even turn around, kept his eyes fixed on those escape pods beyond the glass of the cockpit. Only to see, in that black space, like a big fish eating a small fish, the escape pod was being teased and chased by a bat monster. The captain sighed and looked back at the 2 figures in front of him. Why are you so cruel? There was a brief silence in the air, followed by a burst of laughter. After this laughter, cruelty? My beloved Captain Yo, it was you who attacked us first, the captain said with a straight face. We are also merely obeying the orders of the Human Federation. Destroying monsters is all. Then you are in no position to call us cruel. You obey the orders of the Human Federation. We merely obey the instincts of the monsters. Speechless, the captain pulled a high-powered electromagnetic bullet pistol from his back. The bright silver gun was aimed first at the figure in front of him. Then the gun was aimed at his own head. The inside of the head is where the consciousness chip is stored. Bang! This captain is down. Metasweet, you said this ship is capable of being remodeled, right? Small problem. That big bat called back when he'd had enough fun, and plugged up the rags with its flesh and blood. Subsequently take control of the ship's energy core, make some simple repairs, and you'll end up with 3 times the speed of a big bat flight. The Mercury Orbital Space Station. An elliptical space station a few hundred meters long and wide, bathed in sunlight orbiting Mercury. There are a few human Federation fleet ships gathered here, but they don't really do much, just conducting some simple daily patrols. It's just a way to assist the scientists here and observe the construction of alien ruins on Mercury. This scientific team, too, has the name called Simmer, but it's been studied for a couple hundred years, and nothing's come of it. Those relic buildings, they can't crack them with human technology alone. Couldn't even analyze the material, couldn't knock down a crystal at all. And at this very moment, the space station inadvertently captured the bizarre scene of within the projection screen captured by the electronic telescope. A strange human Federation ship is coming here at full speed. The ship was seen to be covered with a third of a carapace like flesh and blood, and resembling the armor of an insect. This caused a headache for the station's observers, while the space railgun was already aimed at the ship. This, request to fire. There's definitely something wrong with this thing. Is this a joke from the Human Federation? What kind of ship would look like this? A monster ship for a sci-fi movie? Could it be the same kind of lizard monster that appeared on Mars some time ago? No more time to waste. Aim and fire. Would that be bad? Why don't we convey some instructions first and see if the other side will talk back? In case it's one of our own. What's the point of hesitating? Fire even if it's one of our own. We won't accept this kind of mischief. The Supreme Commander here then tapped the railgun firing button, only to see a red beam coalesce from the 2 railguns that had been aimed just outside the station. Then the high-energy light energy particle cannon blasted out at high speed. Shasta! It just hit the ship and exploded violently in space. Seeing the image coming from the projection screen, the top commander here said, "Feed this message to the Human Federation." Suddenly a man's jaw dropped as he pointed at the projection screen. Is this a ghost? How can that airship still fly? In the middle of the screen, the broken down ship is coming towards here at full speed. It had obviously been blown to bits and pieces, but it was connected by some kind of flesh and blood. Oh my god, it crashed through. Only the ship on the projection screen grew larger and larger. It's too late to recharge the railguns. What a hell. Boom. The ship that came crashing in at full force even caused this space station to deviate from its set orbit and gradually fall towards Mercury. Chapter 113, Mercury Redemption. Crystal Coffin. Above Mercury, only an orbiting space station can be seen. With a trailing tail like burning red across the sky, like a meteorite falling from the 9 heavens, it slammed down towards the Earth. Bang! In the midst of those metal ruins, 3 figures slowly coalesced out. Phoenix, share the location of the alien ruins with me, Moran said through a mental link. Mercury is one of those planets in an extreme environment, held so firmly in the sun's gravitational pull that there's basically no such thing as rotation. So, it's very polarized, with one side of the land perpetually blazing hot, and the other side perpetually extremely cold. But sandwiched between the two is a zone of, there's half light, half darkness there, and in the middle of that zone, a crystal-built palace rose up, half bathed in sunlight, half hidden in darkness. The whole of this majestic crystal palace is like a pyramid, and it is one crystal block after another that builds this pyramid. These bricks, so tightly packed that only through a layer of tiny threads, to judge that it is a pyramid of accumulated crystal bricks, not a hole. And around such a pyramid, the circular top base of one is built. These are the scientists who study the alien ruins. At this very moment, 16 cyborg human scientists are at the foot of the pyramid, studying the crystal structure that built it. Only the circular probe robot emits a strong irradiation light to analyze the crystal tiles. Subsequent sweeps showed, as always, nothing. After almost 200 years of research, they couldn't come up with anything. The structure of the atomic arrangement shown on the dialyzer is the same as if it had been swept on air. Captain, urgent message. The space station has suddenly crashed, as if it was hit by some unknown ship. At these words, the man called Captain looked up at the sky. The space station that was visible to the naked eye seems to be gone. Don't be ridiculous. We haven't gotten any word of an attack. What other crazy spaceships could there be in this solar system? Do your work in peace. The captain pushed his black-rimmed glasses, which he hadn't needed originally, after he finished, but now it's like an ornament. No glasses hanging off your nose. Not used to it. Captain. No kidding. The Human Federation called us for an emergency retreat, saying there was some breaking news. As soon as the words fell, a dozen or so military armored vehicles drove here not far away. With a poof, the door of the lead armored vehicle opened and down stepped a law enforcement officer dressed in a black uniform. Gentlemen, I now ask you to follow us on an emergency retreat. We are receiving news of an attack by unknown creatures. Hearing this, the captain of this science squad smiled and said, unidentified creatures. Is it hard to believe that it's the moron family that's been running amok on Earth? It should be them, too. Only the Molan family in this heaven and earth would fool around like that. The military chief saluted towards the man, then squared his shoulders. The Molan family is no longer the monster we knew back then. Their overall strength is now terrifying to a kind of extreme. It has been observed that Venus has been riddled with their family's strategized biochemical weapons. A future space war is about to be fought. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly crossed the ground and the crowd immediately looked up, and all that could be seen was a giant bat monster in midair dragging burning gas blue flames behind it. Prepare to attack. Aim for the creature. A military order. Only to see all sorts of missile weapons sprouting from the roofs of these dozen or so armored vehicles. The soldiers who got out of their vehicles and set up their guns to aim at the monsters in the sky. Under the crackle, a volley of missiles, interspersed with a single bullet, lashed out toward the monster. In an instant, the creature was in midair. Then they were beaten and torn apart, and exploded in the sky in fireworks of blood and flesh, one after another. Drop after drop of blood followed, tilting down like rain. Well done, lads, now get the gang out of here. Suddenly, the officer's ears rang with a voice that sent chills down his spine. You know what? My favorite thing about you guys is that you always like to stare at one spot. The prey focuses only on the predator, always while ignoring the other hunter, only to see him jerk back and see a face grinning at him. And in the afterglow, he saw that his men had been tackled, reduced to one ragged body, crackling with sparks. How can moron be in an instant? Click. The officer's head, which was instantly ripped out from inside his, sort of answered his question, because since the beginning, Moran hadn't moved his hand. At this moment, only the scientific research team is left here. Hello, scientists. I especially admire scientists. You always give your best for all mankind. When he finished speaking, Moran twisted his head and Scorpion doesn't know if it's just a whim, or if he's got a weird fetish, is sticking one mechanical head after another in his own insect feet, as if when wearing shoes. They're all scientists. Go easy on them and move fast. Then, Moran and next to him, Metasweet strutted past the scientists, and Scorpion seems to have toyed with the idea of having 8 legs on one side, 16 in all, with the robot's head sticking out of each one. But those heads, they looked just like human ones, with a nail-biting walk. Wail after wail rang out for a full 15. At the foot of the Crystal Pyramid. This pyramid is extremely similar to the pyramids of ancient Egypt. At the top of the pyramid, there is a glowing stone, albeit a triangular one, but that bright azure glow, Moran recognized as none other than the psionic isotope. Meanwhile, Moran and the others circled around this huge pyramid and didn't find any entrances or exits. Don't scurry around. From what I understand of Temeria's civilization, they're all mental beings. They don't need a physical body. Don't you have a mental body entity? Just float your mental body in. Suddenly, the windmill symbol on Moran's head lit up like a 1000 watt light bulb. And there was a call in his head. Come in, friends, come in. Moran pondered for a moment and turned back to the duo at his side. That guy looks like he's dying. I'm going in. You guys just wait here for me. Midasha clasped her hands and said, if you go in, I go in. Scorpion, wait here for us. Scorpion waved his claws and laughed. Boss, big sister, have fun inside the room. Moran snickered. Why don't you say Happy Eve? Then, Moran's mental body flew out of his body and tried to touch on the crystal bricks. It felt as if it was touching the air and slipped in very silky smooth. In the middle of the crystal palace, only a blue-black illusory transparent sphere flew in. The first moment he just came in, Moran radiated open his mental domain and froze in place. There's a crystal coffin in here with a woman lying inside, and next to her stood a black stone tablet. It reads in Chinese, from top to bottom, Tomb of Zheng Helan, Chapter 114, Mercury Redemption, Origin of Li Igua. Seeing this coffin, Moran had mixed feelings in his heart. When I was inside the Deep Sea Temple, I've seen the handwriting left by Zheng Helan. Now that the thoughts were beginning to clear, then Zheng Helan and the girls were able to take the black stone tablet and, as well as pyloric isotopes, are there for a reason. Perhaps it has been helped by the civilization of the Temesians. I didn't expect to see her here in person, albeit a corpse. At the same time, Moran's heart was flooded with bitterness. What he had come in with was only a spiritual consciousness body. If you can bring in cells, you might actually be able to bring someone back from the dead, although the success rate is almost 0. Friends, the alien's call came again in his mind, the voice becoming clearer and more real. By then, only a transparent humanoid creature was visible, with an unreadable face and not even the tips of its fingers. It feels like 6 fingers. It feels like 5 fingers. even sometimes when it waves its arms. Only 4 fingers are seen. The creature blurred only in the shape of a man, slowly taking one step at a time from a short distance away. It felt like it was struggling with every step, as if it was walking on a mud puddle, and every step out of it took a good deal of effort. Who are you? Treadmill? Moran attempted to use direct communication using his mind, organizing his words, and then said, "The mind communicates directly, not as if it were talking to the system inside the mind. The direct communication of the mind is equivalent to connecting to a specific frequency. Only when these 2 frequencies are connected together can communication be complete." The transparent humanoid creature finally walked up to the crystal coffin and pointed at it with its illusory right hand. "Her husband is me. I love her and guard her." Only to see this humanoid creature walk a few steps after saying that, stroking its hand on the black stone tablet next to it, which was more than 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, and its face, it seemed, was turned toward the crystal coffin, and was looking fondly at the woman lying within. Moran would have had to have sucked in a breath of cold air if he'd had a mouth. What's interspecies love? What is transgender love? This has all been love across the universe of civilization. That favor you gave me. Drop it fast. I'm in a hurry. Suddenly, only a wave of the illusory transparent creature's hand was seen. The surroundings changed in bursts and, in a flash, when Moran came back to his senses, he found himself in a quadrangle. This ability reminded Moran of the manager's ability for a split second. The afternoon sun swept across Moran's face through the eaves of the quadrangle. Surprisingly, it was a bit harsh and warm. Moran raised his hand to subconsciously block it, and the very instant he did, the indescribable feelings rose up in Moran's mind. A scar on the back of his right hand. By then, with countless hovercraft floating overhead, the tail of each craft was clear of the red flag trailing in the wind. Looking at the red flag waving in the wind, for some reason Molan always felt a sour nose. Is this what it feels like to be home? Moran murmured. Suddenly, a young couple walked out of the quadrangle. It's a great day for the 300th year of our country's founding, so let's both throw our work aside and have a good. The words came to an abrupt end, and a pretty girl who looked to be around 20 years old looked at Moran, puzzled. Hello? Emoluan smiled gently and said, "You're called Zheng Helan, aren't you? I'm your long-lost brother. My name is Zheng Cannon." When these words came out, Zheng Helan was amused and said, "Little brother is really humorous. Did you go to the wrong door? Hey, you look so old-fashioned in this outfit." Upon hearing this, Moran glanced down at what he was wearing, the very same work suit that didn't fit him in the first place. "Actually, I'm an archaeologist, and my hobby is vintage matching previous clothes." Molan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Ha ha ha, what a coincidence that we are also in archaeology, and peers are enemies. So, it's not an enemy that doesn't get together," Zheng Helan said playfully. At that time, the man held by Zheng Helan smiled gently and glanced at Molan with great meaning. Then he looked at Zheng Helan and said, "This is my brother. I have some things to talk to him about. Will you go out and wait for us for a while?" Only Zheng Helan spat her tongue at the man, smiled at Moran, shook her hand, and walked out of the quadrangle. Immediately afterward, the man gestured for Moran to sit in the house. Inside the house, vintage tables and chairs, the two sit opposite each other, worthy of being a tertiary civilization. "It's really impressive. Is this all reproduced by you from memory?" Molan said curiously as he poked around the surroundings. The man arrived with a cup of tea for Moran. Molan picked up the teacup. The tea smelled good, and after that, he drank it without any politeness. "My name is Patricia Lee." Put. Moran spat out all the tea he had drunk on the spot. "Is this tea hot?" Lee Igwa said apologetically. "Just say your name is Lee Igwa. Did you build a robot later?" That robot was also called Lee Igwa. At these words, only Lee Igwa raised an eyebrow, then shouted, "Lee Igwa too." At that time, a robot came out of the room, a plate of cinnamon cake in her hand. "Welcome to our guest's great visit. I wish you good fortune like the East Sea, longevity like the South Mountain, an early birth, a smile in the 9 springs, and a good death," Lee Igwa too said as he squeezed out a stiff smile. This was unpleasant to hear from Moran. It always felt like this robot spoke in the same way as Crouching Dragon. Lee Igwa shook his head and smiled awkwardly. "I don't know Chinese very well either, so I don't use some words very well. It's okay. This robot you're going to have later is the kind that can do great things." After placing the pastries on the tabletop, Lee Igwa too took the chicken feather duster and went back into the room to clean up. "These are all my wonderful memories, but the memories are always all in the past, and are ultimately false," sighed Lee Igwa. "Come on, you're a tertiary civilization. Tertiary civilizations should have their own advantages. Why didn't you stop the Martians from coming to mess with Earth?" Molan skimmed his lips and said. Lee Igwa sighed and looked at Moran squarely. I don't have the right to interfere between civilizations. This is an unavoidable tragedy, Moran said with a cut. I don't have to tell you. I guessed it was some contraption called the cosmic law, right? Okay, let's get down to business. What did you ask me to do for you? And what's in it for me when I'm done? Liagua poured himself a cup of tea and said, I have violated the laws of the universe by building this structure here. I've got no way out of this. I have, before, offended a higher civilization by stealing his pure psionic isotopes, and by taking a monument of immortality. Moran nodded. I know that man. He and I are quite close. And he's in a half-dead state right now. Liagua frowned. I've locked myself in here, and I have no way of knowing what's going on out there. Whether human civilization is still alive or not, I'm not really sure, but I've left them with one last chance. Once they find that key and open that lock, the force field that closes this place will cease to exist. Chapter 115 Mercury Redemption Final. Self-Redemption. 12th day in the world of illusory memories. Moran was sitting in the middle of the yard right in the middle of the sun. Drops of sweat slid down his forehead to the tip of his nose. This was the 11th day of training, and Moran could not have imagined for the life of him that he would not be able to summon the system here. It's not even possible to go back. It's like being imprisoned in this. Over the course of time, he tried suicide, jumped off a building, and drank toilet cleaner. By the way, we also visited the landscape of our future homeland. A land that is exactly what the heart wants to look like in terms of prosperity and sanctity. And next to Moran, sat Liagua, with a relaxed look on his face, humming a little song, shaking a fan. The little life cannot be more pleasant. Not at all the type of person to cry out for help. Liagua had already given Moran a rundown of the events leading up to it. He was relegated to exile by the Temerian civilization and traveled the stars when he discovered something was wrong with the solar system. Subsequently entering the solar system, the Martian's force field couldn't shut him down. Meanwhile, he's falling in love with Zheng Helan on Earth. It is natural that wantonness should be punished, and this is the prison he has built for himself. At the same time, it could open the force field shackles of the solar system. Fresh watermelon cut. Liagua took the watermelon sent by Zheng Helan and spit out the watermelon seeds after taking a bite. Mind direct communication. Psi isotopes are elements between illusion and reality that can distort results in reality through illusion. Concentrate your attention on breaking apart the water molecule and polymerizing the two oxygen atoms to form the oxygen molecule. Moran gritted his teeth and responded with a psychic communication. I've fallen for you by accident. Why am I exercising this ability to play with molecules when my men can do such a thing? Liagua grunted and laughed. That's the favor I promised you. Don't you also want to learn how to use psi energy? It's been so long. My little brothers outside still need to be taken care of. There's no time to waste here. Moran looked a little impatient at the moment. He hadn't felt much mastery over the psi energy in all this time. Instead, the mind communicates directly and is hardwired to learn. The direct communication method of the mind is like accessing an exclusive chat channel where you can express your thoughts directly to the other person. Simple, clear, efficient and straightforward. According to Liagua, psi energy isotopes are all over the universe, and for the same reason as dark matter elements, they are everywhere. As a result, their Temerian civilization could do so at one end of the universe, millions of light years away from each other, without any barrier to instantaneous communication. This ability seemed to Moran to be exactly the same as his family's ability to communicate with the. There was no difference, but it wasn't like anyone in his own family could master psi. After all the minions are a conscious body separate from each other, with no so-called spiritual power, or frankly, no soul. The only soul is Moran. But biochemical monsters can try using psionic energy. It's like Leviathan's mental power is also very powerful, with that big brain, but it can't materialize mentally. Putting aside these mixed thoughts, Moran began to try to feel the water molecules in his sweat. It's one of those things that takes more effort than feeling bacteria and fine viruses. It's like forcing a magnifying glass to be used as a microscope to observe bacteria. Moran hadn't yet developed his mental powers to such a powerful point at the moment. Therefore, it is a big effort to zoom in that much at a time and observe some trace substances in the sweat. 3 more hours passed in a row, and Moran finally couldn't help but stand up and yell. Do you still want me to do your errands or not? I don't have time to hold you up. Let me out. Only Liagua shook his head and smiled. There's no concept of time in here. Time outside is not synchronized with time here. So it's static out there. And in here, you've been communicating with me for less than a second. Moran's eyes glowed with gold after hearing this. This was a god-tier skill. After you learn it, look at whoever is upset and pull the other person's consciousness in to bully them at will. Immediately, he changed his tone and said, I admit that I was speaking a bit loudly just now. Can I use this ability? Of course you can, my friend. The psionics have chosen you. Even our civilization of Tenia has a very small number of people who can feel the psionics. Those who are able to use psionic energy are almost rare. Liaigwa said with a straight face. Emotionally, this thing has to be qualified, right? Does it also require cultivation? Do you think this is immortal cultivation? Mo Luan snickered. Suddenly Liaigwa's brows compacted together. What a strange feeling. There are new changes out there and time is running out. You must learn to use psionic energy as soon as possible. Suddenly, the scene around him changed once again, and Moran found himself as blind as a bat. Even if one dispersed their mental body, they could not perceive the environment here. It's so bright. It's blindingly bright. Where the hell is this? This is the star I remember. The star whose surface I used to walk on. At these words, Moran realized that it was no longer possible to feel the body's presence. What the hell do you want? I wanted to slap you, but where did my hand go? You think that being on the surface of a star, your body shouldn't exist, so your physical body naturally won't exist. Liaigwa left another sentence after he finished. The biggest key to psionic energy is in going to understand what psionic energy is. You will be here for a long time, until you know, or can get to the point where I tell you. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe a year has passed, or perhaps billions of years have passed, but there was no concept of time here. And a spiritual body would only be gradually worn out of its own consciousness by that false illusion here. Until a certain point, Moran murmured inside his head, who am I? Here I don't like. In an instant, only the massive star instantly ceased to be in its burning plasma state and, instead, it turned into a huge ball of water, which gradually shrunk until it became a flat lake. I don't know how much longer. The first algae cell to appear in this lake, and this seaweed cell keeps dividing, reproducing, and mutating. Everything begins to recover and land rises from the lakes, but Moran didn't seem happy about it all. The lake dissipates and everything begins to become progressively less orderly. It's as if without gravity in the universe, light doesn't travel in a straight line and matter can have multiple changes at the same time. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from within Moran's mind. Stop, how long have you been here? I'm asking you to coalesce flesh on the surface of a star, not to change the rules here. Moran did not reply, for he had long since lost his flesh in this place. He is this universe, forgetting all and confusing consciousness. The good thing, though, is that this memory universe exists in Liaigwa's manipulation. Everything changed again. The crystal palace appeared. There was an illusory transparent creature in front of the blue-black spirit with a crystal coffin and a stone tablet next to it. Everything came back to reality. What's going on? My brain is so messed up. Why do I feel like a long time has passed? System, plum dosa. Ding, ding, ding. What are you calling your mom for? How long have I been in here? Ha? You were gawking for a minute or two or so. What? Then it's all right. Wait, I remember. Liaigwa took me to see the stars. This dog thief. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came. Moran clearly remembers this as direct communication of the mind. You could very well be the next administrator. Psionic energy is the consciousness of the administrator. And mastery of psionic energy means that the rules can be changed. Only the administrators in the universe are capable of mastering psionic energy, and I only know how to use some of it in a superficial way. I don't have much time left for myself. Until then, I'm no longer qualified to teach you. Go fulfill my request. Open the locks here and free my imprisoned consciousness. You didn't teach me anything. Okay. I've been in the sun for more than 10 days. You bastard. Suddenly, one side of the scene, Moran opened his eyes when he realized that he was already located outside the crystal pyramid. Boss. You guys are done so soon. Chapter 116, Move Your Body. Above Venus, within the Leviathan ship, in the slime incubation pool, 3 figures walked out in the middle of this green slime. It's very easy to resurrect the Morlocks. Preserving the life origin cell body allows for unlimited rebirth. Everyone prepare for war during this time. We're going to attack Mars with all our might and snatch back the remaining 9 stone tablets. Emoluan said to Mei-Do Sha and Scorpion. Scorpion agitated. Boss, everything is ready. As long as you give the order, we can attack immediately. Moran shook his hand and said, Robot Liaigwa must have kept Zheng Helan's favorite thing. That thing is the key to open the crystal pyramid. We have to find the key first. In the midst of the illusory memories, Moran also learned some history from his conversations with Liaigwa. He was the one who took Zheng Helan's body to Mercury after her accidental death and also built her a crystal mausoleum. It's one thing to be romantic. Moran only cares about the artifacts in this crystal pyramid. The psionic triangle at the top of the pyramid is a psionic elemental bomb. This could be used to break the force field blocking the solar system. And this was the last help left to humanity by the exiled criminal Liaigwa of the Temerian civilization. Of course, he didn't anticipate the civil war that would soon follow, and the eventual destruction of the human race by the Martian civilization in the war. Not to mention the fact that the Liaigua robot revived the human race. These are the words that preceded them. Now for Moran. 1 is to prepare for all-out war. 2 is to complete the 4th genome change. And 3 is to find the key. On the key points of the 4th genome change, Moran wants to bind the cells to psionic energy, so that members of their own Moran family could have some connection to the psi energy. Even if you don't have mental power, it's nice to be able to use this thing. In the middle of the Leviathan's head, the cube of the purest psionic isotope in the universe rested in front of Emoluan. Trying to materialize psionic energy is far more difficult than materializing a mental body. It is equivalent to having to gather psionic isotopes from going to great lengths to coalesce a solid. But for the administrator there was no difficulty, and he was able to coalesce the purest isotopes of psionic energy at the touch of his heart. After all, the psionic isotopes arise from him and come from his consciousness. Looking at the thing, Moran didn't know what to make of it, either. Even the psionic isotopes created by Liaigua, a tertiary civilization, were nothing more than very poor quality imposters. When in doubt, ask the system. Metasuite, can this thing be fused into the gene segment? Ding! You're thinking about fart eating. It's more than a little difficult. Didn't you boast that you could arrange many elements and genes together? What? Is it hard? This treadmill no longer conforms to the rules of the universe. Psionic energy is an element that exists in both illusion and reality, while your genetic segments are all real. I don't even think it's a big problem when you say you're tying the dark matter elements together, but it's really hard, crushingly impossible. Mo Nung shook his head. Even the system couldn't hold it, so it seemed that the idea couldn't be done. But a change of mind in the dark matter element sounds gripping. Then you'll bind the next gene segment to the dark matter element. Moran hemmed and hawed. Are you qualified to collect dark matter elements now? You can't even feel it. So what am I going to give you the combination? I suggest you play around with the metal elements first. Didn't you get the Edelman alloy permutations? How about segment 4 genes? I can figure out a way to get your cellular structural body to the same level as the Edelman alloy. 2. Moran then gave a thumbs up. Then let's strengthen the defense first. You can't really find any fresh genes inside the solar system. Okay, I'm asking for a lot of money. I'm expecting 1 billion evolution points, and I'm screwing with the other biochemical monster minions. Billions can't be spent. A billion is nothing. How long will it probably take? Earth time about 2 months. Okay, let's get on with it. Go about your business and I'll work on the psionic isotopes on my own. Moran then fixed his attention on the glowing cube ahead of him. Trying to probe his mental powers into it, and realizing that he felt nothing. Able to be touched with the hand. But the cube has no weight, but is subject to the gravitational force of. Very hard. No matter how cannot break so a throw. Fingers are almost broken. Hard to tear down a small piece. Immediately afterward, Moran offered his mental body, wrapping it around the psionic isotope cube. A dozen hours or so passed in a row before Moran finally felt the presence of so much psionic energy, only to see Moran's eyes open, followed by a pile of crushed flesh floating up from the ground, flew before him, and the heap of crushed flesh, under his mental. Keep breaking it down until all of the gene strands are taken out. That is, DNA. Now, this genetic strand can't be called anything more than deoxyribonucleic acid, because there are a lot of elements in it, and quite a few inorganic elements. Genes are like a construction plan for a building, and what kind of elements are used to line up what kind of creature depends on that. These were all arranged by the system, and Moran couldn't even read them and didn't know how to use them. And finally, by disrupting all these genetic strands and breaking them down to the state of atoms. Again, trying to arrange these atoms like a system. It took a lot of effort and my forehead was already sweating. Moran realized he couldn't do it at all. Every atom was terribly repulsed by each other. After all, atoms and atoms grouped together, which is fusion, not to mention arranged in the desired way. Unless the atoms are attracted to each other to combine into molecules and create a chemical reaction. But Moran felt again, meditatively, as if he already knew how to master psionic energy, and was now able to observe at the atomic level. Liaigua has said that psi energy is the consciousness of the manager. But how can this be understood when the administrator that is more than his any civilization exists and the universe is in his consciousness? Understanding psi energy is entirely more difficult than understanding the universe. Is it possible to get a baby to do a college student's title? I can't even read. I can't hold a pen. How can I get it? There's no way to do it. Moinen let out a breath, giving up on trying to understand the psionic energy again. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Might as well make a trip back to Mars to find out where the tablet is first. With that, Moran's consciousness disappeared into Venus and returned to the underground farm beneath the 9th sector of Mars. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Phoenix and Crouching Dragon fighting each other. And at this moment, Moran found himself, as always, offered up at the top of the heap. Below, the ring where the two of him fought. At the ring, it was surrounded by members of the Molan family, chanting and cheering, some in favor of Phoenix and some in favor of Crouching Dragon. Even Chief Brother shook his head along with him. The two of them fought in a disciplined manner, and definitely didn't need to level if they could land a killing blow. Ahem, why are you two fighting? It wasn't until then that the duo, who had been fighting on stage, realized that Moran had returned. Phoenix looked up at Moran and said, "Don't worry, boss, we're not infighting. I'm just moving around with Crouching Dragon." Move your body? This reason Moran didn't know what to say. Phoenix was carrying Wulong's grimacing head in her hand, and Wulong's arm was fully impaled into Phoenix's chest. You call that moving around? Chapter 117, Dusty History. Sector 9 of the Mars Colony. Inside the completed rebuilt steelmaking factory. Underneath this big, black smoking chimney, unattended corner. First a hand breaks through the ground and, immediately following, like zombies crawled out three figures. The dark-haired man with dark sunglasses standing in the very center said, "Targia has given us an identity, now let's go meet him." Inside a reception office in the factory, Tarja came in as an investor. Thanks to Mr. Tale's great support for our plant. This document is the most recent route of operation for our plant. The factory owner sitting across from Tala then hung a smile and handed over the metal-covered paper document and continued. The Human Federation buys all kinds of steel from us in large quantities. If we can get a big boost from Mr. Tarja's transportation group, I'm sure our District 9 factory will make Mr. Targia more than 5 times his return. Targia nodded as he rubbed his nose and the oversized emerald on the back of his hand still glowed brightly in the light. I asked some kids to meet me here, and it just so happened that they were the kids of workers within the factory. So if you don't mind, I'd like to use this place to talk to them for a few minutes. Only the factory owner nodded and said to the secretary next to him, "Prepare some gifts for your children. I think it's quite good to have a game console which is a big hit in the market recently." Suddenly, the office door opened and 3 people walked in. "Thanks for the kind words, boss. The console was bought and left at the door. If you don't mind, please step outside for a moment." The factory owner laughed and led his secretary out of the room, only to see these two go out. Tale's stiff face squeezed out a smile. "This time Moran raised his finger in a shushing motion, then said through the mental link, "Now that you've been transformed into a mechanical body, it stands to reason that you can get rid of our family. Why would you still want to keep your consciousness on our moron family cells?" Hearing this, Tala firmly replied in his heart, "I am willing to serve Boss Moran all the time." Moran smiled gently. "Thank you for your contribution to the family. Is your business done?" Only to see Tal Armor take out a projection panel, open it up and eject a building in reply. This is the Mars Base's History Museum, where the Human Federation keeps many of its archaeological documents. At that moment, Phoenix was seen holding her own projection panel in her left hand, stepping forward to pick up Tal Armor's projection panel, and connecting the 2 projection panels together through the flesh and blood of the. In a flash, only another underground structure appeared on the History Museum building structure plan. Thingy said with a straight face, "What the boss is looking for should be right down here. And based on the boss, I probably have a lock on where Raj is often located." The Raj and the History Museum are both located in the 1st district of the colony, but not sure exactly where Raj's body of consciousness is stored. It's also unclear whether his body of consciousness is a brain in a tank or an electronic core network. Moran nodded. "Project Steel. Do you think Raj could be the mastermind of these robots? Let's say it's possible to transfer consciousness to a robot at will. Just like me." Phoenix brooded for a moment and replied, "That may be so, but Raj's body of consciousness must be stored in some location that can't do a complete transfer of consciousness." 2 Earth months had passed in a row, and the gene editing of the system, my Dasha, was nearing completion. All this time, the Human Federation has been wary of Venus. I don't know what kind of monster colony is under that heavy cloud cover, but it's not natural to let the Molan family grow at will, either. Weapons of mass radiation, nuclear, photonic and other destructive weapons are being poured onto the surface of Venus. Do as much damage as you can. All the members of the Molan family have long held a bellyful of fire in their hearts, all thinking about going to war, and right off the bat attacking Mars straight away. But not yet. To leave the solar system there are 2 choices. Either wipe out all humans and curry favor with the Martian civilization. Either that or open the shackles yourself. Freedom given by others is never freedom. Mars Colony. 1st District History Museum. Hidden among the underground structures. The 3 morons have been hanging out here for 2 months, and after fully acquiring all the information about this place, while diving silently into the ground, in the passage, by coincidence, he met his old friend Raj. At this very moment, inside this fully enclosed metal corridor, Raj was followed by a subordinate while 3 young men stood in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Moran. You are doomed to perish. Why struggle needlessly?" Click. The head of the mechanical follower directly next to Raj was gone in a flash, floating into Moran's hands. "Raj, as far as strength is concerned, now you are like a candle in the wind, and it is you who are dying. Besides, why should we fight like crickets for others to see? Let's be realistic. You didn't believe in the so-called creator before, did you? It's no more fun for us to work together to open the shackles on Mercury and go dashing off across the universe than it is here." Raj clenched his fists and chortled as he looked at the robot head he was toying with in front of him. "Moran, delusional. Our creator will help us soon, and your deaths will come," Moran said dismissively. "There's getting to be no way to communicate with you." Boom. Only to see Raj's body instantly burst apart in front of Moran, turning into countless tiny metal parts. "Honestly, I can feel that this body of yours is too lowly." Molan then flicked his hand and these metal parts fell to the ground like rain. Immediately after that, Moran as well as Crouching Dragon Phoenix headed towards the front of the corridor. Until, of course, they come to where they want to be. The space here isn't too big, and the most eye-catching thing is the 10 black stone monuments. However, this kind of monument was not an immortal monument. It was just a general carved monument. In addition to the monuments, there is a store of memorabilia of significance to human development. Let's say paper books, historical documents and the like. And amidst all these items, there was glass jar after glass jar. The inside are stored incomplete human embryos. These are the half-human, half-primate hybrids that Simmer experimented with in the first place. Emonan looked at the bottles and jars, like monkeys and like human embryonic babies, with many missing arms and legs. Some of them had tails growing out of the back of their asses. And even Moran had yet to feel nauseous looking at such items, for the creation was not perfect. "Boss, it looks so good. Can I eat it?" Crouching Dragon said with a smile, pointing at the glass jar as if it were a can. "Better not. I'm afraid you'll get diarrhea if you eat it." After Molan finished seriously, he walked towards the 10 stone tablets against the wall. The visible stelae are arranged left to right, 1 to 10 in good order. Each monument is from big to small. The biggest monument is dozens of meters high, and the second monument is several meters less, and so on. The last piece is only 5 meters high. Suddenly, Phoenix took a deep breath and said, "There's actually a star map coordinate on this?" Chapter 118, Unknown. On the second monolith are carved indescribable designs that, like a planet, and galaxies stacked in tandem. There is no written record, so you have to figure it out for yourself. And on top of these patterns, there are numbers, and letters marked. "Feng Xiao, you said this is a coordinate system. Which coordinate system is this?" Emoluan couldn't even read it and twisted his head to look at Feng Xiao curiously inquiring. Phoenix pondered for a moment. "If I have not miscalculated, or guessed wrong, this is the precise location of Earth in the universe." As Phoenix said, it's a precise map of the coordinates of the galaxy. But now Moran wondered. Humans don't go out into the solar system, even if, based on observations, one could probably expect the Earth to be somewhere in the Milky Way, and that's about it. It's nice to be able to predict where in the galaxy, but the universe is so big, and it's not just the Milky Way. Being able to accurately predict the coordinates of the solar system and the universe is obviously a bit of a non-starter. And the drawing style used on this doesn't look like human carving habits. Suddenly, a wave of fear rose in Moran's heart, feeling that this cosmic coordinates were provided by aliens. Past memories revealed that the robot Liaigua had received help from a higher civilization. Naturally, it couldn't have been a teeny tertiary civilization. The genuine Liaigua had already locked himself up at that point. So why would the higher civilization, which helped Liaigua, tell this? There are too many mysteries to hold. Solely, look to the rest of the monoliths. And the information recorded in the remaining large and small stone tablets was completely out of Moran's expectation. With the carvings of an oversized country, with some relevant accounts of mythological stories engraved in small font. There are even detailed descriptions of large and small festivals. And needless to say, the first one is naturally New Year's Eve with Chinese New Year. The most ironic of all is the third monument. After reading the information on this, Moran couldn't help but smile. The Liaigua robot was indeed genius enough. Even he himself didn't realize that the original Raj language was so simple. No wonder Feng Xiao had completely learned it in only a day or two. It is inscribed with consonants, rhymes, and even how to pronounce the Raj language. These, then, are the ways in which Rachel's conversation Chinese is learned. The real mystery of the Raj language is simple. The Raj language is phonetics with modified pronunciation. Another stone tablet, filled with densely written characters, each of which was identified phonetically. La Conjunta was both a modified pinyin. Combine the meaning of each of the words in the pull-out phrase with these words. plus the correct way to pronounce it. Chinese can be mastered. Seeing this, Moran curiously said, "You kid actually knew what this Raj language was all about. Why don't you make it clear?" Phoenix said after a moment of thought, "I learned it as an afterthought, and I thought I had some sort of grasp of the laws that I didn't associate it with modified pinyin at the time, either. By the time it dawned on me back there, I thought the boss already knew." Moran shook his head and smiled. It was true that the details made the difference. Even if the memory can be shared and not cared for, you can't catch the point. Looking at the culture carved on these stone monuments, every font, every pattern was a bit sad. Watch. A sense of powerlessness rose in Moran's heart. All of these, from the culture of the hometown, have been left uninherited and relegated to a presence in history. It is inconceivable that, in the last moments of his life, Li Aigua, there's still the last ideal to hold on to, the one that expects these cultures to be passed down. Perhaps, even if it was a robot, Li Aigua held out a glimmer of hope that did not exist. It is hoped that one day these cultures will be passed on by qualified heirs. After reading all the cultural records on the stone tablet, Moran smiled heartily. At this moment, he knew what the key to unlocking the shackles was. Suddenly, Raj's voice came from behind. "Mr. Moran, also, please get out of here. These things don't belong to you, and since you've seen enough, please get out of here." Moran looked back. Raj was dressed in presidential garb and appeared to have prepared quite a few of the same torsos. Along with Raj, there were hundreds of armored warriors standing behind him. Robot armor set of mechanical iron armor. Crazy sets. One layer is stronger than the other. Moran exhaled. "Raj, hey, 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 I found the key. I'm talking to you from the bottom of my heart right now. You're no longer of use to me. End yourself. Nip it in the bud." The words pulled a maniacal grin from Raj's bland face, smiling so twistedly, so arrogantly. He was now like a gambler, desperate to pin his hopes on his faith in the Creator. "Keys. I was once foolish enough to believe that keys could free us, but that's impossible. The Creator's power is unbreakable by anyone. Just clean up your..." Pop. Raj's head turned 3 times around his neck, his face sideways to the back of his neck, the wiring inside all churned up. Pop. Another big smack in the mouth and 3 big turns of the head in the opposite direction squared Raj's face back up, only to see Wulong grinning as he retreated to Moran's side. "Boss, I don't need you to tell me. I know it's time for a smack in the mouth." Moran gave a thumbs up toward Wolverine. "Fire! Skin that purple-haired woman!" Raj yelled at the damaged vocalizer inside his throat, tearing his heart out. Guns cracked like thunder, bullets rained down like a storm, and the radiation gun illuminated the 3 men in front of them. In this moment, time seemed to freeze as the guns in the hands of these soldiers instantly burst open, turning into one part after another, and one of the bullets that flew out stopped in the air. Immediately after that, Raj's body turned weirdly to the rear, looking at the hundreds of overwhelmed armored soldiers behind him. All of the helmets and masks of all of the soldiers. All of them left their armor in this instant and floated in mid-air, revealing the 22 blank faces of the soldiers inside. Only 22 of the hundreds of armored soldiers had human consciousness, mostly war robots. Immediately afterward, soldiers with 22 human faces were pulled before Raj, lined up neatly. "Raj, I am curious to know if someone like you who has lived for over 600 years feels fear." Bang! The head of the soldier on the far right exploded violently, the blood long gone from it. Just a million mechanical parts, electronic chips, oil wires and such. A drop of motor oil that landed on Raj's face, as warm as blood. Bang! Another soldier's head, exploding violently. A screw is stuck in Raj's eyeball, but it won't blind him. At that point, Moran walked over to Raj and whispered in his ear, "Raj, why haven't you left yet?" "I see. Is it true that you can't leave your consciousness until the robot is dead? What is all this? Can this be called torture?" Raj's voice had gotten a little hoarse as he spoke, some of the wires inside his throat having long since snapped from twisting around. "My God, you call this torture? Don't think I'm so lame." Immediately afterward, Moran snapped his fingers, and the remaining 20 soldiers danced up a storm in front of Raj. Of course, their bodies were as stiff as manipulated puppets on strings, and these 20 soldiers can't control their hands when they do their weird dance. Snap, slap, come on Moran, this is just too low. Raj roared angrily, his face smacked with paint. Moran smacked his lips. "Don't be so meaningless, look how your soldiers are laughing. By the way, Phoenix filmed it, uploaded it to the internet, and titled it The Unknown Hobbies of the President of the Confederacy and 20 Soldiers. Boss, should we scrape their pants off?" "Then get in line," said Crouching Dragon with a cheeky grin. Chapter 119, Director Moran. Sector 9. Mars, within the steel mill. Whenever it's time for a break, the workers who run this place always pull out their projection screens to catch up on the latest hot news. Suddenly, a top streaming video hard tops the #1 recommendation. Click in and watch this video. The sound of workers laughing was heard from inside the factory. Guys, come and see. Our president of the Federation is making a fool of himself. Immediately afterward, the workers around him were also curious and poked their heads up to watch. Just this looping video of his has a great image of the president of the Union being rewarded with a mouthful of 20 soldiers. The second video is even more violent, with the president playing with a human centipede, and no one knows how it got past the censors. In that moment, the video instantly went viral in the Mars colony. A big, red, 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 red. Meanwhile, the whole colony of Mars was in a state of laughter and happy oblivion. All have forgotten the tragic fact of the fall of the Earth. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed worker pointed to a certain location where the metal floor was bulging and said, "Guys, look, what's going on over there?" The words landed on the ground, and all of a sudden, we only saw several maintenance robots dispatched from the factory, and the road rollers all drove in. The sledgehammer took turns pounding away at the ground, as if trying to knock the little bulge down. Otherwise it's just too much of an eyesore. Suddenly a bag bulges out of a flat floor. It's like a pretty girl with a pimple on her face. It's an eyesore. But the hammer blows did not have the slightest effect. The bulge seems to squirm when it's hit, only to see that the bulge wriggled more and more. A few workers who were watching the show from the sidelines. You look at me. I look at you. Take no opinion. Is there a pipe leak down there? It shouldn't be. There's nothing underneath the factory. And besides, the ore refining is on the other side. As several people talked, the ground bulged into a larger and larger bag of, followed by a bang. A machine swung a sledgehammer down. Meanwhile, the pretty girl below the ground rubbed her head. Sometimes, that's how it is with the ironheads. They have to drill their way out of here, only to see the bulge in the ground metal iron rise more and more exaggerated. But it does not matter. On the roller. Boom! The roller drove over it and the ground was instantly flattened. Meanwhile, below the ground, a pretty girl was on the verge of tears as she held her head. Gripping hurts. What's going on up there? Crouching Dragon's silver teeth clenched. The level of pain was evident. Moran stuck to the side, covering his face with his hands and stifling a laugh. And below them, a dense mass of Moran family members, patting their feet with their bodies, had been impatient for a long time. Then, only to see Wulong exerting his whole body's strength, shouting loudly, his legs were better than taut springs. Bang! The head had just gone through the metal floor. And before Wolverine had a chance to laugh, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a large iron wool rolling towards my face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wow! Wolverine was pressed back in. Mullen finally couldn't hold back his laughter. You're in a hurry. Just let Brother General open the way? And above ground. Ugh, did you guys just see that? I think I saw a girl. Kinda pretty. Joke, you've got a steel dick and you're still thinking about having a girl? The guys weren't done laughing. Suddenly I saw the ground shaking. Stabbing. Huge black glowing sharp claws pierced through the ground and a second claw pierced the roller above. Then the sharp claws pressed on the ground, borrowing the strength of the whole body from the ground slowly pulled up. Hooting and hollering. That is, until a lizard monster over 70 meters tall burst through the roof above the factory. Snapped. The worker dropped the projection screen board in his hand in fear and looked up at the monster in shock. What a big four-legged snake. How big an egg does it have to lay? Immediately afterward, countless humanoid monsters crawled out of the cave, as black as bubbling oil. In an instant it stood all over this plant, not crowded enough some of it hung over the roof. The worker was once again shocked and said, so many monsters. Monsters can still grow inside this ground. Hello friends on Mars, we would like to ask if destroying this factory would offend the Human Federation. At these words, the monsters standing all over the ground were seen to disperse, revealing 3 people, striding towards the 8 human workers overseeing the place. The lead worker laughed. I told you I didn't blink. I told you I saw a girl. I didn't lie to you. Hearing this, Wulong's fists clenched. I thought that the buzzing in my brain just now must be unrelated to these people. Without saying a word, he rushed up there in a few steps, raised his fists, and picked up one of the workers in a gesture to beat him. Crouching Dragon. Crouching Dragon looked back at Moran blankly. Boss, can't this guy fight? Moran shook his head. No, arrest these people first. It works. Something happened. No one but a journalist could have reached the scene in the first place. The armies of the Human Federation are placed beyond Mars, preparing for a space war, neglecting to police the surface. And the camera in front of the reporter captured the horrific scene. Just see the big chimney of the steelmaking plant in District 9. It is filled with countless people, which are both robots and humans. It's like a big corncob, but each one is the kind with arms and legs. The reporter was anxious. We're broadcasting a breaking emergency live. The steel mill in Sector 9 was suddenly attacked by unknown monsters, and our innocent workers were bound above the exhaust chimneys that emitted the fumes. At this critical time, we insert a commercial. The reporter looked at the inscription board that his assistant had prepared long ago and read from it. Enlist for the Commonwealth of Man and gain civil rights. Enlist for the Commonwealth of Man. The Commonwealth awaits you. Suddenly, a man with black hair and dark sunglasses drops out of the picture and, with one hand, he pushed the reporter out of the way, grabbed the microphone in his hand, and turned to the camera. I hate inserting commercials inside a TV show in my life. We're a live newscast, not a drama program, the reporter's deputy said awkwardly as he stood behind the camera and put down his teleprompter board. Nonsense, now this is a TV program. Shoot it for me. The man was none other than Moran, who was seen turning and waving his hand to follow, leads the eyes of the world and brings the camera to where the Moran family monsters are. Then Moran said, "Welcome to this program. Let's give it up for our first-line star, Earth's little-known Wolverine, and our Moran family's military advisor, Phoenix, as well as tens of thousands of unnamed Moran family members to act as crowd actors." The camera very cooperatively swept over the group in front of them. Moran held the microphone in his hand and looked at the hovering camera. "I'm Director Moran. Episode 1 is officially on, so please don't miss it. Guys, show our friends on Mars the style of our Molan family." Chapter 120, Crouching Dragon's superb acting skills. Phoenix, what are the current viewing figures? When will the Human Federation gather their troops here? Phoenix said as she looked at the data on the screen. To answer the boss, the population of the Mars colony is recorded at 140 million, with roughly 8 million or so aware of what's happening here in real time, and it's still exploding. Right now, hundreds of messages have been transmitted to the Human Federation Military Command Office, and at the moment I can't decipher the encrypted messages. Moran grinned. Then grab more eyeballs and make as big a deal out of it as you can. The more troops the Human Federation has to expend. Wulong and I will do it here. You go to Venus to assist Midusha and the others to wait for the opportunity to move. Take Mars in one fell swoop. Phoenix nodded, and then his consciousness disappeared into the area, recasting his flesh within the Leviathan ship. After Phoenix left, Moran said as he snapped his fingers to signal the camera to fly in front of him. Our first scene, about King Kong eating a beautiful woman. The second scene is about Godzilla and King Kong falling in love. Without further ado, we now have a beautiful woman on the stage. Only at the top of the huge chimney, an iron pole tied to a purple-haired girl, and behind her was rolling black smoke. The hovering camera lens contracted and zoomed in on the purple-haired girl, looking so weak and helpless. Moran waved his hand and flew away with the hovering camera. The reporter and his assistant don't matter anymore. Arriving at the chimney more than 200 meters above the ground, the camera swept. The factory was trampled into a discus, not far from the Brother General's warm-up preparation. The camera then focuses on Wollongong as she cries out anxiously. "Heroes of the Human Federation, where are you? Come and save me. I'm so scared. Grips you. Why haven't you bastards come yet?" Moran acted as narrator. The poor beauty was bound by the monster above the high chimney. She believed, as always, that the Human Federation would come to her rescue. But now where is our hero? The Human Federation? As the words landed, the camera panned once again, only to see all of the Moran family members gathered below the chimney. The blood and flesh coalesced together and gradually turned into a gorilla over 50 meters tall. The gorilla roared up to the sky and then crawled towards the chimney from the bottom up. Cruelly, it had to step on countless intelligent robots, as well as mechanical humans, every time it climbed upwards. The coarse, black fur, the exploding tendon flesh, and its hideous face are exposed on camera. And all this while countless eyes watched. The camera then cuts back to Wolverine's face. Moran narrates, "Look at this poor girl. Her beautiful life is about to come to nothing." At this very moment, Wolverine is picking his nose and randomly shouting his lines, saying, "I'm so scared. I'm pissing myself. Human Federation, come on." The first reaction of people watching this live broadcast all over the world. This kind of acting can't be described as fake anymore. It's not even close to being an act. There's no sign of acting at all. There's nothing fake about any of the bandwagon anchors. And the images here were transmitted to Raj's eyes. The increasing number of unprocessed letters affecting his decision-making power. More and more. The spearhead of public opinion barrels directly into his heart. It wasn't that long ago that a video of him was circulating online, even if most people saw it as a joke. And now with all this drama, it's just adding fuel to the fire. Reputations have become more than just stinky. There is no better way to lose your reputation. Monsters are performing theater at home and the army hasn't arrived by now, which is a slap in the face. Can Raj stand it? It's tolerable for now. Most of the Human Federation's army was assembled near Venus, and as soon as the Molan family dared to run out, they immediately gathered fire and attacked. Many more spread out, blocking off the corners of the entire Venus where they could escape. In order to do so, it was to wipe out the Moran family on Venus in one fell swoop. But now, a siege has made him uncertain and distracted. President, we can't shut down this broadcast. There's a highly skilled hacker who's locked down the satellite. And what do we do when this broadcast starts going live channel-wide? Raj looked at the machine adjutant beside him and pondered for a moment. How many members of the Moran family are there? On Earth? It's impossible to calculate it accurately. But the Molan family on Earth is not engaged in weapons manufacturing activities. The adjutant returned icily. Raj squared his shoulders. Therefore, we must first destroy the main force of the Molan family on Venus. For the time being, we'll send the troops stationed nearby to support the 9th district. Weapons start warming up. Full bombardment of Venus in 3 hours. Mars District 9. The show has officially begun. All that could be seen was King Kong taking one step at a time as Crouching Dragon yelled blindly from the top of the chimney, pulling his neck out. Moran looked at the projection screen in his hand, which was left behind by Phoenix. The live feed was up to scratch, but the audience was clearly less than enthusiastic. The female lead is so bad, she doesn't have any sense of belonging. Can't she even pretend to cry? Isn't the machine programmed with tear ducts? The heroine is also a monster. I think the gorilla is good. And the name King Kong is so cool. Looking at the pop-ups, Moran's head went a little numb. It feels like all humans are even more emotionally unavailable now and don't care one bit about how serious what's happening in District 9 is. Moran then sent out a pop-up. Gentlemen, this is not an act. The monster has already turned over in District 9. Why do you care about the female lead's acting skills? Just sent it out and immediately had a reply. I know, but what does District 9 have to do with District 7? I'm not worried about it. I'll just watch the show. Upstairs is right. District 9 is far away from my first district, and monsters won't appear in our area. These are the mistakes of the Human Federation, who failed to find the monster, which led to this tragedy. It's a tragedy, but I'm enjoying it. Molan looked at his scalp. Dare I say that all humans nowadays don't want humanity anymore. The pop-up discussion, clear as day, was all about calling out Crouching Dragon for his bad acting. No one cares if the people of District 9 live or die. Of course, there was a fair amount of cursing of the Human Federation. Just not the monsters. Is that even possible? Moran himself couldn't look away for the humans. It wasn't long before the scene came to a high point, with King Kong stepping over one human cyborg after another to climb to the top. At his feet were all the broken metal limbs that had been trampled. Occasionally, you can hear the wails of those who weren't trampled. After climbing to the top, Vajra opened his mouth wide and howled loudly at Crouching Dragon. Shout your ass off. Your mouth stinks. Why don't you guys keep your voices down? King Kong was roared at by Wulong, grabbing the chimney pipe with both hands and shedding tears of aggravation. I'm sorry, I admit I yelled too loud just now. Don't get mad at Wulong. Okay. Moran slapped his right hand on his head. A 50+ meter tall gorilla was actually scared to tears by a little girl around 1 meter 7? All give me a good performance. Wulong, you cry. It's King Kong who should be fierce. It's you who should be crying. I should have known to let you play King Kong. But boss, I can't cry. Moran sighed. Just think of the saddest thing you can. Hearing this, when really see Wulong tears flowing. Choked, boss. Oh. You do not die You do not leave us boss. You grifter. I'm asking you to cry, not to mourn me. Chapter 121, Fake Drama for Real. Crouching Dragon ripped his throat out and cried like that, as if Moran was really dead. Watching Moran, he couldn't curse or fight, but could only stare at the side and say the narration. Oh, our poor pretty girl cried out in merciless terror at the beasts. At this hour, why haven't they come from the Human Federation? Heroes, when will it be? Since ancient times, there is no coincidence. Chow Chow should come naturally. Only 12 warplanes were seen flying in the distant sky. These, all of them, were sent on an emergency basis. As soon as they arrived at this place, without saying a word, only the missiles hanging beneath the fighters began to press the. One fighter hangs 2. 12 hangs is 24. Shoo. 24 high-energy explosive warheads flew towards Vajra at a fiery speed. Instantly, the attention of all the spectators was drawn to the 24 missiles that were flying. King Kong grabbed the chimney with his left hand, swung his right arm up and swept it toward the flying 24 missiles. Suddenly, only the 24 missiles and nails were seen nailed to King Kong's arm, but they didn't explode. Moran uses psychic power to suppress the missile's detonator, turning it into a dud. The whole world, including Raj, who was watching the live stream, froze. Pop-ups have been popping up inside. Are these the bombs made by the Human Federation? Why are they all fakes? No way. No way. Even the weapons are fake? What on earth is the Human Federation doing to protect us? Meanwhile, Raj could no longer watch. Turning to his adjutant, he said, "Send a quarter of your force to quickly enter the leapfrog channel and return to Mars to finish these guys off." Raj was upset to the core. The face was already slapped loudly enough, and now he was slapped again. Fell for Moran's trap and became the passive party. Then, an even more exaggerated scene appeared, that only saw the 12 airplanes froze in their efforts. A violently radiant charged ray of light swept through and boom. All 12 planes dissipated into smoke and fire in the air, blown apart, leaving nothing behind. There is no proof that they were ever here, except for the smoke and dust that has yet to dissipate. King Kong gritted his teeth and pulled off the bombs hanging from his arms, one by one. It's like pulling out a thorn. And that's when the doggone scene appeared, not far away from destroying the factory. Chief Brother took a step underneath Vajra. Vajra looked down at Brother Chief, who looked up at Vajra. The eyes of the two cannot be detailed, like the girl with a spring in her step on the second floor, looking at the teenager with affection on the first floor. The point is, one of the two is a big monkey and the other is a big lizard. With a loud boom, King Kong jumped off the ground, shaking the dust. With that, King Kong walked towards Brother General, and Brother General walked towards King Kong, and the two kept getting closer. Moran, with his hovering camera, floats over to the side of the two's heads to narrate. Love comes in such a blast. Is it love across species that will appear in them? I saw that Brother General was very careful to hold the missiles on King Kong's arm with his claws and pull them out for him one by one, and Vajra's left hand stroked Chief Brother's head. Within a short time, the missiles embedded in Vajra's right hand were all pulled out by Chief Brother. After doing so, only Brother always pulls a gentle smile on his lizard face, while Vajra shyly punches his little fist tenderly on Brother's shoulder. Brother Chief was equally defiant, and his large claws lightly slapped Vajra's waist. It's like flirting. Then, only to see King Kong, who was about 20 meters shorter than Brother General, shamelessly sticking into Brother General's arms. That expression, as if it was stealing the show. The look on the gorilla's snickering face is not normally obscene, but Brother always didn't mind, and with both paws on Vajra's back, the two just cuddled together. The scene caused goosebumps to erupt all over Moran's body as he watched. I told them to act and joke around, but I didn't realize it was just like the real thing. Now, Moran doesn't even know how to fill in the narration. Stiffly, he forced an explanation. Look at this monster called Godzilla. It has always adored King Kong. It's been quietly protecting Vajra, behind his back. It is so gallant and bold. And in that boldness there is no lack of manly tenderness. The 12 fighters that just flew in prove it. And our King Kong, who took an instant liking to this handsome young man. Look at them. Look at this hairy girl. It's so. At that time, the camera captures a scene of King Kong secretly scratching his butt. Moran rejoined stiffly. Look at this handsome lad. Look at his strong body. By then, the Brother Chief Lizard's little mouth puckered up and nudged Vajra on the side of the head. After being secretly kissed this mouth, King Kong was immediately shy. Small fists pounded Brother General's chest one after another. And Brother always acted like a big man, gently patting King Kong on the back. A wave of nausea flooded through Moran's mind, and the nausea of his life exploded into an urge to vomit at that very moment. Too scared to look, no eyes to see, locked his eyes on the projection screen, which was popping up like crazy. Too sweet. I can't stand it. Love it. Love it. I'm gonna send this video to a family that loves each other. Single quote. Is this true love? King Kong's such a smart ass. Moran's eyes popped as he watched. The heart turns over 1,000 waves, and there are 10,000 words of Mamma Mia that I don't know how to say. When did people become so complicated? It's the 9th ward that's haunted by monsters, and it's haunted badly. This group of people actually watch it as TV and as a romance element? There's a hell of a lot of love and flirting to watch. This group of people did not feel the slightest panic, but watched with great interest. This horse is still human? Moran didn't bother. The hovering camera was right there on auto camera, and Brother Chief and King Kong were still dying to rub it in. It's as if they're on the verge of acting out their feelings. Moran then flew back up the big chimney. Stop crying. No one is watching. No need to act. Hearing this, Wolong then stopped, opened his eyes. Moran stood in front of him, looking still as before, but it thrilled her. Great. Boss, you're not dead. Moran smirked. I can't even die when you guys are dead. Just as he finished the sentence, Moran immediately changed his words. Don't worry, everyone won't die. Suddenly, boom! A horrible temperature came from behind. Moran looked back and the hovering camera happened to automatically choose to pull the telephoto, not being hit by the light, and was still filming. However, Chief Brother's body burned red, and Vajra collapsed as a pitch-black corpse. In that instant, Moran was dumbfounded. The entirety of his own cellular composition, King Kong, is dead. But Brother General's body was very strong and took the blow hard, only to see Brother General trembling and picking up King Kong, who had been turned into black charcoal, with a look that even made Moran feel that grief was supposed to be like that. Chief Brother's reddish body became streaked with thunder and lightning, and he roared up to the sky at all the Federation ships in the sky. Moran looked toward the projection screen. The live commentary also winds up changing, actually taking the side of Brother General? Chapter 122, Pulling the Tiger from the Mountain. There are a lot of outrageous things in the world, and these are no longer just outrageous, they are simply not outrageous. Looking at one of the pop-ups on the live stream, all of them were abusive to the human federation. Moran could only lament in his heart that the world had really changed. No one cares if others live or die, they only care if they have a good time watching. At this moment, Moran tilted his head and looked up, at the countless ships flying in from the depths of the universe, as dense as the mosquitoes that gather under the lamplight on a summer night. Behind these airships, cloaked in the sun's 10,000 splendor, as if opening the southern heavenly gate and descending the divine soldier to heaven. And behind Moran, rolling black smoke. No matter how convoluted the process may have been, now that the goal has been achieved, being able to draw off the ships blockading Venus meant opening up the gap to get your own ship off Venus. Now it's just a matter of dealing with it at full strength. Brothers, give yourselves up, only to see the ground begin to shake violently. A huge hand, ripping through the ground. Immediately afterward, a tentacle passed through the fissure and, with a whirring sound, a monster that reached a height of over 200 meters and was covered in bloody tentacles was as horrifying as a demon crawling out of hell. Flapping bat wings with a wingspan of over 400 meters. With each wing lift, the rocky soil that had yet to fall from its body swirled up in sand and dust, like a demon appeared in front of Moran. The true strength of the Moran family hidden underground was finally revealed in its entirety at this moment. As the saying goes, monsters will merge, and the gods can't stop them. The only thing I see is Brother always wagging his big tail and using poly-energy radiant propulsion to get himself airborne. The burnt red body rode on the neck of the big monster. The gods and goddesses in the sky are not just standing around staring. Light particle weapons, antimatter missiles, and the like rained down on the ground. Moran twisted his head and said to Crouching Dragon behind him, "You just yell cheer. Go boss." The Morlocks fluff. Immediately after that, Moran flew towards the head of the brother chief. Now it's a 3-in-1. With Goten hugging the back of the big demonic monster and Moran flying towards the sky with his foot on Goten's head. But compared to the Universe-class battleships across the street, they seem insignificant. How dare the Firefly compete with the Moon? But the Moland family dared, and their iron-headed Wei family was no slouch. Dare to charge against the overwhelming artillery fire, only to see Moran's hand cupping. Countless missiles hovered in midair in front of him, but the smashing laser rays were clearly too much to catch. A huge pillar of light slammed down on all three of them. And Moran had yet to undergo his fourth genetic enhancement, and obviously couldn't top it with what? It was burned to a crisp in an instant. But it didn't matter, only to see his mental body fly out. Blue-black mental body gradually converted into human form. This was already an existence that transcended dimensions, referred to as immortality. To put it bluntly, immune to physical damage. With that, the Kokomo underneath spewed out a beam of radiantly charged light. Moran's eyes were quick. Suspended in midair caught in the light by the red-hot missile, only to see that the light was like a whip, lashing towards the Federation Universe fleet in the sky. Dang! Only to see the fiery red whip strike the blue plasma shield. Bang! 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 A missile big enough to tear through space. The sky is as blinding as the rising of a new sun. After all, it was the main fleet of the universe, equipped with weapons that had long ago been upgraded to another new level, and the plasma shields were rock solid. The first round trip just took out the opposite first fleet, but did not do substantial damage. The shockwave generated by the explosion also caused the demonic monster flying in midair to lift its wings and retreat a few points. At this moment, Moran took over control of the archdemon's body. His mental body flew ahead of him in a two-line operation, taking that destructive laser just now. A lot of cells on the epidermis of the archdemon died, but these dead cells in turn happened to form a new shell. Good armor, and as a biochemical monster, Brother General's flesh is clearly too strong for Moran's cancerous cells. Opening his mouth wide, he sprayed towards the largest battleship in front of him. Boom! When it first penetrated a small frigate, the rest of the light hit the disc-shaped cosmic carrier. Suddenly only the ships in front of them changed formation, and the second row of ships moved up, their guns converging on energy. Moran recognized this as radiation strike. Looking at the appearance of the power is more powerful than ever. The only one who can carry it at the moment is the brother general. If you can't beat them, run away. A truth that has remained unchanged since the beginning of time. Moran's wings closed together like a small mountain smashing directly into the ground. Homeopathic absorption of trace elements from the ground, aided by the underground carpet of fungi, only to see giant trees hundreds of meters tall grow violently in front of him, forming a wooden wall. Zigzag. The radiant rays slammed down on top of the wall of trees. The destructive power caused the trees to turn into coke and shatter and dissipate. Also growing plants on Mars was a moment that rocked everyone in the Mars colony. As barren Mars, where not even a single cellular bacterium can be found. At this moment, plants are actually growing? It's just a shame it's on the battlefield. After all, that's what life is all about. Fleeting beauty. Boom! Huge bat wings, smashing the charred coals of the tree ramparts to pieces, then lashing out into the sky. In this moment it is like a moth to a lamp. The disparity in strength between the two sides is simply the difference between heaven and earth. But the moth remains so much the same as always, as if it didn't take death for granted. It takes almost 5 or 6 minutes to recharge the radiation weapon for another use. At this point, there was no time for them to make preparations, and the lasers were unable to inflict more powerful damage again. Bomb missiles, under Moran's control, would instead turn out to be a steal. Moran, who had transformed into a demonic monster over 200 meters tall, roared. After rushing into the middle of the universe fleet, the huge body curled up and exploded violently. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, each piece of flesh like a precise missile, sticking to the surface of the ship, and after the meat landed on the surface of the ship, it re-emerged as a monster growing sharp claws to tear apart the surface of the ship, drill into it. Here, it was nearly 8,000 meters above the ground, and Molan's doing so was merely to attract a little firepower and reduce the pressure on Venus. Meanwhile, the members of the Molan family, below ground, continued to multiply and grow, and every place the Morons go, that means a new infection. Many of the blood-stained ships began to fall gradually. Forced by members of the Moron family to sweep their cannon fire at their fellow citizens, there are no infected ships making the craziest, and at the same time the smartest, moves. That's aiming guns at uncontrolled spaceships. Boom boom boom. Ship after ship fell, but it was only a loss of less than a tenth of the army compared to the massive fleet. But the human coalition is well aware that they didn't come in vain, and that the army is far from adequate. In mid-air, Brother always did not choose to blow himself up. It was too wasteful. After hitting the ground like a meteorite, it dug a hole and buried it in the ground. At this moment, the members of the Molan family on the ground redirected their tactics to not fight the Human Federation fleet hard. Instead, the focus was on the 9th District colony, as well as colonies in other districts. The real war has only just begun. Chapter 123, The Great Method of Changing Families. Inside the Sector 9 colony, it's a very futuristic and technological metropolis. And in the middle of this street, all sorts of moron monsters, plant people with grass growing out of their heads. Overall, there's a wide variety of shapes, and each monster grows in the mold of what you want it to look like. Anyway, none of them grew on human aesthetics. Some chased after children to grab lollipops, and some monsters carried female robots and ran away. What's even more exaggerated is the number of monsters that specialize in lingerie stores. There's nothing humane about it. And in the midst of this chaos, another broadcast journalist said to the camera, "Attention all citizens, please stay in your homes and do not walk outside. There's currently a massive outbreak of various biochemical monsters in District 9. Please trust the Human Federation and don't cause unnecessary panic." There are monsters. At that time, a monster with the head of an eel shook off the reporter with a tail and grabbed the microphone with its slimy claws and spoke to the camera. Hey, I'm on TV, lightening up the family, and first of all I want to thank the family for their great support. Thanks to the great support of Mars Colony, I was actually a preemie and I came into this world less than 20 minutes ago, but I still love life and I want to say to all of you in front of the TV, wash your necks and wait to die you guys. Meanwhile, a pretty boy looking at the projection screen frowned. This pretty boy obeyed very well. Let in the house obediently hiding. Do not go out to run around. Naturally, will not die a tragic death in the street. But, doesn't mean something won't happen at home. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, open the door. Tato takeout. Pretty boy looked at the metal door that had been knocked on and fell into a deep thought. He didn't order takeout, it was already battery eating. So what was the point of having takeout? The pretty boy yanked his neck and replied, I didn't order takeout. Who are you guys? Knock knock. Hello, open the door and check the water bill. I paid my water bill a couple days ago, and I don't have to take a shower anymore. So who the hell are you guys? Knock knock knock. Congratulations, you've won the deluxe prize pack, rewarding a top-notch big beauty. Please open the door and check. Pretty boy sat on the couch, once again in deep thought. Since becoming the body of steel, he had indeed looked down on life and death, and had no desire for that aspect of his feelings. But being treated like a cutie, to play with, it was still hard to avoid some ups and downs in the heart. You're the biochemical monsters out there, aren't you? The biochemical monster outside the door was in deep thought. With a jab, he tore the door straight open with his large paws and stepped inside the room. How did you recognize me as a moron? I used to be from Earth and I understand how your family operates. Click. Then a pretty boy lost his life. Not only Region 9, but other regional colonies were also haunting monsters at the same time. Anyway, it's nothing more than the 4 words burn, kill and loot. The Human Federation has its head up its ass, and the military is pressed into service. Plus the other end, above Venus, among the Human Federation command battleships. Mr. President, this is a very urgent situation. Raj waved his hand. Is the weapon preheat ready? Warm-up is complete, and this mass destruction attack is expected to cause 90% of the surface area of Venus to be devastated. Fire. At the same time, only countless battleships of all kinds could be seen covering the outside of Venus' atmosphere. And underneath that thick atmosphere is a complete ecosystem. The biotechnology here is infinitely close to a first-class civilization, but it never catches up with certain aspects of human technology. Let's say that the fastest humans can reach is 1/3 the speed of light and enter the leapfrog channel, and the biotech up here is at most 1/20th the speed of light. And the way the morons were destroyed was by infection, assimilation, and the way human technology is being destroyed, that's the real destruction, only to see that the ships, scattered and suspended outside the atmosphere, burst out a line of energy locks connecting together and forms an energy network like solar panels. The energy was then gathered out and transferred to one of the largest circular battleships in the center. There are 3 points in total, spread across the 3 corners of Venus. What was originally 4 points split a cosmic carrier, only to see that the 3 points began to gather energy and slowly rush energy. And it's more than that. A huge ray of light came through space. It was the great destructive rays of light from above the planet Mars. With a heaven-destroying aura, it impacted on the energy net formed by these airships. But instead of breaking the energy web, the ray of light gave a new impetus to this huge energy network. Subsequently, the 3 cosmic battleships scattered across Venus gradually recharged. Boom! 3 reddish rays of light slammed down from Venus' South Pole, North Pole, and equator. In that instant, it revolutionized the Venusian climate. The originally thick atmosphere was constantly burning under the impact of this light, and the ground of Venus became surprisingly hotter than the surface of the Sun in that instant. The area of burning spreads across the surface of Venus under the impact of the light. Tens of thousands of degrees Celsius melted the surface, turning Venus into a round coal burning in space. From a distance, it looked like a fire-breathing pile of honeycomb coals. But the point is, it's a planet. This is the very pinnacle of the power of mankind's technological weapons of destruction. The power generated is somewhat similar to a gamma-ray burst caused by a pulsar at close range. Meanwhile, behind Venus there were 6 Leviathan bioships heading towards Jupiter. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's horrible. That caused the destruction of all facilities on the surface and the death of nearly 80% of our brothers in one fell swoop. Maidusha closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment, holding her hands and huffing. How many more main ships are here? Moran's conscious body had just returned to Leviathan and said to Maidusha, who was next to him, you wouldn't be able to see for yourself. The main battleship, the moron Leviathan, escaped quietly a long time ago, and there are 5 smaller Leviathans right next to it. That's enough. Causing the Human Federation to win big is best. Let's move on to another place. The solar system is no fun. Maidusha said angrily, don't you want to clear out all the humans here first? Moran grunted. Nonsense. Definitely screwing around here before we go. 4th genetic enhancement first. I'll get Raj to focus all his attention on Mars. Maidusha said curiously. Look at your chest. Are you sure? It's too easy to wreak havoc. With the moron family's cells reinforcing and the rest of the biochemical monsters screwing things up one by one. Isn't that enough? Meanwhile, the destructive rays did not completely destroy all the area of Venus. More than 30 Leviathan bioships flew towards the Human Federation ships, engaged in a struggle, and then disappeared into cannon fire as usual. Raj exclaimed as he watched one bioship after another turn to dust in the command room. Victory is ours in the end. Now we just have to clean up on Earth and Mars. Then we can fulfill the revelation of the Creator. Chapter 124, The Easiest Victory in History. Ding! Eunuch Mo is telling you. It will take almost half a month or so for the 4th stage of genetic enhancement. Can you handle it? Top even if you can't. Start. Okay. Those biochemical monsters will be able to share this gene after your reinforcement is successful. I'll get busy. Then the mutation began for all members of the Moron family. At this moment, Raj slammed his fist on the table. You losers, you managed to let 6 monster ships go under your noses. On the projection screen was the very image of 6 Leviathan ships sneaking out of the encirclement on the quiet pretext that some of the fleet had returned to Mars for support. Raj was upset to the core and set a dragnet, only to have 6 sparrows slip away, now and then. And I don't know where to hide. A monster skulking around in space is surely more hateful than a biochemical monster wreaking havoc on the ground. Now that it can't be found, the Human Federation can only wipe out the remaining biochemical monsters on Mars first. At this very moment, Moran's physical body being strengthened but not preventing his mental body from slipping around. The thing about mental bodies is that they can't be felt with the naked eye, so he's just like a ghost. At this point, for example, the Human Federation had a hard time pulling out and detaching some ships for ground bombardment, clean up the fungus carpet that has colonized Mars in a big way, before destroying some monsters. But lately there have been some ships that have been driving around and having accidents, and there have been 19 in a row recently. A small cruising ship. The pilot is bombing strikes against various biochemical monsters escaping on the ground. His superb piloting skills made his ship look like a fish out of water, always able to duck under all sorts of ground-flying spore cannons. Big peas. That's right, there are mushrooms on the ground that spit, and pea shooters that can use the high pressure in their bodies to spit out big pea bombs. Strike after strike managed to elude this pilot, and just as he was about to press the bomb button, a sound rang in his ears. Hey, dude, are you going to sneak a cum? I'm watching. So it's still a paranormal event. The driver craned his head to see that there was no one around. Thought it was a brain fart. Bad CPU. And receiving error messages. I just saw the pilot tapped his head, and the canopy opened up in the process. Taking out the wiring consciousness chip connected to the, wiped it off and put it back on. The air was first silent for half a moment before the voice suddenly sounded again. You're not in your right mind. I'm invading inside your body of consciousness. The driver said to himself, how did you get inside my head? What do you care? What's the point of blowing these things up? I'll take you to the building. Suddenly, the pilot could no longer control his body and turned his head in the direction of the city. Mars Colony. Sector 1. This place flourished as an old colony. It still had the original air cover. Now removed. There's no one breathing anymore. So naturally you can't use it. People come and go here. And the most prominent feature of the city is the 2 huge twin towers that are identical. A landmark building in the Mars Colony. There are hoverbots wiping down the glass of these buildings. Only the surface of the cleanly wiped glass reflected a rapidly zooming image of a spaceship. The robot jerked his head around and saluted out of habit when he saw the Human Federation logo on the ship. Bang! The ship impacted on the surface building, igniting the ship's loaded bombs in the process, setting the structure ablaze on the spot. This is the 20th time, on the Mars Colony, that there has been a self-destructive terrorist attack by the Human Federation forces. Citizens are worried. So let's interview these citizens about their views arising from this. Little brother, as a citizen here, what are your thoughts on this terrorist attack? Only this little brother rubbed his nose and straightened his blue shirt collar and said, I didn't do it, so why should I have an opinion? The reporter inquired in a different way. The most feared scenario by experts has now arisen, causing a terrorist attack. It's all people who have been transformed into machines, which could signal a gradual decline in the mental health of current army soldiers. What's it got to do with me? Why should I care about so-called mental health? Since the building was wrecked, wouldn't it be better to just fix it again? Embarrassed reporter, I actually don't care. I was asked to ask that from above. Currently, human emotions are being lost in one fell swoop. After all, you no longer need to breathe, and your mind doesn't produce random thoughts. I've lost all my feelings and all my. It also becomes the most rational being, the one that just thinks about the outcome, the one that only thinks about the most perfect way to end. And there is no longer any new human consciousness arising. In other words, the Steel Body program was a failure. But never mind that Raj had long ago pondered the outcome of this. In any case, this is the great evolutionary path of mankind. At this time, the center of the Human Federation, located in the Red Palace of the 1st District. This is the highest administrative office of the Human Federation. Not so long ago, the Human Federation had been united with the Human Federal Tribunal. In other words, the Human Federation is the law. And in the deepest part of this red building, Raj looked at the data center in front of him. It was a 5-meter-sized mechanical gear, in which a metal ball hovered, densely packed with lines connected to the gear. This place, where the consciousness of all human beings is stored, connects to the consciousness chip of each and every one of them. It also includes his consciousness in this, but can't do what the morons do to connect the consciousness together. Human consciousness is currently incapable of accepting that state. Looking away, an afterthought rose in Raj's mind, a feeling that he would be found by Moran today. As soon as it's found, all of humanity, and the results of over 600 years of hard work on his part, it will be ruined. And what he feared most was what Moran was looking for. Today, Moran's conscious body has arrived in the first district. The place to head to was naturally the highest command center of the Human Federation, the Red Palace, which Feng Xiao had mentioned. If we can find the kind of thing Phoenix proposed, then this war will be taken in the easiest way possible. One man can win this war, and it's still effortless. At this moment, Moran had wandered all the way to this place. After these few days of exercise, Molan's mental field had reached 200 meters in a circle. But you can't see the full extent of this building at 200 meters. After all, Moran wasn't here to see the sights. He guessed in an instant where he was going. According to Raj's pissant nature, it is usually buried inside the ground. The conscious body then dived into the underground of the Red Palace. Adjutant, have you noticed any patterns in the terrorist attack routes over the past few days? Raj said to the mechanical adjutant next to him. District 9, District 8. The most recent terrorist attack occurred 2 hours ago in District 1. Shoo, he's coming. God damn it. No fair. I knew it. That moron guy is still one step ahead of me. Raj squeezed his right hand with his left hand, clenching his teeth. He acted like an aggrieved little child. Looking at the hysterical ragginger in front of him, the mechanical lieutenant was about to speak when suddenly his head dropped, perhaps thinking it was impolite to dismantle someone's head. This head was put back. Raj, hey, this is too easy, isn't it? I really didn't expect that. Wait for me to calm down. Too simple for words. Ha. Why did I go to all that trouble? Wouldn't I have won if I'd gotten here earlier? Straight away Raj spread his arms out, deadening the spinning mechanical gears behind him. This is the last hope of human civilization. I beg you. You can't destroy this place. I'll give you anything you want. I just want to pass on my father's last hope. It's so false. As illogical as a dream. You can't win that easy. It's not fair. Chapter 125, Everything is gone. The sun rises as usual. Raj, a loss is a loss, and you can only blame it on your bad luck, or your 100%. Only the mechanical lieutenant, whose head had been ripped off, pointed his finger at Raj and said, after all, Raj couldn't see Moran's mental body and had to use that as a medium. But in Raj's eyes, the mechanical lieutenant, who had been so closely associated with him, was now the Grim Reaper who had come to pronounce death. Before Raj had a chance to speak, there was a crunching and twisting sound from behind him. Looking back, the mechanical gears were gradually twisting, vibrating repeatedly, being disintegrated by an unseen and immense force, and were about to be torn to pieces. No! Stop! Moran, I'll throw my life away if I have to. Spare my children! Raj cried out as if he was about to drown and longed to grab the last straw. But Moran didn't pay any attention. The mechanical gears were coming apart at the seams. Meanwhile, the world's large-scale cyborg humans are gradually losing consciousness. The equivalent of dying in your sleep. Moran, I have a message that will stop you for a while. At these words, the mechanical gears then stopped twisting. I'll give you 10 seconds. Our creator will only tolerate one species to live? That's why I'm going to destroy you. But did you know that the creator was actually forced to? Raj said sharply. I've known for a long time that this universe is an experiment. Human or not, cyborg or not, even us morons, we're all just surviving on our own terms. Raj rejoined, give me some time and I will convince the creator to tolerate both races. How about we team up now and kill those on Earths? It's so sad. Those humans on Earth who are caught between the cracks are the real humans compared to you. The mechanical gears then began to twist once again. It was vaguely poised to fall apart. Moron. In that case, I'll tell you the truth. The creator is. Suddenly, boom. The mechanical gears instantly exploded into pieces. And Raj is completely dead. The entire Mars colony, and members of the Human Federation in the universe, all lost consciousness and life in that instant. But Moran understood that the last attack was not of his own making. The explosion of the party's mechanical gears was detonated by another force. This amounts to, among other things, more unspoken conspiracies. But at this moment, this is a war Moran has won. It was a watertight win. And what was supposed to be a war that you had to lose a lot of troops to win? You actually won alone. The cyborg human civilization within the solar system became a thing of the past. So urgent. So mind-boggling. Who are you? I know you're here. The air attracted was a brief moment of silence. And then a voice rang in Moran's head. It's too late. The universe is falling apart. It's too late for everything. The sound of the words then disappeared into Moran's mind. 2 months later, above Mercury, in front of the crystal pyramid stood Plum Duza, crouching dragon phoenix, octopus salmon, and scorpion. The highest cadres are here. The Moran family has completed its 4th genome change. It had long been invincible in the solar system now, but there was a greater oppression that left Moran gasping for breath. That's being watched by unseen eyes all the time. Is it a Mars civilization at the peak of the 2nd level, or an unknown 3rd level civilization? Or is it the administrator of said universe? None of this is known. Li Aigua, I'm here with what you want, and I want to talk to you, Moran said to the pyramid as he dispersed his mental field. No one responded to this statement. A greater sense of fear rose in Moran's mind. Afterward, his spiritual consciousness flew into the crystal tower. Everything is as it was here. Zheng Helan's remains lay peacefully within the crystal coffin, except that there was another line of writing on the stone tablet. The extra handwriting on it reads, Li Aigua and Zheng Helan sleep here. What else is controlling everything in this? Suddenly, Moran sensed another line of writing on the back of the monolith, and his mental body floated over to check it out. The back of the tablet reads, It's fake out there. Everything is fake. Do you have the courage to destroy the force field? Moran's mental body flew out of the crystal pyramid, and when he opened his eyes, there was an extra point of gravity in his eyes. Give blood. After Moran roared this, he only saw red blood flying out of all the family members' bodies, forming a huge ball of blood in midair. Immediately afterward, a cloth that had been prepared long ago was stained red with blood, only to see in midair a flag that was moving without wind. It was so red, better than blood red, and this flag is Zheng Helan's favorite thing. Looking at the flag, all the members of the Moran family saluted in unison. Then, only a light from the crystal pyramid was seen sweeping across this banner. And the psionic cube at the top was gradually gathering unseen energy. Boom! Transparent shockwaves like the ripples of the ocean exploded in midair, sweeping across the solar system. And this shockwave, the speed is comparable to the speed of light. Like the rays of the sun, it sweeps across the solar system. Not much later, as the shockwave cut through the force fields blocking the solar system, those force fields disappeared. Shackles open. There was no half-assed, unimpeded stoppage. Boss, has it all finally begun? Moran shook his head and looked back at all the Moran family members. It's a new beginning and a new end. As soon as the words fell, he only saw the space above his head gusting and distorting, and countless silver-white disk spaceships appeared. The moment the shackles broke, silver-white ships appeared in every corner of the entire solar system. These are the ships of the Martian civilization. From the beginning, everything was under their watch. At that time, a small gray man dropped from the ship and walked over to Moran. Thank you for rescuing us. Our civilization has always been in the solar system. The Tenian civilization has imprisoned us all. We've been locked up in our solar system for a long time. Moran took a deep breath and said, I know. I don't know until now, but it makes sense. What was the revelation they laid on you? The little gray man mused. Destroy the excess biological civilizations in the solar system and we can get out. Moran grunted and laughed. Funny, so damn funny. No wonder Li Aigua is a fugitive. He wants to free us. It's just a pity that no one can ever get out in one piece. Little gray man, I'm sorry, but to survive we're going to have to destroy you and get out of here. Moran looked at the little gray man and said seriously, let's get started then. With that, Moran turned his head and looked at the crowd behind him. I should be sad, but I'm not, because we morons will always cheer for the next brother to die. Boss Moron fluffs. The morons cheat. Immediately afterward, one figure after another faded away in front of Moran, like dust being blown away by the wind. Wolverine, have fun on the other side too. Okay boss. He. A stocking fell to the ground. Phoenix, share some of your intelligence with Wulong. No problem. Being able to work for the boss. A projected electronic screen editor falls to the ground. Octopus, saltfish, scorpion. These members of the cadre were smiling, blown away by the wind. Plum Duza, you picked the wrong host. Ha, she was also scattered by the wind. Ding, little Mosey, be happy. There are some things can't be changed by putting your best foot forward. A tear of blood then fell where Moran stood. It glowed in the sun and then evaporated. Chapter 126, Going to a Banquet with Xinghe. Boom boom boom. Ding, open your eyes. You're Shafran and you want me to be Cosmic Superman? I'm your mom. You're not dead yet. Get up and work. Then, just below the stone tablet, a monkey looked at his body that had grown with the ground. Blood-colored touches like the root veins of a plant cover everything around them. The monkey looked up and there was a spectral isotope square on his head. Boom boom boom. the roar of machinery coming from overhead. And in front of Monkey Moron, there was the stone tablet from the beginning. How come I'm still alive in Tama? Oh my family, stop nagging, they're all dead, just one widow left. Moran's words stuck in his throat, unable to speak, and randomly turned his thoughts to inquire. How much time has passed? Estimating hundreds of years. Even if it's hundreds of millions, I'm not sure. While you were sleeping, I was likewise sleeping. And how do you see that tens of thousands of years have passed? You've got roots all over the place. After hearing this, Moran's mental body flew out of his body and realized that in this underground cave, it was densely filled with the roots of his flesh and blood. Asterisk. What a day. Suddenly, the sound of louder machine gears roaring and turning came from the cavern overhead. Moran roared as he looked up. Damn. Beating and digging. There is no public morality. Neighbors do not need to sleep. Wow. A huge turn of the head hit. Immediately afterward, turning his head to retrieve it, a dozen hoverbots flew down. The image he saw once he came down was unbelievable, only to see this huge space full of flesh and blood roots, flying in midair and not daring to fall, for fear of stepping on these roots. However, when these levitating robots fell, there was a vague touch in Moran's heart. Mad Dog 1 virus sensation. These are the humans who were once helped on Earth. A bright light shines down on Moran, illuminated for a long time. TMD. I'm your ancestor. How dare a bunch of grandsons do this to me? The other party seemed to understand what Moran said and immediately withdrew the light. Then came a voice through an electronic speaker. May I ask if you are the Lord of Life? Call Grandpa. I can feel the call of the life force coming from within you. Call Grandpa. Are you the Lord of Life who gave mankind food in the first place? Are you going to call me Grandpa? Grandpa. Afterwards, only the roots within this space gradually gathered and merged into Moran's body. Monkeys are turning into hominids. Toward the hoverbot that flew down. Looking through the glass of the cockpit at the male faces inside, he said, how many years has mankind been reproducing? 500 years. Oh, why weren't you guys driven to extinction by the little gray men? Pust. By then, only a cockpit opened, revealing a face Moran couldn't forget. Inside that was none other than a large-eyed, gray-skinned man. May I ask if the little gray man you speak of is me? Asterisk. What the hell is going on out there? Take me out and I'll stroke it. Above ground. This is a fully transformed planet. The civilization on this planet has reached the second level. The entire solar system is owned by this civilization. The surface of the planet is as transparent as glass. There was no shortage of spaceship after spaceship passing by. At the moment, this place was as prosperous as Chow County, the center of the universe. Inside a building, Moran looked out the window at the incredible scenery and it didn't feel like Earth anymore. He then inquired to the duo in front of him. I know, you're the whatever it was 500 years ago. But what about you, little gray man? Only the corner of this little gray man's eye arced as he said, I remember you, House Moron Boss. There is only one type of human left in the solar system and their civilization meets the criteria. Our revelation is naturally complete. Moran looked at the little gray man in front of him and marveled. I see. You've slumbered my consciousness. You're the one who made me pass out for so long. The little gray man nodded. I'm sorry, but for the sake of all mankind and the civilization of our solar system, we are also nothing more than pawns in the hands of advanced civilizations. At their mercy. Moran hesitated. So how come you're not afraid now? We have joined the cosmic law and gained its protection. The Temerian civilization can no longer do anything about us. Moran rubbed his head and morphed into his once human form. Really heart-tired. Too tired. One ring after another, I can't solve it. You guys take your time to play by yourselves. Ding. What are you waiting for? There's still more than 3 billion evolution points. Destroy it. Take out the universe. Rest for a while. It's really numb. Anyway, the administrators have said that this universe will die out itself sooner or later. So what's our hurry? What are you going to do? Moran looked at the distant sky and smiled. It's such a beautiful world. It's so pleasing to look at. Grandpa, are you leaving? I'll help you prepare the airship. Moran shook his head and laughed. The universe is beautiful because it will always lead to destruction. What is the meaning of life? Struggle to your heart's content in the universe. Moran then made a move of his hand, and the azure-colored psionic isotope cube was held in his hand. So that's what this thing means. 500 years of imprisonment has not been in vain. Looking at the single spaceship in front of him, Moran was overwhelmed with emotion, having lost everything, including his own humanity, and all of his family members. Looking back at the little gray men and humans who had come to see him off, he said, farewell. If we ever meet again, it will be before the destruction of the universe. Grandpa, where are you going? Speechless, Moran turned and walked up the airship path. Phoenix, learn this in 3 minutes. All that was seen was Moran's flesh splitting into a silver-haired boy who skillfully got into the driver's seat. Moran then turned to the duo below. I'm going to the sky where even light can't reach, to fulfill the most romantic date, to feast with the river of stars.